Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 42, Family Dinner and Ishtar's Plans. Alex's group arrived at the Hostess of Fertility and noticed that the restaurant was packed with customers having a good time. Seeing that there were no free seats, Alex sighed heavily, realizing that they might not be able to celebrate Bella's joining today. The girls noticed his sigh and exchanged crooked smiles, with Lily grinning maliciously, pleased that Alex wouldn't be able to ogle the waitresses. Alex decided to go inside to check if there were any available seats, and the girls followed him. Entering the restaurant, Alex started looking around for an empty table or friends they could join. At that moment, a waitress approached him. "Alex Nyan, you're here again," Anya said, approaching the group. "Anya Nyan, I see you're slacking off again," Alex replied, looking at the cat girl. Bella, looking around, heard Alex's conversation and turned her gaze to Anya, embarrassed by how casually Alex spoke with the waitresses. "Don't think too much about it. He often comes here and is familiar with the waitresses," Cassandra whispered to Bella, noticing her confusion. Bella could only nod with a flustered look on her face. "Alex Nyan, I've told you before Nyan," Anya said, pouting. "Anya Nyan is just Anya Nyan. There's nothing to change. Anyway, is there a place for my group?" Alex asked, looking at her. "That's a tough question, Nyan. But I'll see what I can do, Nyan," Anya replied, scanning the room. While Alex's group looked around for a free table, they attracted the attention of other adventurers who were eating and drinking at the time. "Hey, look, it's the Demon King," said one adventurer, catching the attention of his friends. "Why is he here?" asked another, turning towards Alex's group. "What a stupid question. He often comes here to eat," said a third adventurer at the table. "Sorry, I didn't think of that," the second one replied. "You never think," the third one said. "But the girls in his group are really beautiful," noted a fourth adventurer. His words made all his friends tense up, trying to become invisible, knowing how the Demon King protects his family. "What are you guys doing? Did I lie?" "They really are very beautiful," said the adventurer, noticing his friends' reactions. "Oh, shit. Who asked you to talk? Do you want to spend all your time in the hospital?" one of the adventurers asked, noticing that Alex was looking in their direction. The adventurer didn't understand why his friends were so scared until he turned towards Alex's group himself. He saw Alex looking at him and smiling. At that moment, a cold sweat broke out on the adventurer, and he decided it was time to leave. "Thanks for the company, guys, but my cat is giving birth at home, and I need to be there," he said, standing up and putting money on the table before quickly running off. "I just remembered that my grandmother is giving birth at home, and I need to help," said another, running out after his friend. "My stomach hurts, probably diarrhea again." "I need to run," said a third, also running out of the restaurant. The remaining adventurer, feeling Alex's gaze on him, started trembling with fear and tried to leave the restaurant unnoticed. He quietly paid the bill, stood up, and lowered his head to avoid eye contact with the Demon King, slowly walking towards the exit. With each step, his legs felt like they were filling with lead, and the path to the exit seemed infinitely long as he constantly felt Alex's piercing gaze. Passing by Alex, he tensed even more, fearing that something might happen to him. Finally, leaving the restaurant, the adventurer sighed heavily and, as if possessed by the flash, dashed towards his friends, intending to catch up and beat them for abandoning him. Alex, watching the scene unfold, could barely contain his laughter, feeling something crack inside him from the effort not to laugh out loud. "Anya Nyan, look, a table just opened up," Alex said, pointing to the empty table. You're right, Nyan. But why did they leave without finishing their food, Nyan?" Anya said, putting a finger on her chin in thought. "Who knows, maybe they had some urgent matters," Alex replied, shrugging. The girls in his group could only roll their eyes, understanding that he was the cause of the situation. "Well, all right, Nyan. Follow me, Nyan," Anya said, leading the group. Seated at the table, Alex's group began choosing from the menu what they wanted to eat. All the girls were ready to order, except for Bella, who felt embarrassed due to her lack of money. "Bella, don't hesitate to order food. I'm treating today, and in the future, you'll also receive pocket money in addition to what you earn in the dungeon," Alex said, looking at the embarrassed girl. The other girls rolled their eyes at his words, as he acted like a father handing out allowances. Hearing him, Bella decided not to order too much, still feeling shy and planning to repay this debt in the future. Once everyone had chosen what they wanted, Alex was about to call the waitress but didn't have to as Ryu approached their table. "Alex, I see your family has a new member," Ryu said, looking at the new girl she hadn't seen before. "Yeah. This morning, Hestia invited her to the family, and we already went to the dungeon so she could see what it's like, Alex replied, looking at Rio. Are you ready to order? Rio asked naturally, taking Alex's hand. Shameless elf, Lily muttered, watching Rio, who was getting bolder. The other girls smiled crookedly, observing Lily. Bella, noticing this, shyly covered her face. I'll have the usual, and the girls have made their choices too, Alex said, squeezing Rio's hand. The girl was used to such contact and wasn't shy, she only wanted to explore other ways of intimacy. Aren't you tired of eating the same thing every time? Rio asked, looking at Alex, who was playing with her fingers, making her feel ticklish. No, I don't want to try anything else, Alex replied, continuing to tickle her fingers. Well, as you say, Rio replied, blushing from the new sensations. Having taken their order, Rio went to relay it to the kitchen, and Alex's group began sharing their experiences in the dungeon with Bella. Lily, sitting next to Alex, pouted, jealous of his tender interaction with Rio. She wanted similar attention but didn't know how to approach it. While Alex's group chatted, another group of adventurers entered the restaurant, looking for empty seats. Finding none, they were about to leave when Alex noticed them. Hey, kids! Alex shouted, trying to get their attention. His shout caught the attention of everyone who was eating at the time. They looked at Alex and the group of adventurers he addressed. Hearing his shout, some adventurers, almost annoyed by the disturbance, immediately changed their minds, realizing who had shouted. Knowing it was pointless to object, they returned to their meals. Alex, a girl shouted, running up to the table. Bella, hearing the shout, was startled by the newcomer approaching them. Nice to see you, Tiona, Alex said, introducing the girl. Did you come to eat after the raid? He asked, looking at the group approaching their table. No, we didn't go on a raid today. It's a gathering of gods today, so we stayed home, Riveria replied, glancing at the new girl in the group. Bella began to blush under the attention. I see. And where's Frodo? Alex asked, looking for their family's captain. Don't you get tired of calling Finn that? He gets annoyed when you call him that, Riveria said, looking at Alex, who was amused by her words. I can't help it, Alex replied, shrugging. Finn is currently out with Loki on emergency duties as the family's captain, Riveria continued. So, Finn is just standing outside the hall where the gathering is being held and will wait until Loki finishes eating and drinking before going home. Alex asked, looking at the girls, who averted their gazes. Maybe I should feel sorry for Frodo when I see him again, Alex said, nodding his head. The girls from Loki's family only shook their heads, knowing that the nickname would soon stick to their captain, as Loki had already started calling Finn that. If you came to eat, you can sit at our table, Alex offered. Great. Thanks. Tiona said loudly, taking a free chair and sitting next to Alex, which caused a twitch in the eye of the entire group. Alex noticed that there weren't enough seats for everyone and created a few extra chairs so everyone could sit and place their orders. Ace, who remained standing, didn't know what to do. On one hand, she wanted to sit next to Alex, on the other, she didn't want to cause inconvenience. Haruheim, sitting on the other side of Alex, noticed Ace's internal struggle and decided to move her chair to make room for the girl. Ace thanked Haruheim and sat next to Alex. Haruheim simply smiled, saying nothing. Alex decided to take the order for Loki's family girls himself and bring it to Mamma Mia to avoid waiting for the waitress. After handing over the order and exchanging a few words with Mia, Alex returned to the table, where the girls from Loki's family were telling Bella about their adventures in the dungeon. Bella listened to their stories with shining eyes, forgetting her shyness. I see you've already become friends, Alex said, returning after placing the order. Yeah. Bella is a sweet girl, but she's still too weak to handle the dungeon properly, Riveria said, looking at Bella, who looked upset by her words. Don't be discouraged, Bella. I'll take care of your training myself, Alex said, giving a thumbs up. The girls could only look at Bella sympathetically, knowing how tough Alex's training would be. Thank you so much, Captain. I won't let you down, Bella said confidently, unaware of how tough the training would be. I hope you can keep up that spirit during the training, Riveria said, feeling sorry for Bella, who didn't realize what she was getting into. Bella blushed at her words, not understanding why she said that. As Alex said, you'll have to ignite the fire of youth and become better than your former self, Tiona said, nodding her head, causing everyone to smile wryly as they remembered the training where Alex constantly shouted about the power of youth. It's not so bad when he throws you into the dungeon with a monster-attracting spell and says, surpass your limits or die, Daphne said, recalling her solo raids during the 3-month training. The other Hestia family girls shuddered at her words. Bella blushed even more and wanted to back out. It's still better than doing a speedrun through the dungeon, Lily replied, recalling her unfortunate experience. Bella was almost ready to withdraw her words. Don't listen to their nonsense. They got stronger and still cry about how I treated them, Alex said with a twitching eye, looking at the ungrateful girls who averted their gazes. Alex-sama, may I ask you a question? Lafia asked timidly, trying not to look at Alex. You've already asked, Alex replied, causing confusion among the group. Lafia realized her mistake and blushed. I'm just joking, my little elf. You can ask questions. I've already told you, there's no need to be shy, and you can feel free to ask, Alex said, looking at the embarrassed elf. Alex-sama, I've been wanting to ask for a while. How did you send Beta flying with just a snap of your fingers? Lafia asked, struggling with her shyness. Her question intrigued everyone at the table. Well, that's a pretty interesting question, Alex said, stroking his chin. There are two ways to pull off that trick, he continued, raising two fingers. The first is to simply enhance your fingers with magic and create a shockwave after the snap. The second way is to enhance the sound created by the snap. I understand the finger enhancement part. But how do you enhance the sound? Riveria asked, pondering Alex's words. It's more complicated. Sound is a vibration that occurs even when you speak. You can try it yourself. Place your hand on your throat and make a sound like "ah," and you'll feel the vibration in your hand. When bards play their music, they pluck the strings, creating sounds. That's the answer, Alex said, giving an example of how sound works. The girls tried it and realized it was true. To perform the trick using sound, you need more control over your mana. If you get good at it, you can even create a sound that isn't heard but deals internal damage to enemies, Alex said, igniting a fire in Lafia's eyes as she aimed to achieve such a level. Can you show us? Tiona asked, wanting to see an example. All right. Watch closely, Alex said, using sound vibrations to shatter a glass. The girls watched the broken glass in amazement. Alex, who wanted to fix the glass, felt something hit him on the back of his head. He saw it was a rolling pin and awkwardly turned around to see Mia glaring at him. Alex could only apologize and fix the glass. While Alex explained various ways to use magic, Lafia, being a diligent student, pulled out her notebook and began jotting down everything in detail, not wanting to miss a word. Soon, their food arrived, and everyone began to enjoy their meal. At that moment, a group of goddesses approached. Hestia looked as if her soul had been drained. Seeing the goddesses, Alex waved to them, indicating where they were sitting so they wouldn't waste time searching. Hestia, noticing Alex waving, perked up, returned to her cheerful self, and rushed to the table. Alex wanted to create a few more chairs so the goddesses could sit, but he didn't have the chance. Hestia plopped down on his lap and began eating his food. Alex's face twitched at Hestia's actions. He began to wonder if Hestia hadn't eaten at the banquet after the meeting. Hephaestus could only shake her head, watching her friend, and couldn't understand how Hestia could fit so much food. She began to suspect that Hestia was not a goddess of the hearth but a goddess of hunger, as she was behaving like a famished ghost. Hestia, didn't you eat at the banquet? Alex asked, looking at the goddess who had already devoured half of the food on his plate. I wasn't full, and I kept a modest appearance, so I couldn't eat much, Hestia said, not looking up from her plate. Chew first, then speak, Alex said, patting Hestia on the head, making her blush at his words. Indeed, you're like a hungry ghost. And what modesty are you talking about? Last time, you scooped up food as if you had come from a starving land, Loki said disdainfully, already reaching for alcohol. You forgot to ask, flat-chested. Unlike you, I don't drink all the time when my family isn't looking, Hestia said, pointing her fork at Loki. What did you say, cow tits? Are you asking for a fight? Do you think Alex can protect you? Loki asked nastily, pointing a finger at Hestia. All right, you two, enough. Where's Freya? Wasn't she at the meeting? Alex asked, calming the two goddesses who could start a fight at any moment. Freya stayed at the banquet when we left, she was talking to someone there, Hephaestus said, sipping from Alex's glass. He noticed this and sighed heavily, realizing he had nothing more of his own. Such is the fate of a guy in a relationship. Why do you need that woman? Hestia asked, having finished Alex's food and wanting to reach for a drink, only to see it in Hephaestus's hands as she drank. Something happened in the dungeon, and everyone involved should know. I just don't want to go around explaining it to everyone individually, Alex replied, shrugging. Hestia could only roll her eyes at him. Loki, when you get home, take Frodo and come straight to us to find out what happened in the dungeon, Alex said in a serious tone. Loki slightly opened her eyes and nodded. The girls from the Loki family also decided to be present and go with Loki to the Hestia family home. Then, after you finish eating, you can go home to get Frodo and come straight to us. I'll go pick up Freya, as she should be heading home soon, Alex said, feeling that Freya was already moving toward her home. Alex Kuin, Ishtar was present today, and as you said, ignoring her would only make her angrier, Hestia said proudly. That was clear because, according to Freya, Ishtar is often compared to Freya, which makes her feel that her pride as a goddess is being undermined. She's always trying to surpass Freya, and if you trample on the pride of such a goddess, she might make many mistakes. But if she can think rationally at that moment, then we'll have to take a more severe approach, Alex said, his eyes gleaming slightly. What do you mean by a severe approach? Hephaestus asked, not understanding where he was going with this. There will be a raid on the red light district by the cult of the pasta monster, Alex replied, his smile widening and causing an uneasy feeling among those at the table. Members of the cult could only shake their heads, knowing that it would be difficult to dissuade Alex and that they would have to follow him to prevent something radical from happening. You must be joking. This isn't just an attack on adventurers and Soma's family, it's an attack on an entire district, Hestia said, worried about the consequences of such an attack. It's fine, as long as we're not recognized, the rest is minor, Alex said, waving his hand to indicate not to worry. Hestia could only grimace, realizing that her beloved was a bit unhinged. And don't look at me like that, I'm perfectly sane. It's just that sometimes you need to channel accumulated stress somewhere, Alex said, kissing Hestia on the forehead. While Alex's group discussed his plans for the raid on the red light district and tried to dissuade him, Ishtar returned to her domain and summoned members of her family to hear about the rumors concerning the Hestia family. She knew little, only that Haruheim, whom she intended to sacrifice, had been kidnapped by a member of the Hestia family. However, something about the situation bothered her, especially Freya's strange behavior. Usually, Freya responded sarcastically but never threatened her, but this time she seemed ready to kill Ishtar on the spot. Ishtar didn't like how things were unfolding. As she pondered, trying to understand what had happened during her absence, her family members arrived. Ishtar snapped out of her thoughts and focused on them. Does anyone want to tell me about the Hestia family? Ishtar asked, looking around at her subordinates. They're just a bunch of level 3 weaklings. There's nothing to worry about, Ishtar-sama. We'll easily handle them and get Haruheim back, said Phryne with an air of arrogance. Really? Or does anyone else have something to say? Ishtar asked, surveying the others. Ishtar-sama, let me speak, Aisha said, drawing her goddess's attention. Ishtar looked at Aisha and nodded, allowing her to continue. Phryne looked at Aisha with disdain, thinking she was doubting her own abilities. Ishtar-sama, I don't think we can handle the Hestia family, Aisha said, causing Ishtar's eyes to narrow. Why is that? Ishtar asked with a frown. Phryne, in turn, smirked, making her face look even more unpleasant. The Hestia family is allied with Hephaestus and Loki. The most dangerous member of their family is Alexander Voldigod, who is currently known as the Demon King, Aisha replied, trying to dissuade Ishtar from attacking the Hestia family. Ishtar recalled the god's reaction at the meeting when Urun had mentioned this man's name. What makes him so dangerous that you're daring to contradict me? Ishtar asked, glaring at Aisha. I'm not contradicting you, Ishtar-sama. I just don't want you to be put in danger, Aisha said, trying not to anger her goddess. And what kind of danger could the Hestia family pose to me? Ishtar continued, studying Aisha, who was choosing her words carefully. It's just rumors that adventurers discuss, but I had a visitor who attended the Hestia family's military game against Apollo, Aisha replied, deciding to share all she knew. Aisha detailed the rumors she had heard from an adventurer who couldn't keep quiet. She described the brutal treatment of Apollo's family members and the savage killing of their captain, who was then resurrected and killed again. She also mentioned the protection of her family members in the dungeon from adventurers who wanted to seize the girls. Are you saying that a mortal can resurrect people? Ishtar asked after listening to Aisha. I don't know, Ishtar-sama. All I've learned comes from rumors and the words of the adventurer who attended the military game, Aisha shook her head. Ishtar pondered again. If a mortal possesses such power, they are clearly not ordinary. From Aisha's words, she understood that Freya was not directly involved here, but perhaps she was interacting with this guy and wanted to obtain him. Ishtar was unaware that Freya had recently become obsessed with Alex and had also decided to join Hestia's club to keep other women away from him. While Ishtar considered her next moves, her family members watched her, waiting for orders. To be continued. Chapter 43, The Obsession of the Goddess of Love and the Abduction of the God. After the group finished dinner, everyone began to disperse, planning to meet later at Hestia's home. The girls from the Loki familia decided not to go home and headed straight there. Loki, thinking she could walk with them, noticed no one was following her. At that moment, she realized she had to go alone. She started acting like a spoiled child who had been abandoned. Why don't you want to come with me? Loki cried, drawing the attention of passers-by. I thought we were family. Why do I have to go home alone? The girls from the Loki familia just rolled their eyes at their goddess's behavior. Alex, tell them to come with me. What if something happens to me? Loki shouted, running up to Alex and tugging on his arm. Get off him, flat-chested. He still needs to pick up Freya, protested Hestia, trying to pull Loki away from Alex. No, I won't let go until he tells the girls to come with me. Loki screamed, refusing to let go of Alex. At that moment, Alex's face was completely blank. All his thoughts were occupied with trying to understand why everyone he knew clung to him like koalas and demanded things. Passers-by observed the scene of one goddess trying to pry another goddess off a guy with an expressionless face, indicating he did not want to be there. "Loki-sama, let go of Alex," said Riveria, approaching Loki and grabbing her by the scruff like a cat. "You finally decided to come with me. I knew you wouldn't abandon me," Loki said happily as she was held like a cat. "Sorry, Loki-sama, but I don't want to make a detour just to pick up one person," said Tiona, hiding behind Alex. "How can you say that? Frodo is your captain and a member of our family," Loki said, pretending to be upset. Riveria's eye twitched at her goddess's behavior. Loki refused to calm down and drew even more attention with her antics. The vein on Riveria's forehead was ready to burst when a savior arrived. "Loki, enough noise. We have more important matters," said Alex, starting to stretch Loki's cheeks to make her stop talking. "Stop pulling. I won't make any more noise. Just let go, it hurts," Loki yelled as Alex stretched her cheeks. "Good. Now go home to pick up Frodo," said Alex, releasing Loki, who began rubbing her reddened cheeks. "But I don't want to go home alone. What if I get kidnapped?" "I'm so beautiful," Loki started to say, and no one could hold back their laughter. Seeing everyone laugh, especially Hestia pointing at her, made Loki's anger peak, and she was ready to attack Hestia. "Okay, you won't have to go home if you're afraid of being kidnapped," Alex said, making an okay sign towards Loki. "What do you mean by that?" Loki didn't finish as Alex teleported her home. Everyone stared at the spot where Loki had vanished, then looked at Alex, who was responsible. At first, the group couldn't comprehend what had happened until Tiona started laughing, which led to everyone else joining in. Even the silent Ace smiled, looking at Alex. "Well, the noise is gone. Now you can head off," said Alex, giving a thumbs up, which caused another wave of laughter in the group. "I don't want to go either." "Send me home too," said Hestia, shaking Alex's arm and acting like a child. "All right, I guess I'm now a portable teleporter," Alex sighed tiredly, earning sympathetic looks from the group. But no one refused to teleport straight home. After sending the rest of the group home, Alex decided to check one more time where Freya was to avoid wasting time searching for her. Sensing that Freya was already home, he decided to teleport directly to her. At that moment, Freya, who had just returned home and was about to change, had taken off her dress and was in her underwear. Approaching the mirror, she nodded to herself, confirming that she was still as beautiful as ever. Remembering how Alex reacted to her beauty, Freya could only hope she had become even more beautiful. She wondered why Alex wasn't attracted to her beauty, and the more she thought about it, the darker her eyes became. Her thoughts went in the wrong direction. Freya began considering kidnapping Alex and hiding him from all the women he might attract. She didn't realize the danger of her thoughts, but she didn't reject them, and her desire to be with Alex only grew stronger. Lost in her thoughts, Freya was looking towards Alex's home when her reverie was interrupted by a bright light appearing in the room. She turned and saw Alex. "Yo," said Alex, raising his hand in greeting. "Am I interrupting?" he asked, looking at Freya standing in her underwear. "Did you come to spy on a goddess who decided to change?" Freya asked with a smile, approaching Alex and placing her hand on his cheek. "If I knew you were changing, I would have warned you before coming in," Alex replied, spreading his hands. He noticed that he didn't react to her half-naked appearance, and her eyes began to lose their light, replaced by an unpleasant feeling in her chest. Giving in to her emotions, Freya asked, "Am I not attractive to you?" Her eyes began to fill with darkness. "Freya, I've already told you that I find you beautiful, that's a fact. But I don't think it's appropriate to look at a girl standing in front of me in her underwear," said Alex, ignoring the changes in her eyes. "I never said I was against you looking at me," replied Freya, trying to see any emotions in Alex's eyes. "Thank you, of course, for the permission to admire your beauty, but unfortunately, we're not at that stage in our relationship where I could allow myself such liberties," replied Alex calmly, not wanting to upset her. "So if we take that step, you'll look only at me." Freya's eyes became even more obsessed. "Freya, you know I can't do that," said Alex, taking her by the cheeks. "You're rejecting me." Tears began to appear in her eyes. "I'm not rejecting you, Freya. I'm just not going to abandon my family," replied Alex, shaking his head. Light appeared in her eyes at his words. "I'm not against your obsession and your character. I like you, but I won't abandon the people who love and value me," Alex continued, stroking her cheeks to help her relax. "So, you love me and want to be with me?" Freya asked, hope appearing in her eyes. "You could say that. I have started to develop feelings for you over the past 3 months, but I'll say it again, I won't abandon my family," Alex said, looking into her eyes, where hearts appeared. For a moment, Alex's mind short-circuited, and he couldn't understand how that was possible. "I don't mind other women in your life, but remember, I won't let you leave me. If you try to run away, I'll lock you up and never let you out, Freya said, and her eyes filled with darkness again. Alex couldn't understand how her eyes changed like that. He knew she was the goddess of love but didn't realize how bad it was. If you want to stay with me, then I'm the one who should say you can't escape. After all, the Demon King always kidnaps beautiful girls and locks them in his castle, Alex said, looking at her obsessed eyes. I never planned on leaving you. We will always be together. Always, Freya whispered in his ear. Alex and Freya continued to look at each other, not wanting to look away. Freya's eyes sought to memorize every detail of Alex's face so she would never forget what he looked like. Alex decided to accept this goddess's obsession, not only because he knew he couldn't escape her but also because he had feelings for her and didn't want to give her to anyone else. He was also obsessed with the love for the people around him but knew how to hide it. Freya could no longer hold back her feelings and decided to take a bold step. Standing on her tiptoes, she brought her lips closer to Alex's face, wanting to kiss him. When their lips met, an electric shock ran through Freya's body, and her desire only grew. Alex responded to the kiss of the goddess of love, filled with her passion and obsession. After the passionate kiss, Freya's eyes were clouded. She wanted more, as what she experienced couldn't be described in words. She brought her face closer to Alex's again, longing for the next kiss, but they were interrupted. Freya-sama, I heard some noises. Are you all right? Alan shouted, bursting into the room and seeing Freya in her underwear hugging Alex. Who are you? And what are you doing in Freya-sama's room? Alan shouted, drawing his weapon and pointing it at Alex. Alan, you can. Freya wanted to say. Alan, you bastard. I'm going to strangle you, Alex shouted, letting go of Freya. Damn eavesdropping cat, he added, pulling a stick from his pocket. Freya, who wanted to ask Alan to leave, was surprised by Alex's outburst as he approached Alan. You know it's rude to barge into a girl's room. Alex said, pointing the stick at Alan, forgetting that he himself had burst into Freya's room. What did you do to Freya-sama? Alan asked, ignoring Alex's tone. I didn't do anything to her, but I'll do something to you, Alex replied, approaching Alan. Just don't hit him too hard, Freya said, not wanting her servant to suffer too much but believing that Alan deserved punishment for interrupting such a pleasant moment. After that, Freya's room was filled with the cries of the eavesdropping catboy who loves interrupting romantic moments. Otter, standing by the door, didn't move since Freya hadn't ordered him to enter. The beating of Alan lasted a good 5 minutes. When Alex finished, Alan was kneeling with his hands raised. He had a bruise under one eye, blood flowing from his nose, and a noticeable lump on his forehead resembling a horn. Now you'll know better than to barge into a girl's room without permission, Alex said, standing over Alan, who had a hurt expression on his face. You barged into Freya-sama's room yourself and still dare to blame me. Alan persisted. Freya doesn't mind me coming in, Alex replied, giving Alan a smack on the top of his head. All right, Alex, stop hitting Alan. He's already realized his mistake, Freya said, stopping Alex. Alan heard her words and looked at Alex with a proud expression, causing Alex's eye to twitch and a desire to hit that stupid cat again. If Freya had been against me barging into her room, she would have screamed or kicked me out, Alex said, sitting down next to Freya. Alan's proud smile froze, and he didn't know what to say. Otter, you can come in. I have something to say, Alex called out, ignoring Alan, who began to doubt his life choices. How can I help? Otter asked, entering the room. After 3 months of training, he considered Alex his teacher and acknowledged his strength. Otter knew that his mistress loved Alex and didn't mind, as he saw Freya as a mother figure and wished the best for her. I actually came here to get you for a discussion. But then this happened and that happened, and I kind of forgot, Alex said, shrugging his shoulders, causing confusion in Otter. Did something serious happen? Freya asked, looking at Alex, who was calmly sitting beside her. You could say that. And, most likely, radical measures will need to be taken in this situation, Alex said with a heavy sigh. Freya noticed his heavy sigh and decided to take his hand to comfort him, although she wanted to touch him or dive back into a kiss. Before we leave, Freya, did you learn anything at the meeting? Alex asked, squeezing Freya's hand, causing her to smile happily. As you suspected. Erebus is definitely part of that group, and Thanatos was absent. Some gods who were on the list were missing, Freya said, snuggling closer to Alex, wanting to feel his love. When Uranus mentioned the strange monster found in the dungeon, Erebus subtly smiled, but I noticed it, Freya added, hoping Alex would praise her. Alex noticed that Freya also began to act spoiled and could only smile crookedly while patting her on the head. This bastard is probably gloating because, while everyone was busy, he was pulling his latest trick in the dungeon, Alex said, staring at the ceiling and trying to resist the urge to run to Erebus and beat him with a stick. He needed to lure out a bigger fish, and for that, Erebus had to continue his plans and eventually make a mistake. What has he done? Freya asked, looking at Alex, who was glaring irritably at the ceiling. I'll tell you everything once we get to my place, Alex said, shifting his gaze to Freya, and his expression softened, causing her to smile. And, Alan, here's a new task for you: install this device at Thanatos' house and do it discreetly. Then, once you've completed the task, come to my place, Alex said, tossing a small cube to Alan, who was still kneeling. Alan caught the cube and shot an irritated look at Alex. Seeing Alex reach into his pocket, Alan flinched and looked away, not wanting to get beaten again. Realizing that Alan had learned his lesson, Alex decided it was time to leave. He started getting up from the couch, and Freya, not wanting to let go of his hand, stood up with him. Alex put a hand on Otter's shoulder and teleported to his home. Alan could only click his tongue in irritation, realizing he had another task ahead of him. Alex appeared on the first floor of his house and found it empty. They must be at the training grounds, he thought. Let's go, they're probably downstairs, Alex said, heading towards the basement. Don't you want to at least give us a hint about what happened in the dungeon? Freya asked, snuggling even closer to Alex. I'm too lazy to repeat everything twice. It's better to see it firsthand than to explain, Alex answered in a lazy tone, which only made Freya smile. Otter was also interested in the event, as he attended the training not only at Freya's request but also to protect the goddess he saw as a mother. Descending to the basement where the training area was located, Alex approached the door and went inside. The scene before him was one of relaxed chatter and lounging, as if they were at a picnic and had no problems. Alex could only smile at this scene, and the desire to ruin it filled his thoughts. Hey, I'm back! Alex shouted, attracting the attention of the group. Hestia, noticing Freya clinging to Alex, gritted her teeth in irritation and wanted to lunge at her, but was stopped by Hephaestus. Alright, now that everyone is here, I want to show you something and tell you about it, Alex said, trying to ignore Hestia, whose angry eyes could have put a few holes in him. This is the remains of Goliath after his mutation, Alex said, pulling out a massive skeleton from his bag. Everyone in the room stared wide-eyed at the black skeleton. Wasn't there supposed to be a corpse of the monster, not just a skeleton? Finn asked, looking at the skeleton before him. Well, due to some of my actions, only the skeleton remained, Alex replied, looking at the group. The gathered people continued to stare at the skeleton, trying to understand why it had become like this. Hey, you two, are you kids who need to touch everything? Alex shouted, running over and grabbing Tiona and Loki, who had decided to touch the skeleton. We won't do it again, Tiona and Loki said in unison, as Alex held them. At their words, Alex could only roll his eyes irritably at their behavior. He understood that Loki wanted to stick her nose into everything, but he couldn't understand why Tiona decided to do it as well. Why did Goliath mutate like the previous monster? Finn asked, trying to think rationally. Good question, Frodo. When I escorted the girls on their raid and we reached Goliath's room, we had an interesting listener who decided to tell me everything, Alex replied, causing Finn to roll his eyes in irritation. Everyone tried to suppress their laughter at Finn's nickname. Alex decided to recount what happened in the dungeon and how he met Savina, who told him everything without mentioning that he had forcibly extracted her memories. He described the black crystal she was supposed to implant in Goliath to test its effectiveness. Finally, he began to describe the battle with Goliath. Alex wanted to explain the best way to deal with the mutated Goliath, but he was interrupted by the girls, who exaggerated the battle heavily without providing any useful details. Loki's family members listened attentively, thinking it was a story about a hero who fought and defeated a dangerous monster. Even the goddesses listened intently, eager to remember every detail. While the girls recounted how bravely Alex fought Goliath, Alan arrived but didn't know where everyone was and just stood in the main hall. Alex sensed his presence and teleported him over. Alan gave Alex an irritated look, which Alex simply brushed off. Seeing that the girls didn't want to stop their story, Alex took the guys aside to talk. Alan, did you set up the cube? Alex asked, looking at the annoyed cat. Yes, Alan replied in an irritated voice. Thanks, Alex said, which made Alan's eyes widen in surprise, and he looked at Alex in astonishment. While the girls are talking, I'll briefly tell you what needs to be done with such a monster, Alex said, and the guys began to listen attentively. This bastard is quite resilient. It takes him 15 to 20 seconds to regrow limbs, and that's after I've severed all his limbs. Surface wounds, like cutting muscles and tendons, heal in about 5 seconds. Destroying his bones takes about the same amount of time as regrowing limbs. And most importantly, this abomination gets stronger from rage and the more it absorbs the power of the crystal inside it. You're saying these idiots have already reached the point where they can implant crystals into Monster X's? Finn asked after hearing Alex's account. Alex could only nod in response. Damn it. That's not good at all, Finn said, clutching his head. Otter merely frowned. I think this was just an experiment. Whether it succeeded or not is irrelevant. Most likely, they want to implant this crystal into the one-eyed dragon, Alex said. At his words, the guys breathed in cold air and broke into a sweat. Well, shit. If they pull this off, it will be complete chaos, Finn cursed, surprising Alex, who didn't expect the hobbit to use such language. Finn, I need you to gather your family members and come here tomorrow. I'll create a few things that need to be placed in the dungeon. Your family will go into the dungeon under the pretext of a raid and set up these devices. Alex outlined his plan, to which Finn nodded seriously. Alan, you'll be needed tomorrow as well. I want you to place similar devices around the city, Alex said, turning to Alan, who nodded seriously without attempting to object. Otter, you'll need to keep an eye on Freya and inform me if anything happens because I haven't set up protection for her house yet, Alex said to Otter, who nodded, indicating that he wouldn't let him down. Finn, here are my notes on the monster. Review them and prepare just in case. I don't know if these bastards have created any more similar monsters, Alex said, handing over the notebook. Finn took it and thanked him. Alex left the guys to discuss their plans and went over to the goddesses, who were listening with interest to the story. Approaching them, he called for them to follow him. Well, the shit hit the fan sooner than I thought. And their plans are moving faster. It seems Erebus is starting to lose patience, Alex said, looking at the goddesses. What are you going to do? Freya asked, expressing general curiosity. Right, we haven't even dealt with Ishtar yet, and now there's another problem, Hestia said irritably, crossing her arms. For now, we'll set Ishtar aside, she's not the main issue at the moment, Alex replied, not wanting to think about the woman just yet. And what do you propose? Hephaestus asked, sensing that Alex intended to take some drastic action. There's only one option right now. I'm going to go and kidnap Thanatos, Alex said, causing the goddess's eyes to widen. What do you plan to do with him? Loki asked, not dismissing Alex's plan. I'll extract memories from this bastard and find out who he's connected to, Alex said seriously, understanding that action was needed. Are you sure you can kidnap him without anyone noticing? Freya asked, looking at Alex. That's easy, which is why I asked Alan to set up the cube at Thanatos' house, Alex replied, causing Freya's eyes to widen as she understood his reasoning. If you're going to do this, I trust you. Just don't put yourself in danger, Hestia said, realizing that there was no other option. All right. So as soon as I leave, go to my workshop, and Hephaestus, get that chair, Alex said, looking at Hephaestus. That chair? Hephaestus asked, recalling the chair Alex had created. The other goddesses didn't understand what he was referring to. Yes, that chair, Alex confirmed, causing Hephaestus to flinch slightly, which did not escape the notice of the goddesses. Then I'll be going and will return soon, Alex said, kissing the goddesses before leaving, making sure to include Loki, who might start causing trouble again. Meanwhile, Thanatos was pacing around his room, irritated that Savina had not yet returned, and he began to think that the plan had failed again. He was about to start smashing everything in his room when he didn't realize someone had entered his quarters under the cover of night and was quietly watching him. Calming down, Thanatos stood and looked at the mess he had created, becoming even more agitated, until he felt someone's presence behind him. Trying to turn around and yell at the uninvited guest, he heard the last thing he managed to perceive before losing consciousness, "Happy New Year, bastard." And then everything went dark. Until the last moment, Thanatos did not understand how someone had entered his quarters or why he was attacked, as he had not revealed himself. To be continued. Chapter 44, Interrogation of Thanatos and Names of the Accomplices. After Alex disappeared, off to invite Thanatos to visit their cozy home, the group of goddesses were left unsure of what to do and curious about the chair Alex had mentioned. Hephaestus, noticing their confusion, rubbed her forehead, baffled at how these ancient goddesses could behave so carelessly. Sighing, she asked them to follow her to the workshop, and the goddesses, eager to learn about the chair that had Hephaestus so agitated, followed her. Upon reaching the workshop, Loki entered as if it were her own room and immediately began examining everything, since she hadn't had the chance to do so last time. Freya, upon entering the workshop, noticed Alex's workbench and the chair he usually sat in, and headed straight towards it. Hestia, seeing Loki inspecting and touching everything like a curious child, couldn't help but remark. Have you never seen anything like this before? She asked disdainfully, looking at Loki. What did you say, Shorty? Aren't you curious about what Alex makes here? Loki snapped back. Loki, Alex usually only allows people to touch the weapons here. Don't even think about touching anything in the black boxes, Hephaestus said, trying to remember where Alex had stashed the chair. Loki, who was reaching for a black box with strange runes on it, stopped after hearing Hephaestus's words and turned to her. Why not? Aren't you curious about what's inside? Loki asked, trying to tempt Hephaestus into opening the box. I repeat, you can touch anything except the black boxes. Even I don't know what's in them, and I don't want to know, Hephaestus replied, opening another cupboard. Why not? Loki asked petulantly. Because Alex said those boxes contain emergency weapons. If given to an idiot, they'd cause more harm than good, Hephaestus answered, indirectly calling Loki an idiot. What are you implying? Do you think I'm that irresponsible? Loki retorted. Yes, the goddesses in the workshop replied in unison, causing Loki to fall to her knees and cry. While Loki cried, no one paid her any attention. Hestia walked over to a drawer, opened it, and took out some snacks that Alex had specifically left for her to keep her entertained while she stayed in the workshop with him. Freya sat at Alex's workbench, flipping through his journal, which contained notes on rune combinations and their uses. As she turned the pages, she saw various notes on armor and weapons until she stumbled upon a page that detailed possible ways to leave this universe. Meanwhile, Hephaestus finally found the necessary drawer and pulled out an ordinary-looking chair covered in various runes. When Hephaestus retrieved the chair, all the goddesses in the workshop turned their attention to it. Hephaestus, what's with this chair, and why does it scare me so much? Hestia asked, stopping her snacking and looking at the chair with fear. Alex made this chair specifically to deal with the gods who cause trouble, Hephaestus sighed, understanding Hestia's feelings, as she had been frightened by the chair when Alex first showed it to her. But what's wrong with this chair? Loki asked, stopping her crying and staring at the chair with wide eyes. Simply put, this chair can cause various effects, including killing a god. As Alex said, these idiots need to suffer a bit, Hephaestus explained, knowing that Alex's a bit meant something entirely different. What do you mean by a bit? And what do you mean by killing a god? Freya asked, distracted from her reading and looking at the chair. Alex didn't say much, but this chair can completely kill a god, Hephaestus replied, causing the other goddesses to shudder. Hephaestus didn't know where to place the chair and, not wanting to touch it more than necessary, decided it would be best to put it in the center of the workshop. She began dragging it there, and Loki, not wanting to be near the chair, moved away. Approaching Hestia, Loki snatched her snacks, but to her surprise, Hestia didn't get angry. Instead, she simply took another pack from the drawer and looked at Loki with a contemptuous smile. Loki wanted to start arguing with Hestia, but then the door to the workshop opened, and Alex entered, dragging Thanatos by the hair. Freya, seeing how Alex was handling the god, could only smile, admiring his ruthlessness towards his enemies. Alex noticed everyone gathered and saw that Hephaestus had already brought out the chair. He dragged Thanatos to the chair and tied him up. The goddesses finally noticed the state Thanatos was in, a black eye and blood dripping from his nose elicited wry smiles from them. Looks like you're all having fun, Alex said as he tied Thanatos to the chair. What's in the black boxes? Loki immediately asked, eager to satisfy her curiosity. Weapons, Alex answered shortly, not giving Loki a chance to ask another question. She pouted arrogantly and took out her frustration on the pack of snacks. Why is Thanatos in such a state? Hephaestus asked, looking at the god, who looked like he had been in a bar fight. This bastard was tougher than I thought, so I hit him a few more times until he passed out, Alex replied, shrugging. Hephaestus sighed again. Noticing this, Alex approached her and took her hand. Why are you sighing so heavily? He asked. Don't you know? Hephaestus asked, raising an eyebrow. Nope, Alex replied with a smile. Hephaestus was about to sigh again, but Alex silenced her with a kiss. She was caught off guard but decided to enjoy the moment and let go of her worries. Alex stepped back, smiling. Hephaestus, feeling the mischievous looks from the other goddesses, blushed and covered her face with her hands. All right, my dear ones, our guest should feel at home and understand that he is safe, Alex said, causing the goddesses to roll their eyes. They wondered how someone who had been kidnapped could feel safe, looking at the beaten and bound Thanatos. Wake up, sunshine, it's morning, and you need to get up for school, Alex said, gently slapping Thanatos' cheeks to wake him. Loki, seeing this, couldn't contain her laughter and started laughing wildly, while the other goddesses watched with twitching lips, unable to understand Alex's mindset. Well, if the gentle approach isn't working, then it's time for something more drastic, Alex said, preparing to wake Thanatos with brute force. Can I? Please. Loki shouted, running up to Alex and tugging on his arm, eager to take this chance for some fun. Alex looked at her, contemplating whether to let her do it. Seeing her pleading face, he gave in. Hooray! Thanks, I love you. Loki cheered, jumping up and kissing Alex on the cheek. Alex just looked at Loki, thinking about how cheaply her love could be bought. Loki glanced back, feeling that Alex was thinking something rude about her, and just stuck her tongue out at him. The goddesses were curious about how Loki planned to wake up Thanatos, who was unconscious. Loki, at that moment, was rummaging through her bag, pulling out various junk accumulated there, most of it empty alcohol bottles. Alex's face twitched at the amount of trash, and he began to regret giving her that bag. Finally, Loki found what she was looking for and pulled out a stun gun Alex had given her for protection against perverts. Alex realized how she intended to wake Thanatos and could only smile wryly, understanding what might follow. With a wide grin, Loki approached Thanatos, ready to revive him. Hephaestus and Hestia began to understand why Alex got along so well with Loki and allowed her to cause some mischief. They were very similar. Thanatos, wake up. Loki shouted, trying to wake the god with her voice. Seeing that it wasn't working, her smile widened even more. If you don't want it nicely, you'll get it harshly, Loki said in a righteous tone, as if she were punishing evil. Alex facepalmed, realizing that Loki had picked this up from him when he did something similar. And now it's time to wake up. Loki yelled and zapped Thanatos with the stun gun right in the stomach. Ayah! Thanatos screamed, coming to his senses after the shock. How dare you kidnap me, pathetic mortals? I am a god. Thanatos yelled, not understanding the situation he was in. I will punish you all, no one can escape my wrath, pathetic mortals. Thanatos continued to scream. Yeah, whatever you say, now shut up, Loki said irritably and zapped Thanatos again. Thanatos, getting another dose of energy and positivity, realized it was best to be quiet. Looking around, he noticed he was in some kind of workshop and, seeing the goddesses, tensed up. What are you doing here? Thanatos asked nervously, looking at the goddesses, who looked at him with disdain. You were brought here to answer a few questions, Freya said, standing up from her chair. What do you mean, brought? How can kidnapping be called an invitation? Thanatos asked with a scowl, causing Hestia and Hephaestus to look at Alex with smiles as he had already taken on the appearance of a child. Brought means brought. Why are you yelling? If you're innocent, just answer a few questions, Alex said, clicking his tongue and looking at the irritated Thanatos. It's you. You're the kid who was staring at me in the guild, Thanatos said, focusing on the child who had spoken. Correct, you've won the grand prize, Alex said, giving Thanatos a thumbs up. Thanatos's irritation grew even more from the child's words, who dared to joke with him. Do you know who I am? I am a god. You pathetic mortal don't know who you're dealing with. Thanatos shouted. Noticing that no one was paying him any attention, Thanatos began to yell even louder. While Thanatos was ranting about how great a god he was, Alex simply watched him with a blank expression, not understanding why this idiot was still shouting. Didn't Thanatos realize the situation he was in? Alex began to get annoyed until he felt himself being lifted up. Looking around, he saw Freya, who was watching him with flushed cheeks. Freya placed Alex on her lap and continued to watch Thanatos, who didn't want to stop shouting. All right, this is getting old. Loki, please bring our guest to his senses so he starts understanding the situation he's in, Alex said in an irritated tone, asking Loki to zap the bound idiot again. Loki laughed and zapped Thanatos once more, who immediately fell silent. I see you've stopped yelling, Alex said disdainfully, looking at Thanatos, who had snot running from his nose due to the shock. Now that you're quiet, I'll give you two choices, you either tell us everything yourself, or I'll use a very unpleasant method to extract the information from you, Alex said seriously, holding up two fingers. Seeing how serious Alex was in his child form, Freya squealed and hugged him tighter. Her thoughts wandered, and she began to fantasize about the future children she might have with Alex. Who are you to give me choices? Pathetic mortal, I command you to release me, Thanatos said haughtily. Loki, our guest is getting annoyed again. Give him another dose of electricity, Alex said, watching as Loki shocked Thanatos again. And now you'd better shut up, because if you keep shouting, I'll take away your choice and rip all your memories from your head. I won't care what happens to you afterward, Alex said in a voice that made everyone shiver, especially the goddesses who knew Alex. Freya, lost in her fantasies, snapped out of it and looked at Alex, whose face was twisted with anger. Listen up, you piece of shit. I won't say this twice, either you tell us everything about your group of half-villains, or I'll tear it all out of your head, and you can forget about returning to the realm of the gods, Alex said threateningly. What group? I don't understand what you're talking about, Thanatos said, trying not to reveal himself. Alex, true to his word, didn't repeat himself and immediately punched Thanatos in the face, knocking out a tooth. You can deny it as much as you want. But your minions have already spilled everything. It's only you left, who is part of this group, Alex said, looking at Thanatos, from whose mouth blood had started to flow. Thanatos, after receiving the punch, wanted to remove his arcanum but realized he couldn't, and his eyes widened as he understood the situation he was in. But when Alex mentioned the minions, Thanatos's eyes filled with rage. It's you, bastard, who's thwarting our plans? Thanatos screamed, wanting to tear apart the person in front of him. It's hard to say that I'm interfering with your plans. It's you idiots who are disrupting my peaceful life and keep throwing shit at the fan blowing toward my lazy life, Alex said, not taking Thanatos's anger seriously. Unlike you, Savina left this world with a peaceful smile, and you can suffer a lot before I'm done with you, Alex continued, making Thanatos feel as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, and he began to fear for the first time. What are you talking about? Thanatos asked cautiously. Savina didn't want to talk either, but you know magic is such a versatile thing that it can be used for various purposes, Alex said, aiming to clarify the situation. After his words, Thanatos felt a sense of fear, afraid of the child sitting on Freya's lap. You'll tell me everything, whether you like it or not. Whether you tell it peacefully or suffer before you do is up to you, Alex said, starting to lose patience. Alex watched Thanatos, who was unwilling to talk, and thought that this asshole needed some stimulation to start speaking. He looked at Hestia and Hephaestus, asking if they wanted to leave, as what was about to happen might not be to their liking. Hestia shook her head negatively, indicating that she would stay until the end. Hephaestus simply said she would stay. Alex sighed wearily, realizing that this might be mentally traumatic for them, and decided he would find a way to calm them down later if needed. He jumped down from Freya's lap and walked toward Thanatos, who felt that if he didn't break free now, his fate would be terrible, and it would be the child's fault. Alex noticed Thanatos' desperate attempt to break free but ignored it, approached the chair, and began to look Thanatos in the eyes. Thanatos started putting in more effort, trying to escape, as his intuition warned him of something terrible coming. You knew that the girls in my family see me as a hero in the literal sense, Alex said, placing his hand on the chair. Thanatos stopped his attempts to break free and looked at the child who began speaking to him. He couldn't understand what this child was getting at. But the problem is, I'm not a hero. I'm very selfish and greedy. I have no desire to save everyone around me because I understand that it's impossible to save everyone. There will always be people in the world who want to cause harm to others. Gods are the same. Like you, for example, you do evil just because you see yourself as evil and all that. And I know there are many like you. Even if I kill all of you, people will still suffer from other things. And I've decided that it's better to deal with threats like you, who want only chaos and fun, Alex said, looking at Thanatos, who was lost in his thoughts. And so what? I see myself as a villain. Do you fancy yourself a hero? Want to save everyone? Pathetic mortal, Thanatos said, looking at Alex, who only shook his head. I've never considered myself a hero or a savior. I just want to live a peaceful life with my loved ones. A person like me can't be a hero, Alex said, looking at Thanatos, who continued to glare at him with malice. And do you know why? Alex asked Thanatos, who couldn't understand why the child in front of him was asking such a question. It's because the Demon King can't be a hero. A hero is someone who brings the light of hope. I bring destruction and death to my enemies, Alex said, and his eyes turned malevolent, making Thanatos break out in a cold sweat. And you'll understand that you shouldn't have come down to the human world and done whatever you pleased, Alex said, activating the chair. A. Thanatos began to scream, feeling a pain he had never experienced in his life. He felt as though he was being torn apart from the inside. The pain was such that it felt like his soul was being ripped apart piece by piece. Alex immediately silenced Thanatos' screams and went back to sit on Freya's lap. The goddesses didn't understand why Thanatos was writhing in pain. If they had looked closer, they would have noticed that Thanatos' body was disintegrating into small pieces and then coming back together. Alex didn't want his kind goddess Hestia to suffer from the sounds of Thanatos' suffering, so he silenced them so she wouldn't hear him going through the cycle of disintegration and healing. Loki wanted to move closer to watch, but Alex stopped her. What's happening to him that he's writhing in such pain? Loki asked, looking at Alex, who was fixedly watching Thanatos. His body and soul are going through an endless cycle of destruction and healing. The pain he's feeling now is beyond anything you can imagine, Alex replied, not taking his eyes off the suffering god. From what you've said, you could have just extracted the memories from Thanatos' mind. Why make him go through this experience? Hephaestus asked, frowning and looking at Alex. He deserves it, it's the consequence of his choices, Alex answered. If I hadn't interfered with their plans, they would have already caused chaos. Think of how many innocent lives would be lost just because they want to have fun, Alex said, looking at Hephaestus, who didn't know what to say. This is just the beginning of his suffering. Soon his cronies will join him. Ereb will suffer the most, but I can't scare him off just yet. I want to find out who's pulling the strings in this situation and who this behind-the-scenes villain is, helping this group of assholes, Alex said, his eyes glowing with the desire to beat these gods to death. Hestia could only frown but did not stop Alex. She understood that not always can a hero solve all problems. Sometimes, an even greater evil is needed to deal with another evil. Hestia shook her head, pushing away thoughts that Alex might be a villain. She reassured herself that he was acting with good intentions, though his methods were more radical. She looked at Alex with worried eyes, afraid he might stray onto the wrong path, and vowed to herself to prevent it. I think that's enough for now. He's already tried the trial version of my product, Alex said, approaching the chair and deactivating it. Thanatos felt the pain recede and began to breathe heavily, trying to compose himself. The pain he had just experienced still echoed in his body and soul like an endless echo. Are you ready to talk now? Alex asked, looking at Thanatos, who was breathing heavily and had vacant eyes. Seems like he's broken. Freya said with a sweet smile. She had been silent all this time because she didn't care about these gods. She was already ready to kill them herself because these bastards were ruining her future life with Alex, which was supposed to be filled with adventures in other worlds. If he doesn't respond, will you just rip his memories out? Hestia asked, trying not to look at Thanatos, who seemed to be dying countless times. Apparently, yes. This bastard has become completely useless, Alex said, showing no regret for what he had done to Thanatos. Placing his hand on Thanatos's head, Alex began reading his memories, and the more he saw, the more he frowned. The information Thanatos had was half useless, but one memory made Alex even more irritated, as it indirectly hinted that there was a being helping them. Finally, having learned the names of the accomplices, Alex began thinking about how to prevent them from scattering like rats. Did you find out anything useful? Freya asked, looking at Alex, who was deep in thought after removing his hand from Thanatos's head, from which blood was now pouring from his eyes, ears, and nose. Firstly, there is indeed someone helping them, hiding behind the scenes, and I also learned the names of his accomplices, Alex said, turning to the goddesses. And who are these gods? Hephaestus asked, frowning at Alex's words. They are Dionysus, Nyx, and Indra. And Thanatos doesn't know who is helping them. For that, we need to capture Erebus, but I'm afraid of scaring off the bigger fish, Alex said, listing the names of the gods, causing the goddesses to tense up. You're saying Dionysus is also part of this group? Loki asked. Yeah. According to Thanatos's memories, Dionysus is quite the hypocritical creature, Alex said with a scowl. So what do we do next? Hephaestus asked, wanting to know the plan. I'll create a couple of trinkets to give to Loki's family to place in the dungeon. This way, I can track the monsters that mutate due to these crystals. And just in case, I'll ask Alan to set up similar devices around the city. Erebus has become more irritable and unbalanced lately, Alex said, outlining his plan. You want to catch them one by one, so Erebus makes a mistake and reveals himself? Freya asked, trying to guess Alex's plan. Hearing her words, he turned to her with a surprised look. You guessed it. I want to catch them one by one so that Erebus will rush his plans and make a mistake, Alex said, giving her a thumbs up. Freya only smiled sweetly, proudly looking at the other goddesses, who grimaced at her actions. The group began discussing future plans regarding Erebus and the being pulling the strings. To be continued. Chapter 45, Potential Threats or Battles for the Right to be a Mother. Extracting information from Thanatos' mind, Alex finally learned the names of the group of fools striving to sow chaos. But as he had suspected, someone was helping them from the shadows, and he didn't like it. Usually, such beings don't act out of charity, and most likely, Erebus was a pathetic puppet in the hands of this entity. Observing the gods and creatures of this world, Alex concluded that this world was quite weak, and the entity behind the scenes was probably just having fun. Alex tried to recall who it might be but couldn't come to a definitive conclusion as there were many such beings. Alex continued pondering, making guesses about who it could be, and all these beings were very dangerous. Therefore, he needed to prepare for their possible appearance. While Alex was deep in thought, the goddesses watched him, seeing his face constantly frown. What are you thinking about? Loki asked, wanting to pull Alex out of his thoughts. I was just thinking about who could be behind the scenes, and if it's the entity I'm thinking of, everything could be much worse than I anticipated, Alex said, looking at the concerned goddesses. And who could it be? Freya asked, wanting to comfort Alex because with each encounter with this group of fools, he was becoming increasingly irritated. Let's just say, if this entity really came into this world, this universe would have been destroyed long ago, Alex sighed. Is it really that bad? Hephaestus asked, trying to think rationally. Unfortunately, yes. And I don't know if it's possible to kill this entity or if it can only be sealed, Alex said, drawing conclusions after his thoughts. You're not sure if this entity can be killed? How is that possible? Loki asked, not understanding. Well, let's just say, such entities exist outside of everything, and their very essence is chaos, Alex replied, hoping it wasn't who he thought it was. Can you explain more? Loki asked, raising her hand. I'll try to explain so you understand what I mean, Alex said wearily. First, there was the creator of everything. Then he created everything, and that was the beginning. When the beginning appeared, so did the end. When he brought everything to order, chaos appeared. When he created something, destruction appeared as its counterpart. When he created the first life, death was born at that moment. Do you roughly understand what I'm talking about? The goddesses listened to him with open mouths, trying to understand where Alex got such information. How do you know how everything came to be? Hestia asked in a trembling voice, pointing at Alex with shaking hands. In the world I come from, there are many theories about how everything came to be. From the Big Bang that created the universe to us being a delusional dream of a cosmic being, Alex said wearily. So, the place you come from is very advanced? Freya asked, looking at Alex with shining eyes. No, of course not. The place I come from is quite miserable, and unfortunately or fortunately, I won't be able to return there, Alex said, grimacing, recalling his old world. Why do you say that? It's the place you're from, Hestia asked, not understanding why Alex was so irritated by his home. Because if I could return, I wouldn't be able to hold back and would accidentally destroy the entire planet, Alex said, shrugging his shoulders. Is it that bad there? Hephaestus asked, looking at the relaxed Alex. Not so much bad, some people like it, some don't. I would gladly blow up that world, Alex said, looking at the goddesses, who only sighed wearily at his words. We've strayed a bit from the topic. If Erebus is being helped by an entity born from chaos, then things are bad. If he's being helped by someone else, it's not as bad, Alex said, making the goddesses break out in a cold sweat. So what should we do then? Freya asked in a serious tone. Well, let's hope that Erebus is only being helped by an avatar of this entity. If not, I'm not sure I'll be able to handle it, Alex said, realizing that more preparation was needed. Oh hell. So we can only hope that Erebus is being helped by another fool or just an avatar of an extremely powerful being, Loki said, pulling out a bottle of alcohol and taking a swig. Something like that. In the worst case, I'll try to fight this entity in the void, Alex said, understanding that he had few options. His words distressed the goddesses, who began to think that he was preparing to sacrifice himself if the entity he had to face turned out to be very strong. Hestia immediately made a fuss, trying to dissuade Alex from fighting. Alex tried to calm the goddess, who had already started crying. Hestia tightly embraced Alex, not wanting to let him go to face the danger. Hestia, stop, I'm having trouble breathing, Alex said, patting Hestia on the back. No, I won't let you sacrifice yourself. Hestia cried, holding him even tighter. Hestia, I'm not going to fight this entity yet because I don't know who the enemy is, Alex said, gently pushing Hestia away from him. Really? Hestia asked with tearful eyes. Yes. Plus, if this entity isn't as strong as its creator, there won't be any problems, Alex said, giving a thumbs up. Hestia, who had just been crying, began to get angry, wanting to strangle him. One moment he was speaking seriously, as if preparing to sacrifice himself, and the next, he was assuring her that everything would be fine and he could handle it. Stop. Don't even think about attacking me. I'm just trying to stay positive because the creator of this entity definitely can't attack, and that's a huge plus, Alex said, dodging Hestia. Don't even think about running away, mister. Your jokes have gone too far this time, Hestia shouted, starting to chase Alex. From the outside, it looked comical, the little goddess was chasing the child. Freya, help me. Alex shouted, running around the workshop from the pursuing Hestia. Sorry, but this time it's your fault, Freya replied, also irritated by his words. Alex was even more upset because he had thought she would protect him. Hephaestus, Loki, help. Alex tried to find support from the other goddesses, but they ignored him. Alex had no choice but to resign himself to the situation. Thanatos, sitting in a chair, was still disoriented and didn't hear what was going on around him. He turned out to be not as powerful a god as he thought, as just a few minutes of torture had turned him into a helpless puppet with its strings cut. Alex continued to run from Hestia, hoping her anger would subside or that she would tire of the chase. However, he was gravely mistaken, not realizing that when a girl is angry, she will chase you to the ends of the earth to vent her fury. Instead of Hestia tiring, it was Alex who became exhausted and decided to retreat to his pillow so Hestia couldn't reach him. But that too was a mistake, as Hestia became even angrier. Come down here immediately. Alex, I'm not joking. Get off the pillow and come here. Hestia shouted, throwing another object at Alex, who was flying on his pillow. You know it's unfair to throw objects. They're dangerous, and if you hit someone, Alex said, catching another item thrown by Hestia. I don't care, come down immediately, Hestia yelled, unwilling to seek reconciliation. Hold on, Hestia, stop throwing sharp objects at me. Can you tell me why you're so upset? Alex asked, dodging a knife Hestia had thrown. Are you still asking? Get down here right now, and I'll show you why I'm upset, Hestia fumed, grabbing a mace and preparing to throw it at Alex. At that moment, the goddesses watched the situation with cold eyes, also wanting to throw something at Alex, who didn't understand why they were upset. Stop. Don't throw that heavy thing at me, Alex shouted, trying to stop Hestia, who was holding the mace like a real barbarian. If I understand correctly, you're upset because I was irresponsible about this situation and you thought I would be fighting to the death with this entity. Alex asked. Hestia's hand stopped at this point, and she started looking at Alex. If you understand, then come down and receive your deserved punishment, Hestia said, still holding the mace. Hestia, I started preparing for such a situation the moment I realized that other beings might interfere in this world. I had plans for various scenarios, and I wasn't planning to sacrifice myself. I would simply accept who I am and fight this entity, Alex said, trying to calm Hestia. Let me come down and explain my plans, and in return, you put down the mace and let's avoid violence. Hestia pondered his words and nodded, putting the mace aside, wanting to hear Alex's explanation. Alex cautiously descended, not wanting Hestia to attack him. He kept the pillow ready in case she decided to strike after all. Seeing that Hestia wasn't attacking, Alex began to explain his plans and preparations for fighting powerful beings. He always adhered to the principle, prepared means armed. Since Alex realized that beings from outside could interfere in this world, his old paranoia resurfaced, and he started preparing for battle or at least to fend off these beings from this universe. Hestia listened attentively to his words but didn't let go of the mace in case Alex started joking again. Alex detailed his plans for when attacked and waited for Hestia's reaction. So, you've been working on this all the time, disappearing into the workshop for the last 3 months? Hestia asked after some thought. That's right. I'm not a fool and I know what my recklessness could lead to. I've had enough of reading stories about heroes who defeat enemies with the power of friendship, Alex replied. What do you mean by power of friendship? Hephaestus asked, looking at Alex, who was grimacing at the words. That's what it means. These heroes usually win like that. They lose at first, then remember who they want to protect, and that awakens a power within them, allowing them to defeat the villain, Alex said with a twitching eye. I definitely don't believe in the so-called power of friendship, and I'm not a hero to fight fairly. I'm a demon king, not a hero. I'll use any means necessary to kill my enemies. I started preparing from the very beginning, Alex said, shrugging his shoulders. So, can you win? Freya asked, looking at the nonchalant Alex. Her anger was rising, and she was already considering grabbing the mace from Hestia and attacking Alex herself. 80% chance if it's an avatar of this entity, and 50% chance I can banish it if it's the actual body. If it's other enemies, killing them will be easier, I just need to make sure they don't use their power during the battle, Alex said, trying to lighten the mood. And what are you going to do now? Hephaestus asked, trying to push away the negative thoughts. First, I need to set up alarm in the dungeon and throughout Orario. And deal with Ishtar, Alex replied after some thought, wanting to handle the smaller obstacles first. What do you want to do with Ishtar? Freya asked, wanting to understand Alex's plans and possibly help him. First, I need to find a reason to attack her. I can't just do it for no reason, Alex said, to which the goddesses only rolled their eyes. Don't make those faces, I've always attacked only when there was a reason, Alex continued with a twitching eye, looking at the goddesses who didn't believe his words. As you say. And how will you find a reason to attack Ishtar? Hestia asked, already putting the mace back in place. I'll provoke her. Alex said, grinning madly. You're not going to do anything extreme, are you? Hestia asked, reaching for the mace again. No, I'll just give her a reason to make the first move, Alex said, grabbing Hestia's hand and preventing her from picking up the mace again. And how will you do that? Loki asked, wanting to participate as well. With magic, Alex said, transforming into a small fox with blonde hair and green eyes. What? How? Can I hug you? Hestia asked, looking at Alex, who had changed form and become even cuter. She really wanted to hug and pamper him, and the other goddesses shared her sentiment. That's the charm of magic. I based it on a special skill of Lily's and used it on myself. And as for hugs, why are you asking? Alex replied, and Hestia immediately wrapped him in her embrace, starting to rub her cheeks against his fox ears, which gave him new sensations. So this is what it feels like for animals when they get their ears scratched, Alex thought, experiencing new sensations. But you still haven't answered how you plan to provoke Ishtar, Freya said, trying to ignore Alex's new appearance, but failing. She started to get a nosebleed, which she quickly wiped away, not wanting to break character. I'll just walk around Orario with Haruheim, waiting for Ishtar to send her children to capture Haruheim, Alex said, trying to ignore the feeling of being petted. Hephaestus could no longer contain her desire and joined Hestia in stroking Alex's head. Loki wanted to pet Alex's tail but was immediately smacked on the hands by the other goddesses, who began to growl at her, trying to scare her off. Loki, frightened by the reaction, stepped back with pouted lips. Are you sure this will work? Hephaestus asked, continuing to rub Alex's ears. Alex simply gave a thumbs up. First, I need to go back and tell Haruheim my plan since she is an important part of it, Alex said, breaking free from the goddesses' embraces, who pouted at losing their cute thing. But Freya wasted no time and immediately grabbed Alex again, starting to rub her face against his ears, which made Alex sigh in frustration. Seeing that they didn't want to let him go, Alex asked to be taken to the training ground so he could talk to Haruheim. Freya, who was carrying Alex and continued to occasionally rub her cheeks against his ears and breathe heavily, fulfilled her role as a carrier. Not wanting to be seen in such a shameful state, Alex jumped down from Freya's arms. Her eyes darkened for a moment, and she wanted to grab Alex again, but he held up his hand to stop her. Freya gave up and sadly watched as Alex entered the training grounds. As soon as Alex appeared on the training grounds, his presence first caused confusion, then shock, and then the girls, like hungry beasts, rushed towards him, eager to hug him. Alex realized he had made a mistake leaving Freya's embrace, as she could have protected him in this situation. Stop. Don't come near, or I can't vouch for myself. Alex shouted, trying to stop the approaching girls. Little one, who are you? Tiona asked, causing Alex to grimace again, not understanding how they could not recognize him with the goddesses behind him. He looks very much like a child who could come from Haruheim and Alex, Lily said, trying to figure out who was before her. My child with Alex? Haruheim said in surprise, her face turning red as she tried to recall when it happened and why she didn't remember. So you're my son? Haruheim asked, already wanting to accept the child as her own. Why is he your son? I could be his mother too, Tiona said, eager to claim the right to be his mother. Who? You. Don't make things up, I should be his mother, Lily interjected, ready to fight. This is my child, and I won't give him up to you, Haruheim said, wanting to assert her right. Girls, stop this argument. You're too irresponsible to be mothers. I can take care of him, Riveria intervened. Get lost, old hag. Tiona and Lily shouted in unison, angering Riveria, who began preparing a spell. Their words also upset the goddesses, who decided to intervene in the fight as well. Alex watched the scene unfolding before him, where the girls were ready to fight for the right to be his mother. He rubbed his forehead wearily, not understanding what was going through their heads. Don't they know that Alex can do a lot more, and that changing his appearance is just a small part of his abilities? Alex rubbed his forehead in exhaustion until he felt someone petting him. He looked up at the person and saw Ace standing next to him, gently stroking his head, trying to alleviate his headache. How are you, Alex? Ace asked with concern. I'm fine. At least one person recognized me, which is a relief, Alex said, looking at Ace with gratitude. Ace simply nodded and continued to stroke Alex's head. As he observed the ongoing battle between the adventurers and the goddesses, Alex sighed again. Well, this is still better than Konosuba. I definitely have accidentally destroyed the world there, Alex thought, realizing it could have been worse. Okay, enough fighting. Alex shouted, stopping the battle. The girls stopped at Alex's shout and turned around in surprise, not understanding why they were stopped. They thought the winner would get to be his mother. But seeing Alex's irritated face, which they knew very well, they sheathed their weapons, lowered their heads, and approached him. Alex saw that the battle had ended and waited for everyone to gather so he could have a talk with the troublemakers. When everyone had gathered, Alex began to look at them with a frown, and everyone lowered their heads, not wanting to meet his gaze. So, what was all this about? Alex asked, looking at the girls who were unwilling to speak. Can't you ever use your heads when something happens? He walked back and forth, staring at the silent girls. What's with these battles for the right to be a mother? Alex asked, but the girls only looked away. And you guys, why did you intervene? Are you bored or do you want to go through another round of experiencing the power of youth? Alex asked, looking at the guys who were covered in dust, not understanding how these girls became so fierce in this situation. Finn only gave a crooked smile, Alan arrogantly turned away, and Otter didn't know what to say, as his goddess had joined the battle and he just wanted to protect her. And you goddesses, why did you decide to intervene in this fight? Don't you know who I am? You were present at the time, Alex asked, looking at the goddesses, who gave him guilty smiles. Riveria, you should be the most sensible one in this group. Why did you become part of this mess too? Alex asked, looking at the elf who did not want to speak, realizing she had made a mistake. Did you really catch stupidity from your goddess during all the time you've been with Loki? Alex continued, looking at the elf. Loki wanted to argue that she wasn't stupid but immediately fell silent and lowered her head in guilt when Alex began looking at her. And girls, what's with this battle for the right to be a mother? Alex asked, looking at them. But. The girls wanted to argue. No buts. Even if I were Haruheim's child, the most you could be is godmothers, Alex said, causing Haruheim to smile proudly as she looked at the girls, who gritted their teeth at her antics. But how did you become like this? I know you can turn into a child but not change races, Lily asked, looking at Alex and wanting to touch his ears, just as he had done with hers. I based it on your unique skill and applied it to myself, Alex replied. All right, I still need to talk to Haruheim, so you all think about your behavior in the meantime, Alex said, approaching Haruheim and taking her hand, wanting to move away to talk. Haruheim continued to look proudly at the others, which only annoyed them more. Alex, did we forget something? Hestia asked, remembering the god they had left in the basement. Right. Alex said, smacking his forehead as he remembered the bag of trash he had forgotten to dispose of. I'll deal with him later. Don't worry, no one will even know, Alex said, giving a thumbs up as he left with Haruheim. The goddesses could only feel a little sorry for the poor creature, but just a little, as he had brought it upon himself. Alex took Haruheim away from the other girls so they could think about their behavior while he explained his plan to Haruheim. Haruheim, holding a child very much like herself, was lost in her fantasies. She wasn't thinking about anything at the moment, she was just watching Alex and dreaming of a future where they had a family and children who would resemble them. If we have children with Alex, they will look just like him when he looks like this, Haruheim thought, gazing at Alex. Haruheim, I'll need your help starting tomorrow, Alex said, stopping and looking at the girl who was lost in her fantasies. Seeing that she didn't respond, Alex wanted to ask again. Haruheim, are you listening? Alex asked, snapping his fingers in front of Haruheim's eyes to get her attention. What? I want 3 children. Haruheim said loudly, breaking out of her fantasies and accidentally voicing her dreams. About the children, let's put that aside for now, Alex replied, causing Haruheim's face to turn as red as a tomato as she crouched down and covered her face. Don't be embarrassed. I understand what you're thinking, and it's normal. But let's set that aside for now, Alex said, starting to stroke Haruheim's head. Haruheim murmured, not lifting her head because she was still embarrassed. I'll need your help for the next few days, Alex said, trying not to further embarrass the girl who was currently dying inside from shame. What kind of help? Haruheim asked, lifting her head and looking at Alex. Starting tomorrow, I'll be walking around the city with you, Alex said, causing Haruheim to tilt her head, not understanding what Alex wanted. Oh. So, we'll be walking around the city, waiting for an ambush from the Ishtar family, which might give us a reason to attack her, Alex said, seeing that Haruheim didn't understand what was expected of her. Isn't that dangerous? Haruheim asked, not wanting to put her new family at risk. It's okay, I'll handle it. I just need a reason, that's all, Alex said, giving a thumbs up. I just don't want to cause more problems for all of you, Haruheim said, blaming herself for bringing another trouble, and lowered her head, afraid to look at Alex. I'm telling you, it's fine. I'll protect you. If Ishtar is smart, she won't make a reckless move. If she's foolish, it'll just give us a reason to attack her, Alex said, taking Haruheim's cheeks in his hands to make her look at him. But. Haruheim began to say. No buts. I promised I'd protect you, and I will. And if Ishtar doesn't stop after my warning, no one will be able to help her, Alex said firmly. Then I'll do everything I can to not let you down, Haruheim said resolutely. You're a smart one, Alex said, looking into Haruheim's eyes, which were filled with determination. Haruheim only smiled at his words. Alex and Haruheim chatted and laughed a little longer, forgetting that at that very moment, a certain goddess in the red light district was going crazy because she couldn't gather any information about Hestia's family, as all the rumors reaching her were either ridiculous or exaggerated. To be continued. Chapter 46, 2 Gods for the Price of One. While Alex's group was busy kidnapping and interrogating the trash god, Ishtar was losing her mind from the lack of reliable information. Everything she received were just exaggerated rumors, so distorted that she couldn't tell truth from lies. Ishtar even tried to use her charm to question adventurers but learned nothing useful. She found out more about some new cult than about the Hestia Familia, which was hidden behind exaggerated rumors. At this time, Ishtar sat on her throne, glaring angrily at the members of her familia, who had failed at such a simple task as gathering information. Is this all you managed to gather in the time I was away? Ishtar shouted, smashing a glass on the floor. The shards flew and grazed the members of her familia, who were kneeling and afraid to look at their goddess. Ishtar-sama, we are doing our best. But all the information we get seems terribly absurd, said one of the members of Ishtar's familia. Then you are not trying hard enough. How hard is it to find out something about a small familia that just recently appeared? Ishtar screamed, and her familia members flinched. Ishtar-sama, those with good stealth tried to spy on the Hestia familia, but they couldn't penetrate the house due to a strange barrier. This barrier even prevents eavesdropping on what's happening inside the house, another member of Ishtar's familia tried to explain. How can a mortal have such abilities? Ishtar asked herself, biting her nail. Were you at least able to find out where this guy is from? Ishtar asked irritably, wanting any clue. Ishtar-sama, we found out that he is from the Far East. He traveled all his life before deciding to come to Orario, answered a third member of Ishtar's familia. Did you manage to find out which familia he belonged to and other details? Ishtar asked, trying to calm down. Everything related to his life before arriving in Orario is also full of various rumors. Some say he is a member of an ancient family, others that he is a lost prince who fled from his country. Some claim he is a humanoid monster escaped from another dungeon. There are many rumors, but the only sure thing is that he is from the Far East, said another member of Ishtar's familia, responsible for gathering information about Alex. You mean to say that all you found out is that he's from the East, and nothing more? Ishtar asked, her anger rising again. Ishtar-sama, we are doing everything we can. We've threatened, bribed, and tried various ways to extract information from adventurers, but we still can't learn anything reliable, another member of Ishtar's familia tried to explain. Then try to capture someone from his circle, Ishtar said, wanting to resort to drastic measures. Please reconsider, Ishtar-sama. Aisha shouted, fearing the consequences of such a step. How dare you contradict me? Ishtar shouted at Aisha, who had interrupted her. Ishtar-sama, I beg you to reconsider. When members of Apollo's familia said something to Alex during the war game, he made their lives worse than death. If we try to capture someone from his circle, I dread to think what he might do, Aisha said, trying to calm her goddess so she wouldn't take a reckless step. Ha ha ha. Aisha, since when did you become so cowardly? Isn't it just a small family? We can handle them easily, Phryna laughed arrogantly, trying to belittle Aisha. It's not cowardice. I'm just worried about Ishtar-sama. The captain of the Hestia familia attacked Apollo after the war game ended. Do you think he won't be able to do it again? When he attacked Apollo, there were other gods and adventurers present, and no one stopped him. Do you really think he won't dare to attack Ishtar-sama after we capture a member of his familia? Aisha said, ignoring Phryna. Ishtar pondered these words, recalling the rumors that the captain of the Hestia familia attacked a god without any consequences. Then continue monitoring the Hestia familia, and if the opportunity arises, capture Haruheim. Once she is in our hands, we'll see if this person dares to attack our familia or not, Ishtar ordered and went to her quarters. Ishtar couldn't imagine that all these rumors were deliberately spread by Alex, mixing them with the truth to prevent those trying to learn more about him from discerning reality. How can rumors be spread in a world without the internet and television? It's quite simple, a little help from the waitress girls, and it's done. Everyone comes to drink at the hostess of fertility, and a few words here and there, and ridiculous rumors mix with the truth. If Ishtar had thought about it, she might have realized that someone was deliberately interfering, but her rationality was impaired due to the goddess's wounded pride. How could Ishtar not be furious that someone was kidnapped from her home? The perpetrator suffered no consequences, and she could do nothing about it. While Ishtar was destroying her room in a fit of rage, Alex returned to his workshop to prepare some items for the Loki familia and Alan. I see you haven't gone anywhere. I'm glad you're such a good prisoner, Alex said, entering the workshop and addressing Thanatos, who did not respond to his words. You're such a good prisoner. You don't make noise, you don't threaten. I'm proud of you. Alex walked past Thanatos and sat at his workbench. But you understand that silence is not an option either, he said, turning to Thanatos, who still didn't react. Have you ever been told that you're a terrible conversationalist? Alex noticed that Thanatos continued to ignore him and simply gave up, looking at him with disdain. The great god of death turned out to be not so great, just a loudly barking mutt who didn't know its place. Turning back to his workbench, Alex began creating an item to help detect mutated monsters. After spending enough time on trial and error, he found the right combination of runes and magic to ensure the item worked properly and did not explode. Having created enough items to place them in the dungeon up to the 60th floor and cover all of Orario, Alex stretched wearily and decided it was time to do something with Thanatos, who was still in the workshop. Well, I'm done with my work, and now it's just you, my new friend, Alex said, standing up from the table. So what should I do with you? Kill you outright, or just erase your memory and put you back in place? Alex approached Thanatos, who still did not react. I see all your confidence and pride were shattered in just a few minutes, Alex said, wanting to see if Thanatos still had any personality left or if he was just an empty shell. Looking at you, I'm disgusted. You used to scream so arrogantly, but now, after a bit of torture and having your memories ripped out, you've become like this. Alex looked at the god bound to the chair with disgust. Even if I release you and erase your memories, your soul and body will still remember, and eventually, you will break, Alex mused aloud. So there's only one option left, I'll destroy your essence, and perhaps in the future, another god of death will be born, as your place will be vacant. Alex's fingers were covered in dark flames. Thanatos shuddered, realizing the inevitable death. Surprising. Even if you're not reacting now, your soul and body understand what awaits you, Alex said, striking Thanatos in the stomach. If you were a normal god, you wouldn't be sitting in this chair and ending up with complete erasure. Alex destroyed Thanatos' essence, and he began to turn to ashes, leaving only memories behind. At the moment Alex destroyed Thanatos, all the members of his familia felt that their blessing had disappeared. They began to check their backs, trying to understand why this happened, and discovered that the emblem of Thanatos' familia had vanished. This caused confusion, and they ran to the guild to find out what had happened. Alex didn't care about Thanatos. All he cared about now was going to sleep and cuddling with his goddess. It didn't matter who it was, Hephaestus or Hestia, as both goddesses had started sneaking into his room one after the other to sleep beside him. Waking up the next morning, Alex felt that his arm was numb from someone lying on it. Turning his head, he saw Hephaestus cuddling his arm and sleeping soundly. Their fingers were entwined, and deciding to hug the sweet goddess, Alex turned towards her and pulled her into his embrace, wanting to lie there a little longer. Hephaestus felt the embrace and snuggled even closer, continuing to sleep, oblivious to the time. While Alex stroked Hephaestus's head, his thoughts were occupied with how to catch these gods without scaring off others. He was sure that they had already received information about Thanatos' disappearance or death, as, by destroying the core of Thanatos, Alex felt that the blessing given to the members of his familia had vanished with the god's life. Alex decided that he needed to start capturing these gods so that Erebus would not get any help and began making reckless moves. Hephaestus woke up, feeling the embrace, and lifted her sleepy eyes to see Alex's thoughtful expression lost in his thoughts. She looked at Alex and thought that her life had become more colorful since his arrival. Hephaestus didn't know how to thank him, and even when she tried, Alex always said it wasn't necessary. At that moment, looking at his face, desire took over, and she reached out to kiss him. Good morning, it's nice to receive a morning kiss, Alex said, snapping out of his thoughts from Hephaestus's kiss. Good morning. Why are you so thoughtful this early? Hephaestus asked, enjoying the pleasant sensation of the kiss that she liked very much. I was just thinking that I need to speed up my plans to avoid putting you in danger, Alex replied, holding Hephaestus close as she hugged him and began breathing on his neck, causing a slight tickle. I know you'll handle it, Hephaestus said, sinking into Alex's embrace, wanting to be closer to him. And what about those frowns yesterday when you thought I wanted to sacrifice myself? Alex asked, recalling the frowning faces of the goddesses who thought he intended to sacrifice himself. I know you're strong, but I'll still worry about you, Hephaestus replied, biting Alex's neck, making him laugh. I just don't want to lose the happiness I've found, Hephaestus continued, stopping her bites. Don't worry, I have plans for every possible situation. And if those plans fail, I have plans for those cases too, Alex said, nodding. So you're prepared for everything? Hephaestus asked. Of course. I follow the principle, prepared means armed. It's my paranoia that keeps me from doing anything halfway, Alex said, rubbing his cheek against Hephaestus's head, making her giggle. Even if you've prepared everything, I'll still worry about you, Hephaestus said, lifting her gaze to Alex and looking into his eyes. In the worst case, I'll summon my castle. If the enemy is strong enough, I'll use that trump card, Alex said, causing Hephaestus's eyes to widen. You have a castle. Where is it? Why haven't you summoned it before? A stunned Hephaestus asked, not understanding how this was possible. The Demon King's castle is the primary source of his power. Fighting in his castle, the Demon King becomes almost invincible, Alex said. Something resonated in his soul but then quieted, like a small ripple in the ocean. But where is your castle? Hephaestus asked, not understanding how a castle could be summoned. It's here, Alex said, pointing to his chest. I don't understand, Hephaestus said, tilting her head to the side. My castle is in my soul. I've only recently begun to sense it. The more I become myself, the more I feel my powers, Alex explained, understanding that when he came to this world, he didn't possess all of Anos's power, only a part of it. The more he explored this power, the deeper he delved into this ocean. If before he could use only a drop of this entire ocean, over time he would be able to use the whole ocean. Don't think too much about it, I'll explain everything in time, Alex said, kissing Hephaestus on the lips, making her stop pondering and decide to wait until Alex explained everything himself. After spending some romantic time in the room with Hephaestus, Alex realized it was time to get up since he still had plans for the day. He needed to wait for Finn and Alan to arrive to give them the alarm system, which would help detect strange monsters in the dungeon or in the city if a group of idiots decided to make a desperate move. After hugging Hephaestus a little more, Alex and his embarrassed goddess went downstairs to the dining hall where they were already expected. Alex noticed that not only members of Hestia's familia were present but also Loki with Finn and Freya with Alan. How did Loki manage to get up so early? Or did you just come for a free meal? Alex joked, approaching the table and kissing Hestia. You think I always come to eat for free? Loki said, watching as Alex approached and kissed Freya. Alan, who saw this, could only scowl. If it weren't for your kids, you'd probably have drunk yourself into oblivion or be starving by now, Alex said, passing by Loki and giving her a kiss on the head to cheer her up. Loki huffed, unwilling to look at Alex. Freya, I'm glad you came too, because I was supposed to give this to you yesterday, Alex said, sitting at the table and focusing on Freya, who was drinking tea. Really? And what did you forget to give me yesterday? Freya asked, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. This, Alex replied, placing a small cube on the table. What's this? Freya asked, examining the cube, which was covered in runes and shimmered with a strange color. This is a protective cube. Place it in the center of your apartment or estate, and it will merge with the place and act as a shield, Alex said, and Freya's eyes sparkled at the gift. A precious gift. Thank you, Freya said, smiling sweetly and wanting to kiss Alex again. Why the thanks? We're in love and all that. Isn't it my duty to protect you? Alex said, brushing off Freya's words. Why does Freya get such a thing and I don't? Loki began to shout, feeling neglected. Finn could only sigh tiredly. Your home has been protected for a long time, or were you listening with a different part of your body? Alex asked, looking at Loki, who stopped making noise and started thinking. Loki was trying so hard to remember that it seemed like smoke was coming out of her head. Haha, I probably drank too much and can't remember, Loki awkwardly laughed, making everyone roll their eyes at the carefree goddess. Finn sighed once again, earning sympathetic looks from those around him. Heh. Not only do you lack brains, but you also lack. Well, brains, Hestia said disdainfully, looking at Loki. What did you say, shrimp with buckets? Loki yelled, wanting to attack Hestia. While the two goddesses were arguing, Alex decided to talk to Finn and Alan to hand over the items and explain how to use them. Alan, Finn, let's step aside so we won't be interrupted, Alex said, getting up from the table and leading the two guys away. Here are the things I made, Alex said, handing 2 bags to the guys. And what are we supposed to do with these? Alan asked irritably, not forgetting how Alex had kissed Freya right in front of him. First listen before you open your mouth, Alex said, hitting Alan on the head. Alan, receiving the blow, crouched down, holding the sore spot and glaring at Alex. And don't look at me like that. It's your own fault for being so impatient, Alex said, ignoring his glare. Finn could only give a crooked smile as he looked at Alan. Anyway. There's a lot of space in these bags, and they're completely filled with tracking items, Alex said, pulling an item out of the bag. Finn, your task is to place them on every floor of the dungeon, up to the floors your team can reach. Distribute these items to your team members, and have them place them on each floor to cover every corner, Alex said, handing the bag to Finn, who nodded seriously, understanding the responsibility of the task. Alan, your task is to place these around the city, Alex continued, handing a bag to Alan, who roughly grabbed it. Each item has a range of about 50 meters. I could have made them better, but there was only time for this, Alex said, giving a rough idea of how the items worked. And Alan, in addition to placing these items around the city, you'll need to search for the locations of Ereb, Nyx, and Indra's homes. It's very important, Alex said, looking at Alan with serious eyes. I'm only doing this to protect my goddess. You're not involved, Alan said gruffly, to which Alex just shook his head, realizing that Alan was at Sundara. All right, you can go now. If anything happens, you can contact me through this item, Alex said, handing them a strange device that resembled an old cell phone. This task is very important, so it's best to act promptly, Alex added. The guys nodded with serious faces and left the house. Alex watched as the guys set off to complete their tasks and decided it was time to move on to the next job, eliminating Ishtar. He headed to Haruheim's room, knocked on the door, and asked if she was ready. Haruheim quickly opened the door and said she was ready. Alex transformed into a fox cub resembling Haruheim, and they left the house, strolling through the streets of Orario to spread rumors about a fox with a child. But little did they know, Ishtar wasn't planning to act for another week. Their walks with Haruheim extended over the course of a week, waiting for Ishtar to decide to send her children to capture Haruheim. One day, while Alex and Haruheim were walking through the city, he sensed they were being followed, so they turned into an empty alley, hoping to lure out their pursuers. I see you're living well after leaving Ishtar's family, a voice came from behind them. Aisha. Long time no see, Haruheim said, turning around and recognizing an old friend who had always supported her. I didn't expect you to move so quickly that you'd have a child already, Aisha said, looking at the child who resembled Haruheim. So your captain is capable of such things. I'm not surprised after all the rumors I've heard. Long time no see, Aisha, Alex said, catching her attention. Do we know each other, little one? Aisha asked in surprise, not understanding how the child knew her. Of course, we do. We met when I kidnapped Haruheim, Alex replied, and immediately Aisha and her companions found themselves bound in mana chains. What? How? Aisha asked, ignoring the chains that restrained them. Well, you know, magic, Alex replied, waving his hands, and rose petals began to fall through the air. Aisha and her companions gaped, not understanding what was happening. I was waiting for Ishtar to decide to capture Haruheim. But why hasn't she done it earlier? Alex asked, using a sealing spell to prevent anyone from eavesdropping. Ishtar didn't know which rumors about you were true and which weren't, Aisha responded, realizing she had little chance of escaping. I see. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you or your companions. We'll just talk and decide what to do, Alex said, causing a sigh of relief from the group of captured girls. I'll ask a few questions, and you just answer them, Alex continued, and Aisha nodded in agreement. First question, do you want to leave Ishtar's family? Alex asked. Yes, I do, Aisha answered immediately without hesitation, and her companions nodded as well, indicating that they also wanted to leave Ishtar's family. Then the next question, which gods has Ishtar been meeting with recently? Alex inquired. Over the past week, Ishtar has been frequently visited by the god Indra, Aisha replied. Upon hearing this, Alex's smile grew wildly, realizing he had found another enemy. Final question, how often did Indra come by? Alex asked. Indra came every day and often stayed for a long time. He was with Ishtar when we left to capture Haruheim, Aisha said, looking at Alex, whose smile was becoming increasingly deranged. Ha 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 ha, I found him, Alex began to laugh, anticipating the encounter with a new enemy. Listen, Aisha, I can free you from Ishtar's influence, but I'll need your help, Alex said, continuing to smile. What can I do to help? Aisha asked, stuttering. It's simple. You'll bring me and Haruheim to Ishtar and say you captured us. After that, you just need to stay out of it, Alex said, freeing the girls. Aisha thought it over and decided that if the child before her was indeed as strong as the rumors claimed, he would be able to protect Haruheim. A big bonus was the freedom she would gain. Aisha agreed and led Alex and Haruheim to Ishtar. Aisha brought them to the house where Ishtar's family usually gathered. All the family members were already assembled. As Alex entered, he began to look around and count the number of Ishtar's family members. When they entered the main hall, Alex noticed a woman with sun-kissed caramel skin and shiny black hair sitting on a throne. She was dressed in scant clothing and looked at Haruheim with a scowl. Standing next to Ishtar was a tall, tanned man with white hair and brown eyes, his expression showing complete indifference. Did you think you could escape from me, Haruheim? Ishtar said, looking at Haruheim, who did not react to her words. Ishtar-sama, if she doesn't want to talk, give me the child, and she will definitely start talking, said Phryne, drooling as she looked at the child. What do you think, Haruheim? Should I give this child to Phryne? Ishtar asked, hoping to elicit some reaction from Haruheim. PFFF, I can't take it anymore, this is fucking hilarious, Alex started laughing, unable to endure the serious atmosphere any longer. How dare you interrupt Ishtar-sama? Children need to be punished. Phryne shouted, but Alex made a gun shape with his hand and pointed it at her. Bang. Alex said, and Phryne turned into a bloody mist. Ishtar grabbed the armrest of her throne, while Indra began to look at the child seriously. Oh, sorry, I went a bit too far. Ingle, Alex said innocently, resurrecting the hideous toad. What now? Phryne started to say, but her body was pierced by multiple swords. Oh, I did something bad again. But her ugly face scared me, so I accidentally killed her again, Alex said innocently, killing the toad once more. Phryne, having been killed and resurrected again, couldn't understand what was happening. Oh, your face is still as ugly even after I resurrected you. Let's fix that, Alex said, crushing the toad's head with his hand. I think that's enough for her. And now you two, he continued, looking at Ishtar and Indra. Haruheim, go home and tell Hestia that I found another idiot. She'll understand, Alex said, teleporting Haruheim home. And now you two. Who would have thought that today I'd get two gods for the price of one? Right, Indra. How's that loser club of yours that wants to create chaos in the city? Alex said, transforming back into his previous form. How dare you? Indra began to yell, but his voice disappeared. Shoo, don't make a noise, we'll talk later, Alex said, placing a finger to his lips, signaling that Indra should be quiet. And now you, Ishtar. Didn't Freya tell you not to go through with your plans? Or is your head filled with sperm from all your suitors? Alex said, pacing the hall and looking at Ishtar's family members, who had lost consciousness from the spell. And now you've teamed up with Indra, who is part of a loser club trying to cause chaos. What should I do with you? Treat you like Thanatos? Or just send you back to the realm of the gods? Alex said, summoning his throne and sitting on it. What do you mean? Ishtar asked, trying to use her powers, but nothing worked. Don't bother trying, your powers won't work. I've sealed this entire room, Alex said, watching as Ishtar began to tremble with fear. I'll give you two choices. First, you tell me everything you talked about with Indra, and maybe I won't kill you. Second, I'll force it out of you, and you'll end up like Thanatos, dead forever, Alex said, showing two fingers. Ishtar pondered, trying to find a way out of this terrible situation. Her intuition told her that the person before her was capable of killing her. She found herself in this situation due to her desire to get Haruheim back and her connection with Indra, who promised to help after she joined their club. All she knew about this club was that the gods in it aimed to achieve some great goal. Realizing she didn't want to die, Ishtar decided to choose the first option. To be continued. Chapter 47, another move by the villain group. While Ishtar pondered whether to confess everything or face death, Alex carefully observed the internal struggle of the goddess. His thoughts occasionally wandered to how male gods could continue visiting Ishtar without feeling dirty. Just being in this place made Alex feel a growing sense of disgust. As he wrestled with this feeling, one of the male gods attempted to flee. Alex didn't pay much attention, knowing that the god wouldn't be able to leave the hall. Indra, there's no point in trying to escape. The entire hall is sealed, Alex said without even turning toward the god, who was futilely trying to open the doors. Did your group of losers really think I wouldn't do anything to you? Alex asked, turning his head slightly toward Indra, who glared at him with hatred. And don't look at me like that, it's your own fault. I have no interest in hearing your arrogant speeches about what a great god you are and how I'll pay for my insolence, Alex added, remaining calm in the face of Indra's fury. Thanatos also screamed loudly, but in the end, not even ashes remained of him, only the memories of those who knew him, Alex said, sending a wave of terror through Indra. The god had been trying to use his powers the entire time, but to no avail. Now be a good dog and sit down. I'll deal with you later, Alex said, using magic to forcibly seat Indra back in his place. Indra felt himself lifted and thrown down, feeling pain and humiliation, but what angered him the most was the blow to his divine pride. Alex didn't care about Indra's feelings, viewing him as just another arrogant villain. Are you done thinking, Ishtar? I don't have all day to spend in this disgusting place, Alex abruptly interrupted the goddess's thoughts. Maybe we can make a deal. I could spend the night with you if you let me go, Ishtar suggested, considering the possibility that she wouldn't mind such terms. Looking at you, I feel nothing but disgust. I gave you two choices only because I still need to deal with Indra, not because I find you interesting, Alex replied with such evident revulsion that Ishtar even became angry. Is this all because of Freya? Just because you're with her, you look at me like this. How am I worse than Freya? Ishtar began shouting, throwing questions at him. Freya has nothing to do with this. Even if I wasn't with her, I'd still find you repulsive. And yes, you are indeed worse than Freya, Alex calmly responded, not hiding his disdain. Haha. We've always been compared, and once again, Freya wins, Ishtar laughed bitterly. Freya has also slept with many men, but you don't find her disgusting. Ishtar shouted, trying to provoke disgust in Alex toward Freya. You're right, I know she's been with other men. But do you know how long ago that was? I do, so long ago that it's not even worth remembering. And you, for example, just had a romp with Indra this morning, Alex said in a composed tone, ignoring Ishtar's behavior. Even if you and Freya share the same divinity, it doesn't mean she has to be as filthy a whore as you, Alex added sarcastically, staring at Ishtar, who fell silent after his words. You're also a goddess of love. But have you ever truly loved? Alex asked, staring intently at Ishtar, who struggled to find an answer. Ishtar tried to respond, but the words caught in her throat. There's your answer. But Freya's love is heavy, like a black hole. She was willing to trap me just so I couldn't escape her, Alex said, his eyes darkening. But the most surprising thing is that I didn't mind such love. Isn't love supposed to be like that? When you want the person you love to always be with you. Alex continued, his eyes growing even darker. Ishtar recoiled at the sight of the same look in his eyes that Freya had. And here's the difference between you and Freya. You want to surpass her, but you won't be able to because you're not ready to give everything you have to one person. You're too proud for that, Alex said, his eyes returning to their normal state as he smiled as if nothing had happened. Alex's words struck Ishtar, making her question whether she was ready for such sacrifices. Could she love as insanely as Freya loves Alex? She didn't know the answer and had never thought about it before. Throughout her life, Ishtar had relied on various tricks to get what she wanted, while Freya only had to ask, and everyone rushed to fulfill her wishes. Ishtar had tried numerous ways to surpass Freya but always failed. Now she could only offer a bitter smile, realizing she had lost once again. Looking at Alex, Ishtar understood why Freya was so obsessed with him. It wasn't because they were similar but because he could give Freya everything she desired and endure her mad love. Are you done thinking? I don't have all day, Alex asked, noticing that Ishtar had again lost herself in thought. Have you decided what you'll do, or are we going to go in circles again? He repeated when Ishtar finally emerged from her musings. What do you want to know? Ishtar asked wearily, resigned to her fate. What was Indra here for? And what help did he offer? Alex asked promptly, not wanting to waste time. Indra came to invite me to a club of gods who want to achieve some great goal, but he didn't say what exactly, Ishtar answered. And about the second part of the question? Alex raised an eyebrow, indicating he wanted a more precise answer. He said that his group has a way to deal with you when my family captures Haruheim, Ishtar replied. Alex widened his eyes momentarily, glancing at Indra, who continued to glare at him with hatred. Did he say anything else? Alex shifted his gaze back to Ishtar. No, he didn't say what the club is. He said I'd find out after I join. Ishtar shook her head. So you don't have any useful information, Alex concluded, watching as Ishtar averted her gaze. You know, I could kill you just for sleeping with Indra and accepting his help, Alex said coldly. Ishtar broke into a cold sweat, her eyes darting nervously as she tried to find a way to dissuade him. But I have other matters to attend to today. Consider yourself lucky, Alex continued, standing up from the throne and approaching Indra. You're going to let me go? Ishtar asked, not believing his words. You could say that. It's not your fault you were born with an empty head, Alex replied, standing next to Indra. But I did want to harm a member of your family and threatened her. Ishtar recalled the rumors about Alex attacking Apollo. You're right, but my priority right now is Indra. As for you. Alex paused for a moment, turning his head toward Ishtar. Stop behaving like a whore and find yourself a husband. Perhaps your life will improve when you find true love. Forget about always being compared to Freya. You are you, and Freya is Freya. You're two different people. What does it matter if you're better or worse than Freya? It's your life, your story, and you shouldn't focus on others' opinions. That's my advice before I leave, Alex said, looking at Ishtar. Alex's words made Ishtar ponder whether she could truly leave her hatred for Freya in the past. Was it possible for her to start anew? These questions began to swirl in her mind. She had been so obsessed with competing with Freya for so long that she could no longer remember where the enmity had originally begun. Had Freya ever thought about this? Or did she not care? Alex noticed that Ishtar had once again immersed herself in thought and sighed wearily. He didn't understand why God spent so much time contemplating. If you hate someone, just hate them. Shaking off the unnecessary thoughts, Alex turned his attention back to Indra, contemplating what to do with him. He decided it was time for a corrective conversation with Indra, but first, he needed to immobilize his patient. After delivering a few blows to the head, Alex expected Indra to lose consciousness. But seeing that Indra remained conscious after the blows that had knocked out Thanatos, Alex realized he needed to be more decisive and kicked him in the head. Indra, feeling humiliated by these blows, glared at Alex with hatred until the final blow finally knocked him out. Ensuring that Indra no longer resisted, Alex decided it was time to take him to a place where bad gods are reformed. Ishtar, emerging from her thoughts, watched as Alex struck Indra's head and then kicked him. Her eyes widened in horror, realizing that she could have been treated the same way. But she didn't know that an even worse fate awaited Indra. Noticing a knocked-out tooth near Indra's face, Alex smiled with satisfaction, seeing the result of his work. He grabbed Indra by the hair, preparing to head home. Before leaving, he addressed Ishtar one last time, instructing her to stop her dirty deeds and start living a normal life. Just as Alex was about to leave, he remembered the 3 people he had promised to help and summoned them to teleport together with him. Ishtar watched as Alex took 3 more members of her family and sighed wearily. The day had been too eventful for a goddess like her. Taking one last look at the unconscious members of her family, Ishtar shook her head, deciding she urgently needed a good sleep. Alex teleported directly to his workshop and immediately strapped Indra to a chair to prevent him from trying to escape. Having cast a silent spell on him in advance, Alex ensured that the god's screams would not disturb the others in the house. He then turned his attention to the 3 Amazons, pondering what to do with them. Deciding it was best to talk first, Alex woke the women. As the Amazons woke up, they looked around and realized they were in some kind of workshop. They were confused until they noticed Alex sitting in a chair next to the restrained Indra. At first frightened, the women calmed down upon seeing Alex's strange but calm demeanor. I see you're awake. I've pulled you out of Ishtar's family, as promised. You could say you're free now, Alex said, looking at the group that included Aisha. Thank you for helping us and protecting Haruheim all this time. She is like a younger sister to me, Aisha said gratefully, bowing her head. There's no need to thank me. We made a deal, and you did your part, and I did mine. As for Haruheim, it's my duty to take care of her, as she is my family, Alex replied, brushing off the gratitude. Still, that doesn't change the fact that you helped us and saved Haruheim from a terrible fate, Aisha continued, wanting to express her appreciation. All right, as you say, Alex shook his head, accepting her words. Now that you're free, what are your plans? The girls were confused, not knowing what to say. To be honest, I haven't thought about it yet, Aisha admitted shyly. If you're not sure yet, I can recommend a place to work so you'll at least have some money, Alex suggested, which made the girls' eyes light up with interest. What kind of job? Aisha asked curiously. Waiting tables at Mistress of Fertility. I'm friends with Mia, and she can offer you a job, Alex explained. Aisha and her friends considered the offer. Can we have a little time to think? Aisha asked cautiously, fearing Alex might get angry. Of course, take your time. This is your life, and only you have the right to decide how to live it, Alex replied with a kind smile. I thought you were different, Aisha confessed, surprised by Alex's reaction. What did you think I was like? Alex asked, tilting his head. Cold, cruel, not accepting refusals, Aisha replied, carefully watching his reaction. PFFF, ha ha ha. That's something new. This is why you shouldn't believe rumors, Alex laughed, which puzzled the girls watching him. Maybe you're right, Aisha smiled. All right, I need to talk to my goddess and gather others. So let's head upstairs, Alex said, getting up from his chair and asking the girls to follow him. Approaching the door, he added, and please don't spread what you've seen today. It could end badly. The girls flinched at his warning and nodded, indicating they understood. Alex led the girls upstairs. Aisha's group, a bit nervous, followed him up the stairs. Their minds were filled with thoughts about what had happened, and they wanted to know why Indra was tied to a strange chair and what had happened to Ishtar. However, afraid of angering the person in front of them, they didn't dare ask questions. Alex reached the main hall and immediately felt the oppressive atmosphere. In the center of the room were Hestia and Hephaestus, and opposite them were two unfamiliar men. One was a blonde in a strange hat, whose face seemed to beg to be hit. Next to him was another man with black hair who exuded kindness and calm, instilling trust. Behind them stood a group of people, 3 of whom were bandaged after injuries, and one girl standing behind the blonde seemed to be reluctant to be there. Alex immediately recalled a scene from an anime and realized that the situation might be very similar. His suspicions were confirmed when he saw Hestia frown, and anger began to boil inside him. Alex, please, calm down first, and we'll talk, Hestia said as she saw Alex's smile vanish upon noticing the strangers in the hall. She realized that Alex had figured out what was going on. We'll talk, but as for calming down, I'm not sure, Alex replied grimly, approaching and sitting next to Hestia. This blonde with the disgusting smile is Hermes, and next to him is Takamikazuchi. Behind them are members of their families, Hestia introduced the guests. Hestia, what do you mean by disgusting smile? Hermes asked with feigned surprise. Nice to meet the famous captain of the Hestia familia. I'm very pleased, Takamikazuchi said with a smile. I came to apologize for the actions of my family members, he continued, trying to ease the tension as Alex's eyes grew darker. Go ahead, Alex said curtly. Alex, listen. Hestia began, but Alex interrupted her before she could continue. I said, tell me what they did, Alex demanded, keeping his gaze fixed on Takamikazuchi. How dare you speak to a god like that, the muscular guy, all bandaged up, exclaimed indignantly. You better shut up. Depending on what your god says, you might end up staying here forever, Alex threatened, looking at the guy who seemed to be responsible for the situation. There's no need to argue, we're all friends here, Hermes tried to defuse the tension. Shut up, Alex snapped without even looking at him. His gaze was fixed on Takamikazuchi, who began to sweat under Alex's intense stare, feeling increasingly uncomfortable. My children went on a raid and encountered a group of strange monsters. Unable to defeat them, they decided to flee. And while escaping, they ran into members of your family and decided to provoke the monsters to attack them, Takamikazuchi confessed, avoiding Alex's intimidating gaze. So you decided it was better to sacrifice others' lives rather than try to handle the problem yourselves? Alex asked calmly, sending shivers down everyone's spines. Takamikazuchi's family members looked away, not daring to answer. Why are you silent? Alex asked in the same calm tone. Where's your courage when you were throwing others to their deaths? Where's your courage now, when you're in the house of those you decided to sacrifice? He approached the muscular guy and continued, I asked you a question. Why are you looking away and not daring to look at me? The guy began, but before he could finish, he received a kick to the chest, feeling his ribs crack. You should have sacrificed yourself instead of standing here and trying to make excuses, Alex said, looking at the guy who had fallen, choking on his own blood. Everyone in the hall was stunned by Alex's actions as he suddenly attacked the injured guy. Hestia was the first to react, she rushed to him, trying to hold him back, with Hephaestus quickly following. They grabbed Alex, who seemed intent on continuing the assault despite the guy's obvious injuries. Both goddesses were unsure of Alex's capabilities in a fit of rage and didn't want to find out. Their main goal now was to calm him down and stop him from further actions. Takamikazuchi could only smile sadly, realizing that his children had brought this anger upon themselves. Hermes, who had been smiling before, now frowned, disappointed by Alex's unexpected reaction. He had expected different behavior from him, as he was an expert in gathering information and never trusted rumors, preferring to look for patterns in what he heard. Hermes had seen potential for Alex to become a hero, but now he began to realize that Alex was far from being a hero. Alex, stop. Don't beat him. Hestia cried out, holding Alex tightly, trying to calm him. That's right, Alex, he's not worth it, Hephaestus supported her, wrapping her arms around Alex's waist to restrain him. This bastard would have been better off dying in the dungeon like a dog than showing up here and thinking apologies are enough, Alex spat, trying to suppress his anger and restrain himself from finishing off the guy in front of him. He abruptly turned to the dark-haired girl who had been silent all this time. Hey, you, tell me what happened. We were on the 7th floor, and then. The girl stammered, clearly frightened by his tone. What are you mumbling about? Speak clearly, Alex said, losing his patience. We were on the 7th floor and found a strange room with a black wall. When we tried to investigate it, a lot of monsters started coming out. They were black with purple veins. We tried to fight them, but they were much stronger than us. Then they injured Chigusa, and we started retreating. The girl gathered her thoughts and began to explain the situation. Hearing her words, Alex frowned, realizing that this group of failures had somehow disrupted the structure of the dungeon. What happened next? He asked in a harsh tone, increasingly understanding how out of control the situation was. When we were fleeing and fighting, we ran into other adventurers and passed by them, hoping the monsters would be distracted by them, the girl added, beginning to tremble under Alex's intense gaze. I ordered them to do that, don't blame them, said the guy, trying to rise from the floor. Oka, you don't need to take all the blame, we're all at fault, said Chigusa, a girl with a bob haircut and bangs covering her eyes, trying to stop him. No, it's my fault, and as captain, I take full responsibility, Oka insisted, not letting Chigusa approach him. Alex watched their interaction, desperately trying to suppress his anger. But the more he watched, the stronger his fury grew. On one hand, he could calm down, knowing he had armed and trained the girls from his family to the point of exhaustion. On the other hand, if there were too many monsters, they might have been harmed. Alex believed they would manage, but that didn't change the fact that the bastard in front of him had tried to sacrifice others to save his own skin. Are you finished with your melodrama? Alex asked, looking at the pair that was unsuccessfully trying to take the blame. Hearing his words, they turned their gaze to him and flinched. If something happened to them, if they're injured or, heaven forbid, worse. Alex began, moving closer to Oka. I'll kill everyone you care about. I'll destroy everything you have. You'll watch as those you love die before your eyes, and everything you hold dear will be torn apart in my hands, Alex said, leaning closer to Oka. His words sent shivers down everyone's spine. Alex, don't go that far. The girls might be all right since you trained them. Please, let them go. I don't blame them, and you should forgive them, Hestia pleaded, rushing to Alex with tears in her eyes. My goddess might have forgiven you, but I certainly won't. Remember, whether you lose everything or receive forgiveness depends on their condition, Alex said, turning away from Oka, who was drenched in cold sweat, realizing the situation was much worse than he had imagined. Alex moved to the couch, trying to calm down, and began to think. The girl, who seemed to be named Yamato, mentioned a black wall from which mutated monsters emerged. The more Alex thought about it, the more convinced he became that this group of failures had somehow managed to infect the dungeon. The experiment with infecting Goliath was not just a test of Monster Rex mutation but an attempt to infect the dungeon itself. Alex pondered this theory deeply. At its core, the dungeon was an organism filled with mana, where the dungeon's bottom served as its heart and the walls as veins. Injecting poison into the blood would infect the entire organism. Everyone in the hall watched Alex, seeing him frown as he tried to understand what he was thinking. Hermes watched him with particular interest. While Alex might not have had the potential to become a hero, there was something else that intrigued Hermes deeply. When he first heard the title Alex held, he realized there was something more behind it. Alex's behavior only reinforced Hermes' belief that Alex was the complete opposite of a hero. If a hero aims to save everyone, Alex, like a demon king or dragon, guarded only his treasure, his loved ones. Hey, you, Alex said, pointing to the girl with braided black hair. My name is Yamato, not you, she replied. As you say. Describe the wall you saw, Alex continued, looking at Yamato intently. Just a plain black wall, she answered after a brief pause. Did it have purple streaks, like veins, spreading across the wall, almost like poison? Alex clarified, wanting more details. Why yes, exactly. How did you know? Yamato asked, surprised. Damn it, Alex cursed, causing confusion among everyone in the room. Alex, do you know something? Hephaestus asked, noticing his frown. You understand it too. It's those failures again, trying to amuse themselves, Alex replied, causing Hephaestus and Hestia's eyes to widen. The others present were confused about what was being discussed. Damn, well played, I can't argue with that, Alex muttered to himself, which only increased everyone's bewilderment. Alex, what are you talking about? Hestia asked, trying to understand his words. This is their way of getting revenge on me for interfering with their plans and distracting me while Ishtar kidnaps Haruheim. They hoped my anger would be directed at Ishtar, and thus made their move, Alex explained, his eyes flashing with contempt for those behind it. You're saying they planned all of this? Hephaestus asked, trying to confirm. Yes, Alex simply nodded. Hephaestus frowned, and Hestia began to get angry, realizing how devious their enemy's plan was. While Alex and his two goddesses discussed the situation, the others present were left guessing. They didn't understand which group of failures was being referred to and why they were causing so much trouble for Hestia's family. Hermes was particularly intrigued. Watching Alex and the goddesses, he realized they clearly knew more than they were letting on, and their reluctance to share information irritated him. His curiosity to uncover the truth was only growing. Ignoring Hermes's restlessness, Alex got up from the couch, intending to call Finn to find out how their dungeon expedition was progressing. However, something was interfering with the connection, and Alex realized that mana flow disturbances in the dungeon were causing interference. Deciding to take further action, he called Alan to find out when he last communicated with Finn. "Alan, when was the last time you spoke with Finn?" Alex asked. "We talked a couple of days ago when they were finishing up the alarm installation on the 60th floor, Alan replied, not understanding what Alex was getting at. "Got it. Listen, go to Freya and tell her she needs to come to my place. And don't forget to bring Loki," Alex instructed. "Why do I have to do this?" Alan replied, annoyed. "Because shit has hit the fan, so hurry up," Alex answered, ending the call. Alex sighed wearily, realizing his peaceful life was coming to an end and that the villains had decided to make their final move in their great scheme. He didn't yet know who was pulling the strings, but he understood they were resorting to desperate measures. Alex pondered that these villains were not following the usual script. Such actions were typically taken when the protagonist is alone, and the villain summons a monster lurking in the shadows. Settling back on the couch, Alex decided to wait for Loki and Freya to discuss the current affairs and the situation in the dungeon. To be continued. Chapter 48, New Allies. Alex sat on the couch, deep in thought about how well the villains had played their cards. The atmosphere in the room, already tense, grew even more oppressive. Alex realized that the group of failures was now aiming to infect not just one monster but the entire dungeon, causing chaos on a massive scale. His thoughts were dark, and he struggled to resist the urge to smoke, but Hestia had strictly forbidden smoking in the house. Alex sighed again and looked around at the people in the room, who were watching him warily. But one gaze stood out among the rest. Hermes' eyes were full of interest. He clearly wanted to know all the details of what was happening. Hestia, noticing that Alex was deep in thought, tried to calm him down. "Alex, the girls will be fine. You said yourself that you trained them well," Hestia said, taking his hand. "I'm not worried about them. I'm worried about Belle. She only trained under me for a week," Alex replied with a wry smile, looking at her. "She'll be fine too. Knowing your paranoia, I'm sure you armed her to the teeth," Hestia reassured him, recalling how Alex had prepared her for self-defense. "Ugh. But I have to give credit to those idiots. They made a very smart move. I didn't expect them to go this far," Alex admitted, starting to reach for a cigarette. "I told you, not in the house," Hestia sternly reminded him, slapping his hand. Alex grimaced and thought about going to the workshop, the only place in the house where he was allowed to smoke. "What will you do now?" Hephaestus asked, sitting down next to Alex and taking his hand. Everyone in the room was shocked at how these two goddesses treated him. A sly smile flickered across Hermes' face, but it quickly disappeared when Hestia shot him a look, as if ready to punish him for it. "We're waiting for Freya and Loki. I'll explain what to do, and then I'll head to the dungeon to pull the girls out and check on that wall that appeared," Alex replied, squeezing Hephaestus' hand. "Alex, who are these girls?" Hestia finally noticed the Amazons that Alex had brought. The whole room suddenly turned their attention to the three newcomers, whom no one had noticed before. "This is Aisha and her friends. They took care of Haruheim when she was with Ishtar. We made a deal, and in exchange for my help, they managed to escape," Alex explained, introducing the girls. "Aisha, you don't have to stand here. You can go to Haruheim's room and talk to her," Alex suggested, and Aisha and her friends nodded and went off to catch up with Haruheim, eager to find out how she had been doing since leaving the Ishtar Familia. While Alex was talking with the goddesses, the others in the room watched their conversation with interest, eager to learn more. But not everyone was equally curious. One girl with turquoise hair and blue eyes clearly didn't want to stay here. All she could think about was getting her god out of there before he said something that would anger Alex, who she thought was already on the edge. This girl was named Asphai, and she was a member of Hermes' Familia, effectively serving as his babysitter, given all his troubles. However, Hermes paid no attention to Asphai's irritation. His only interest was in finding out more about the mysterious Alex and the group of failures who had somehow harmed the Hestia Familia. He could hardly sit still in his eagerness. "Sorry to interrupt your romantic moment, but could you tell us who these failures are?" Hermes suddenly asked, drawing the attention of the entire group. "Are you serious right now?" Alex gave him a blank stare, while Hermes merely smiled. Well, you're speaking in riddles and not sharing information with the others, Hermes replied casually, ignoring Alex's irritation. Has anyone ever told you that it's not a good idea to stick your nose into other people's business? Alex asked, raising an eyebrow. Many times, but it doesn't stop him, Asfi chimed in, and Alex looked at her with a curious expression, causing her to blush slightly. How can you say that, Asfi? You're breaking my heart, Hermes said dramatically, clutching his chest theatrically. I don't think you need to know this information, Alex said curtly, refusing to divulge anything. And why not? Hermes continued to insist, in a whining tone. Because in the time I've been watching you, I've developed not only a desire to hit you with a stick, Alex replied, causing Asfi to laugh, while Hermes fell silent, clearly surprised by the straightforwardness. But I also realized that you won't be able to keep your mouth shut, and within 5 minutes, the entire Arario will know what I'm about to tell you, Alex continued, making Asfi laugh even louder and Hermes' face sour. I promise I won't tell anyone. Cross my heart. Hermes assured, trying to earn even a shred of trust. Takamikazuchi, are you also interested in knowing what's going on? Alex suddenly addressed the other god who had been silently observing their conversation. If you don't mind sharing, I'd be happy to listen. It's important for me to understand why my children are in such danger, Takamikazuchi replied calmly with a kind smile. See, that's how it's done. You have to ask politely, not beg, hoping that everything will be revealed to you, Alex said, using Takamikazuchi as an example, which made Hermes scowl again. If you want to know, give me your hands, Alex offered, extending his hand toward the gods. Why? Hermes asked suspiciously. Just so you know, I like girls. Sure, you're handsome, but still. Hermes started to joke, but stopped when he saw the dark lines appear on Alex's forehead. I think it might be worth hitting you with a stick a couple of times to make you stop spouting nonsense, Alex said with a dark expression, pulling out the stick. Stop. Stop. I was joking. I won't do it again. Hermes shouted, trying to stop Alex. Give me your hand, and I'll give you an answer, Alex repeated, putting the stick away but keeping it in sight, in case Hermes decided to joke again. Realizing that jokes were not appropriate at the moment, Hermes extended his hand. Takamikazuchi simply smiled and also extended his hand. Now relax, Alex said, touching Hermes's and Takamikazuchi's hands in turn to check their memories. Has anyone ever told you that you're disgusting? Alex asked, looking at Hermes with a blank expression, causing him to look bewildered. Takamikazuchi, thank you for taking care of Haruhime and going after her when she was sold to a merchant, Alex thanked the god, who had a tender smile on his face. There's no need to thank me. Even though Haruhime was not part of my familia, she was like a daughter to me, Takamikazuchi replied, brushing off the thanks. I think we'll get along, Alex said, appreciating Takamikazuchi's care for his family. Haha, of course, I don't mind having such an interesting friend, Takamikazuchi replied with a smile, realizing that Alex wasn't as bad as the rumors suggested. He understood that Alex was just very protective of his family. What are you talking about? And why were you touching our hands? Hermes asked, not understanding what had happened. Alex decided to explain that he had checked their memories but not deeply, just enough to ensure they weren't connected to the group of failures. Hermes was about to ask what this group was, but he had another question: how could a mortal read the memories of gods? The more Hermes observed Alex, the more his curiosity grew. Alex clearly possessed a power that no mortal had before, and this knowledge drove Hermes mad with curiosity. Asfi also began to study Alex closely after hearing about reading divine memories, which greatly surprised her. Takamikazuchi just smiled, not giving it much thought since he had nothing to hide and was happy to gain an interesting new friend. Just as Alex was about to briefly explain who these failures were, Freya and Loki burst into the house, gasping for breath. Loki was breathing so heavily it seemed like her soul might leave her body at any moment. Darling, are you all right? What happened? Freya asked in panic, rushing to Alex and inspecting him, trying to understand what was wrong. Hermes gaped, unable to comprehend why Freya was behaving this way. I'm fine, just that group of failures made another move, Alex said, not objecting to Freya's concerned touches. Oh, darling, you scared me. Alan told me something happened, and I rushed over to you, Freya sighed with relief. So, why did you call us here? I'm so tired from running, I feel like I might return to the realm of gods soon, Loki complained in a weary voice, trying to catch her breath. Well, I've brought another one, Alex said, making the goddess's eyes widen. Who? Freya asked. You'll find out soon, but first, we need to deal with these two, Alex said, pointing to the two gods who had been ignored until now. What are you doing here, Hermes? Freya frowned, looking at him, and he immediately felt uncomfortable under her intense gaze. I just dropped by and happened to witness something interesting, Hermes tried to justify himself, trying to hide his nervousness. And anyway, I didn't know you had a lover. Didn't you reject all your suitors? Hermes asked with interest, his eyes lighting up with the desire to hear fresh gossip. It's not Alex chasing me, but me chasing him, Freya replied, wrapping her arms around Alex's neck from behind and resting her head on top of his. What? How? Hermes asked, unable to understand how it was possible for Freya to be chasing a guy rather than the other way around. And not only am I in a relationship with him, but also Hestia and Hephaestus. Maybe even Loki. And that's not counting the other girls who have romantic feelings for him, Freya continued, resting her chin on Alex's head. Freya's words caused instant shock for Hermes, and all the newcomers who heard this began to look at Alex differently, realizing he had managed to enter relationships with 4 goddesses at once. What do you mean, maybe Loki? Alex and I have a serious love. Loki interrupted, jumping onto Alex's lap. Alex sighed wearily, realizing that the conversation had gone off track again. All right, enough. We have other issues to address. First, we'll check our guest to find out all the details, and then we'll start taking action, Alex said, gently removing Loki from his lap and standing up. You 3 can go to Haruheim. She'll heal you, and you'll be able to talk to her since you're old friends, Alex suggested, pointing to Takamikazuchi's familia members. They nodded in agreement, wanting to visit their old friend. And the rest, follow me, Alex added, heading to his workshop. Alex led the group to his workshop to share information about the mysterious group of failures. He considered that it would be good to recruit a few more allies in case the monsters broke free to the surface. As they descended the stairs to the basement, Hermes looked around with childlike curiosity, eager to learn everything. Asphi, observing her god, sighed heavily, realizing she couldn't stop his quest for knowledge. When the group entered the workshop, the first thing they noticed was a man tied to a chair. Since he was sitting with his back to them, no one could tell who it was. Hermes, always full of curiosity, immediately rushed over to find out who it was. As he got closer, Hermes froze in surprise. It was Indra, tied up and badly beaten. He cast a questioning glance at Alex, who was clearly responsible. Alex merely shrugged and took a chair to sit across from Indra and ask him a few questions. Meanwhile, Asphi began to examine the workshop, studying weapons and items that looked extremely dangerous. She worried about what might happen if these things fell into the wrong hands, not realizing that these were just trinkets made by Alex. The truly dangerous items were locked away by Alex, knowing that one anxious goddess was constantly poking her nose where it didn't belong. Why is Indra here? And why is he in such a terrible state? Hermes asked, glancing at the beaten Indra. Briefly, Alex began to explain the group of failures who sought to spread chaos for amusement and to achieve their so-called great goals. So that's how it is, Hermes said seriously. So, there's something like Evolus? Hermes asked for clarification. I don't think so. These idiots are much more dangerous than Evolus, and besides, Evolus didn't have a behind-the-scenes puppeteer, Alex replied, shaking his head. What do they want to achieve? Takamikazuchi asked, listening intently. Good question. I have a few theories, Alex said, giving a thumbs up, and Takamikazuchi smiled in response. The first possibility is that they want to prove that gods are above everyone else and make mortals know their place, Alex suggested. The second, and more likely, is that they've all united under different pretenses, with Erebus manipulating them, who himself is a puppet of a more dangerous villain, Alex continued. You're saying someone is pulling the strings behind the scenes and wants to spread chaos? Hermes asked. That's right. This someone is far more dangerous than all the gods of this world. Probably Erebus is craving more power and gathered his group to achieve this goal, not realizing they themselves are being manipulated, Alex answered, lighting a cigarette. Hestia noticed this but remained silent, as they had an agreement that he could smoke in his workshop. And what are you going to do with Indra? Hermes inquired, wanting to know more. This, Alex replied calmly, getting up from his chair and preparing for further actions. Alex approached Indra and slapped him a few times, trying to bring him to his senses. However, Indra remained unconscious. Seeing that the gentle approach wasn't working, Alex decided to use a more radical method and shocked Indra several times with a stun device, which usually had an immediate effect. Those who didn't know Alex were shocked by his methods, unable to understand how he could treat a god this way. Asphi was frightened to see Alex first trying to wake Indra with slaps and then hitting him with a strange object emitting electricity. When Indra finally came to, Alex decided to start with a peaceful conversation to avoid scaring off the new allies. Good morning, Indra. How did you sleep? Do you like the hospitality I've provided? Alex asked, sitting in a chair opposite him. Indra did not respond, glaring at Alex with hostility and ignoring everyone else in the room. Oh, right. I forgot that I cast a silence spell on you, Alex said, slapping his forehead as if just remembering. The goddesses familiar with Alex sighed wearily, understanding that he was deliberately provoking Indra. Those seeing him in action for the first time looked at Alex with confusion. Before I lift the spell, let me warn you, if you make a noise, your stay here will become very unpleasant. So be obedient and answer my questions. Alex smiled, but there was nothing kind about the smile. It only fueled Indra's anger. How dare you? Indra began to shout, but was cut off when Alex punched him in the mouth. I asked you not to shout. Are you a child who doesn't understand words? Alex asked coldly, watching blood flow from Indra's mouth after the punch. Now let's start over. I'll ask you a few questions, and if you keep shouting, I'll tear your memories out myself, Alex said, staring intently at Indra. Wait. What will happen to him if you do it by force? Hermes interjected, curious about what would happen. He didn't care about Indra, he was more interested in Alex's abilities. Let's just say he'll end up like Thanatos, a drooling idiot, Alex replied calmly. Hearing this, Indra began to struggle and tried to activate his arcanum. But when you checked our memories, it didn't harm us, Hermes noted, recalling how Alex read their memories. It was easier with you because you didn't resist, and I didn't want to harm you, Alex shrugged. To put it in perspective, it's like pulling a tree out of the ground by its roots. In your case, I just carefully examined the tree without wanting to damage it, Alex explained. I see. That's very interesting. So you saw everything I did? Hermes asked, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. That's why I said you're disgusting, Alex replied with distaste, looking at Hermes. Hermes just smiled sheepishly, realizing his secrets were exposed. Indra was keenly watching the conversation between Alex and Hermes, trying to find a way to escape. He continued his fruitless attempts to free himself while noticing other gods he hadn't seen before watching him. Freya and Loki stared at him intently, never breaking their gaze. But what frightened him the most were Freya's eyes, which seemed like black holes ready to devour him entirely. Never in his life had Indra felt such fear. He wasn't afraid of Alex's threats or his fate, but Freya's stare filled him with terror. Indra didn't understand why Freya was looking at him that way and didn't want to know. All he wished at that moment was to escape as quickly as possible. While Alex explained the workings of some of his abilities, Hermes and Asphi listened attentively. Hermes was interested in gathering information, while Asphi was simply fascinated by Alex's unusual powers. Loki approached Alex and unceremoniously reached into his pocket for a cigarette, wanting to smoke. Alex only glanced at her briefly and returned to his conversation with Hermes. Well, that's roughly how it works, Alex said, piquing Hermes' interest even further. His eyes sparkled with curiosity. How do you know so much, and how did you get such powers? Hermes asked, eager to learn more. That's a secret, Alex replied, turning his gaze to Indra, who was still futilely trying to free himself, drenched in sweat and fear. Alex noticed the terror on Indra's face and followed his gaze, seeing Freya smiling sweetly. He realized that Freya was once again frightening people with her gaze. Now, back to the matter at hand, Alex said, refocusing on Indra. Will you tell us why you joined the group of misfits, or will I have to drag it out of you myself? Alex asked calmly. I wanted to avenge Rudra, Indra replied, calming down slightly but still continuing to struggle. Rudra? Who's that? Your lover? Alex asked, and everyone around barely contained their laughter. He's my friend and brother, who was expelled from Arario, Indra answered through gritted teeth, angered by the group's attempts not to laugh. You do realize that Rudra was part of Evolus and committed many atrocities, right? Hermes asked, looking at the enraged Indra. I don't care what he did. So what if a few miserable mortals died? What do I care about them? Indra answered with disdain. I see. Well then, let's talk in a couple of minutes and see if your opinion changes after that, Alex said, activating the chair mechanism. Indra instantly felt such intense pain that it seemed like he was going insane. The group watched attentively as Indra writhed in unbearable agony, his face contorted and veins bulging on his forehead. Those who didn't know what the chair was gasped in horror at his suffering, not understanding what was happening, and then looked at Alex, realizing that it was his doing. Alex, noticing their stares, calmly explained how the chair worked, which caused a cold sweat to break out on the two gods. However, Hermes became even more intrigued, as such power couldn't be wielded by an ordinary mortal. After a few minutes, similar to what he did with Thanatos, Alex turned off the chair to check Indra's condition. Well, have you lost your arrogance? Alex asked, looking at the silent Indra. Ah, it seems this one is broken too. How regrettable, Alex said, shaking his head with feigned disappointment. Perhaps I should reduce the chair's power a bit for the next god so that it doesn't break those who need to correct their behavior, he added, making notes in a notebook. Are you going to put someone else in that chair? Hermes asked anxiously, feeling sweat trickle down his forehead. Of course, Alex replied, not looking up from his notes. There are still 3 more idiots to correct. Shifting his gaze to Hermes, who was growing more nervous, thinking he might be next, Alex continued. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you as long as you keep quiet. And what if I accidentally blurt something out? Hermes asked warily. For that, I have a special item that can help erase memories, Alex said, approaching one of the cabinets and pulling out an object to show. That's just an ordinary hammer, Asfi said doubtfully, looking at the item in Alex's hands. No, my dear Asfi, this is a memory-erasing device. See, it even has a label explaining what it does, Alex said, pointing to the inscription on the hammer's handle. If Hermes starts talking too much, I won't mind giving his memories a little adjustment. You're joking, right? Really? Hermes asked, hiding behind Asfi. Maybe, Alex replied with a smile, putting the hammer back. Hearing this, Hermes began to sweat even more, swearing to himself to keep quiet. Since our unruly boy can no longer speak, I'll have to do everything myself, Alex said, approaching Indra and placing a hand on his head. Alex delved into Indra's memories, trying to extract useful information or at least clues for planning in case of unforeseen circumstances. Hermes shuddered at what had happened to Indra after his memories were extracted, vowing never to anger Alex again. Takamikazuchi simply turned away, unwilling to watch his fellow gods suffering but not interfering with Alex, understanding that despite the cruelty of the methods, there was no other choice, the villains could cause more suffering than imaginable. Asfi frowned and looked away, disapproving of Alex's cruelty, while the goddesses, accustomed to his actions, paid no attention. Did you find anything useful? Hestia asked. Basically, as I suspected. They learned that Ishtar wants to kidnap Haruheim and decided to help her to distract me, Alex replied, causing Hestia to frown. What else? Loki asked. Apparently, Ereb is starting to lose patience and is taking more radical actions. He has stopped sharing his plans, Alex said. Each of them is playing their own game. Indra was supposed to help Ishtar, Dionysus is plotting something on Daedalus Street, and no memories about Nyx, he continued. And what are you going to do? Freya asked, frowning slightly. First, I'll go to the dungeon to check the wall that Takamikazuchi's family mentioned. I'll also pick up the girls from the dungeon and check on them, Alex replied, considering his next steps. I'll go with you, Hestia declared, approaching Alex. Maybe that's not necessary. Alex asked, worried about a repeat of events from the anime. I'm going with you, and that's non-negotiable, Hestia said firmly, leaving Alex no choice. At that moment, Hermes' eyes lit up, and a plan began to form in his mind. Asfi, noticing this, sighed wearily, understanding that her god was planning something foolish again. If the shrimp's going, I'm going too, Loki interjected. No. You definitely won't be coming, Alex said, rejecting her request. But why? Loki began to cry, tugging at Alex's arm. I need you to stay here with Freya. While I'm in the dungeon, I want you to keep an eye on the city in case these idiots do something while I'm occupied. I have a feeling that something is going to happen both in the dungeon and in the city, Alex said. His intuition told him that this group of misfits was planning something big. Are you sure? Freya asked. Yes. I think they've planned something grand to distract everyone, Alex replied. Freya paused for a moment and understood what he meant. All right, I'll contact Uranus and prepare my family just in case, Freya said, looking into Alex's eyes. Now we can head upstairs and prepare for the dungeon trip, but first, I'll grab a few things, Alex said, approaching a cabinet covered in runes and opening it. Everyone was curious about what was inside this heavily guarded cabinet. When Loki saw Alex pulling out one of the black boxes, her eyes sparkled. Is it what I think it is? Loki asked eagerly. Yep, it's not for emergencies. Freya, take this, it might come in handy if things get out of control, Alex said, handing one of the boxes to Freya. And what about me? Loki extended her hands. Not for you. I know you. Your impatience might ruin everything, so you get nothing, Alex said, poking Loki on the forehead, making her pout and head towards the exit. Alex laughed at Loki and told everyone it was time to go upstairs. Takamikazuchi asked what would happen to Indra and why he was left there. Alex simply said he would deal with it later since he had other plans for now. He didn't want the others to see him killing a god, it could be a horrific trauma that, like a shadow, would forever haunt their hearts. When Alex's group went upstairs, he noticed two unexpected guests. Alex hadn't anticipated seeing them in this situation and wondered why they had come. To be continued. Chapter 49, The Elf's Kiss and the Strange Corruption. When Alex came upstairs, he immediately noticed two unexpected guests in his home and wondered why they were there. It was his beloved elf, Rio, and Seer, the little stalker who often followed Alex. He was taken aback to see them. Alex remembered that in the canon, Rio helped the Hestia Familia venture into the dungeon, but he couldn't understand why Seer had come along with her. However, seeing the concerned look on Rio's face, he realized she was probably worried about the Hestia Familia members and his well-being after everything that had happened. Rio, Seer, it's good to see you. Why are you here? Alex greeted them, asking the girls. I heard about what happened in the dungeon and came to check on you, answered a worried Rio, approaching Alex and taking his hand. You could say I'm halfway okay. I've calmed down, maybe, Alex replied with a crooked smile. But how did you find out about what happened to my family, he asked, looking at them. The whole of Horario knows by now. As soon as I heard, I came straight to you, and Seer tagged along, Rio responded, to which Seer's face darkened with lines of frustration. What do you mean, tagged along? I was worried about Alex too. Seer protested. The whole city knows, you say. Alex repeated, glancing at Hermes, who was trying to hide behind Asfi. Alex could only sigh in exhaustion, looking at the loose-lipped god. It's been a while, Seer, came a voice from behind Alex, causing Seer to freeze and stare at the speaker. Lady Freya. It has been a while. How have you been? Seer stuttered upon seeing Freya, who was looking at her with a smile. You two know each other? Alex asked, pretending to be ignorant. Yes, we know each other. I took Seer in from an orphanage I oversee and trained her for a while. Then she left me to live her adult life, Freya said in a sad, feigned tone, like a mother who had been abandoned by her child. Seer froze, unsure of how to respond to Freya's words. Doesn't every mother want her child to be happy? Alex asked, tilting his head. If your daughter wanted to leave, would you let her go? Takamikazuchi asked, curious about Alex's answer. Maybe. After I teach her self-defense and kill all the guys who try to get close to her, Alex calmly replied, though his face turned bloodthirsty at the end. He would never allow anyone to get close to his little angel. You're joking, right? Right. Hermes asked nervously, peeking out from behind Asfi. I'm definitely not joking. If I have a daughter, I won't let anyone near her, Alex replied firmly. Freya only smiled at his words, understanding why he felt that way. But the other goddesses who loved Alex realized he wasn't kidding and could only sigh wearily, imagining a future where Alex chased away any boys daring to approach his daughters. Hestia and Hephaestus blushed deeply as they realized they were thinking about the children they could have with Alex, trying to hide their embarrassment. Meanwhile, Loki just grinned mischievously, dreaming of teaching her future daughter all her tricks. While Alex continued explaining why he wouldn't let anyone near his future daughter, the others started to wonder how the conversation had suddenly shifted to this topic, which he was now discussing non-stop. Those who knew Alex understood that he could go on indefinitely, providing countless examples. But the current situation clearly wasn't the right time for such discussions. Despite being embarrassed by her own thoughts, Hephaestus remained a responsible goddess and decided to stop Alex before he started giving a lecture on protecting girls. Alex, now isn't the best time for this. You mentioned that we need to help the girls and check the wall in the dungeon, Hephaestus said, trying to bring Alex back to reality before the fire of passion started to burn in his eyes. Ahem. Right, I got a bit carried away. My apologies, Alex said sheepishly, surprising the newcomers. He then turned to Rio, who was dressed in a green hooded cloak, a white tight-fitting shirt, and mini shorts. Rio, thanks for coming, but why are you wearing such a strange outfit? Alex asked, carefully examining her attire. This is my adventurer's outfit. I came to help in case you go to the dungeon, Rio replied, blushing under his scrutinizing gaze. You wore that in the dungeon? Alex asked, to which Rio nodded shyly. Oh gods! Alex exclaimed, beginning to massage his temples. Rio didn't understand why he was reacting to her outfit this way, as it was comfortable and didn't restrict her movements. All right, follow me. Since you want to help in the dungeon, I'll give you some different gear, Alex said with a tired sigh, realizing that the residents here had a completely different sense of logic. And what about me? Seer asked, raising her hand to get his attention. I have a different task for you, Alex replied, turning to the eager Seer I kidnapped. I happened to find some workers for the restaurant, he began, but hesitated, causing confusion among everyone. You kidnapped people to work for Mamma Mia? Seer asked in surprise, not sure if Alex was joking. Not kidnapped, but rather happened to meet them on the street. These lost souls were searching for their place in this world, Alex responded in a righteous and sorrowful tone, as if a god himself had guided him to do good deeds. After his words, everyone started to look at Alex even more strangely, not understanding how he could talk about kidnapping as something righteous. Hermes' eyes sparkled as he realized Alex was a fascinating person, thinking that he could have a fun adventure with him. But why do we need more waitresses? Seer asked, not understanding why Alex was doing this. When I spoke with Mia, she mentioned that more people have been coming in, and sometimes there aren't enough hands. I even have a plan to expand, the hostess of fertility, Alex explained, raising even more questions in Seer's mind. In any case, don't think too much about it and just wait for them here while I go help Rio change her gear, Alex said, heading back down to the basement. Rio, unsure of what to do, saw Alex gesture for her to follow him, so she went after him. Leaving the others upstairs, Alex took Rio by the hand and led her to the workshop to change her gear. The clothing she was wearing could in no way protect her from mutated monsters, and Alex couldn't let her go into the dungeon dressed like that. Rio, following him, didn't understand what was wrong with her outfit or why he wanted to replace it. Entering the workshop, the first thing that caught Rio's attention wasn't the assortment of weapons on the shelves but rather a man tied to a chair. Rio looked at Alex in surprise, but he paid no attention to it and continued rummaging through the drawers. "Alex, who is this man tied to the chair?" she asked, looking at the person with blood on his face. "Oh, that's just a villain who thinks he's better than others, so he's in that state," Alex replied nonchalantly, turning to Rio. "But why is he in such a condition?" she asked, stepping closer. "He went through a reformation process and ended up like this," Alex shrugged, as if it were insignificant. Rio flinched at the coldness in his tone. "Is it really right to do this?" Rio asked, her brows furrowing. "It's not about what's right or wrong. The question is whether this trash deserves even a drop of sympathy," Alex answered, looking her in the eyes. "Think about how much pain and suffering he could have caused if his plans had succeeded. How many innocent lives would have been lost?" After saying this, Alex took Rio's hand, making her ponder his words. "Tell me, Rio, if you had the chance to stop a villain before they committed terrible acts, would you do it? Or would you wait until everyone you care about suffered or died?" Alex asked. Rio's eyes filled with tears as she remembered her fallen comrades. Rio began to cry, recalling her friends who could never be brought back. "What's wrong? Did I upset you?" Alex asked worriedly, seeing her tears. "I remembered my old comrades who died at the hands of the evils. And your words made me realize that I would have done the same as you if I could, but by then, it was too late," Rio said through her tears, hugging Alex and pressing herself against his chest. "Don't cry. It's not your fault, no one knows what will happen next. Even if you've taken revenge, your comrades would want you to live a good life and greet each new day with a smile," Alex comforted her, gently stroking her back. "Rio, look at me," he said, softly taking her cheeks in his hands and making her look into his eyes. "Your comrades live on as long as you remember them. They will live in your heart. Remember everything that connected you, both the good and the bad. A person lives on as long as they are remembered." Alex carefully wiped the tears from her face, and Rio felt the warmth of his hands. "And remember, you're an elf. You'll live for a long time, and the memory of your comrades will stay with you just as long," he added with a smile, giving her a thumbs up. "Puffed, ha. You ruined the moment," Rio laughed, playfully punching him in the chest. "But now you're not sad," Alex noted, wiping the remaining tears from her face. Rio felt his touch and leaned into his hand, savoring the warmth. "Once, my friend said, if a guy ever takes your hand, never let him go. And you're the first one to do that," Rio admitted, recalling her friend's words. "Wasn't it just a coincidence?" Alex asked, gently rubbing her cheeks to help her relax. Rio, feeling his care, looked at him with strange eyes, not understanding how he could so easily change his demeanor. "If my goddess were here, she would say, there are no coincidences," Rio replied, enjoying his touch. "Ha. Did your goddess happen to meet a wise turtle?" Alex asked, unable to hold back his laughter after hearing her words. "No, she didn't." "Why do you ask?" Rio asked, surprised. "Because those words were said by a wise turtle to guide her student," Alex explained, trying to suppress his laughter. "I wish I could meet that turtle someday," Rio replied with a smile. "I promise, I'll try to make that happen," Alex said, looking at her. "I believe you," Rio said, gently kissing Alex on the cheek, making him blush. "Next time, you should do it like this," Alex said, leaning in and kissing her on the lips. Rio was initially taken aback, but then she felt a warm sensation in her chest and decided to enjoy the moment. "I think we'll have more time to enjoy the kiss later, but for now, we have more important matters," Alex said, breaking the kiss. Rio bashfully covered her face and nodded. "I'm glad I prepared in advance and made some armor that will fit you," Alex said, pulling out a box with new gear for Rio. Rio watched in surprise as Alex took out the box and announced that it contained armor specifically made for her. She was astonished. Did he foresee her coming, or perhaps did he make it simply because he thought of her and wanted to protect her? These thoughts brought a slight blush to her cheeks. When she opened the box, Rio found a beautiful set of armor that looked not only elegant but also trustworthy in its durability. Feeling a bit embarrassed and wanting to change, Rio glanced at Alex, who was waiting for her reaction. What's wrong? Do you not like it?" Alex asked, noticing her hesitation. "No, I really like it, it's just. There's nowhere to change," Rio answered quietly, causing Alex to smack his forehead, realizing he had forgotten such an obvious detail. "Of course, sorry about that. Just wait a moment, I'll set something up," Alex said, creating a privacy screen for Rio. While Rio changed, Alex decided to prepare a few things, remembering that Hestia planned to join him in the dungeon. He began rummaging through drawers for the necessary items, thinking about how Hermes in the anime also went to the dungeon. Alex realized he needed to prepare something for that annoying god and his inappropriate comments. Meanwhile, Ryu finished changing and checked how the armor fit her. She started moving around to ensure the armor didn't restrict her movements and was pleasantly surprised, the armor fit perfectly. Ryu emerged from behind the screen, wanting to show herself to Alex, but found him feverishly searching for something throughout the workshop. "Oh, I see you've already changed. How does it feel?" Alex asked, stopping his search. "The armor fits great. But, how do I look in it?" Ryu asked quietly, shyly lowering her gaze. "You look amazing. Anything would look great on you," Alex replied with a smile, causing Ryu to blush and feel her ears slightly twitch from excitement. "What are you looking for?" Ryu asked, trying to hide her embarrassment, but her blushing ears betrayed her state. "I've already found what I was looking for. These are bracelets that will protect Hestia in the dungeon if I need to fight," Alex said, showing her a pair of bracelets in his hand. "Why does your goddess want to go to the dungeon?" Ryu asked curiously, examining the bracelets. "She's too worried, so she decided to come along," Alex answered wearily. "All right, I've picked out the armor for you. Now we just need to choose a weapon. What do you usually use?" Alex asked, looking at Ryu. "Here's my weapon. It's a wooden sword custom-made from wood from my homeland, and a pair of kodachi that I received from the Astria family," Ryu said, showing her weapons. "So, your main weapon is a wooden sword?" Alex asked, his eyes lighting up with enthusiasm. Ryu nodded shyly, not understanding why he looked at her so excitedly. "I knew it. This must be fate. Your goddess was right," Alex exclaimed joyfully, picking Ryu up in his arms and spinning her around. Ryu was stunned by his unexpected reaction and couldn't understand why he was so happy. "Why are you so happy?" she asked as Alex continued to spin her. "I also enjoy hitting my enemies with a stick," Alex replied with a wide grin. Ryu couldn't help but smile, finding his words a bit silly but endearing. "All right, let's pick out your weapon and head out," Alex said, gently lowering Ryu to the floor. Alex led Ryu to the weapon stand, giving her the choice. Ryu approached the task with great responsibility, spending some time carefully inspecting her options. Finally, she selected a weapon that suited her perfectly and matched her fighting style. Seeing that Ryu had made her choice, Alex prepared for departure, but he didn't forget to bring along a massive black weapon case that looked as if it weighed several tons. Ryu noticed how easily he slung the case over his back and became curious about what weapons might be concealed inside. When Alex went upstairs, he found that everyone had already gathered in one place. The first thing that caught his eye was Freya standing next to Seer. Freya had a stern, teacher-like smile, while Seer's face was pale and her eyes were moist. Alex thought that Freya was clearly reprimanding Seer like a disobedient daughter. "Well, it looks like we're ready," Alex said, stepping out with Ryu and drawing everyone's attention. "Hestia, this is for you," Alex said, putting a bracelet on Hestia's arm. Hestia immediately began admiring the beautiful accessory on her wrist. "Hermes, knowing you, you'll probably follow us around like a leech, so this is for you," Alex added, tossing a bracelet to Hermes, who simply smiled sheepishly, realizing his plan had been uncovered. "Freya, stop scolding Seer. She's an adult and knows where she went wrong," Alex said, approaching Freya and setting the large case on the floor. Freya raised an eyebrow, and Seer looked at Alex with gratitude, already tired of Freya's reprimands. "Freya, this is for Otter," Alex said, pointing to the case behind him. Freya looked at the enormous case, realizing that it was too large to lift with one hand. Seeing her hesitation, Alex pointed to the small handbag she always carried. Freya still didn't understand the hint and continued to look at him with embarrassment. "Freya, for the love of the gods, just put the case in your bag and pass it to Otter later," Alex said, taking the case and effortlessly stuffing it into Freya's tiny handbag. Those unfamiliar with the item watched in wide-eyed disbelief as the 2-meter case fit into such a small bag. Alex just shook his head, thinking that reactions like these were amusing. "Loki, you said you wanted to be useful, so here's something for you," Alex said, tossing Loki a black cube, which she caught and began examining. "What is this?" Loki asked, not understanding the purpose of the strange item. "It's an activator for the alarm system that Alan has been setting up all week. If Dionys is planning something on Deadless Street, we'll need this cube," Alex explained. "If monsters emerge from underground, activate the cube and the defense system will weaken them. Safe zones will also appear to protect civilians," he added, demonstrating how to activate the cube. "Now, everyone going to the dungeon, come to me," Alex said, preparing for teleportation. Those ready to enter the dungeon gathered around him. "You three, why are you coming?" Alex asked, frowning at the trio from the Takamikazuchi family. "We just want to help make amends. Our family is responsible for what happened, and we want to make at least a minor contribution," Yamato answered firmly, not looking away from Alex. "All right. And you, Haruheim, I have a different task for you. You'll go with Freya. Your priestess skills will be very useful if monsters appear in the city, Alex said, turning his gaze to the fox girl who stood shyly behind everyone. I'll do my best, Haruheim said quietly, gripping her staff tightly. I believe in you and know you'll do great, Alex encouraged her. Takamikazuchi watched the interaction between Alex and Haruheim with pride, feeling a swelling of emotion at how responsible the little girl had become. He even wiped away a tear, like a proud father. Everyone ready? Alex asked, and everyone nodded in readiness. Great. Now touch me, Alex said, waiting for everyone to make contact before teleporting them to the dungeon. A bright light filled the room, and Alex's group vanished instantly, leaving the space empty. Freya looked at the spot where they had just stood for a moment longer before deciding to head to Otter to deliver the weapons. She also planned to instruct Alan to keep an eye on Deadless Street. Noticing Freya leaving, Loki followed her, and Haruheim quickly went after them. The others, still in the house, exchanged awkward glances before going about their business. Takamikazuchi headed to his friend, the god Miahu, while Seer, relieved that Freya was gone, decided to escort the Amazons to Mamma Mia to arrange their work and discuss Alex's plans for expanding the restaurant. Meanwhile, Alex's group found themselves in an empty room on the first floor of the dungeon. Those experiencing teleportation for the first time held their mouths tightly, trying to suppress the nausea. Alex patiently waited for everyone to recover and decided to find out where the Takamikazuchi family had encountered the black wall. Yamato, where did your group come across the wall? Alex asked, surveying the people who were doing their best to avoid throwing up their breakfast. It was a strange room on the 7th floor, Yamato replied, holding back her nausea. Got it. If everyone's ready, follow me, Alex said, stepping out of the room. The group, finally recovered, followed him. Alex moved slowly through the corridors of the first floor, trying to detect where the mana flow in the dungeon was disrupted. He searched for a while before finally reaching a spot where he felt something was off. I found the place where the black wall is likely located, Alex announced, and everyone looked at him in confusion, not understanding how he could know this from the first floor. In simple terms, the dungeon is a huge organism. Its walls are like veins, and mana is the blood flowing through them. The black wall is a poison that contaminates this blood, Alex tried to explain so that everyone could understand. After his explanation, the faces of those around him brightened as they began to grasp what he was saying. But how did you figure this out? Hermes asked, eager to satisfy his curiosity. I was just directing the flow of mana downward, tracking the infected area, Alex explained, satisfying Hermes' curiosity, whose eyes lit up with newfound knowledge. Now we'll take a shortcut to this spot, Alex said, asking everyone to move aside. The group didn't immediately understand what he was about to do but then saw Alex deliver a powerful strike to the ground, creating a hole that led to the 2nd floor. Hestia, jump on my back, Alex commanded, beckoning her. Hestia quickly complied, wrapping her legs around his waist and her arms around his neck, settling onto his back. Alex, feeling her secure grip, wrapped a rope around her body just in case to ensure she wouldn't fall. Now come here, Hermes, Alex said, beckoning Hermes, who approached, intrigued by what was happening. Before Hermes could understand what was going on, Alex grabbed him by the scruff and jumped down. Hey! Hermes screamed like a child as they fell together. The rest of the group was momentarily stunned, watching Alex leap with two gods, but then they exchanged glances, gathered their courage, and followed him. Alex smashed through the dungeon floors with each strike, rapidly making his way down to the 7th floor, eager to reach the infected area and find out what mischief this group of losers had caused this time. Finally, he landed in the room where the infected wall was supposed to be. The room was swarming with mutated ants. Hermes, seeing the swarm, felt a shiver run down his spine. He realized the situation was far from ideal and began to doubt the wisdom of his decision to enter the dungeon. However, his doubts quickly dissipated when the entire room was suddenly engulfed in flames, and all the monsters were instantly burned alive. Releasing Hestia and Hermes, Alex approached the wall to inspect it. Upon touching it, he immediately realized that this was not ordinary corruption but something much worse. If his suspicions were confirmed, the situation would be truly serious. Have you found out anything? Hestia asked cautiously, keeping her distance from Alex. Something about the wall unsettled her, and she couldn't look at it for long without feeling a sharp headache. I'm about 70% sure I know who might be behind this, Alex replied, noticing her behavior. He began to suspect who might be pulling the strings, but couldn't understand why this entity was intervening in this world. These thoughts troubled him, and he went through possible motives but couldn't reach a conclusive answer. This wall has grown larger. And it's almost impossible to look at it, Yamato said, descending and noticing the changes. Alex, what are you going to do about this? Ryu asked, jumping down beside him and watching Alex, who was still pondering various scenarios. I think I might have something that could help, but I'm not sure, Alex said, deciding to stop pondering since he couldn't find a satisfactory explanation for the entity's interference. Let's see if this works, he continued, pulling a white crystal from his pocket. Alex pressed it against the wall, and it instantly began to absorb the black energy, like a vacuum sucking up dust. Once all the corruption was absorbed, dark miasma began to ooze from the crystal, resembling mud dripping onto the floor. Realizing his plan had succeeded, Alex quickly placed the crystal in a prepared rune-etched box to seal it and prevent the corruption from spreading. Looking at the box containing the sealed crystal, Alex realized that thorough preparation was needed to confront whoever was behind this mysterious threat. The others watched his actions and, seeing his serious expression, understood that there was something more to this than just dungeon corruption. To be continued. Chapter 50, Purging the Corruption and the Battle Between Monsters. Putting the sealed crystal in his pocket, Alex began examining the room with the mysterious wall. He wanted to understand why the alarm system had failed. Alex walked slowly along the walls, touching them and trying to locate the cubes that should have been part of the system. The group watched his actions closely, not quite understanding what he was looking for and why he wasn't hurrying to catch up with the girls who were stuck in the dungeon. Finally, Alex reached one of the corners and found remnants of a cube that had once been part of the alarm system. He picked up the fragments and began studying them, trying to determine the cause of the malfunction. After a thorough examination, Alex seemed to understand what had happened. "Alex, what are you doing? Don't we need to go after the girls?" asked Hestia, approaching and looking at the damaged cube in his hands. "I was trying to figure out why the alarm didn't work," Alex replied, showing the broken cube. "What happened to it?" Hestia asked, and the others came closer to look. "What is this thing anyway?" asked Hermes, examining the fragments in Alex's hands. "It's the remains of the alarm system I asked the Loki family to install. But it seems some clumsy idiot installed it incorrectly, and the monsters destroyed it," Alex replied irritably, his eye visibly twitching with anger. At that moment, on the 18th floor, one of the Loki family members sneezed and felt a chill run down his spine. He began anxiously looking around, sensing that something bad might happen. Not understanding the cause of the chill, he returned to his food. "Tiona, did you catch a cold?" asked Riveria, noticing Tiona sneeze and start looking around anxiously. "I don't think it's a cold. I just felt like someone was about to attack me," Tiona replied, shaking her head. "Are you sure you're not sick?" Finn asked, staring at her intently. "I'm sure." "Captain, have you contacted Alex or Alan?" Tiona asked Finn, who froze for a moment after her question. "I haven't tried yet. The last time I tried to report to Alex about finishing the installation, the connection was lost." "I haven't tried since," Finn replied, shaking his head. "Maybe we should try again. Let him know that we've encountered members of his family," Riveria suggested. "I don't think it's necessary. Alex is very busy these days. I don't want him to worry unnecessarily," Daphne interjected, sitting with the Loki family. "Maybe he's restless, wishing he could come here. It's better to let him know we're okay," Riveria continued to insist. "Daphne is right. We're leaving for home soon anyway, so it's better not to bother him unnecessarily," Cassandra agreed, pulling out some sweets from her pocket. "Where do you always get those candies?" "You eat them constantly, and they never seem to run out," Lily asked, watching Cassandra reach into her bag for another candy. "Alex gave me a whole bunch. He said sweets can save the world, you know how he is," Cassandra replied with a shrug. "Why didn't he give me any candy?" Daphne asked suspiciously, raising an eyebrow. "You don't like sweets. Why waste them on someone like you?" Cassandra countered, looking at her friend with a hint of disdain. "Are you looking for a fight?" Daphne asked irritably, gritting her teeth. "You can try, but I'm not afraid of you," Cassandra replied calmly. Daphne didn't wait and attacked Cassandra, intending to take all her candies and teach her a lesson. How did a discussion about not being able to contact Alex turn into an argument about candies and then into a fight? Lafia asked in surprise, watching Cassandra and Daphne grapple with each other. "They're always like this. You can just ignore it," Lily sighed wearily, used to such situations. Lily, maybe we should try contacting the captain after all," Bella nervously suggested, fearing Alex would scold them for getting ambushed in the dungeon. "Don't worry, Bella. Alex will just give you a long lecture about the importance of vigilance and then let it go," Lily reassured her. "Does he really give you lectures about dungeon behavior?" Tiona asked in surprise, wondering how that was even possible. "Usually, his lectures are brief unless you really messed up," Lily shrugged. "It seems like that's exactly what happened to you," Bet added with a smirk. Lily froze, realizing how bad the situation was. Cassandra and Daphne, who had just stopped fighting, also heard the comment. The girls began to get very nervous, realizing they were in for a serious discussion when they got home. Their eyes met, and they decided to discuss how best to justify themselves to avoid a lengthy lecture. While Hestia's group was trying to avoid the dreaded lecture, Alex's group was still in the room where the mysterious black wall had been. Alex was explaining the purpose of the alarm system and why he had asked the Loki family to install it. Those unfamiliar with Alex were amazed by his invention and his plans for its use. Hermes, noticing Alex's ingenuity, began to consider asking him to create a few useful devices for his needs. Asphi, sensing her god's contemplative look, realized he was up to something again but decided not to dissuade him, knowing it would be pointless. If the alarm was supposed to activate when mutated monsters appeared, why didn't it work? Ryu asked, watching as Alex restrained his anger. Well, as they say, trust a fool with a job and everything gets ruined, Alex replied with a heavy sigh. What do you mean? Asked Hestia. The alarm was hastily made. To function properly, it needed many cubes working in synergy. But because one fragment was damaged, the whole system failed, Alex explained, recognizing that he was partly to blame as well. Are you saying that because of one broken part, everything collapsed? Hermes asked for clarification. Pretty much. I designed it to cover the entire dungeon, and to work properly, it needed to be assembled as one cohesive device, Alex said, causing even more questions from the group. It's like building a house, if you're missing one brick, the whole structure might collapse. It's a similar situation here, Alex used an analogy, seeing that the group still didn't fully understand. Is it possible that one damaged element caused the entire system to fail? Asphi asked. I had little time, so I divided the system into parts that were supposed to work together as one large construction. If one part is removed, everything falls apart, Alex explained. Asphi frowned, realizing that despite the simplicity of the words, the mechanism was much more complex than she thought. Can't you fix that element so everything works again? Hestia asked, receiving approving nods from the entire group. Even if I fix it, it's not certain that everything will work. I designed the system to be damage-resistant while operating, but due to this broken element, it didn't even start. And I don't know how many other parts the monsters have damaged, Alex admitted, shaking his head. Hestia wanted to comfort him, understanding that his plan had failed. Alright, enough about the sad stuff. Yamato, where did you encounter my family? Alex asked, turning his gaze to Yamato, who flinched at his words. Follow me, Yamato stuttered, afraid Alex might do something. Don't scare her, Hestia shouted, tugging at Alex's arm, causing him to raise an eyebrow. Yamato began recalling the path her group had taken in retreat to lead the others to the place where they encountered Hestia's family. Guiding the group through the corridors, she reached a junction where their paths had diverged. Alex followed Yamato, observing carefully. He noticed that there were no corpses of mutated ants or other monsters along the way, and there were no crystals, indicating either the monsters had not been killed here or something else was going on in this part of the dungeon. While Alex pondered this, Yamato led the group to the meeting place with Hestia's family. When we were fleeing, we encountered your family's girls here, Yamato said, pointing to the junction leading in different directions. Which way do you think they went? Hestia asked, tugging at Alex's arm. Alex, are you listening? She asked again when she received no response. What did you say? Alex asked, snapping out of his thoughts and looking at Hestia. I asked which way you think the girls went, Hestia repeated. Well, I don't know yet, but they probably headed toward the 8th floor, Alex said after a short pause. Why are you so pensive? Hestia noticed Alex had become lost in thought again. As we came here, we didn't encounter any monsters, or even signs of battle or crystals that might have dropped from them, Alex said, drawing the group's attention. It is indeed strange that we haven't encountered any monsters, Ryu said, realizing it was an important detail. What do you think might have happened? She asked, looking at Alex. I have a few theories, but I'm not sure about their accuracy, Alex replied, continuing to examine the junction. Then share them with us. We're all curious about what's on your mind, Hermes interjected, earning disapproving looks from the others and a tired sigh from Asphi. The first possibility is that the dungeon has simply stopped spawning new monsters, Alex said after a brief pause. That's unlikely since the dungeon continuously spawns monsters, Asphi countered, to which Alex nodded. The second, more plausible possibility is that the ants used the monsters to feed the wall, Alex said, making the group consider his theory. How did you come to that conclusion? Hermes asked, looking at Alex. Firstly, Yamato said that the darkness on the wall became noticeably larger when she entered the room. Secondly, we didn't encounter any monsters on the way here, Alex explained, laying out his reasoning. But there are no monsters here either, Asphi noted, glancing around. Alright, let me explain it in a way that you'll understand my perspective, and then you can decide whether I'm right or not, Alex said, and the group nodded, intrigued by his reasoning. Ants are insects living in colonies. Their job is to collect prey and bring it back to their nest to feed the queen and support new offspring, Alex began to explain, with the group urging him to continue. Monsters in the dungeon are born from the mana flowing in the walls. This makes them a great source of food for the wall. And before you ask why the wall just doesn't feed on mana from the walls, who says it hasn't? The ants simply brought even more food, that's all, Alex concluded, and the group's eyes widened as they realized how plausible this was. What do we do next? It's unknown how many more ants are in the dungeon, Asfi asked, wanting to know the plan of action. For starters, we'll head toward the 18th floor and figure out what happened along the way, Alex replied, heading toward the passage to the 8th floor. The group was slightly puzzled by this course of action but followed him nonetheless. Alex led his group to the 18th floor, hoping to find the girls and get to the bottom of what had happened in the dungeon. He kept a careful watch around him, trying to spot any traces of Lily's group, but the path was empty, no monsters, no crystals that would usually drop from defeated creatures. When the group reached the 10th floor, they finally found blood trails leading to one of the rooms. Approaching the room, Alex peeked inside and saw a large number of mutated orcs dumping live monsters against the wall. Alex did not rush to act, wanting to understand how these monsters were feeding the wall. He instructed his group to stay put and observed. After a while, tendrils emerged from the wall, wrapped around an uninfected monster, absorbed it, and the wall slightly increased in size. This increase was almost imperceptible, but Alex caught it. Realizing time was of the essence, Alex decided to eliminate all the monsters in the room to cleanse the wall of corruption and move forward. He unleashed a chain lightning attack that struck all the monsters and turned them to ash. Ensuring that all the monsters were destroyed, Alex immediately approached the wall to cleanse it. His group watched the scene, astonished by the new black spot on the wall. Alex took out another crystal intended to cleanse the wall, and, as before, the crystal instantly turned black and began emitting miasma. Alex, why is there another wall here? Hestia asked, approaching him as he put the crystal back into his bag. Most likely, they started corrupting not just one floor but those with the highest concentration of monsters, Alex replied after a moment of thought. Are you saying there might be more places like this? Asfi asked, trying to understand the seriousness of the situation. Probably. If you follow the pattern, they only corrupt floors where monsters can transport other monsters, Alex explained, stroking his chin. What do you mean by that? Hermes asked, examining the room. Look, the first group of ants we encountered could have been doing this. They have a collective intelligence that helps them work together. Now orcs, which if they lived on the surface, might start building their settlements. So, they are corrupting monsters that can follow orders and work as labor, Alex clarified. That makes sense why we haven't encountered other monsters, these orcs must have captured them and offered them as sacrifices, Hermes observed, stroking his chin. Something like that, Alex nodded, lighting up a cigarette. But why didn't you sense the other walls? Yamato asked, wanting to know the reason. Would you believe me if I said I only searched up to the 7th floor and didn't investigate beyond that? Alex said with a wry smile. Yes, Hestia and Ryu answered in unison, and Alex pointed to them. Yamato could only swallow her words. Since we're done here, we need to move on. We might encounter more walls like this on our way, Alex said, exiting the room. The group followed him. I'm tired, carry me, Hestia said, catching up to Alex. Of course, hop on the pillow, Alex replied, summoning a flying pillow. Why a pillow? I wanted you to carry me yourself, Hestia began to protest. Just in case I need to fight, Alex said, lifting Hestia and placing her on the pillow. Hestia touched the pillow, feeling its softness, and decided to relax, understanding why Alex sometimes enjoyed flying on it. Can I have a turn? Hermes asked, watching the pillow with Hestia on it. If you want a beating with a stick, go ahead and try, Alex said, giving Hermes a sidelong glance. Hermes immediately broke into a sweat, realizing he would have to continue walking. I was just asking, no need to threaten, Hermes said, raising his hand in surrender. Asfi watched with a broad smile, pleased that someone had finally managed to put her dot in his place. Alex's group continued through the dungeon and soon came across another corrupted wall on the 15th floor. Finally, Alex realized where the dead mutated monsters had been disappearing, they were also being brought to the wall and fed to it. But the most interesting part was that by absorbing the mutated monsters, the wall immediately gave birth to new ones, effectively replacing the fallen. Observing this process, Alex realized that Ereb's group had made a very clever move. Instead of corrupting a single strong monster, they had corrupted the entire dungeon. However, recalling the Goliath corruption incident, he noted that there were no signs of corruption on that wall. This meant that the crystals they embedded in the walls were completely different. Perhaps Ereb had begun to lose patience and decided to revise his plans, making them more extensive. After cleansing the corrupted wall on the 15th floor, the group proceeded to the 17th floor, where the room of the Monster X Goliath was located. As they approached the room, they heard the sounds of a fierce battle and hurried to find out what was happening. For safety, Alex set up a barrier around his group to protect them from possible debris. Peeking into the hall, he saw Goliath being attacked by humanoid tiger monsters. Alex knew that regular tigers inhabited this floor, not humanoid ones. Surprised, he watched as these mutated monsters fought Goliath in a coordinated manner. Although their attacks seemed chaotic, they still inflicted significant damage on Goliath. "Alex, what's going on?" Ryu asked, quietly approaching him. "It seems the mutated monsters have attacked Goliath, trying to obtain the mana crystal inside him," Alex replied, not taking his eyes off the battle. "Why did they attack him if he's stronger?" Ryu asked, also starting to watch the fight. "The mana in his crystal is very powerful. If it's fed to the wall, the corruption might spread much faster," Alex explained, watching Goliath crush another monster with his foot. "Maybe the corruption on this floor is more advanced than on the others we've seen." Ryu continued, waiting for Alex's reaction. "Not maybe, but most likely. I think the corruption has already covered the entire room, and I hope it hasn't spread further," Alex replied thoughtfully. "So what are you waiting for?" "If it's this bad here," Hestia asked, having overheard the conversation. "You don't see a monster battle like this every day. It's better to enjoy the spectacle for now," Alex replied with a smirk. Hestia made a face but decided to watch as well. The rest of the group joined them, observing the monster fight. "How about we place bets on who will win?" Hermes suggested, clearly bored with inactivity. "All right. I'll bet 10,000 Valis on the Tigers," Alex said, pulling out a small pouch of coins. "I see you're going big." "Then I'll bet 10,000 on Goliath," Hermes replied, pulling out his money. "We're also betting on Goliath," Yamato said on behalf of her group, handing over the money. "I'll bet on a draw," Hestia said, pulling out her wallet. "I'm also going for a draw," Asfi supported her, ignoring Hermes' dissatisfied expression. "I think the Tigers will win, so I'll bet on them," Ryu declared, taking out her money. "With the bets placed, let's see who comes out victorious," Hermes said cheerfully, enjoying the excitement. Alex just shook his head and continued watching the battle. After Alex's group placed their bets on the winner, they continued watching the battle, which was becoming increasingly fierce. Goliath's wounds were not healing fast enough, with new ones appearing almost immediately. The Tigers attacked with remarkable coordination, timing their strikes to quickly wear down the giant. Those who didn't die from Goliath's powerful blows quickly recovered and re-entered the fray. As the fight dragged on, it became evident that Goliath was losing strength. Despite his immense power, he had already lost more than half of his health. The Tigers also suffered losses, only 4 from the original group remained, while the rest had been turned into a bloody mess smeared across the walls and floor. Realizing the danger, the remaining Tigers began to act even more cautiously, choosing their moments of attack with maximum effectiveness. Alex, observing the battle, noticed that the Tigers were changing their tactics, adapting to their opponent. This indicated that the mutated monsters had the ability to quickly adapt, making them even more dangerous. Alex realized that leaving such creatures unchecked posed a massive threat. A monster capable of intelligent actions would always be far more dangerous than a mere beast. The battle reached its climax when only one tiger remained, which had begun to evolve during the fight. Strange tentacles emerged from its body, capable of both defending and attacking. Exhausted and on the brink of defeat, Goliath decided to make a final push to crush his opponent. The tiger waited patiently for Goliath to open up for a decisive strike. However, it did not expect Goliath to change his attack direction at the last moment and strike it forcefully with his foot, sending it crashing into the wall. The tiger was stuck after the impact, and Goliath, seizing the opportunity, began to viciously pound the wall, turning his foe into a bloody mess. When the battle ended, Hermes rubbed his hands together with a satisfied smile, anticipating his victory. However, his joy quickly turned to shock. Alex turned to see that Goliath, reduced to ashes, had left behind a massive crystal. "Ha ha! Hand over your money, losers!" Hestia exclaimed joyfully, quickly collecting money from the losers. Alex watched in surprise at her strange behavior. "Hestia-sama, I'm sorry, but some of that money belongs to me," Asfi interjected, causing Hestia to stop and sadly hand over a portion of the money. "Hestia, don't you have enough of the money I give you?" Alex asked, noticing her sulking. "It's not the same," Hestia replied with pouty lips. "And what's the difference?" Alex asked, raising an eyebrow. "This money I won fairly, while the money you give me is just handed over," Hestia explained, gesturing with her hands. "So Alex gives you pocket money?" Hermes asked with a sly grin. "He's just like a father spoiling his daughter," Hermes added, laughing at his joke. "You're still laughing?" Hestia asked sharply, reaching into her bag. Hermes, still laughing, had no idea what was coming. "I see you're still having fun," Hestia continued, pulling out her shocker. "Now you'll have less to laugh about," she said, shocking Hermes. "Ay. Hermes screamed and lost consciousness. "Umph. That'll teach you to laugh at me," Hestia declared, putting the shocker back into her bag. "Hestia-sama, will he be all right?" Asfi asked anxiously, looking at Hermes, from whom smoke was rising. "Yes, he'll just be out for a while and then wake up. At least we'll have some peace and quiet," Alex replied calmly, lifting Hermes onto his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. Now let's move on and check the remaining wall, Alex added, heading towards the direction where he sensed a mana response. Asfi watched Alex carry Hermes and thought he was right. Hermes could talk for hours, and sometimes silence was truly a blessing. The group moved towards the black wall. As they got closer, Alex noticed that the corruption had spread not just on the wall but throughout the entire room. The corruption had spread so far that it meant many monsters had been sacrificed, and likely adventurers as well. Alex first eliminated the remaining monsters to prevent them from interfering or being resurrected if their corpses came into contact with the black corruption. He began to study the corruption that enveloped the room, which looked very different from the walls he had seen earlier. While the previous walls were simply cursed or covered in strange corruption, this room resembled a living organism. Alex asked everyone to keep their distance and dropped Hermes on the floor like a sack. He then approached the room to investigate further. Peering inside, Alex saw that everything in the room seemed alive, the walls moved with each breath, and the sound from deep within resembled indistinct mumbling. Continuing his observation, Alex saw strange tentacles growing from the walls, seemingly dancing or rejoicing in the events unfolding. Realizing that the corruption might spread further, Alex decided to cleanse the room. He placed the crystal on the floor where the corruption was. The crystal began absorbing the taint, but the mumbling grew louder. The more corruption the crystal absorbed, the clearer the voices became, turning into inhuman screams, as if trying to destroy the one taking away its freedom. After the room was fully cleansed, Alex heard a final scream in an incomprehensible language that sounded more like bubbling than words. However, the scream clearly conveyed hatred and malice. The crystal he held grew darker, with eyes and teeth appearing on its surface, as if trying to bite a piece off. Alex sealed the crystal and applied several layers of runes for enhanced protection. He understood that, even though only a few days had passed since the dungeon was infected, the corruption had already progressed to frightening levels. Satisfied that no traces of corruption remained in the room, he returned to the group. What happened in there? And what was that scream? Hestia asked, shivering from what she had heard. The corruption had spread extensively, and when it reached that level, it started to seem like it was coming alive, Alex replied. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. Are you saying it's not just a curse or mutation, but something much more sinister? Asfi speculated. Something like that. If it had been left for another week, the entire floor would have been infected, Alex said, lighting a cigarette. Are you sure there aren't more rooms like this? Ryu asked, looking at Alex intently. Most likely not. Everything was done in a hurry, and the floors chosen are those frequently traveled by adventurers, Alex replied after a moment's thought. Why do you think that? Hermes asked, brushing dust off himself. Because adventurers are more valuable fuel for these walls than mana monsters, Alex answered, looking at Hermes. And why are adventurers more valuable? Hermes asked, guessing the reason. A soul, Alex answered succinctly. The god's eyes widened in surprise. You mean? Hestia began but couldn't finish. Yes, Alex confirmed. This is serious, Hermes said, nervously pacing back and forth, trying to process the information. What are you talking about? I don't understand, Asfi interrupted, wanting to grasp the situation. A soul is a massive source of energy, like a tiny sun. You can figure out the rest yourself, Alex explained, and everyone in the group turned pale with realization. What should we do now? Hestia asked. We'll retrieve the girls and prepare for a possible enemy attack in the dungeon, Alex said, extinguishing his cigarette. Do you think they'll attack? Ryu asked. Possibly. Most likely, they'll attack from both sides, on the surface and in the dungeon, Alex speculated. The group headed to the 18th floor to meet the girls and, possibly, Loki's family, who might have set up camp on that floor. Along the way, Alex discussed potential scenarios for the next day and emphasized the need to be prepared for anything. But that's a story for another time. To be continued. Chapter 51, Rivera, the Paradise for Adventurers. After Alex explained why adventurers were being sacrificed to these cursed walls, the group broke out in a cold sweat, and the gods froze in shock, their mouths agape. They understood what the loss of a soul meant. Souls don't disappear without a trace. After death, a person enters the cycle of reincarnation to cleanse and be reborn in the mortal world. If they continue to feed adventurers to the wall, it could disrupt the balance in the world. Although Alex found out that there weren't many victims, the corruption had still spread and started to gain consciousness. It was like a larva being fed to hatch from its cocoon and wreak havoc. Alex realized that the crystals Erebus possessed were merely fragments of a sinister entity. These fragments were small but could already cause significant damage if allowed to grow unchecked. He decided that when the time came, he would need to prepare countermeasures against the being aiding Erebus and his followers. Alex, why are you standing there? We need to go get the girls, Hestia said, noticing Alex had once again drifted into deep thought. I'm just thinking about how to deal with the one pulling the strings, hiding in the shadows, and watching all this, Alex replied, lighting another cigarette. It was all getting on his nerves, he just wanted a peaceful life. Do you know who's behind this? Hermes asked, looking at Alex, whose face was furrowed in concentration. I have suspicions, but I hope I'm wrong, Alex said with a crooked smile. What does that mean? Asfi asked, not understanding why Alex was speaking in riddles. It means that it's better not to know who's behind this for now. It won't help you and will only make things worse, Alex said, raising even more questions among the group. I don't understand, Asfi said, wanting to know the answer. As one philosopher said, ignorance is bliss, Alex replied, looking at the girl who was eager to learn more. Knowing won't do you any good. Even if you find out who this enemy is, what will it do for you? Alex continued, not breaking his gaze from Asfi. Knowledge of such a being will only make you worry more. This enemy is not someone the beings of this world can deal with, he said, staring at the ceiling. Is the enemy hiding behind the scenes really that powerful? Hermes asked, losing his playful demeanor. He's so powerful that you can't even imagine. But I don't understand why he's here or what his goal is, Alex said, and Hermes frowned at his words. But I hope it's just my paranoia and that these losers are being helped by some other idiot who stumbled upon the dark crystals by accident, Alex added with a tired sigh. So, you're saying you're not sure who's helping these villains? Ryu asked, looking at Alex, who sighed again. That's exactly what I mean. In the vast multiverse, there are plenty of things that can have the same effect as these crystals did on the dungeon walls, Alex said, hoping his paranoia wouldn't be confirmed. What do you mean by multiverse? Hermes asked, his eyes lighting up with interest. Not again. Didn't we just talk about the villain hiding behind the scenes? Alex responded, not wanting to delve into multiverse theories. That's not important. Since you've started talking, don't stop now, Hermes said, beginning to act like a spoiled child. Hestia, seeing that Hermes was pestering Alex, reached for her shocker, intending to bring the noisy god to his senses. All right. But let's talk as we walk so we don't waste time, we've already been delayed with clearing the corruption in the dungeon, Alex said, starting to move forward. The group noticed that Alex was heading towards the room of Goliath, which had an exit to the 18th floor, and they followed him. Everyone was curious to learn more about the multiverse theory and the phenomena related to it. Alex walked silently, thinking about how to explain everything in a way that would avoid stupid questions. But after some thought, he realized that questions would arise no matter how hard he tried. All right, ask what you want to know. If I have an answer, I'll try to explain, Alex said, turning to Hermes, who immediately caught up to him. What does the multiverse mean? Hermes asked, walking beside Alex, while the whole group perked up their ears, eager to learn more. Only Hestia lay calmly on the pillow, as she already knew the answer. To put it simply, the multiverse is an infinite space where countless worlds and universes exist. It would take an eternity to visit each one of them, Alex explained, trying to make everything clear. But instead of clarifying the situation, he only raised more questions. Could you be more specific? Asfi asked, quickening her pace to keep up with Alex. All right, imagine that this world is a tree. And each version of this world is just a branch on that tree, Alex continued, looking at Asfi, who nodded, indicating that she understood. Let's take Hermes as an example, Alex said, pointing at Hermes. Me? Hermes asked, pointing at himself. Yes, you. If each branch is a version of this world, then there are many versions of Hermes. For example, in one of them, Hermes is a girl, in another, a villain, and so on, Alex explained. I'm a girl. Hehehe, that would be awesome, Hermes began to laugh, fantasizing about it and completely ignoring the mention of being a villain, which caused disgust among the girls in the group. If that's clear, imagine that there are billions of such trees, or even more. And each tree is a separate world you can imagine, Alex said, causing the group's eyes to light up. So, the turtle you mentioned could also be from such a world? Ryu asked, recalling Alex's words. Exactly. I want to visit that world to talk with Master Uguay, Alex said, eager to meet the wise turtle. You're telling me there's a turtle with great wisdom, and you didn't share this with me? Hermes exclaimed, snapping out of his fantasies, grabbing Alex, and starting to shake him. Stop it, or Hestia will give you another dose of positivity, Alex warned, pointing to Hestia, who was staring intently at Hermes and already reaching into her bag. Ahem. Sorry. But what about the other worlds? Hermes apologized, stepping away from Alex but continuing to keep an eye on Hestia, who still had her hand on her bag. There are many worlds, from the simplest ones without magic or other wonders to those where heroes and villains exist. And don't forget, there are worlds inhabited by beings capable of destroying entire worlds and galaxies, Alex said, noticing how Hermes' eyes began to shine at the thought of a world filled with heroes. If there are worlds full of heroes, does that mean there are also worlds full of villains? Asfi asked, looking at Alex, waiting for an answer. Exactly, Asfi. If there's a world where a person is a hero, then in another version, they might be a villain, Alex confirmed, and Asfi sighed proudly. If we try to explain why someone destined to be a hero becomes a villain, we could say that their personality is shaped by events that take a different path, Alex added, offering a more detailed explanation. Are you saying that someone destined to be a hero encountered different events that turned them into a villain? Did I get that right? Asfi asked, surprising Alex with her insight. That's exactly right, Asfi. I'm impressed that you figured it out so quickly. Here, have a candy, Alex praised her and handed her a candy as a reward for her quick thinking. Asfi looked at the candy in confusion, not understanding why she received it, but decided to try it and found it to be incredibly delicious. Let's not forget that our personality is shaped by the place we live in and the people around us, Alex continued, trying to sound wise. So, Hermes is a pervert because he hung out with other perverts. Hestia joked. I'm not so sure about that. Maybe he was already a pervert, and that's why he befriended others like him, Alex replied uncertainly. What do you mean I'm a pervert? All men are like that. Hermes exclaimed, grimacing, which made Asfi struggle to hold back her laughter. Take Alex, for example. He's 100% a pervert, he just hides it well, Hermes said, causing everyone to stare intently at Alex. Don't lump everyone together. Wanting to kiss or touch someone I love doesn't make me a pervert. I always try to keep my distance from girls I'm not in a relationship with, Alex countered, and Hestia started nodding, recalling that Alex had never behaved inappropriately. Who are you trying to fool? I can see by your eyes that you're a pervert, Hermes declared, pointing a finger at Alex's face. I'll say it again, if a guy has inappropriate desires toward his partner, that's perfectly normal. If he doesn't have those thoughts, then he probably has a problem, Alex said, pushing Hermes' finger away from his face. How did we go from talking about different worlds to perversions and other nonsense? Asfi asked, looking at her god, who continued arguing with Alex. I don't know, Rhea replied, shaking her head. While Hermes and Alex continued to argue about who was more of a pervert, the rest of the group silently watched them, wondering how the conversation had taken such a turn. Hestia just smiled sheepishly, realizing that she was partly to blame for this. They were already approaching Goliath's chamber, but Hermes wouldn't relent, insisting on his point, while Alex kept countering him. Alex didn't deny that he liked beautiful girls, but he had no desire to invade their personal space. He believed that everything should develop naturally. When the group reached Goliath's chamber, they saw a huge crystal left behind after its death. Alex immediately decided to take it, considering it an easy profit. Then they approached the blocked entrance leading to the 18th floor, and Alex quickly cleared the path. Everyone began descending. On the 18th floor, they were greeted by an incredibly beautiful and peaceful scene. The ceiling was adorned with huge crystals that illuminated the entire floor. Trees and rivers were everywhere, and blue and azure crystals of various sizes reflected the light, filling the forest with a pale blue glow. The high ceiling was studded with crystals of two colors, white, resembling the sun, and blue, reminiscent of the sky. Alex admired the beauty, considering this place the most beautiful he had ever seen. Noticing how the crystals were gradually dimming, Alex realized that the glow depended on the time of day, and evening was approaching. Hestia, having jumped off the pillow, walked over to Alex, took his hand, and leaned against him, wanting to enjoy the moment with her beloved. Rhea came from the other side and also took Alex's hand. For her, this place was associated with unpleasant memories, but now, being here for the first time with someone she loved, she just wanted to enjoy the beauty with him. At that moment, they all forgot about their worries and possible dangers. They only wanted to enjoy this beautiful place. I don't want to interrupt your romantic moment, but we need to move on, Hermes' voice broke their moment. Has anyone ever told you that you're like a cork in a barrel? Alex asked with a stone-cold face, looking at the smiling Hermes. No, this is the first time, Hermes replied with a wide grin. Alex's desire to punch Hermes grew with every passing moment, but while he was considering this, someone else had already taken action. Ay. Hermes screamed as he received a jolt of positive energy. Everyone turned to Hestia, who had stealthily approached him and zapped him with her shocker. Hestia-sama, why did you do that again? Asfi asked, looking at Hermes, who had lost consciousness once more and was emitting white smoke. To let him know that interrupting a romantic moment isn't acceptable. You have no idea how hard it is sometimes to just be in silence and enjoy such a moment, Hestia replied with an annoyed tone. Did she pick that up from you? Ryu whispered to Alex, who nodded in response. Maybe. Or maybe she was always like that, and there just wasn't a reason for her to act this way, Alex said with a shrug. I don't think Hestia-sama was like this. It's all your fault, Ryu insisted, accusing Alex. Why does everyone say that Hestia changed because of me? Alex raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised. Because I heard that Hestia-sama used to be a kind and sweet goddess, but now she's different. Recently, I've seen her zap Hermes with a shocker twice, Ryo said, looking at Alex, whose lips started twitching. That's not true. The first time I accidentally caused trouble, Hestia wanted to shake the soul out of me. She, like me, knows how to hide her true nature, Alex responded wisely, nodding his head. That's because you were at fault, and she wanted to punish you, Ryo countered, not accepting his point of view. Why am I at fault? I just wanted to enlighten the uneducated adventurers and lead them to the light of the flying spaghetti monster. It's their fault they didn't want to believe, Alex declared, trying to justify himself. You admitted that you caused trouble, and now you're denying your guilt, Ryo said, squinting at him. It's all sophistry, Alex waved his hand, not wanting to continue the conversation. All right, we need to find the other girls, he said, trying to avoid further discussions. Alex used his ability to locate members of his family and found them in an open area near the forest. There was another group nearby, which Alex quickly recognized as Loki's family. He guessed that the girls had probably run into them while fleeing from monsters. Alex, distracting his group from discussing the unconscious Hermes, led them towards Loki's camp. Seeing that no one wanted to carry Hermes, he sighed wearily and dragged the noisy god by his leg. Asfi, with wide eyes, couldn't understand why Alex did this, as he had previously carried Hermes on his shoulder. But after thinking a bit, she realized that Alex was acting this way because Hermes had interrupted the romantic moment. Smiling, Asfi silently followed the group, not judging his actions. As Alex approached Loki's family camp, he heard laughter and conversations from people sitting around the fire. He was relieved to see that the girls from his family were in good condition, but soon irritation took over as he noticed how carefree they were enjoying themselves. Hestia, seeing the laughing girls, also felt a wave of irritation. She had been worried about them all this time, and now it turned out they were just sitting and laughing. Hestia was about to rush over to them with reproaches, but Alex stopped her by placing a hand on her shoulder and shaking his head. A smile appeared on his face that did not bode well. One of Loki's family members noticed Alex and his group approaching and, with a friendly smile, pointed them out to the others. The entire camp turned to face them, and when they saw Alex's smile, the conversations immediately ceased. Loki's family members began to look sympathetically at the girls from Hestia's family. In turn, they looked around in confusion until they noticed that everyone in the camp was looking in one direction. When they saw Alex's smiling face, their first thought was to run. Don't even think about running, Alex said, keeping his eyes fixed on the girls who were trying to retreat unnoticed. But from the start, his gaze was focused solely on them. Good evening to you too. Isn't it a wonderful day? Alex asked with a smile as he approached the group. His words sent a chill through everyone in the camp. Loki's family couldn't shake the bad feeling they had looking at his smile. But when they saw Alex dragging the unconscious Hermes by his leg, their anxiety only grew. Why have you come, Alex? Finn asked, trying to lighten the mood. Well, to start with, members of my family were attacked by mutated monsters because of a group of idiots who tried to take on more than they could handle, Alex replied, getting closer and letting go of Hermes' leg, who was being ignored by everyone. If I hadn't gone down into the dungeon, I wouldn't have known that someone in your team had improperly set up the alarm system. Because of that, the whole structure collapsed, Alex continued, lighting up and surveying the camp. And the most interesting thing is that because of this idiot, a lot of problems arose in the dungeon that I had to solve, he added, shifting his gaze to one of the Amazons, who flinched under his stare. So it was you who irresponsibly approached your work? Alex asked, looking at Tiona, who was avoiding his gaze. But I set up the cube you gave our group correctly, Tiona tried to defend herself. Well, that's no longer important, Alex said, making Tiona sigh with relief. But you can't avoid a lecture on irresponsible behavior, he added, causing Tiona to tense up and nervously look around for help. However, none of her comrades dared to intervene, not wanting to share in the consequences. Alex took a seat in a free spot, wanting to gather his thoughts and finally calm his nerves after ensuring the girls were okay. Every time he saw walls covered in corruption, his tension grew. The last wall, with signs of a struggle left by adventurers, had made a particularly strong impression on him. Although Alex tried to hide his emotions, inside he was deeply concerned for the girls. Once he arrived on the 18th floor and felt their presence, his worry eased, and he was finally able to relax a little and enjoy the calm of that floor. Everyone around nervously watched him, sitting silently and thoughtfully smoking, not taking their eyes off the floor. The girls from his group did not give up their attempt to escape and were about to execute a tactical retreat when their way was blocked by the small goddess, who stood with her hands on her hips, watching them intently. The girls had no choice but to surrender and return to their places. Alex, I don't want to interrupt your thoughts, but what exactly happened? Finn asked, trying to distract him from his grim thoughts. Well, in short, the alarm system malfunctioned, and there were a lot of mutated monsters in the dungeon, Alex replied, shifting his gaze to the group, which started exchanging confused looks. Didn't the girls mention the ants and other monsters to you? Alex asked, looking at the puzzled faces of those present. They only mentioned the ants that chased them to the boss room, and that was all, Riveria answered on behalf of the group. So, you didn't encounter any mutated monsters on your way? Alex asked, looking at the girls, behind whom Hestia stood with a frowning expression. And no, there were too many ants, and we couldn't deal with them. So we decided to hide, luring them to Goliath. Lily explained their group's plan. So, no orcs, minotaurs, or tigers. Alex clarified, noticing how the girls quickly shook their heads. It's strange that they didn't encounter anyone, Asfi noted, sitting down beside them. Indeed, it is strange, Hestia agreed, looking at Alex, who was again lost in his thoughts. Are you saying there were other monsters besides the ants? Finn asked, eyeing Alex warily. Not just ants. This time it was much worse, and if I hadn't been worried about the girls and gone into the dungeon, your group definitely wouldn't have returned, Alex said, surveying everyone in the camp. Are you joking? Bet asked skeptically. Well, the situation turned out to be worse than I anticipated, Alex sighed, shaking his head. So what should we do now? Riveria asked, looking at him anxiously. I've already dealt with that problem. But most likely, an attack will be organized on this floor tomorrow. There are too many adventurers gathered here right now, Alex noted, checking the number of people on the 18th floor. What do you mean by attack, and what do adventurers have to do with it? Finn asked, trying not to think about the worst-case scenario. All right, I'll explain. But first, I'll try to contact Freya, Alex said, pulling out a communication device. Alex took out the communication device from his pocket and tried to establish contact with Alan so that he could pass it on to Freya and she could hear the upcoming conversation. Once the connection was established, Alex called Alan, who answered the call irritably. Alan was displeased with having to watch the deadless street all day, where absolutely nothing had happened. But Alex was indifferent to his irritation and asked him to pass the device to Freya. After a brief pause, Freya called back, and her first question was, "My dear, are you okay? Did you find the girls?" Her caring tone brought a warm feeling to Alex's heart. "I'm fine, just mentally exhausted from everything I saw today," Alex replied. "Now it's clear why you sound so tired," Freya gently remarked, sensing his exhaustion despite the distance. "So, what happened in the dungeon that made you decide to call?" she asked, wanting to know the details. "If I had to sum it up in 2 words, it would be total crap," Alex said, and the faces of the group members grimaced at his words. "Dear, I understand that you're tired, but I need details," Freya said calmly but insistently. Alex began to recount what had happened in the dungeon and what his group had faced while he was searching for the girls. As Alex spoke, the faces of those who were unaware of the events began to pale from what they heard. Freya remained silent throughout the recounting, but Alex knew she was very upset. Finn clenched his fists, realizing that if Alex hadn't come to the rescue, his group might have suffered serious losses. Tiona, feeling guilty for what had happened, began to blame herself, but her sister tried to comfort her, saying it was not worth dwelling on. After finishing the story, Alex looked at everyone present, seeing how their faces had paled, understanding the danger they could have faced if not for Alex's intervention. "Dear, what should we do about this situation?" Freya finally asked. "We need to start preparing. I will make some arrangements here, and you should go back to my place and ask Hephaestus to find the golden box in my workshop," Alex replied after a moment's thought. "What do we need it for?" Freya asked. "Inside that box is a useful item that will help you catch the idiot when the monster attack starts," Alex explained. "But how can monsters attack in the city?" "I checked the entire Deadless Street and found nothing," Alan, who had also been listening, intervened. "Under Deadless Street is an artificial labyrinth that has been built for many years. It leads to the mid-levels of the dungeon," Alex replied, and the listeners were stunned by this information. "So what if there's an artificial labyrinth?" Alan asked in confusion, not understanding the problem. "Are you joking? Use your brain and think," Alex replied irritably. "They might be capturing monsters from the dungeon and causing them to mutate," came Otter's voice from the communication device. "You're right, Otter. And I don't know how many monsters they have right now. Because we didn't encounter a single monster on our way," Alex said, and everyone began to contemplate various possibilities. "Alex, do you have any guesses as to why they're capturing so many monsters and conducting all these manipulations?" Hestia asked, sitting down next to Alex. "I have no idea, as the dungeon can spawn monsters almost indefinitely," Alex shook his head. "Maybe they're trying to summon the Dungeon Guardian in this way," Riveria suggested with a hint of doubt. "Dungeon Guardian?" Alex asked, looking surprised at Riveria. "The Guardian appears only when the dungeon sustains significant damage. But that was a long time ago, and it's only recorded in the records," Riveria explained, not being entirely sure. "No, it's quite possible. If it's a Guardian, then it's much stronger than any monster." And if that's the case, they want to capture it, Alex said, deep in thought. And what's the plan of action? Finn asked. Freya and Loki will monitor the surface and can help. I've left them items that will be of immense assistance, Alex said, and everyone nodded, understanding the plan. And what about us? Lily asked. On this floor, I will do everything necessary to repel the attack and protect those who think too highly of themselves, Alex said, and his words made everyone wince, realizing that some adventurers indeed overestimate their abilities. Alex began to explain what needed to be done on this floor. But first, he needed to give the girls a lecture on the importance of constant vigilance and prepare a sleeping area. After all, Hestia would be fussy again, demanding to sleep on a soft bed and refusing to sleep in a tent. Alex sighed wearily and lit a cigarette, thinking, I'm too old for this shit. To be continued. Chapter 52, The Villain's Plan and Preparation for Defense. Alex sat wearily, paying no attention to his surroundings. His thoughts were simple, he came to this world seeking only a peaceful life. The power he gained was supposed to help him fulfill that desire. All he wanted was a peaceful life with a few adventures. But lately, everything that had been happening was getting on his nerves. He never aimed to confront villains who wanted to destroy or enslave the world. All he needed was a simple and peaceful life. The group members observed Alex, who sighed deeply once again. They didn't know how to react. Ever since that group of misfits appeared, Alex had been retreating into his thoughts more and more. Hestia, noticing his state, approached to comfort him, realizing that problems were piling up on him one after another. Are you okay? Hestia asked softly, gently stroking his head. I don't know, Alex replied without looking up. All I wanted was a normal, peaceful life and a little bit of adventure, he continued. But instead, I have to deal with villains who sow chaos, along with those who help them, Alex added, lifting his head with a wry smile. Then why don't you just leave or ignore it? Bet unexpectedly interjected, having overheard the conversation. Everyone immediately turned their attention to him and gave him disapproving looks. What? Am I wrong? He could just walk away, and no one is forcing him to deal with all this crap, Bet insisted, despite the disapproving stares. I get what you're saying, Bet, Alex responded with the same wry smile. But I started all of this out of simple curiosity. I wanted to understand what it feels like to be a hero fighting villains. But in the end, I realized, if I don't stop them, they'll only bring pain and suffering. Their great goals are complete nonsense. Alex looked up at the ceiling, filled with now dimmed crystals. Every time I thought about leaving it all and letting others handle it, I remembered, if I have the power, why can't I help? I'm not a hero who dreams of saving everyone, and I don't even like fighting. But my conscience won't let me ignore these villains and their evil deeds. A sense of determination began to appear in his eyes. As Uncle Ben said, with great power comes great responsibility. He said this to his nephew, who wanted to become a hero, and he did. Alex's words inspired everyone sitting by the campfire. It seems this Uncle Ben was a very wise man, Hermes remarked, standing up and stretching. But why does everything hurt? He complained, rubbing his back, which ached from the bruises. I dragged you by your leg across the entire floor, Alex said calmly, watching as Hermes froze in shock. You dragged me by my leg? Why? Aren't we friends? How could you do that to a friend? Hermes began bombarding him with questions, not stopping his complaints. You're the one to blame for ruining my romantic moment with Alex, Hestia declared, hugging Alex's head and giving Hermes such a fierce look that he instantly flinched. Hermes continued to grumble about the unfair treatment, outraged that he had been knocked out twice in one day. Everyone sitting by the campfire struggled to hold back their laughter at the sight of his offended expression. Alex, however, paid no attention to Hermes and simply rested his head on Hestia's chest, trying to process everything that had happened. But Hermes' incessant voice began to get on his nerves, making it difficult to concentrate. Can you be quiet for at least a minute? Alex snapped, lifting his head and giving Hermes an annoyed look. Why can't I complain? I was treated unfairly. Hermes retorted, completely ignoring Alex's irritation. And anyway, what did I miss while I was knocked out? He asked, settling into an empty seat. Well, we found out that the girls were only being chased by ants and that they didn't encounter any other monsters on their way, Alex replied, to which Hermes nodded. But why didn't they meet anyone? When we came down here, the place was crawling with monsters, Hermes mumbled thoughtfully, stroking his chin. We didn't encounter any adventurers or ordinary monsters. The only battle signs were on the 17th floor, Hermes continued, thinking out loud. Wait, be quiet for a minute, Alex abruptly stopped him, as a thought occurred to him, a thought that might seem silly but made sense. Did you figure something out? Ryu asked, noticing how Alex frowned, deep in thought. I'm not sure if I'm right, but we need to check it out first, Alex said, glancing around the group. Finn, who's the fastest in your group? He asked, looking at Finn. That would be me. But why do you need to know? Bet immediately responded. Run to the settlement where the adventurers have gathered and find out why they're all there, Alex requested, hoping his hunch was wrong. Why? Bet asked, surprised, but he got up, preparing to head to the settlement. When you get back and tell us what you've learned, I'll explain everything. If my guess is correct, we might understand why Lily's group didn't meet anyone along their way, Alex explained. Bet nodded and quickly set off for the settlement. As he watched Bet sprint away, Alex hoped his suspicions were just paranoia. However, if his fears were justified, then the group of misfits was planning something grand. The others watched Alex, who was nervously sitting, lost in thought. They all wanted to ask him questions, but Alex, ignoring them, awaited Bet's return with information. After a while, Bet returned, a frown on his face. What did you find out? Alex asked, his eyes focused on the frowning Bet. There are indeed a lot of adventurers there, the whole settlement is swarming with them, Bet replied, sitting down on a chair. Like Lily's group, they were all lured here by the ants, he added irritably. So, besides those who were here originally, the other groups of adventurers ended up here for the same reason, they were being chased by ants. Alex clarified, still staring at Bet. Something like that. One group tried to leave to get help, but it seems they didn't make it, Bet said, clearly in the mood for a strong drink. I think I'm starting to understand what's going on, Alex said, standing up and glancing toward the settlement. What did you figure out? Hermes asked with interest, closely watching Alex. Do you remember that last room, the one covered in corruption, and the battle signs we found near it? Alex asked, looking at Hermes. Yeah, there were bloodstains and weapon marks. So what? Hermes muttered, clearly not in the mood to use his brain. Think for a second. Why is that room so different from the others? Why were the other rooms almost identical? Alex pressed, forcing everyone to think. Maybe they gathered everyone in one place to kill them all at once. Tiona suggested, though her voice hinted at doubt. Close, but not quite. If the last room is so heavily corrupted that it shows signs of consciousness after a group of adventurers was sacrificed to it, what does that tell us? Alex asked, waiting for the others to offer their thoughts before presenting his own explanation. If we follow your logic, began Riveria, deep in thought, then they want to sacrifice everyone on this floor to infect it completely. That's right. An adventurer's soul is far more valuable than an ordinary person's. Adventurers are blessed by the gods, which strengthens their souls, Alex confirmed, and everyone began to understand the purpose behind it all. But you mentioned that the attack is planned for the surface as well, Finn reminded, listening intently. If my paranoia isn't fooling me, the surface attack is just a diversion to keep people from noticing what's happening in the dungeon, Alex said, piecing together the puzzle. And most likely, they don't want to infect the entire floor but focus on a single entity, enhancing it, he added, recalling Riveria's words. Are you saying they intend to strengthen the Guardian? Hestia asked, frowning. Possibly. I don't know what the dungeon guardian looks like, Alex admitted, neither confirming nor denying the possibility. And what's the plan then? Bet asked. First, I'll prepare countermeasures to prevent those idiots from the settlement from becoming victims. And I'll probably send you up to the surface tomorrow morning to help repel the attack on the city, Alex said decisively. Are you sure we won't need to help here? Finn asked, eyeing Alex closely as he pulled out his notebook. There aren't many adventurers on the surface, your help will be very useful there, Alex replied, glancing away from his notebook to look at Finn. Are you sure you can handle this situation alone? Finn asked skeptically. It will be fairly simple for me. But I might have to stay up all night preparing for the attack, Alex said with a wry smile, causing Hestia to protest, used to sleeping beside him. Alex flipped through his notebook, where he had jotted down rune combinations and other important details that might come in handy in the future. The enemy didn't know what Alex was capable of, he hadn't revealed a significant portion of his abilities. Finding the right rune combination for the situation, Alex began to devise a plan, trying not to spook the enemy. You said the attack will be on this floor. Why not another? Hermes asked, trying to get more details. Hermes, can you think for a moment? Alex snapped, tossing his pen at Hermes. Hermes immediately covered the bruised spot. Why are you attacking right away? Wasn't I asking a reasonable question? Hermes complained, hiding behind Asphi to avoid another attack from Alex. Logically speaking, if the villains want to summon the Guardian, they first need to damage the dungeon to provoke it. To make the Guardian appear where they need it, it's enough to gather adventurers in one place, and the dungeon will send the Guardian to eliminate the threat, Asphi explained, suggesting a possible scenario. If your version is correct, it makes sense. The dungeon would naturally want to eliminate the threat, and a concentration of adventurers in one place presents such a threat, Riveria added. That's probably how it will happen. Since all adventurers possess a portion of divine power granted through blessings, imagine if they all gather in one place, and the dungeon starts losing or even mutating monsters, separating them from itself. And that's not counting the corruption I've already removed. The damage is already significant, Alex concluded. But why hasn't the dungeon summoned the guardian yet? Lafia asked, drawing everyone's attention. Feeling their gazes, she hid behind Ace. Good question, my little elf. Most likely, the dungeon is preparing for it. Throughout the day, we didn't encounter a single ordinary monster, except for Goliath. Our entire path was strewn only with mutated creatures, Alex replied. Perhaps new monsters aren't appearing because the dungeon's mana is concentrating in one place to summon the guardian, he added, causing sighs among the group. The strength of this guardian is unknown. The damage inflicted on the dungeon is quite significant, Alex continued. Are you sure you can handle this alone? Riveria asked with concern. If they implant the crystal into the guardian's body, it will become even stronger. I'll manage, Alex replied, shaking his head. What worries me more is that, aside from the guardian, other monsters might appear. You mean other monsters might show up and attack the settlement? Lily clarified. Most likely, Alex said with a shrug, making Lily frown. And that's where you come in, my young Padawans. You'll fight the monsters while I deal with the guardian, Alex said, causing Lily's group to sigh tiredly. Only Bella seemed invigorated, considering it a heroic act. And the one who defeats the most monsters can ask me for one wish as a prize, Alex added, lighting up the eyes of the girls. Not only the girls from Hestia's family, but also the members of Loki's family were eager for such an opportunity. Can I stay? I want to participate too. Tiona shouted, raising her hand. I want to join in as well, Ace said monotonously. Girls, are you serious? Riveria asked, looking at Tiona and Ace, who were eager to stay. Didn't you hear? He'll grant one wish as a prize. Don't you have something you'd like to ask for? Tiona said slyly, moving closer to Riveria, causing her to start bleeding from her nose. First, wipe your nose. Not everyone is like you, Riveria said, pushing Tiona away, who had begun to breathe heavily, lost in her fantasies. No indecent proposals. You need to form a line. Hestia yelled, hiding Alex behind her back. Haha. I didn't expect Hestia to become like this. This moment made it all worth it, Hermes laughed, watching the scene unfold. Hestia, to do indecent things, as you put it, one first needs to be in a relationship and then, maybe, get married, Alex said, nudging Hestia in the back, making her flinch. PFF, haha. You're the epitome of innocence, Alex. Who would have thought someone like you prefers romance and feelings? Hermes laughed loudly. And what's wrong with that? Isn't it logical to strengthen feelings between us first, and then move on to other things? Isn't that what relationships, which eventually lead to marriage, are for? Alex asked, looking at the still laughing Hermes. And you, scoundrel, someone like you has no right to talk to me about feelings, Alex said, approaching Hermes and grabbing him by the scruff of his neck. Hermes started shaking, fearing what might happen to him. While Alex was having a disciplinary chat with Hermes, the group of girls gathered around Hestia, wanting to discuss what they could ask for as a prize if they defeated the monsters. Hestia-sama, what do you mean by no indecency? What's your threshold? Tiona asked curiously, looking at Hestia. Neither of those things are allowed, Hestia replied, crossing her arms in a gesture of prohibition. What do you mean by neither of those things? I don't understand. Can you explain it properly? Tiona puzzled, noticing Hestia blushing and struggling to explain her thoughts. She was still an innocent maiden, unfamiliar with such matters. Things that are done only after marriage are not allowed. And kissing too, Hestia answered with a face flushed with embarrassment. Why isn't kissing allowed? Isn't it just a touch of the lips? Ace asked, genuinely not understanding these nuances. A kiss is something that lovers do to show their affection, Ryu explained, trying to clarify for Ace, who didn't see what the big deal was. For example, if you love a guy and want to show him your feelings, you kiss him on the lips. If you just want to thank him, a kiss on the cheek is enough. But even that should only be done if you're sure about the person and their character, Ryu continued, looking at Ace, who had even more questions forming in her mind. I still don't get the difference. Isn't a kiss just a kiss? Ace asked in surprise, not seeing much distinction. Don't overthink it, Ace. I'll explain everything later. For now, we need to figure out what to ask for as a prize, Tiona said, placing a hand on Ace's shoulder, who simply nodded. Hestia-sama, what about a date? Is that also forbidden? Tiona asked, looking at Hestia, who seemed deep in thought. Hestia murmured, stroking her chin in contemplation. A simple date is allowed, but no indecent things, she finally said after a brief internal struggle. Great. So, if I win, I can invite Alex on a date. Tiona exclaimed joyfully, bouncing in place. How do you know you'll stay and win? Lily asked with a cold smirk, making Tiona feel as if a bucket of cold water had been dumped on her. I'm definitely staying and winning this fight. Tiona stubbornly declared, already planning how she would stay and participate. Hey, we'll see if Alex even lets you stay, Lily said with disdain. She had long planned to invite Alex on a date, and now was a perfect opportunity she wasn't willing to give up. I also want to stay. But what is a date? Ace unexpectedly asked. A date is when you invite someone you like to dinner or a walk to spend time together, Ryu explained, answering Ace's question, who nodded, starting to understand what it meant. While the girls discussed their plans for the prize they hoped to get in case of victory, the male members of the group watched them from a distance. The girls were huddled together, whispering and talking so that no one could eavesdrop. Everyone was curious about what they were talking about, but no one wanted to risk their health to find out. The guys knew how dangerous the girls could be if provoked. Meanwhile, Alex finished his friendly talk with Hermes, who looked like he had fought 100 battles with a dangerous opponent. Hermes sat with a defeated look, his head bowed in exhaustion, and vowed never to provoke Alex again to avoid another lecture on proper behavior. Asfi, who had been observing the scene, was amazed that Alex had managed to silence Hermes and bring him to such a state. What are you talking about? Alex asked, approaching the girls. Nothing, the girls replied in unison. We're talking about the date they'll invite you on if they win, Ace monotoned, causing disgruntled exclamations from the girls as their plans were revealed. Well, I'll pretend I didn't hear that, Alex said, noticing the girls' faces darken as their secret became known. Now, ladies, follow me. We need to discuss something, Alex continued, heading to a secluded spot where they wouldn't be overheard. Lily's group sighed heavily, realizing they couldn't avoid the conversation. And you too, Tiona. You've been quite irresponsible, Alex added, moving ahead. Tiona, whose face had recently been glowing with a smile, immediately grew somber as she realized a serious discussion awaited her. Alex walked forward, with the group of girls following behind with downcast expressions, including Ace, who just wanted to listen. The guys folded their hands in prayer, hoping the girls wouldn't suffer too much from the upcoming talk. No one dared to help them, as everyone had had enough of Alex's lectures during the training sessions at his place. When they reached the empty spot, Alex reverted to a childlike demeanor because he enjoyed scolding people in this way. It created a unique psychological pressure, being reprimanded by a child rather than an adult. He waited for the girls to approach and line up in front of him. Well, what do you want to say to me? Alex asked, looking at the girls who had their heads down. We were careless, the girls responded in unison. What do I always repeat to you during every training session? Alex said, finding himself in Ace's arms as she held him up. Constant vigilance, the girls answered. Then why did you end up in this situation? Alex continued, asking Ace to walk back and forth to intensify the pressure on the girls. Because we were careless, Daphne said. We relaxed on the upper floors, thinking we were safe, Cassandra added. And why did you relax? Alex asked, his gaze growing stricter, making the girls even more nervous. We thought that since we brought Bella, we wouldn't go too far, Lily replied, trying not to look at Alex as Ace carried him around. So, in your recklessness, you want to blame Bella, whom you brought into the dungeon and were responsible for? Alex asked, his gaze fixed on the girls. No, Bella isn't to blame. It's our fault and our mistake that we ended up in this situation, Daphne said. Then why am I having this discussion with you now? Alex asked, narrowing his eyes. Because you care about us, since we're your family, and you're responsible for us, Lily replied. Exactly. If you had been harmed, it would have been my fault for not preparing you properly and letting you go alone, Alex said, asking Ace to stop. And you also put Bella in danger. She had only been in the dungeon once, and that was with me, he continued. She had only trained under my supervision for a week, Alex added. But you sent me into the dungeon after just a couple of days of training. I think it's unfair that you're accusing us now, Lily said, lifting her head. I sent you into the dungeon because you had been there before. And I was there with you in case of danger, Alex replied, and Lily lowered her head again. Bella, how are you feeling after all this? Alex asked, turning to the girl who seemed quite perplexed. How unfair, we're being scolded, and they're asking about Bella's condition, Cassandra murmured under her breath, displeased with the treatment. What did you say? Alex asked sharply, turning his gaze to Cassandra. Nothing, Cassandra quickly replied, shaking her head. I'm fine, just a bit tired and scared when it happened, Bella said, trying to avoid Alex's gaze. It's normal that you're not feeling well. After all, your first official dungeon trip didn't end well, Alex comforted her. It's not over yet. Tomorrow we'll have to fight again, Lily interjected. Bella will stay close to Hestia tomorrow and protect her, Alex said, narrowing his eyes at Lily, who immediately looked away. I won't be participating in the battle. Bella asked in a distressed tone. Unfortunately, no. But your task is no less important. You will protect Hestia from any attacks, Alex explained, and Bella nodded, understanding how serious this responsibility was. Alex continued his talk with the girls, repeatedly reminding them that they had let their guard down, putting each other at risk. He emphasized that they had not been attentive and had missed obvious clues while hurrying to the 18th floor. Alex finished scolding them, and now the girls looked as if their souls had been drained. His gaze then turned to Tiona, who was trying to blend in and avoid drawing attention. "Do you think I forgot about you?" Alex asked, shifting his gaze to Tiona, who flinched at his words. "Well, I set up the cube properly, it's not my fault," Tiona tried to justify herself. "I can't judge whether you set it up correctly or not. The fact remains, you didn't check how you did it," Alex said, and Tiona's eyes started filling with tears. "Tears won't help you here," he added, causing Tiona to just sniffle. "I can't blame you too much, since no one could have predicted that the situation would turn out this way," Alex said, and Tiona gave a slight smile. "But next time, when you're given a task like this, you need to check everything multiple times and make sure you did it right, not just do it and forget about it," Alex warned. Tiona quickly nodded her head in agreement, afraid that Alex would start lecturing again. She didn't want to go through the same thing as the other girls. "Now go back to the camp, I need to prepare a sleeping area," Alex said, and Ace carried him back to the camp. Meanwhile, in the camp, everyone was watching with interest as Alex scolded the girls. But when they noticed that Alex and his group were returning, they quickly returned to their own activities, trying not to reveal their curiosity. When Alex entered the camp, he scrutinized everyone with suspicion but found nothing unusual in their behavior and decided to ignore it. Hestia, seeing the girls' dejected state, decided not to rush to comfort them, as she was a bit irritated by their carelessness. However, she was worried about another issue, where she would sleep. Accustomed to her soft bed, she didn't want to sleep on anything less comfortable. Seeing Alex, she came up with a plan. "Alex, where will we be sleeping in this place?" Hestia asked, deciding to approach the issue cautiously to get Alex to fulfill her wish. "Don't worry, I'll arrange everything now," Alex replied, jumping down from Ace's arms and heading to an empty patch of land. "How did you turn into a child again? And how do you plan to solve the sleeping arrangement?" Hermes asked, noticing that Alex had reverted to his child form. "It's all about magic," Alex said, spreading his arms, from which sparks flew. Hermes' eyes widened in surprise. "Here it is, the power of magic," Alex continued, stamping his foot, and a wooden house began to emerge from the ground. Hermes was stunned by this display of magic, and not just him, everyone in the camp was frozen in amazement. "Here is our house for the night," Alex said, giving a thumbs up. "And where will I sleep?" "You know I can't sleep on something hard anymore," Hestia said, beginning to act like a spoiled child. "Hephaestus warned me not to spoil you, and now here's the result," Alex sighed, realizing that he had created this problem himself. "You said you love me, so you should spoil me," Hestia said with a proud tone. "Well, you're right," Alex admitted, pulling out a spare bed from his bag. "And why did you take it out now? Couldn't you have done that inside the house?" Lily asked, and Alex barely contained his irritation at her words. "You know, never mind. I'll carry it in anyway," Alex said, beginning to bring the bed into the house. From the outside, it looked comical, a child carrying a large bed. "All right, I've got this handled. You all can go to sleep, and I'll go prepare for tomorrow's battle," Alex said, stepping out of the house and brushing off his hands. "Do you really need to do this at night?" Hestia asked, hoping that Alex would stay with her. "Actually, I don't really need sleep, so it's fine," Alex replied, causing Hestia to just huff and head into the house, deliberately stomping her feet to show her displeasure. "You all go to sleep too. Tomorrow might be a tough day, and you'll need your strength," Alex added, sending everyone off to rest. "Be careful," Ryu said, hugging Alex before going into the house. Once everyone had left, Alex decided to start on his plan to fortify the floor and create countermeasures against any potential infected guards. He was pondering where to start when he noticed another presence nearby. Turning around, he saw Ace standing beside him, watching him intently. "What's wrong, Ace? Why aren't you going to sleep?" Alex asked, surprised by her presence. "I'm coming with you," Ace replied firmly. "But you need to rest to regain your strength," Alex observed, looking at her serious expression. "It's fine, I'm coming with you," Ace repeated, not giving Alex a chance to argue. "All right, as you say," Alex agreed tiredly, not wanting to argue with Ace. And so Alex and his new companion set off to prepare for the impending attack. Alex was still considering where to start, so they remained by the house, waiting for him to make a decision. To be continued. Chapter 53, A Date in the Dungeon and Preparation for Battle. Alex stood, deep in thought about where to start. He knew he needed to set up defenses for the adventurer settlement and reinforce the floor to prevent destruction in case the dungeon guardian appeared. He also had to protect Hestia in case the villain decided to take hostages, as a typical villain would. Meanwhile, Ace patiently waited for Alex to make a decision, not taking her eyes off him. Meeting Alex had stirred new, unfamiliar feelings within her. She couldn't quite understand what she was feeling, but every time she saw Alex, she wanted to touch him or hug him. Her heart told her she needed to stay with Alex at that moment, to be near him. Ace watched Alex's pensive face, and her desire to hug him grew stronger. When he was in his child form, it somehow became easier for her to imagine hugging him. But every time she tried to make that move, something held her back, though she couldn't figure out what. While Ace struggled with her emotions, Alex had already decided on the first steps to prepare countermeasures against the group of failures who had chosen to attack this floor. I think I'll start with the house's defenses and then move on to the other tasks, Alex said, returning to his adult form. Ace, are you sure you want to come with me? He asked, looking at her. Yes, I'm fine, Ace replied, not taking her eyes off Alex. It's just that what I'm about to do is pretty boring. There's nothing interesting about it, Alex warned. I'm used to staying up late, so it's fine, Ace said, stepping closer. All right then. Follow me, Alex agreed, heading to the back of the house. Ace nodded and walked beside him. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Don't be shy, I'll try to answer, Alex offered as he knelt to draw runes for the house's protection. What is love? Ace suddenly asked, kneeling beside him and watching his work. What is love? Alex repeated, freezing for a moment. The question caught him off guard. Love was a complex and multifaceted feeling, and explaining it in a few words wasn't easy. Alex nearly messed up the rune but quickly composed himself and finished drawing it. Ace, love is something everyone understands differently. There are different kinds of love, love for family, love for friends and comrades with whom you fight side by side, Alex began to explain, moving to another spot near the house. Ace followed him, waiting for more. What kind of love do you want to know about? He asked, kneeling again to draw another rune. The kind you have with your goddess, Ace answered, not taking her eyes off him. You mean romantic love? Alex clarified, turning to her. Ace nodded. That kind of love can also be different, depending on the person who feels it, Alex said, looking into her golden eyes. To put it simply, when you love someone, you always want to be near them, hold their hand, hug them, Alex continued. You want to kiss the person you love and do other little things that bring joy. All of this can be called love for a particular person. And what is that strange feeling when you see the person you love with someone else? Ace asked, following him. That's called jealousy, and it's very dangerous. Jealousy can destroy any relationship. If you combine love and jealousy, the desire to be with someone can turn into a desire to possess them, to the point where you might want to lock the person you love in a room so they can't escape, Alex replied, making Ace reflect on her feelings. Actually, it's not worth thinking too much about it. Feelings are not something that can be easily explained or imposed. You have to figure them out for yourself, Alex said, standing up and stretching since he had finished with the house's protection. Ace nodded absently, trying to sort out her feelings. Alex slowly walked towards the settlement, wanting to enjoy the peaceful moment before the upcoming battle. Ace followed behind, lost in her thoughts, but as she looked at Alex, she felt a desire to take his hand. She caught up to him and, overcoming her hesitation, gently took his hand. At that moment, a new, pleasant feeling, different from what she had felt when holding his hand in his child form, arose in her chest. She liked this new sensation. Alex glanced at Ace and noticed her courage. He began to think that Ace was gradually figuring out her feelings. This could be called progress, he thought, and smiled faintly. Alex and Ace walked through the forest, holding hands and enjoying the moment. They were unaware of a shadow trailing behind them, observing their actions. Alex was aware of the presence of a stalker and even had an idea of who it might be, but he didn't rush to reveal them, preferring to enjoy the walk with Ace. When they approached the settlement, which was still bustling with the large number of gathered adventurers, Alex decided to create a projection of the area to determine the best places to set up protective runes. Ace, not letting go of his hand, watched as he carefully examined the projection. At that moment, she leaned closer to him, following her feelings. Alex marked the places on the projection where the runes would be most effective and least vulnerable in battle. I think I've figured it out. We can move on, Alex said, removing the projection and noticing how close Ace was to him. Let's go, Ace nodded, unwilling to distance herself from him. And I think our little stalker can come out now, Alex added, turning around. A girl appeared from behind a tree. It was Tiona, and her face showed embarrassment at being discovered. She had just wanted to see what Alex and Ace were doing and couldn't resist following them. But upon seeing them holding hands, her curiosity got the better of her. Hee hee. I've been discovered, Tiona said, embarrassed as she stepped out from behind the tree. I spotted you as soon as we left the camp, Alex replied with a crooked smile. Well, I just didn't want to interrupt your little date, Tiona said, looking down shyly. It's a date? Ace asked, turning to Alex. Yes, it's a date, Tiona said, not giving Alex a chance to respond. If you're walking through the forest together holding hands, it can be called a date. So, we're on a date. But I haven't won yet, Ace said, tilting her head in surprise. You don't have to win a competition to go on a date, Tiona explained, looking at Ace, who clearly didn't understand the simple things. Not necessary? Ace asked, looking at Alex, who was watching the whole interaction. Basically, she's right. But what competition and prize? Alex asked, looking at the girls. You said yourself that the one who wins could go on a date with you, Tiona reminded him, having completely forgotten what Alex had actually said. Oh. I said I'd grant the wish of the one who kills the most monsters, not about a date, Alex sighed, placing a hand on his forehead. Oh, oops. I seem to have gotten confused, but the essence remains the same, Tiona said with a silly smile. All right, as you say, Alex responded, not wanting to get involved in the details. His job was to motivate, and the girls could sort things out themselves. Well, enough wasting time. I still need to finish setting up the protection on this floor, Alex added, heading towards the settlement. Alex walked towards the settlement, holding Ace's hand, which she refused to let go of and stayed beside him. Noticing the moment, Tiona decided to take his other hand and join the walk. However, Alex did not enter the settlement but started to circle it along the perimeter to set up the protective runes. When they reached the first point where the rune was to be set, Alex faced an unexpected problem. His hands were occupied with the girls, who were not planning to let go. Ace watched in surprise as Alex did not start drawing the runes, while Tiona, noticing his difficulty, only smiled but also did not let go of his hand. Girls, come on. I need at least one free hand, Alex said with a crooked smile, looking at Ace and Tiona, who stubbornly held onto him. I don't want to, Ace said firmly, refusing to let go of his hand. I'll let go only if Ace does, Tiona added with a sly smile. And what should I do with you two? Alex asked, continuing to look at the girls who were unwilling to step back. Who knows, Tiona shrugged. Well, you. Alex began, but sighed wearily, which brought a triumphant smile to the girls' faces. All right, let's do this, Alex said, gently freeing himself from their grip. The girls puffed up, disappointed that they couldn't keep holding his hand. Not wanting to waste time, Alex lifted Tiona onto his back. She, surprised, wrapped her legs around his waist and her arms around his neck, understanding that Alex had decided to handle things his way. Then he took Ace's hand, and her face immediately brightened with joy. Is this better? Alex asked, addressing the girls. Yes, they replied, pleased with the outcome. Now I can continue my work, Alex said, squatting down to draw the first rune. This seems a bit inconvenient, Alex admitted, realizing that the position wasn't the most comfortable with one girl hanging on his back and the other holding his hand. Well, you chose this position yourself. Blame only yourself, Tiona teased, whispering in his ear. Alex just gave a crooked smile and resigned himself to the situation. All right, as you say. I need to finish up with this settlement quickly and then set up runes all over the 18th floor, Alex said wearily, finishing the drawing of the rune. After completing the first rune, Alex moved to the next location. He knew the job would be much easier if the girls weren't hanging on him, but his kind heart wouldn't let him refuse them. All this time, Tiona entertained herself by blowing in his ear or playing with his hair but knew not to disturb him when Alex was focused on drawing the runes, doing it only when they moved to another location. Alex didn't mind her antics as long as they didn't interfere with his work. When he finally reached the last location near the settlement, his face relaxed. This seems to be the last place, Alex said, finishing the last rune. What will you do next? Tiona asked, continuing to play with his hair. Now comes the most unpleasant part, Alex replied, looking at the ceiling. What part? Ace asked, also looking up at the ceiling dotted with crystals that seemed to glow like stars in the night sky. Ugh. Now I need to place runes throughout the floor so that it doesn't collapse during the battle, Alex sighed wearily, realizing the tedious work that awaited him. I think you'll manage, Tiona said, giving him a thumbs up, which she practically shoved in his face, causing a twitch in Alex's eye. All right, now get off me. I need to have a smoke to focus on the work, Alex said, removing Tiona from his back and freeing his hand from Ace. Hey, that's not fair. Besides, you don't need to step away from us just to smoke, Tiona protested. Cigarettes have an unpleasant smell, and I don't want your clothes to smell like tobacco, Alex said, conjuring a pillow to sit on and smoke. As Alex sat and smoked, he paid no attention to the girls' pouty faces, clearly unhappy about losing the chance to be close to him. Meanwhile, he was contemplating how to correctly set the runes to protect the floor from collapsing. Observing the mana flows, Alex noticed their direction and realized that the dungeon guardian would indeed appear. Now he knew where the guardian would emerge from, so the first reinforcement point was found, he just needed to determine other key points. Tiona, irritatedly glancing at Alex, could not hide her displeasure. Ace, on the other hand, patiently waited for him to finish smoking so she could hold his hand again. Alex completed his thoughts, finished smoking, and stood up from the pillow. He understood that he needed to hurry, as there was a lot of work to be done, and it was important to finish it before dawn. "All right, ladies, we need to hurry up, so I'll work faster," Alex said, causing the girls to tilt their heads in confusion, trying to understand what he meant. "What do you mean by hurry?" Tiona asked, approaching closer. "It means I'll start working faster," Alex replied, lifting Tiona and placing her on the pillow. "Come on, Ace, you hop up too." "I can run alongside you," Ace offered, unwilling to let go of his hand. "Sorry, but that would be inconvenient," Alex said, gently freeing his hand from her grasp and placing her on the pillow next to Tiona. "Did you figure something out?" Tiona asked, noticing Alex's urgency. "Kind of. I saw the mana converging in one spot and realized we're running out of time," Alex explained, heading towards the first point. "Did you find out where the Guardian will appear?" Tiona asked, keeping a close watch on him. "Yes, if my eyes are correct, it will appear quite soon," Alex replied, quickening his pace. The pillow with the girls followed him obediently. "Where exactly will it appear?" Tiona clarified, holding onto the pillow to avoid falling. "Over there," Alex pointed. "We have about 8 hours until its appearance, and in that time, I need to cover the entire floor with protective runes." "You mean the Guardian will appear right there?" Tiona asked, pointing to the indicated spot. "Exactly. The mana is gathering at that point," Alex confirmed, stopping at the first location. "But how is that possible?" Tiona wondered, not understanding how the Guardian could come from that spot. "Sometimes the most inconspicuous places turn out to be the most dangerous," Alex answered, finishing the work at that point and moving on to the next. "Will you make it in time?" Ace asked, watching Alex confidently move forward. "I think so. It will take about 5 to 6 hours to complete the work. The most challenging part is the runes on the walls," Alex explained, arriving at the next point. Time flew by as Alex set up runes throughout the floor. The girls, tired from watching, fell asleep on the pillow. Alex, seeing them, decided not to wake them, understanding that they needed rest. Even if they said they were fine, a good sleep would never hurt. He moved around Rivera, trying to finish his work as quickly as possible. However, rune work required special care to ensure everything functioned correctly. Alex hoped that with the appearance of the Guardian, the mana flows in the dungeon would stabilize, thereby enhancing the effect of the runes. Despite his speed, there were still many places where runes needed to be set up. As Alex finished a major portion of the work, he sighed wearily, realizing how mentally draining the task was. Looking up at the ceiling, he noticed the crystals beginning to glow brighter, signaling the approach of dawn. When the light from the crystals was bright enough to indicate morning had arrived, Alex had just finished inscribing the final rune on the wall. The rune flared briefly and then vanished, blending seamlessly with the wall. Rubbing his tired eyes, Alex understood that his work was complete, but a battle with the Guardian and possibly another god intervening still awaited him. He looked at the peacefully sleeping girls and decided to take a moment to relax by having a cigarette. Closing his eyes, he tried to imagine what lay ahead in the coming battle. However, pushing those thoughts aside, Alex flicked the cigarette butt away and headed to the camp to send Finn's team to the surface for assistance. Arriving at the camp, Alex noticed that some people were already awake and preparing breakfast. After greeting them, he made his way to his temporary home on the 18th floor. The Loki family, busy with preparations, greeted Alex but were taken aback when they saw the floating pillow carrying Tiona and Ace peacefully asleep. Once inside the house, Alex began waking everyone up to prepare for the upcoming events. The first awake was Lily's group, followed by Asfi, who emerged from her room with disheveled hair, indicating that her night had not been the easiest. Hestia, rubbing her eyes upon waking, ignored everything around her and headed straight for the source of the food's aroma. Finally, Hermes appeared with a broad smile, which puzzled Alex. How could this god remain so calm in such a situation? When everyone gathered outside, Alex sat with them and began discussing the plan. "Alex, what's our plan?" Finn asked, watching as Alex sipped his coffee. "Everything is already prepared," Alex replied with a nod. "Once you finish eating and gather your things, I'll send you to your estate." "Why to the estate and not to the first floor of the dungeon?" Bet asked, puzzled by the decision. "Because those idiots know you're in the dungeon. If you appear near Babylon, they'll become more aggressive," Alex explained. Finn nodded in agreement with his reasoning. "I'll send you to the estate, and you'll wait there for the attack to catch the enemy off guard," Alex continued, clarifying his plan. Finn understood that Alex wanted to use the element of surprise. "So finish your breakfast and pack up, we don't want to waste daylight," Alex said, pouring the remaining coffee into the fire. The Loki family quickly finished their meals and began packing up their tents and gear. Once they had everything they needed, they were ready to depart. "I'm counting on you," Alex said, shaking Finn's hand. "We won't let you down, don't worry," Finn replied with a smile, returning the handshake. Alex watched as the Loki family vanished, then turned his attention to those who remained. Listen up. I've already set up defenses around the house and the settlement where the adventurers are gathered, Alex began, drawing everyone's attention. So stay within this boundary to avoid leaving the barrier. This includes you too, Hermes, he added, pointing at the god. Me. But I didn't do anything. Hermes exclaimed, pointing to himself. Yes, you. Because I know you love sticking your nose where it doesn't belong. If you die in the dungeon, there's nothing I can do to help you, Alex replied, making Hermes' face darken. Bella and Asphi will protect the gods while the others fight the monsters that might appear, Alex continued, laying out his plan. I won't let you down. Bella said firmly, saluting like a soldier. I'll do my best, but don't expect me to hold back if Hermes gets annoying. I might just toss him outside the barrier, Asphi added with a smile, causing Hermes' face to turn pale and his teeth to chatter in fear. Just kidding, Asphi said with a grin, but Hermes clearly didn't believe her. While Alex was giving orders and assigning tasks, Ryu approached him, wanting to show him something important before the battle. Alex, could you come with me? Ryu asked, looking at him. Of course, I don't mind, Alex replied, beginning to follow her. I want to show you a place, Ryu said, taking Alex's hand and leading him forward. Alex and Ryu walked together, and he was already guessing where she was taking him. On their way to the place where her comrades were buried, they stopped so Ryu could pick some fresh flowers for the graves. When they arrived, Alex saw a small hill covered with rusted weapons and wilted flowers. Clearly, Ryu had brought them here to honor her friends. Ryu, what is this place? Alex asked, turning to her. This is where my comrades died. Their graves, Ryu answered, holding Alex's hand tighter. Is this why you left being an adventurer? He asked gently. Yes. When our group was in the dungeon, we were ambushed by Evelys, and all my friends died, Ryu replied, her voice full of sadness as she continued to look at the graves. That must have been really hard for you, Alex said softly, looking at her sad face. They were more than just friends to me. They were family. And it was all because of the gods who wanted to do evil just because they could, her voice trembled with repressed anger. I'm sorry, Ryu. I probably can't understand your pain since I've never lost anyone. But I'll be here to support you, Alex said, hugging her to make her feel protected. Thank you for being here with me, Ryu replied, hugging him tightly. Why are you thanking me? We're in love. It's my duty to support you in moments like this, Alex said, gently kissing her on the head, trying to comfort her. Even so, I'm still grateful, Ryu whispered, lifting her head to kiss him. Maybe you could introduce me to them since you brought me here? Alex suggested after the kiss. Of course, follow me, Ryu said, heading toward her comrades' graves. Ryu began to tell Alex about each member of the Astria family. Her words were filled with both sad and happy memories from when she was part of that group. A smile appeared on her face, something genuine for the first time in a long while, as she finally came to terms with the loss of her comrades. Ryu had always blamed herself for not being able to save them, even though Goddess Astria had never held her responsible. Alex listened attentively, occasionally asking questions or laughing at the funny stories from the Astria family. So, was it Alice who said that if a guy can hold your hand, you should never let go? Alex asked, looking at Ryu, whose smile had grown even more genuine after sharing her story. Yes, that was her. When I was part of Goddess Astria's family, I always shoot away guys who tried to get close, Ryu replied, gripping Alex's hand even tighter. And that guy turned out to be me, Alex said with a broad smile. Though it was a coincidence, he continued with a smirk. Maybe it was a coincidence, or maybe it was fate, Ryu said, looking into his eyes. Well, who knows? If everything could be explained by fate, then we might as well stay home and wait for happiness to come knocking at the window or fall right into our hands, Alex replied, shaking his head. As they say, if fate gives you a chance at happiness, you have to fight for it, he added with a wise tone. Pretty wise words from someone who can be a fool, Ryu remarked with a smile. I can say wise things, but it has to be the right moment. As for the moment for foolishness, it's always available, Alex said, laughing. Well, as you say, my wise guy, Ryu replied, leaning against Alex and continuing to look at her comrades' graves. They stood in silence, enjoying the tranquility of the place. If she had the chance, Ryu would have wanted to bring her comrades back to life to introduce them to Alex. She imagined how Alice would likely be stunned by this turn of events, Ryu finding a lover. The thought brought a smile to her face. As Ryu pondered her friends, Alex was formulating a wild idea in his mind. He wasn't sure of the consequences, but he knew that if this plan succeeded, Ryu would no longer be sad. Ryu, listen, Alex began, drawing her attention. What's going on? Ryu asked, breaking away from her thoughts. If I said I could bring them back, how would you react? Alex asked carefully, not wanting to scare her. What do you mean by bring back? Ryu asked with a tense voice. I mean that I can bring them back to life, Alex said, and Ryu's eyes widened in surprise. But you yourself said you can only bring back those who have died within 3 seconds, she replied, looking at him. This situation is much more dangerous and complicated. But if you want me to bring them back, I can do it, Alex said firmly, taking Ryu's face in his hands to make her look into his eyes. Ryu began, but she was interrupted by a loud noise. Just as Ryu was about to respond to Alex, the 18th floor shook with an earthquake. The walls began to tremble, and crystals fell from the ceiling. Alex frowned, irritated at being interrupted. Couldn't that stupid dungeon guardian wait a bit longer for him to get Ryu's answer? Watching the dungeon guardian appear, Alex gritted his teeth in anger. He vowed to quickly deal with this issue and return to his conversation with Ryu. To be continued. Chapter 54, The Battle Against the Dungeon Guardian. Meanwhile, in the settlement located in Rivera, adventurers began to wake up. The past day had seemed like a dreadful nightmare, everything they had seen and endured had been a grueling trial. The memories of being chased by swarms of ants to the 18th floor still haunted them. They knew that mutated monsters could appear in the dungeon, but not in such numbers. Throughout the settlement, adventurers gathered in groups, trying to devise a plan to return to the surface. Do you think that group made it to the surface? Asked one of the adventurers. I don't know. I hope they did and either brought help or at least some good news, replied another. I doubt they managed to escape, grimly remarked a third. Why do you think so? Asked a fourth. It's not pessimism, it's a realistic view of what could happen, explained the third. Do you really believe that those 5 managed to break through the swarm of ants? Maybe they were lucky and passed unnoticed, suggested the second. Have you forgotten how many ants were chasing us, continued the third. And how fast they were? We couldn't even scratch them. Do you think I can forget? The second adventurer raised a stump of his arm, showing what was left of it. From elbow to shoulder, there was now just a stump. One of those creatures bit into my arm so hard that it instantly severed it. I haven't forgotten the damned pain I felt after losing my arm, he shouted, trying to release the accumulated anger. No need to shout. You're not the only one who suffered. Walk through this settlement, and you'll see that many have lost limbs and barely escaped alive, tried to calm him the first adventurer. I don't care about the others. I lost my arm, and now I can't work. Where will I get money to live now? Continued the second, unable to contain his despair. Similar conversations were happening throughout the settlement, some had lost arms, some legs, but they were all united by one thing, they had fallen into an ambush by mutated ants that had chased them all the way to the 18th floor. Some discussed action plans, proposing to unite and fight back against the monsters, while others talked about the need to send another group for help. But all these discussions remained just talk, no one wanted to take responsibility. The arguments continued throughout the settlement until the adventurers felt the first tremor. What's happening? Asked one of the adventurers, running out of the pub. I don't know. I just came out when I felt the tremor, replied another standing nearby. Something is happening in the dungeon, said a third who also ran out of the pub. What do you mean? Something happened in the dungeon. Asked the first. I'm not sure. I just once heard from an adventurer that the dungeon is like a living organism, said the third, drawing the attention of the others. That's definitely nonsense. How can a dungeon be alive? Doubted another listener. I don't know. I'm just saying what came to mind, replied the third. No, he might be onto something, interrupted another adventurer. I also heard something similar from my god when he was drunk and started babbling about the dungeon. Now everyone turned their attention to him. My god said that if a god dies in the dungeon, they die forever. So, the dungeon is not as simple as we think, he continued, making everyone ponder what they had heard. The adventurers wanted to continue their discussion, but suddenly another tremor occurred, crystals began to fall from the ceiling, and stones cascaded from the walls. The second tremor was much stronger than the previous one, but it didn't end there. The next shock shook the entire floor, and something enormous began to emerge from the ceiling. From where the crystals had once been, a giant stone monster crashed down. Seeing the monster, the adventurers began to panic, but suddenly a massive golden dome appeared above the settlement, covering the entire area. Falling stones and crystals struck the protective barrier, bouncing off or shattering against it. What is that? Asked one of the adventurers, pointing with a trembling hand at the monster. I don't know. I've never seen anything like it, replied another, trying to speak calmly. What kind of monster is this? In all the time adventurers have been on the 18th floor, nothing like this has ever happened, said a third in a nervous tone. I'm more worried about the barrier that appeared over the settlement, said a fourth, pointing at the golden dome. Now that you mention it, I've noticed it too. Maybe the dome was always here, just not activated, suggested one of the listeners. I don't think so. This floor has been thoroughly explored. There definitely wasn't any protective dome, interjected another adventurer, watching as the stone giant slowly rose. But what do we do now? Even if we have this barrier, we don't know how long it will hold, said another adventurer, pointing at the giant, which was now standing at full height. These words sparked panic among the adventurers, and they rushed in the opposite direction, trying to leave the settlement. But when they reached the edge of the dome, they couldn't pass through and began to struggle to break out. They used weapons and magic, but nothing worked. Eventually, realizing the futility of their efforts, the adventurers resigned themselves to their fate. It seems we have no way out, said one of the adventurers who had been unsuccessfully trying to break the dome. His words drew everyone's attention. What do you mean, no way out? If we try, we can destroy this barrier, objected another adventurer. I don't care. I'm getting out of here, and no one is stopping me, shouted a third, delivering a powerful blow with his sword against the dome. But his weapon immediately shattered into pieces from the impact. You think we can get out? What's the point? Look up, said another adventurer, pointing to a hole in the ceiling through which various mutated monsters began to fall. If we leave the dome, we'll either be crushed by that giant or eaten by those creatures, he continued in a gloomy voice, resigning himself to the inevitable. Damn it. To die by the hands of those monsters or be crushed by the golem, what a choice, said another adventurer, sitting on the floor with a face full of despair. It looks like something is happening with the golem, said another adventurer, pointing to a black mass that had suddenly appeared behind the giant and was beginning to wrap around it. Alex had been with Rio when he came up with the crazy idea to resurrect her fallen comrades. But before he could voice this plan, their conversation was interrupted. Alex sensed that the dungeon guardian was starting to manifest. Without hesitation, he picked up Rio and quickly returned to their temporary refuge on the 18th floor, where the entire group had already gathered. Everyone who remained on the 18th floor gathered near the house. Hestia and Hermes stood with grim faces, while Bel and Asphi were next to their gods, looking serious. Lily's group was meticulously checking their gear for the upcoming battle. Tiona and Ace from the Loki Familia had already donned their battle armor and were making final adjustments to their weapons. At that moment, Alex appeared, carrying Rio in his arms. He noticed the tense expressions on his companions' faces and understood their feelings. This battle was unlike any they faced on a daily basis. Feeling another tremor, Alex decided to activate the protective runes over the settlement and their temporary home to prevent anyone from being harmed by falling debris. As soon as the protective dome was activated, a third tremor followed, and the dungeon guardian began to materialize from the ceiling, a massive stone golem embedded with crystals running through its body. Alex decided to wait until the guardian fully materialized before initiating the attack. Ladies, I'm not going to say any grandiose words or nonsense, Alex said, drawing the group's attention. I'll just say this, don't die. I don't want to have to drag your asses back from the realm of the gods later. Don't worry, Alex, we'll manage, Lily replied, trying to hide her nervousness. I don't care. You need to survive and show me how much you've grown to handle this threat, Alex said, turning his attention to the dungeon guardian, which had now crashed to the floor. The women understood that beneath his harsh words was genuine concern. They smiled, knowing this was his way of expressing his feelings. You haven't activated all the runes? Hermes asked, observing the situation. Correct, Alex nodded, keeping his eyes on the guardian. So, what are you waiting for? Hermes asked, also intently watching the golem. Waiting for them to make their next move. I don't want to spook them, Alex replied, noticing monsters starting to fall from the ceiling. Are you waiting for them to force the guardian through the mutation process? Asphi clarified, observing the increasing number of monsters. You could say that. But I'm also waiting for the one behind all this to finally appear on this floor. Then I can trap him, Alex said, preparing for the enemy's next move. It looks like it's starting, Alex said in a serious tone, and everyone focused on the guardian. The group turned their attention to the guardian, or rather to what was appearing behind it. A strange black substance had emerged, resembling a massive slime covered in numerous eyes and mouths filled with sharp teeth. The black slime immediately attacked the guardian, wrapping around it like a snake trying to strangle its prey. The guardian tried to resist, but no matter how it struggled, it couldn't rid itself of the black slime. The more it fought, the tighter the slime wrapped around it, completely enveloping its body like a cocoon. What's happening? Asphi asked nervously, pointing at the black cocoon forming around the guardian. It's a process of capture and mutation, Hermes answered, staring intently at the ominous cocoon. He's right, the guardian's body is being fully absorbed and mutated, confirmed Alex, watching the changes in the mana flows inside the cocoon. And what will emerge from this? Hestia asked, gripping Alex's hand. She was frightened by the scene. I don't know. If you're scared, I can send you home, Alex offered, looking at the trembling Hestia. No, it's fine. I'll manage, and I know you can protect me, Hestia said, trying to force a smile. Why haven't you activated the protection on this floor yet? Hermes asked nervously, his anxiety showing. If you're scared, I can also send you home, Alex smirked, observing Hermes's pale face. Even if I'm scared, I'm not missing this spectacle for anything, Hermes replied, steeling himself. Well, as you say, my dear friend, Alex said, continuing to watch the changes in the cocoon. Where are all the monsters that fell from the ceiling? Daphne asked, noticing they weren't moving toward them. They're all around the settlement. Or rather, besieging it, Rhea replied, watching the horde of monsters circling the dome. It looks like it's time to activate the next layer of protection, Alex said, noting that the process in the cocoon had started to slow down. Alex stamped the ground, sending a mana pulse to activate the final line of defense. Soon after, the pulse spread across the floor, and runes began to appear at key points, glowing brightly to indicate their activation. Symbols began to spread from the runes, covering the floor, walls, and ceiling. Alex's group watched the process with astonishment, unable to believe their eyes. Everything around them was covered with symbols in an incomprehensible language, filling every surface. The hole in the ceiling through which monsters had previously fallen was covered with a membrane that also bore inscriptions, preventing anyone from entering or leaving. Amazing, Asfi murmured, observing the scene. How did you achieve this? She asked, directing her admiring gaze at Alex. Her curiosity about his abilities had grown into deep respect. If I start explaining how I did it, we'll need a whole day, which we don't have, Alex replied, causing the group to roll their eyes, understanding that his explanations were always complex and hard to grasp. Then try to simplify it, Hermes suggested, watching Alex closely. To put it simply, it's like a large magical circle, Alex said after a brief pause, trying to simplify his answer as much as possible. But his words only led to more questions from the group. And simpler? Tiona asked, with Alex rolling his eyes in frustration. Fine. Look, each rune is part of a larger picture. When I activated them, they started connecting to each other to create a complete image, Alex explained, simplifying his thought as much as he could. So, the runes interact with each other to form one large magical circle. Asfi clarified, trying to grasp the essence. Exactly. Here's your prize for the correct answer, Alex said with a smile, tossing Asfi a candy, which she caught and ate with satisfaction. What about me? Hestia asked, tugging on Alex's arm. All right, here you go, my spoiled goddess, Alex replied, pulling out her favorite candies from his pocket. Hestia began munching on them with pleasure, instantly forgetting her fear. The group watched the interaction between Alex and Hestia, many shaking their heads as they saw him indulging his goddess. All attention was focused on the process happening in the cocoon. On the elevated platform where the group stood, there was complete silence. Alex watched the cocoon closely and noticed that the process was slowing down, a new guardian was about to emerge. It's almost ready, Alex said, drawing the group's attention. As soon as he spoke these words, the flow of mana raging inside the cocoon suddenly ceased. A stifling silence settled around them, even the sounds of the monsters disappeared. Suddenly, there was a crackling noise as if the shell was starting to break. Cracks quickly spread across the entire surface of the cocoon, signaling the completion of the process. Soon, a black hand covered in a viscous substance, like mud, broke through the shell and dripped onto the floor. Then, with a sudden burst, the newly mutated guardian emerged with such force that it created a powerful gust of wind that reached Alex's group. Alex quickly created an additional barrier to protect his companions from the strong gust. The new guardian now looked like something horrifying. Its body, once resembling a stone golem, had transformed into a grotesque creature made of an incomprehensible substance. Its body was dotted with numerous eyes and mouths filled with sharp teeth. Each eye reflected madness and a thirst for blood, and the creature's appearance inspired terror, as if it only craved destruction and chaos. Alex, what happened to it? Asked Lily, her eyes fixed on the horrifying monster that no longer resembled the former stone golem. It looks like they didn't just use a crystal. Perhaps they merged it with the creature that inhabited the crystal, Alex replied, watching the monster, whose roaring sounds created destructive shockwaves. Are you sure you can handle this monster? Ryu asked, gripping Alex's hand tightly and looking at him with worried eyes. I'm sure. Or rather, I have no choice. I have to deal with it, Alex answered, trying to reassure her. Alex, I believe in you, but this monster gives me a terrible feeling, added Hermes, who was so impressed by the sight of the monster that he had goosebumps. Ladies, stick to our plan. I'll distract the guardian, and you handle the other monsters. The others are already weakened by the protection on this floor, so you shouldn't have any trouble eliminating them, Alex said, resolutely stepping out of the protective dome. Alex stepped out of the dome and summoned the chastifol spear to test how durable the monster had become. He carefully observed the creature, approaching slowly, and considered possible methods of attack. First, let's test how durable and resilient it is, Alex muttered, noticing the monster moving towards the settlement. Chastifol, true form, he said. The spear, floating behind him, glowed and began to change shape. It took on a golden hue, and the tip transformed into something resembling a leaf with streams of mana flowing over it. Mana started gathering around the spear like fire. I hope this works, Alex muttered, preparing to test his bold theory. True form of Chastafol, combined version. Mode multiplication plus mode sunflower, he commanded. The spear glowed even brighter and divided. In the new form, instead of small daggers, huge swords appeared. The swords plunged into the ground and began to sprout enormous buds. The number of buds matched the number of swords that had hidden underground. Gradually, the buds opened, revealing their true form, gigantic sunflower flowers. Alex's group, watching the spectacle, couldn't believe their eyes. They were especially stunned, those who had previously ridden on the spear when it took the form of a cushion. I rode something that dangerous? Hestia asked in amazement, rubbing her eyes as she tried to comprehend what was happening. Me too, confirmed Ace, looking at Alex's back as he stood amidst the giant sunflowers. What kind of weapon is this? Hermes asked, pinching himself to make sure he wasn't dreaming. Alex calls this spear, Chastafol. He says it belonged to the Fairy King, Lily explained, recalling Alex's stories. Are there fairies in this world? Asked Asfi in surprise, examining the sunflowers that were gathering mana at the center of their flowers. I don't know. Alex rarely talks about his travels, Lily shook her head. But why did he summon them? Hermes wondered, his eyes still fixed on the sunflowers. Though, honestly, it looks amazing. If you look more closely, you'll see that mana is concentrating at the center of each flower. Most likely, Alex is preparing an attack, Asfi explained, nudging Hermes and pointing to one of the sunflowers. Alex began infusing the sunflowers with mana, intending to strike the monster that still hadn't noticed his actions. But when the mana concentration reached a critical point, the gigantic creature finally took notice and swiftly moved towards Alex, determined to destroy the enemy who dared to attack it. You noticed too late, Alex said with a smirk, watching the Guardian. Now let's see how durable you are. With those words, Alex prepared to activate his deadly weapon, eagerly anticipating how the sunflowers would unleash their power upon the monster. When the mana in the sunflowers reached its peak, Alex initiated the attack. Brilliant beams of mana burst from the flowers and sped towards the Guardian with incredible velocity. It was impossible to evade such a barrage of beams. Following its instincts, the Guardian shielded its head with one hand, protecting its weak spot, while the other hand covered its upper body, which Alex hadn't been able to discern due to the dense flow of energy. The Guardian began to retreat under the relentless barrage of beams. When the attack ended, deep wounds were visible on the monster's body, oozing a strange, filthy liquid resembling muddy water. Unlike ordinary wounds, these did not heal quickly. Alex closely observed the Guardian, analyzing where the wounds healed faster and where they healed more slowly. He recalled a theory that a golem always has two crystals inside it sustaining its life. The closer the damage is to the crystals, the faster the wounds heal. Alex noticed that the wounds near the head and abdomen healed more quickly, suggesting possible locations for the crystals. Despite the mutations, the Guardian remained a golem. Alex understood what needed to be done and decided to move on to the next phase of the attack, eager to finish the battle. Alex leaped towards the Guardian, intending to drive it to the other side of the floor to give the girls a chance to deal with the other monsters and clear the floor. As soon as Alex vanished, heading towards the Guardian, the girls sprang into action. They rushed to the settlement to eliminate the remaining monsters while Alex distracted the Guardian. Their eyes burned with fire and a thirst for victory, as Alex had promised to grant the winner's wish. As they neared the settlement, they stopped on a rise and exchanged competitive glances. Victory will be mine, Lily declared, clenching her fists. You still need to grow up to compete with me, Tiona smirked, twirling her guandao. Victory will be mine, Ace confidently said, drawing her rapier. I don't think you have a chance. We've trained the longest with Alex, Daphne added, slinging her club over her shoulder. We'll see, Tiona replied, leaping towards the monsters. I won't let you be the first to spill blood, Daphne shouted, following Tiona. Let's see who wins, Lily said, making a powerful jump and aiming to land in the center of the group of monsters. Meanwhile, Alex, summoning Beowulf midair, prepared to strike the Guardian with brute force. Pushing off the air, he accelerated sharply and, changing trajectory, delivered a powerful blow to the Guardian, sending it to the other side of the floor. The loud crash from the impact caused another tremor to ripple through the area. Alex landed and followed the Guardian. As Alex approached, he saw that the Guardian had already repaired the damage. Without wasting any time, Alex charged and struck the head, where he suspected the first crystal was located. The Guardian sensed Alex's presence above and tried to cover the vulnerable spot, but did not expect such a powerful hit. The blow was so strong that the Guardian crashed to the ground, and the arm it used to shield itself was completely destroyed, although it began to slowly regenerate. Alex wasted no time and rushed back to continue his attack. In a fit of rage, the Guardian swung its healthy arm, trying to crush the attacker. But Alex deftly dodged each strike, looking for the right moment to land another blow to the head to destroy the crystal. When the opportunity arose, Alex did not hesitate. He leaped towards the Guardian's head, delivered a powerful strike, then dodged a counterattack and pushed off the air, gaining momentum for his next assault. Alex realized that one hit wasn't enough, but the crystal in the Guardian's head was now visible. He charged at the crystal with overwhelming force, delivering a decisive blow. The Guardian fell onto its back, seemingly lifeless. Alex landed and watched the defeated foe. The mana flow, which had been circulating in the Guardian's body, became chaotic and began to rapidly gather towards the crystal located in its chest. Alex did not waste any time. He did not want to give the Guardian a chance to undergo a second evolution. Rushing to the monster, he grabbed its leg and threw it into the air. While the Guardian was airborne, Alex delivered a powerful uppercut directly to the chest. The blow caused the Guardian to rise higher, but the wound on its body instantly healed. Alex realized that the Guardian's power had increased. It seemed that the first crystal he destroyed was related to its initial abilities, while the second crystal, located in the chest, was part of the dark corruption merging with the Guardian. If the first crystal had helped resist this corruption, now it had completely taken over the Guardian's body. Alex understood that to fully destroy the Guardian, he needed to obliterate both its body and the crystal. Alex summoned Yamato, intending to completely destroy the Guardian's body and then shatter the crystal in its chest. Delivering another blow that lifted the Guardian higher, he assumed a fighting stance with Yamato. Silence fell over the dungeon, there were no sounds of battle or the chaotic roar of the Guardian. Alex focused on the attack. Drawing Yamato from its sheath, he began delivering a flurry of fast and precise strikes. In the air, where the Guardian floated, time seemed to freeze for a moment. Then there was the sound of tearing metal, and the space around was sliced with numerous lines. The Guardian's body was instantly destroyed, leaving only the black, vile crystal from which miasma seeped. Alex's hand was covered in a pale black flame, and he directed it towards the crystal hovering in the air. A shell was already beginning to form around the crystal as the Guardian attempted to regenerate. However, it did not manage to recover in time, as Alex clenched his hand, causing the crystal to crack. Cracks appeared on its surface, and the crystal emitted a howl filled with hatred towards all living things. Alex did not want to listen to this and, clenching his fist, shattered the crystal. As the crystal fragments hit the ground, they were engulfed in black flames, completely burning away the remnants of the crystal. Alex had done the right thing by preventing the Guardian from undergoing a second stage of evolution. Only a fool would wait for the enemy to become stronger before continuing the battle. Ensuring that the Guardian was destroyed, Alex looked towards the settlement where the girls continued to fight. Deciding to check on how they were faring, he set his sights on the settlement and leaped in its direction. To be continued. Chapter 55, Don't underestimate the lowly goddess. The adventurers in the settlement watched the Guardian's transformation with indescribable fear and despair. Even as they resigned themselves to the inevitable doom, they couldn't accept such a miserable death. The black slime consumed the Guardian, forming a cocoon, and everyone knew that something far stronger and more terrifying than any disaster known to this world would emerge from it. Despair reached its peak when cracks began to appear on the cocoon's surface. When the mutated Guardian's hand emerged from one of the cracks, the adventurers dropped their weapons in horror, losing all will to fight. They realized there was no chance of victory, and even the hope of salvation had vanished. The sight of those insane eyes covering the Guardian's body, seemingly staring straight into their souls, made them tremble with terror. Those who still stood fell into despair, realizing there was no escape. The residents of the settlement began praying to every known god, hoping the barrier surrounding them would withstand the monster's onslaught. As the new Guardian moved toward the settlement, the last remnants of hope crumbled, leaving only a sense of resignation. However, suddenly, the Guardian froze, turned its head, and quickly headed in the opposite direction. Everyone who witnessed this was confused, not understanding why the creature changed course. Questions filled their minds: why? What for? Why did that monster turn around? One of the adventurers asked in a trembling voice. I don't know, but maybe it will buy us some time, another replied, stammering as they watched the retreating Guardian. What time has it bought us? We're still trapped here. If that monster doesn't kill us, the others besieging the barrier will, cynically added a third adventurer with a grim expression. He's right. Even if that monster got distracted for a couple of minutes, it won't help us, said a fourth, sitting on the ground, unwilling to take any action. We can't defeat that creature, even if we all unite. We're doomed to lose, the fourth continued. Most of the people in this settlement have already lost the will to fight. Just look around, the third said, pointing to the other adventurers who were sitting dejectedly on the ground, resigned to their fate. Can we really give up so easily? Asked a young adventurer, who had overheard the conversation. Rookie, you don't understand anything yet. This monster reminds me of the one-eyed dragon, and do you really think we can handle this? The fourth adventurer asked, looking at the very young adventurer. And we're not even going to try, the young adventurer persisted. Listen here, kid, the only thing that can save us now is a miracle, which we're unlikely to get, the third adventurer replied, furrowing his brows. These conversations echoed throughout the settlement. Some decided to fight to die with honor, while others accepted their fate and simply waited for the end. But one thing united them all: no one wanted to die. They watched the Guardian until it was struck by numerous mana beams, which began pushing it back. What is that? And who attacked the Guardian? Exclaimed the young adventurer, watching the Guardian retreat. Maybe this is the miracle I was talking about, the third adventurer replied, watching as the Guardian sustained multiple injuries after the attack. But who attacked it? The young adventurer asked. Does it matter? The important thing is that someone dared to attack that monster, said the fourth adventurer, and a spark of hope for salvation appeared in his eyes. It seems like he's recovering quickly, the young adventurer remarked, pointing at the Guardian, who was healing his wounds. And very quickly at that, added the second adventurer, seeing how the Guardian was regaining strength. Heh, so I guess miracles don't really happen, and here I was starting to hope, the fourth adventurer said gloomily, trying to hold on to even a shred of hope for salvation. The adventurers who had been hoping for a miracle were disappointed when the powerful attack only injured the Guardian but didn't destroy him. The Guardian began to rapidly heal his wounds, and those who still believed in a miracle hoped that the unknown attacker could still defeat him. Everyone in the settlement watched with anxiety as the Guardian slowly recovered and seemed ready to resume his advance, until a sudden strike sent him flying to the other end of the floor. The adventurers who witnessed this stood with their mouths agape, unable to believe their eyes. Someone had struck the enormous Guardian, who seemed to weigh countless tons, and sent him flying to the other side of the floor. What was that? And who could have done it? The young adventurer asked. If I knew who was capable of that, I'd kiss that person, the third adventurer replied, feeling a slight tremor from the Guardian's fall. And what if it's a man? Would you still kiss him? The second adventurer asked with a smirk, looking at his friend, who grimaced at the thought. Maybe, but I'd prefer it if it were a woman, the third replied, standing by his words. Then you'll have to get in line if it's a woman, the fourth adventurer said with a tone of disdain. But I'm still curious to know who could have done that, the second adventurer said with a heavy sigh, realizing that their lives might now be out of danger. I have a guess who it might be. But I'm not sure, the first adventurer said, stroking his chin thoughtfully. You think you know who it is? The young adventurer asked, looking at the older man. I'm not certain, but there's only one person in Orario capable of something like that, the first adventurer replied, looking at the young adventurer. You're talking about him, right? Am I correct? The third adventurer clarified. If it's him, then it's entirely possible, the second confirmed. Who are you talking about? The young adventurer interrupted, eager to know the answer. We're talking about the Demon King who lives in Orario, the third adventurer said. Demon King? The young adventurer asked in surprise. What, have you been living under a rock? Everyone in Orario fears and respects that man, the second adventurer chuckled. Well, I only recently arrived in Orario, and this is my first trip into the dungeon, the young adventurer admitted sheepishly. Then listen up, and learn about the Demon King we're talking about. Alexander Valdegoat reached level 2 faster than anyone else. On his first day in the dungeon, he tore through 10 floors, killing every monster in his path. On his next expedition, he single-handedly defeated Goliath with one strike. The hole in the ceiling from his blow remained for a long time, and you could see the Goliath's chamber through it, the third adventurer began to explain. Is he really that strong? The young adventurer asked in disbelief. He's not just strong, he's terrifyingly strong. When he was challenged by the Apollo Familia. The third continued, but he was interrupted. Hey, remember, that's not information you should be spreading around, the second adventurer cautioned. Does it matter? We might all die soon anyway, and this kid could learn something new, the third replied, waving his hand dismissively as if to say it was no big deal. If it's not supposed to be told, maybe I shouldn't be listening, the young adventurer asked. It's fine, just keep it to yourself, and everything will be all right, reassured the first adventurer. When the Apollo Familia challenged him, it wasn't a battle, it was complete destruction. His strength and skills remain a mystery to everyone in Orario, but everyone unanimously considers him the Demon King, the third adventurer concluded. The adventurers began sharing stories of their encounters with the Demon King in the dungeon, each story sounding more incredible than the last. The young adventurer could hardly believe that such a person existed. Such feats could only belong to a hero from legends, not an ordinary person. What annoys me the most is that he's always surrounded by beautiful girls, said the fourth adventurer with irritation. I completely agree. But I heard a rumor that all the goddesses in Orario are chasing him just to hug him, the first adventurer added, recalling a ridiculous rumor. I also heard that even Freya herself loves him, the second adventurer interjected. That's probably just a rumor. I can't believe Freya would love that person, the fourth adventurer countered. And who is Freya? The young adventurer asked, confused. Freya is considered the most beautiful goddess in Orario. Anyone who sees her becomes captivated by her beauty, the first adventurer explained. She is truly beautiful, Next to her, any other girl seems ordinary, the third adventurer confirmed. What if it's true, the young adventurer suddenly asked, drawing attention. If it's true, then life would be meaningless, because that person has obtained the most valuable treasure in Orario, the second adventurer said bleakly. While the adventurers discussed Alex and grumbled about his fortune, sounds of battle began to reach them from outside the barrier. Hearing this, the adventurers rushed to see who this madman was fighting monsters outside the barrier. Upon arriving at the vantage point, they were astonished. A group of girls was fighting outside the barrier, wielding their weapons as if they were mowing grass. Seeing the girls destroy monsters, the adventurers' blood began to boil, and they also wanted to join the fight, but they were held back by the barrier protecting the settlement. Some began to recognize the girls, and as soon as the first adventurer shouted the name of one of them, everyone else understood who was fighting. Do you know these girls? The young adventurer asked, unable to tear his eyes away from the scene. Everyone knows them, the first adventurer replied. The one with the light hair is Ace Wallenstein, the Sword Princess. The one with the tanned skin is Tiona Harriet, or Amazon. They're both from the Loki familia. And the other girls, the young adventurer continued to ask. The one with the red hair and massive club is Daphne from the Hestia familia. She's also known as Ogre for the way she wields her weapon, explained the third adventurer, pointing to Daphne. The little girl tossing monsters around with her fists is Lily, also known as One Punch Girl. She's from the Hestia familia as well, the second adventurer added, pointing to Lily. And the one with the blue hair standing behind everyone, healing her teammates, is Cassandra, or the Cowardly Healer. She's also part of the Hestia familia, the second adventurer continued, indicating Cassandra. And what about that elf girl? The young adventurer asked, pointing to Rio, who was tirelessly fighting monsters. An elf girl, you say? The second adventurer pondered, stroking his chin. Hey, isn't that the waitress from The Hostess of Fertility? The third adventurer suddenly remarked, recognizing the girl. Right, you're right. But there's not much known about her, so I can't tell you much. But remember, if you ever find yourself in that restaurant, don't even think about hitting on the waitresses, or you'll leave with broken arms, warned the fourth adventurer, to which the young one quickly nodded. But still, these girls are just incredible, the young adventurer said with admiration. Forget about them, they're out of your league, said the third adventurer, placing a hand on the young adventurer's shoulder. What do you mean by that? The young adventurer asked, embarrassed. Just what I said. Those girls are protected by the Demon King. The last person who tried to bother them ended up with all his bones broken, the third adventurer reminded him, recalling the tragic fate of one fool. And even if the Demon King doesn't touch you, those girls will definitely not leave your body intact, the third adventurer added, pointing to the girls who were fighting with particular ferocity. Besides, let's not forget the rumor that the Sword Princess and the Demon King have a child, interjected the second adventurer. So, kid, you'd better forget about them if you want to stay in one piece, the third adventurer said, patting the young adventurer's shoulder in a consoling manner. While the adventurers chatted and watched the girls fight, the girls didn't stop for a moment, aiming to kill as many monsters as possible. Their numbers were so great that it seemed like no matter how many they killed, the monsters kept coming. Tiona swung her weapon like a propeller, turning monsters into mincemeat. Each thrust of Ace's rapier pierced through several enemies. She recalled all her training with Alex, which had taught her to kill monsters with a single precise strike. Rio, meanwhile, moved deftly among the hordes of monsters, destroying those who dared to stand in her way. At the same time, she chanted a spell to activate her skill and eliminate as many monsters surrounding her as possible. Daphne, like a mad ogre, swung her massive club, sending monsters flying in different directions. Those who didn't turn into mincemeat from her strikes were left severely injured. Lily methodically smashed monsters' heads, and if she didn't manage to kill them with one blow, she delivered a second. Each of her strikes created space to maneuver and avoid being surrounded. Even Cassandra, who usually hid and healed, kept up with the others. Following Haraheim's example, she also started smashing monsters' heads with her staff. Ha ha ha, I need more monsters. Daphne laughed maniacally as she turned another enemy into mincemeat. Looks like Daphne picked up more bad habits than good ones from Alex, Lily observed, striking a monster sneaking up from behind. You're not so different from her, are you? Tiona replied, slicing through another monster. I'm not. I'm a sweet little hobbit girl, Lily retorted, crushing a monster's head with her hand, her face splattered with blood. Sure, I believe you, Tiona smirked, watching Lily display her brutal side as she killed another monster. And what about you? Always pestering him like an animal in heat, Lily countered with sarcasm. It's not heat, it's an expression of love, Tiona said, sending a monster flying toward Lily, who immediately punched a hole through its chest. As you say, lustful Amazon, Lily grinned, grabbing a monster by the leg, spinning it around, and then throwing it at Tiona. You're helping me win, how sweet of you, Tiona said, cutting down a monster flying toward her. Who wants to help you? Lily shouted, venting her anger on a monster caught in her fury. 98, Ace calmly reported, killing another monster. Damn, I only have 63. I need to hurry up, Tiona said, starting to kill monsters even faster. Hey, I have 78, Lily said disdainfully, glancing at Tiona, who had rushed into the thick of the monsters. I have 56, Daphne said, sending another monster flying like a real baseball player. If you killed them instead of sending them into the air, you'd have more, Cassandra commented, smashing another monster's head with her staff. Be quiet, or after this battle, they'll start calling you the bloodthirsty healer, Daphne remarked, looking at her friend, whose clothes were soaked in blood. Cassandra's face darkened at the comment. As the girls fought and counted the number of monsters they'd killed, something unexpected happened in the heart of the battle. A strong gust of wind suddenly erupted from the center, lifting many monsters into the air and tearing them apart. The remains scattered in all directions. The girls saw Ryu at the center of this storm and frowned, realizing that the elf had used her ability to kill as many monsters as possible. 157, Ryu said with a smile when her skill's effect ended. Don't think you've won, Lily shouted, rushing towards the center of the monster swarm. That's right. We're just warming up. Tiona added, throwing her weapon towards the monsters, which began slicing through them like a lawnmower. Yeah. Daphne shouted, slamming her club into the ground with all her might. Rocks flew up from the impact, which she then launched at the monsters. The stones flew like they were shot from a shotgun, piercing through everything in their path. Girls, this isn't fair. I'm a healer. Cassandra exclaimed as the girls began attacking the monsters with even greater ferocity. It's your fault for slacking off on combat training, Daphne replied, chasing after the other girls. It's not my fault they're so difficult. Cassandra shouted with tears in her eyes and ran to join the group. As the girls fought the monsters, Alex arrived at a hill near the settlement. He watched their battle, seated on his throne, which he had summoned because he had forgotten to return Chastiful, which was still in sunflower mode near the temporary house. Lighting a cigarette, he glanced at the battlefield. They've already taken out half. Not bad progress, Alex noted, releasing puffs of smoke. Even weakened by 50%, these monsters are still quite resilient, he commented, watching one of the monsters that had been sent flying. It landed outside the crowd and began to recover quickly. Looks like they've undergone another mutation. Alex observed as the monsters healed their severe wounds. To kill one of these, you need to destroy the crystal or deal damage it can't recover from, he pondered, studying the mana flows in the monsters' bodies. Or just keep hitting them until they can't heal, he added, noticing Daphne continuing to beat one monster, turning it into minced meat. And Cassandra's doing pretty well, considering she's a healer, Alex noted, seeing her battering a lone monster with her staff. Ah, Lily, my pride and joy. You're one step closer to your goal of becoming the one-strike girl. I'm so proud of you, he said with a smile, watching Lily kill several monsters with a single blow. Daphne is showing her tough nature again, Alex smirked, watching her turn another monster into mince. Tiona and Ace are also holding up well. Ace managed to replicate the strike I showed her. I'm proud. And Tiona remains true to herself, wherever she goes, he observed, watching the girls in battle. Where's my favorite elf? Alex wondered aloud, not seeing Ryu among the battle. Ah, there she is, he said, noticing Ryu using her skill to create a windstorm that tore monsters apart. Even if one wins, I'll need to prepare consolation prizes for the others, Alex thought, not wanting the girls to feel disheartened. Alex watched with interest as the number of monsters rapidly decreased under the girls' fierce attacks. He was surprised that they didn't seem tired at all, instead, they had only increased the pace of the battle. Suspecting it was related to the promised prize for the victor, Alex noticed that Ryu had stopped using her skill. Apparently, she was nearly out of mana, which had slowed her progress. When only one monster remained, the girls began fighting over the right to kill it. But one of them had secretly landed the final blow, inciting the others' collective anger. Ace, standing with an impassive expression over the fallen monster, ignored their protests. I won, Ace said calmly, a glimmer of joy in her eyes. You played unfairly. Lily exclaimed, pointing an accusing finger at Ace. Who would have thought I'd fall short by just one monster, Ryu said with a smile, unperturbed by her defeat. Congratulations, Ace, on the victory, Alex said, clapping his hands and drawing the girls' attention. How long have you been here? Ryu asked, approaching Alex. I was sitting on the hill watching you, he replied, pointing to the hill where he had been. Did you take care of the guardian so quickly? Tiona asked, inspecting Alex for any injuries. I'm not like you all, wasting time on disputes, Alex smirked, shrugging his shoulders, which drew discontent from the girls. Anyway, I want to congratulate you. You did great in this battle, he praised them. It's only natural, Tiona said proudly, sticking out her chest. Why are you bragging about your board? Lily asked disdainfully. What board? Tiona wondered, looking down, her eyes starting to twitch. They can still grow, she yelled, pointing a finger at Lily. I don't think they're going to grow, Lily replied indifferently, ignoring Tiona's anger. All right, you can argue later. We need to head back and gather the others to go home, Alex said, stopping the argument. What about the other adventurers? Ryu asked, pointing to the dome where the adventurers stood, watching everything unfold. I think we can let them out, Alex said, removing the dome that covered the settlement and his temporary home. As Alex removed the dome, the adventurers began to emerge from the settlement. However, he didn't wait for them to approach for a conversation. Instead, he grabbed the girls and quickly headed to his temporary home on the 18th floor, leaving the adventurers puzzled by his sudden disappearance. Upon arrival, Alex witnessed a strange scene. Bella and Asfi had their weapons trained on a mysterious woman who was holding Hestia hostage. Assessing the situation, Alex realized he had inadvertently caused this by removing the protection from the house. As they arrived, the woman holding Hestia turned to them and pressed the knife even closer to her throat. Don't come any closer if you want to stay alive, she threatened. Alex stopped, examining the woman. Black hair, black eyes, black dress. Black hair, eyes, and dress. You must be Nyx from that group of losers, Alex said, recognizing her. You know me? Nyx asked, bewildered, watching Alex. Of course. Thanatos and Indra happily told me all about your gang, including Dionysus and Erebus, he replied with a smirk. So that's where those two failures went, Nyx said grimly. They had no choice, Alex shrugged and lit a cigarette. I don't care about those failures. Your goddess is in my hands, and now you'll follow my orders, Nyx said menacingly. Ah, Nyx, Nyx. How naive you are, goddess, Alex said with a slight shake of his head and a hint of disappointment. If only you weren't so arrogant and had learned more about my family. Nyx stared at him in confusion, not understanding what he was hinting at. You'd know that the goddesses I associate with have undergone self-defense training against perverts, Alex added with a smile. Nyx still didn't grasp what was happening. All right, Hestia, you can take care of her, Alex said calmly, glancing at Hestia, who nodded in response. What are you? Gak. Nyx tried to say, but suddenly received a crushing elbow strike to the stomach. Hearing Alex's words, Hestia immediately sprang into action. She swiftly delivered an elbow strike to Nyx's stomach, then, skillfully flipping her over her shoulder, finished the attack with a nose strike, just as Alex had taught her, to ensure her opponent was knocked out. Nyx didn't initially understand what was happening until she felt a sharp pain in her abdomen. Then her body was thrown downward, crashing to the floor. The last thing she saw was Hestia's fist rapidly approaching her face. Wow, it looks like Hestia broke her nose, Hermes said, paling at the sight and vowing never to bother Hestia again. And what did you expect? My sweet goddess completed a full self-defense course, Alex said, approaching Hestia and gently patting her on the head. Yes. I worked really hard. Hestia replied proudly, raising her fist. And it's not just Hestia. Freya, Hephaestus, and Loki have also taken the course. I don't want any perverts bothering them. Besides, every girl from my family and Loki's received a full self-defense kit, Alex said, looking at Hermes, who had started sweating coldly. Are you joking? Hermes asked incredulously, observing Alex's satisfied expression. Well, if you ever get shocked by a girl because you harassed her, just know she's from Loki's family, Alex said, shrugging, which made Tiona unable to contain her laughter. Can I get one too? Asfi asked, leaving Hermes completely baffled. He stared at her in disbelief as if she had betrayed him. Of course, but those kits are kept at my home, Alex replied, giving Asfi a thumbs up. Hermes simply sank dejectedly to the ground, realizing that Asfi could now shock him at any moment. What will you do with Nyx? Aren't you going to forgive her just because she's beautiful? Hestia asked, looking intently at Alex. Of course not. She's caused enough trouble. To me, villains have no gender, whether it's a man or a woman doesn't matter. If they've committed a crime, they'll face appropriate punishment, Alex said firmly. To start, she needs to be bound and we should wait until she regains consciousness, he added, tightly binding Nyx to prevent her from using her powers or escaping. Her future fate depends on her words. She'll either end up locked in the heavens or go through the same rehabilitation course as her cronies, Alex said, tossing the remainder of his cigarette. Hearing this, part of the group, who didn't know what the rehabilitation entailed, became curious about the process. But first, the girls decided to rest, as fatigue had set in. Alex just shook his head, watching them casually collapse onto the grass to recover their strength. He remembered his spear that he had left behind and summoned it back. Chastafol returned, resuming its previous form and hovering behind its master. As Alex looked at the bound Nyx, he pondered whether to let her regain consciousness on her own or to help her, as he had with other idiots. To be continued. Chapter 56, Unveiling the Truth and Future Plans. Alex looked at Nix, lying on the floor with a broken nose, and just shook his head. Her attempt to take a hostage to turn the situation in her favor was truly foolish. Alex had prepared for such an outcome, not wanting Hestia to one day be captured and blame herself for what happened. He smiled, realizing that the training had paid off. It was nice to see Hestia skillfully executing combos to take down her opponents. Summoning his throne, Alex decided to sit and watch while the girls rested. Need any help? Alex asked, looking at the girls lying on the grass, uncertain if they were asleep or just resting. I'm fine, I'll rest a bit and be ready to fight again, Daphne said, not opening her eyes. I could use some help, I'm a healer, and I'm not used to this kind of strain, Cassandra said wearily, trying to lift her head. That's because you neglected your training and did everything half-heartedly, Daphne retorted, turning her head towards Cassandra. My job is to heal, not to beat monsters with my staff, Cassandra argued, displeased with Daphne's words. But Haruheim isn't bothered by it and handles monsters just fine, Lily interjected in a tired tone. Haruheim is a priestess, that's half a combat class, Cassandra replied indignantly, refusing to acknowledge their point. As you say, Daphne replied calmly, closing her eyes again and continuing to rest. I see you're not too tired if you can argue, Alex said, watching the girls, who merely groaned in response, expressing their fatigue. Alex just laughed as he observed the girls and continued sitting on his throne, his gaze fixed on Nix, who lay bound on the ground with a broken nose and a bloodied face. Hermes, realizing that all the problems were resolved, returned to his usual state and was now sitting on a log, softly chatting with Asphai, who was clearly ignoring him. Alex, catching snippets of their conversation, only grimaced, understanding that Hermes was trying to dissuade Asphai from buying a self-defense kit. No, Hermes, I really need that kit, Asphai said, drawing everyone's attention. But why do you need it? You can already protect yourself, Hermes pleaded, almost in tears, trying to hold Asphai's hand as she stood up. I'm a girl, and as Alex said, every girl should be able to stand up for herself, Asphai replied calmly, pushing Hermes' hand away. Don't do this to me. I don't want you to shock me with the stun gun one day too, Hermes said plaintively, showing complete despair on his face. If you don't act like a fool, no one will use a stun gun on you, Alex interjected, watching the whole scene with a smile. I'm not doing anything wrong, just having a little fun, Hermes defended himself, looking at Alex. Of course, spying on bathing girls, peeking into changing rooms, and other little things, that's definitely not mischief, but quite serious business, Alex replied with clear sarcasm. You're spying on bathing girls? Want to get another dose of positivity? Hestia asked menacingly, pulling the stun gun from her bag. Hermes immediately hid behind Asphai, trying to keep Hestia from getting to him. It was purely for scientific purposes. Hermes defended himself, trembling with fear. Of course, scientific purposes. And Hermes is definitely not a pervert, but a truly respectable god, Alex chimed in with a broad smile. Why are you doing all this? Don't you know about male solidarity? Hermes asked indignantly, pointing at Alex. Of course, I know. But you said we're friends. And as your good friend, I'd be happy to throw you under the bus, Alex said, struggling to keep from laughing at the sight of Hermes' face, which looked like he'd just eaten a whole ton of lemons. You. Hermes stammered, pointing at Alex, unable to find words for his outrage. That's right, it's me, Alex replied proudly, pointing at himself with his thumbs. Everyone started laughing at Hermes' predicament. Even those resting on the grass, who hadn't lifted their heads, could hear the entire conversation and couldn't hold back their laughter. Hestia, still holding the stun gun, watched Hermes intently, who, hiding behind Asphai, was afraid to look away, fearing she would sneak up on him and hit him again. Asphai, behind whom Hermes was hiding, was starting to lose patience. She also had a desire to gift her god a dose of positivity so he would stop bothering her. Hermes, stop hiding behind me. Hestia-sama won't do anything to you, Asphai said irritably, pushing him away. But. Hermes mumbled, losing his last line of defense. No buts. You're an adult man and should take responsibility for your actions, Asphai declared with disdain, recalling how Hermes had spied on the girls while they were bathing. That's right, Hermes, you're a man, so be one and bravely accept a stun gun hit from Hestia, Alex smirked. Exactly, pervert. Now come here and take your punishment, Hestia exclaimed, rushing at Hermes. The stun gun in her hands crackled menacingly, and Hermes, seized by panic, fled. Wait, Hestia. I won't do it again. Hermes shouted, running away from her. The situation triggered another wave of laughter among everyone present. Alex smiled, thinking that moments like these were a great way to relax and temporarily forget about other problems. There's nothing better than laughing with family, even if just for a moment. He watched as Hermes, shouting about his reform, ran around the house while Hestia, speeding up, tried to catch him. Alex, what's with the throne you're sitting on? Asfi asked, pulling him away from watching the chase. You mean this throne? Alex clarified, pointing to it. Yes, it's quite strange and different from any throne I've seen, Asfi continued, examining the throne closely. You're right, it's not an ordinary throne, Alex agreed. This throne is a scabbard for a sword. Asfi adjusted her glasses and looked at the throne even more closely. A scabbard, you say? So, that handle at the top is part of the weapon, she asked, pointing to the handle at the top of the throne. Exactly. Look here, Alex said, standing up from the throne and drawing the sword. The blade was broad and silver, with lines running along it. Near the guard, a blue-violet crystal sparkled, the guard was golden, and the black handle allowed a firm grip with both hands. Amazing. Asfi whispered, inspecting the sword from all sides. What's it called? She asked, adjusting her glasses. This sword is called Sandalphon after one of the angels, and the throne is Throne of Annihilation, it's part of this sword, Alex replied, returning the sword to its scabbard. And there's also its dark version, Nehema, but I haven't gotten around to creating it yet, he added with a shrug. Your spear, according to Lily, belonged to the Fairy King, and your sword is named after an angel that doesn't exist in this world, Asfi said, staring intently at Alex. Her words drew the attention of even those lying on the grass, as everyone was eager to know who Alex truly was. Who are you really? Asfi asked, and Alex paused for a moment. Alex began, but he was interrupted. Alex, are you sure you want to reveal who you really are? Hestia asked, dragging the unconscious Hermes with her. Hestia's words left Alex momentarily stunned. He hadn't anticipated that revealing his true nature could lead to negative consequences. Well, damn it, Alex thought. Do you really want to know who I truly am? He asked, looking at the girls, eager to hear their response. Yes, the girls answered in unison. Well, Alex began, but suddenly fell silent, intensifying the tension on the girls' faces as they awaited his confession. Enough with the dramatic pauses. Just tell us who you really are. Lily exclaimed, having gathered her strength. All right. I just wanted to lighten the mood a bit. Your faces got so serious that I started feeling uneasy, Alex said with a smile. In truth, I am the Demon King from another world. The girls' minds momentarily short-circuited upon hearing this. They tried to process what they had just heard. You what? They shouted in unison. I'm saying I'm the Demon King from another world, Alex repeated. The girls began to exchange glances, realizing they hadn't misheard. That explains a lot, Hermes said, getting up from the floor and brushing himself off. I see you've recovered faster this time, Alex noted, looking at Hermes, who simply nodded in response. And what do you mean by, that explains a lot? Alex asked, fixing his gaze on Hermes. Your strength, knowledge, not to mention your weapon. All of it definitely doesn't belong to this world, Hermes replied in his usual tone. But there's still one thing to find out, why are you here? Hermes asked with a serious voice, staring intently at Alex. It might be fate, or maybe just chance, that I ended up in this world. But I certainly don't intend to destroy it. If I wanted to, I would have done it long ago, Alex replied calmly, which eased the tension on the others' faces. So, you don't wish harm upon this world? Asfi asked, taking a slight step back from Alex. Do you think if I were evil, Hestia would love me? Alex asked, raising an eyebrow, which made everyone fall silent and turn their attention to the blushing goddess. Well, you've got a point there, Hermes conceded, stroking his chin. So all your knowledge and abilities came from your old world? Hermes continued, his eyes shining with curiosity. Maybe, Alex answered with a slight smile. Hermes began bombarding Alex with questions on various topics Alex was unwilling to answer. Alex knew that if he answered even one question, Hermes would continue indefinitely. While Hermes was pestering Alex, the group of girls was discussing their own matters. Hey, Ryu fell in love with the Demon King, Lily said with a smirk, observing Ryu's flustered face. Her words prompted laughter from the other girls. And you don't love him yourself? Don't try to deny it, everyone already knows, Tiona teased Lily with a smile, looking at her friend who was trying to embarrass Ryu. Be quiet, you lustful Amazon, Lily retorted, not denying the accusation. So, our captain is the real Demon King? Bella asked, and everyone stared at her in surprise. And Alex wanted to make her a hero, and she's a bit naive, Daphne pointed out, glancing at Bella. I'm a hero. Where did you get that idea? Bella asked, pointing to herself. Alex said that right after he first saw you, Lily replied, causing Bella to blush. But I can't be a hero, I just want to help people, Bella said, embarrassed. Even that already makes you half a hero, but it's just an opportunity, not a predetermined future. You can choose who you want to become yourself, Ryu reassured her, causing Bella's face to relax. And besides, if Alex is the Demon King, why is he like this, rather than like a typical Demon King? Tiona pondered, making the others think. Maybe he's just like that by nature. Cassandra tentatively suggested. In some ways, you're right. He's usually cheerful and a bit silly, but sometimes he becomes serious and thoughtful. It's like having two people in one body, Lily said, having spent the most time with Alex. But Alex remains Alex, Ace concluded, and all the girls nodded in agreement. While the girls discussed Alex's character, Alex himself was trying to fend off the unending barrage of questions from Hermes. The questions were coming at him like a machine gun, and there were so many that he could hardly understand what Hermes was asking. Can you stop asking so many questions at once? I can't make out anything, Alex said, covering Hermes's mouth with his hand, but Hermes continued to mumble, clearly trying to ask more questions. Here's the deal, I'll remove my hand, and you ask questions one at a time. But if you start rambling again, I'll just stop answering. Got it? Alex said, looking at Hermes, who nodded quickly. All right, then ask away. If the question isn't too strange, I'll answer, Alex said, removing his hand from Hermes's mouth. Are there others like you? Hermes asked, causing Alex to ponder. This question threw Alex off balance, and he fell into deep thought. Could there be someone like Anos in this multiverse? Or did Alex absorb all of his power into himself? After all, two identical beings with such unique power couldn't exist. Or perhaps he just received the same potential as Anos and they might meet someday. These questions troubled Alex, and he couldn't find a definitive answer. To be honest, I don't know. There might be others with similar power, but I'm not sure, Alex finally replied, shaking his head. What do you mean by such power? Asfi asked, noticing Alex's frown. That's exactly what I mean, the power I possess is quite unique, and two beings with that power can't exist in the same place, Alex answered, looking up, but instead of the sky, he saw a ceiling adorned with crystals. I still don't get it, Hermes said, looking at Alex's thoughtful face. Don't worry about it, I'm not sure myself, Alex said, lowering his gaze and focusing on Hermes. What will you do once you deal with this group of villains? Hermes asked, curious about Alex's plans after all this. I think I'll start traveling. To begin with, I want to visit the worlds that interest me, Alex replied with a smile, and Hestia's eyes lit up. You'll take me with you, right? Hestia asked, jumping onto Alex's lap. Of course, my little goddess. Wherever I go, I'll take you with me, Alex said, kissing Hestia on the top of her head. Alex's words caught the attention of the girls, who had been discussing their own matters on the side. As soon as they heard about the travel, they immediately understood that it involved traveling to another world. Their eyes sparkled with interest, and they quickly stood up, deciding to join the conversation. Can I come too? Tiona asked loudly, joining the conversation. I'm not leaving anywhere yet, and you're already gearing up for adventures. Alex asked with a crooked smile. What's the first place you want to visit? Lily asked with interest. Probably, I'd like to see the Lonely Mountain. Ever since I first heard about it, the desire to visit that place has never left me, Alex replied, smiling. What is the Lonely Mountain? Why is it called that? Hestia asked, lifting her head to get a better look at Alex. Heh. It's also known as Erebor. It's a dwarven kingdom, and the mountain is filled with treasures that the dwarves have mined over the years. There's so much gold in the mountain that it seems to flow like a golden river. There are so many precious gems that they sparkle like stars in the night sky, Alex explained, his eyes gleaming with excitement. So you want to go after the dwarves' treasure? Hermes asked, and Alex's face twisted. You're going to ruin everything as usual, Alex said with a frown, looking at Hermes, who had chimed in again. That's right, Hermes, you should be quiet. Can't you see Alex is talking about something interesting? Asfi said disapprovingly, looking at Hermes. Everyone gave Hermes a disapproving look, wishing he would be quiet. Besides, I'd like to visit the Shire, where hobbits live, and the Elven Kingdom, and other beautiful places in this world, Alex continued describing the places he wanted to visit. Is Shire the place where hobbits and Bilbo Baggins live? Lily asked with interest. Yes, Lily. It's the place where Bilbo Baggins lives. Hobbits live in the hills. Their homes are built so that it seems like they're underground. But the homes are cozy, as is their hospitality, Alex said, making Lily's eyes sparkle with the desire to see that beautiful place. I'm curious about how the Elven Kingdom differs from ours, Ryu remarked, looking at Alex. Sorry, but I can't compare because I haven't been to the Elven Kingdom in this world, Alex replied with a crooked smile. In Middle-earth, there's also Rivendell, where the High Elves live, and the Kingdom of the Wood Elves, ruled by King Thranduil. But from what I know, he's a bit unpleasant, Alex said with a crooked smile. The King of the Wood Elves is unpleasant? Ryu asked, looking at Alex's crooked smile. Yes, something like that. He only cares about his own territory and completely ignores what happens beyond it, Alex replied, nodding. Isn't that how an ordinary king is supposed to behave? Asfi asked, looking at Alex, who seemed to ponder a bit. Well, every king has their own vision of ruling, and I'm not in a position to judge him, Alex answered with a shrug. While Alex was talking about the places in Middle-earth, Nyx had already recovered but continued to pretend to be unconscious to listen to the conversation of the group that was ignoring her. Nyx tried to break free from the mana restraints binding her, but all her efforts proved futile. Having attempted to use Arcana, she realized she couldn't even use her own powers, and in desperation, she started to sweat. Ignoring her broken nose, she thought about how to escape this situation, understanding that no matter how hard she tried, she wouldn't be able to avoid retribution. Alright, let's talk about this later. It seems our little prisoner has woken up, Alex said, causing everyone to turn towards Nyx, who was pretending to still be unconscious. Oh, you still want to pretend? Well, so be it, Alex said and threw a small stone at Nyx's forehead. Ouch, why did you do that? Nyx exclaimed, feeling something hit her forehead. But then she realized her ruse was up, and cold sweat started to run down her face. Well, you tried, and that's what counts, Alex said, lifting Hestia off his lap and approaching Nyx. But no matter how hard you try, you won't deceive me. Alex crouched down next to Nyx and looked her in the eyes. Nyx met his gaze and felt her sweat streaming down, realizing that what she knew about the person before her didn't convey all the sensations she was currently experiencing. Do you know how much trouble your group has caused me? Instead of enjoying a peaceful life, you lot decided to create chaos, Alex said, his eyes starting to glow even brighter. Not only are you aligning with a being who can destroy the entire universe at will, but you're also bringing chaos to this world yourselves, Alex continued, never breaking eye contact with Nyx. She felt his gaze piercing into the very depths of her soul, making her uncomfortable. And what's your reason for all this? If Thanatos wanted to prove he wasn't a worthless being and Indra sought revenge for his lover Ribra, then what drives you? Alex asked, wanting to know why Nyx joined the group. Didn't those two losers tell you? Nyx answered, trying to avoid Alex's gaze. They didn't tell me anything. I pulled it out of their memories by force, but there was no reason given for why you joined them, Alex replied, causing Nyx's eyes to widen in shock. I am the goddess of darkness and night. Isn't that part of my nature? Nyx answered, and Alex sighed heavily, realizing he was dealing with yet another idiot. Alex's group looked at him with sympathy, knowing he was about to start another rant. Well, it seems you really are an idiot if you think that. I'm not going to lecture you about your powers because I'm just too lazy, Alex said after a heavy sigh. Everyone in the group's eyes widened in surprise. Alex wasn't going to lecture. Did the sun rise in the west? Alex, are you okay? Are you feeling sick? Hestia asked anxiously, worried about Alex's well-being. I'm fine. I'm just too lazy to explain to another idiot why they're an idiot, Alex said, shaking his head. Do you think I'm an idiot? Nyx asked, looking at Alex with irritation. You're right, you are an idiot if you think your concept of evil is valid, Alex replied, nodding, causing Nyx's face to twist in anger. Alright, enough wasting time. You're going to tell me everything you've done, and I'll decide what to do with you, Alex said, lighting a cigarette and continuing to stare at Nyx. And what if I don't tell you? What will you do to me? Nyx asked with a smile, looking at Alex. Well, I'll give you some corrective work similar to what your friends have already gone through, Alex replied, raising questions for Nyx. Oh, sorry, you don't know. Thanatos, for example, is dead forever, and it will be several thousand years before a new god of death appears, Alex said, causing cold sweat to break out on the gods' foreheads. They understood what it meant to die forever. Only Hestia didn't pay attention, knowing what had happened to Thanatos. The girls in the group tensed up at how calmly Alex spoke about killing a god forever. And Indra is currently in my workshop, sitting and drooling because his mind was shattered, leaving only a hollow shell of his former self, Alex continued, exhaling smoke into Nyx's face, making her cough from the smoke. You killed a god forever. How is a mortal capable of that? Nyx asked nervously, looking at Alex's calm face. Who said I'm mortal? I am literally the Demon King, and killing a god is very easy for me, Alex replied with a slight smile. That smile made Nyx feel uneasy. And what will happen to me if I tell you? Nyx asked cautiously, looking at Alex's calm demeanor. It will depend on what you've done. If it's nothing serious, I'll just lock you away in the realm of the gods, Alex said, watching Nyx's reaction. And if it's something terrible? Nyx asked carefully. Then you'll end up like your friends. Although I can find out myself, a candid confession is always better than torture, don't you think? Alex said with a smile. As Nyx contemplated whether to confess or face a dreadful fate, she reviewed all her actions, trying to categorize them. She didn't want to end up like Thanatos and Indra. And what did Thanatos and Indra do to end up like that? Hermes asked, wanting details about the actions of those gods. In short, Thanatos killed young children's parents and, under the guise of saving them, recruited them. And Indra was just a fucking rapist, and he's lucky that he's currently sitting in my chair drooling. Otherwise, I would have given him a fun time, Alex said with a bloodthirsty smile, making the entire group shudder. Nix began, but was interrupted by an earthquake that occurred in the dungeon. What's happening again? Hermes said, trying not to fall. Did another guardian spawn in the dungeon? Lily said, holding tightly to Alex's throne to avoid falling. No, my dear Freya used a secret weapon, Alex replied with a smile. Oh, Nix, it seems Dionysus didn't manage either. How unfortunate, Alex said with a sad tone, causing Nix's eye to twitch. Is that what was in the black box? Hestia asked, staring intently at Alex. Something like that. And before you start yelling at me, the weapon in the box was set to kill only monsters, not destroy everything around, Alex said, not giving Hestia a reason to start on him again. Better tell the truth, mister, or else, Hestia threatened, putting out her little fist in front of Alex. Don't worry, I said I prepared everything, Alex said, kissing Hestia's little hand, which made her blush. Alex looked up, wanting to see what was happening on the surface. His gaze slid through the dungeon walls, and he saw Freya standing among her family members, looking towards where the monster had just been killed. Freya, as if sensing his gaze, turned around and smiled, realizing that Alex was looking at her. Alex just smiled back, knowing that Freya felt his gaze, and then looked back at Nyx, who had a sour expression on her face. To be continued. Chapter 57, The Battle for Orario and the Capture of Yet Another Villain. Let's go back a bit, to the time before the battle with the monsters in Orario had begun. Freya woke up early in the morning, before the sun had risen. She got out of bed, and the blanket sensually slid down her slender body. Her sleepy face made her even more beautiful. After rubbing her eyes and looking out the window, she noticed that the sun had not yet risen. Like any other girl, Freya would have liked to stay in bed a little longer, but she had plans and couldn't let her beloved down. Rising from bed, displaying her stunning figure, Freya began preparing for her tasks. She knew she needed to finish the preparations Alex had forgotten about. After dressing, Freya left her apartment, where, as always, her loyal bodyguard Otter was already waiting for her. You're already awake, my lady. Perhaps you should rest a little longer. Otter asked upon seeing Freya up so early. It's fine. I need to retrieve the item Alex mentioned and prepare for a possible battle, Freya replied with a smile as she headed towards the elevator. How do you like the sword Alex gave you? Freya asked, noticing the new sword on Otter's back. This sword suits me perfectly, as if it was made just for me, Otter replied, showing off the enormous black sword, almost as long as he was tall. The sword had a rough shape, as if designed solely for slaying monsters rather than for show. That's true. Alex never does anything halfway, Freya said, admiring the rough-looking sword, though as a goddess of war, she understood its purpose perfectly. Otter nodded, saying nothing more. When the elevator arrived, Freya and Otter stepped inside and headed down. Freya's first destination was Alex's house. She walked through the quiet streets of Orario, gradually illuminated by the first rays of the sun. She enjoyed the morning stroll but couldn't help but think how wonderful it would be if Alex were walking beside her to share in this atmosphere. By the time she reached Alex's house, the sun had fully risen, lighting up the city. As she approached the gates, Freya noticed another visitor. It was Loki, who, holding her head with one hand and the fence with the other, was trying not to fall. I see you haven't changed, Loki. Even at this hour, you've managed to get drunk, Freya said as she approached Loki. It's all because of the stress. I couldn't sleep, so I decided to have a drink, and I ended up getting drunk, Loki admitted, clutching her mouth to hold back her nausea. If Alex saw you in this state, you'd be getting another lecture on irresponsible behavior, Freya said, recalling how often Loki had to endure Alex's scoldings. You won't tell him, will you? Loki asked hopefully, turning her head toward Freya, who stepped back, fearing Loki might vomit on her dress. Who knows? Now, let's go. We need to retrieve the item Alex requested, Freya said and moved forward, with Otter following her. I don't remember him mentioning any item. Didn't he give you that black box yesterday? Loki asked, catching up with Freya and holding her head. He contacted me yesterday and explained the situation in the dungeon. Just in case, he asked me to pick up another item from his workshop, Freya replied, glancing at Loki. What item? Loki asked, trying to resist the urge to pull a bottle out of her bag and drink to relieve her headache. You'll find out later, Freya replied, causing Loki to frown. When they reached the door, Freya knocked. Hearing approaching footsteps, the goddesses waited. The door was opened by Haruheim, who was already fully prepared. She was dressed in a battle outfit of a priestess, with a katana at her waist. Good morning, Lady Freya, Lady Loki, and Lord Otter, Haruheim greeted the group. Good morning, Haruheim. Is Hephaestus already awake? Freya asked with a kind smile. Hephaestus-sama is having breakfast right now. Please, come in, Haruheim replied, stepping aside to let them in. Thank you, Haruheim, Freya said as she entered the house, to which the girl responded with a slight nod and a smile. Freya and Loki headed to the dining room where Hephaestus was having breakfast, while Otter stayed in the hallway to wait for his goddess. Upon entering the room, both goddesses saw Hephaestus sitting at the table with a cup of coffee. There were dark circles under her eyes from lack of sleep. Noticing the guests, Hephaestus simply nodded at them and continued to focus on drinking her coffee, ignoring everything else around her. Good morning, Hephaestus. What's going on with you so early in the morning? Freya asked, sitting across from her. She probably couldn't sleep without her favorite hugging pillow, Loki suggested with a smirk, pouring a familiar drink into a glass. Is that so? Freya remarked with a hint of envy. What brings you here so early? Hephaestus asked, not denying Loki's guess. Alex asked me to take a golden box from his workshop, Freya replied, starting to drink the tea that Haruheim served her. How are things down there? Hephaestus asked with concern. According to Alex, things are bad in the dungeon, Freya replied, shaking her head. Can you tell us more details? Loki inquired, sipping from her glass. Freya began to recount everything she had learned from Alex about the situation in the dungeon. As she spoke, the goddess's expressions grew more serious. This doesn't sound good, Loki said in a serious tone. The important thing is that everyone is safe, and Alex has already dealt with the problem, Hephaestus noted, sighing in relief after hearing the news. And which specific golden box did Alex ask you to take? There are many of them, so I need to at least know what it's for, Hephaestus asked, finishing her coffee. To quote Alex, take the golden box that will help catch the idiot who's trying to cause trouble, Freya replied, trying to mimic Alex's voice. Upon hearing this, Loki couldn't hold back, and liquid came out of her nose as she choked on her drink. I think I've seen that one. I'll go check. Will you come with me or stay here? Hephaestus asked, standing up and looking at the goddesses. I think I'll stay here, I'm not feeling too well, Loki mumbled, trying to clear her throat while Haruheim patted her back to help with the cough. I think I'll stay too, Freya agreed, pointing to her tea. Hephaestus nodded and headed to Alex's workshop. Entering, she didn't pay attention to Indra, who was sitting with a vacant expression, drooling slightly. Hephaestus approached a cabinet labeled, various stuff, and opened it, seeing many boxes with silly names. She sighed again, realizing that Alex never knew how to name things properly. Reading the labels on the boxes, she finally found the right one. The box was labeled, for catching Pokemon. Hephaestus double-checked and took it in her hands. Can't he just name things normally? Hephaestus thought, holding the box. And what are Pokemon anyway, she wondered as she closed the cabinet. I'll have to ask Alex what Pokemon are and why they need to be caught, Hephaestus decided, leaving the workshop and not forgetting to close the door behind her. Going back upstairs and entering the dining room where both goddesses were already sitting, Hephaestus placed the golden box on the table for Freya to take before leaving. This is what Alex asked for, Hephaestus said, sitting back in her previous seat. Thank you, Hephaestus, Freya said, reaching for the box. But just as she was about to touch it, someone else snatched the box. Loki, what are you doing? Freya asked in surprise, noticing Loki carefully examining the box. You already have the black box, so I'll take this one, Loki replied, clutching the box to herself. Loki, these are not toys to be played with. Most of what's in Alex's workshop is weaponry, and very dangerous at that, Hephaestus warned, giving Loki a stern look. I know it's not a toy, but I'm taking it anyway, Loki stubbornly declared, hiding the box in her bag. Freya, maybe you could say something. Hephaestus turned to Freya, who was still sipping her tea. It's fine, Freya responded with a slight smile. If Loki messes up, Alex will blame her. What do you mean, blame me? I'll have you know I'm very responsible, Loki protested, but Freya and Hephaestus merely shook their heads at her words. Thank you for your hospitality, Hephaestus, but we should be going. According to Alex, Dionysus will start making his move soon, Freya said, standing up. Of course. Take care, and don't make Alex worry, Hephaestus replied, waving goodbye. The two goddesses left Alex's house, followed by Otter and Haruheim, who nearly forgot her priestess staff. Reaching Daedalus Street, the goddesses found a spot to sit and wait for Dionysus' attack to begin. Loki sat back, drinking alcohol without paying attention to the grim atmosphere of the street. Freya, sitting in the shade provided by Otter holding an umbrella over her, pondered the upcoming events. Haruheim checked her weapon, recalling Alex's words about the importance of thorough preparation. Lady Freya, you're here, came Alan's voice as he unexpectedly appeared next to Freya. What did you find out, Alan? Freya asked, turning her head to him. There is indeed a suspicious place beneath Daedalus Street, but I couldn't get in, something blocked me, Alan replied, awaiting praise. You did well, Freya praised him, and Alan exhaled proudly. But were you able to understand what kept you from getting closer? She asked, wanting more details. I'm sorry, Lady Freya, but there was some strange darkness that filled me with fear and made me stay away, Alan answered, slightly embarrassed. If it's what Alex mentioned, you could say your child is lucky, Freya, Loki interjected, glancing at Alan. You think it's the same thing? Freya asked, shifting her gaze to Loki. Maybe, but I'm not sure since I didn't see what was happening in the dungeon, Loki replied, shaking her head. Lady Freya, perhaps you should contact Alex to get more details. Alan suggested, with a hint of envy in his voice. I don't think that's a good idea. He might be fighting right now, and I don't want to distract him, Freya replied firmly. The group sat in anticipation of Dionysus' attack, waiting for him to send monsters to wreak havoc. Time passed unnoticed, and gradually, the other members of Freya's familia arrived, hiding in various places to ambush the emerging monsters. The longer they waited, the more oppressive the atmosphere became, as if something terrible was inexorably approaching, and there was no escaping it. In the silence, one could catch the sound of scraping, as if something was trying to break through from underground, waiting for the right moment to attack. The tension didn't last long. Soon, a deafening roar of monsters echoed. Various monsters began to emerge from underground, from goblins to minotaurs. Loki, activate the defense. Freya shouted. 1 second, Loki responded, frantically rummaging through her bag. Loki, are you serious right now? Freya frowned, seeing Loki, drenched in sweat, hurriedly searching for the right item. Found it. Loki cried out in relief, finally pulling out the needed cube and activating it immediately. As soon as the cube was activated, small glowing cubes started appearing all over Arario, emitting light that spread across the city in the form of runes. The townspeople, hearing the roar of the monsters, panicked and tried to flee their homes, but the magical protection, like an extra layer, surrounded their dwellings, keeping them inside. Freya looked around and was pleased to see that everything worked as planned. My children, you may attack. The monsters are now weakened, so give it your all. Freya commanded. I won't let you down. Otter confidently declared, gripping his enormous sword and charging at the monsters. Lady Freya, I will protect you, Alan announced, staying close to the goddess. I'll help too, added Haruheim, beginning a priestess dance to enhance her allies. Where are my children when I need them? Loki muttered, watching as Freya's familia rushed into battle. Before Loki could finish, adventurers appeared from the other side of the street, members of her own familia. Let's go, everyone, and do this right. Finn shouted, leading the charge. I wonder if there'll be a prize for killing the most monsters. Bet asked, maintaining his pace. Maybe you can ask Alex later, Riveria replied calmly, conjuring several fireballs around her. Humph, maybe I will, Bet grunted, diving into the ranks of monsters. Seeing her children in battle, Loki began loudly encouraging them, urging them to fight better than Freya's familia. However, her protégés, focused on the fight, ignored the goddess's shouts, completely absorbed in the struggle. The battle raged on, but the number of monsters didn't decrease, if anything, it seemed to grow. Even weakened, they attacked with particular fury, sparing neither themselves nor their opponents. The monsters fought as if driven mad, attacking anything that crossed their path, unable to distinguish between friend and foe. The fighting continued, and even as Freya's and Loki's familia members started to tire, the monsters kept coming. Otter, like an indomitable machine, swung his enormous sword, cleaving through dozens of monsters at once, but it hardly made a dent in their numbers. At that moment, reinforcements arrived, the Ishtar familia joined the fray. Freya and Loki were surprised by Ishtar's arrival but didn't drive her away, understanding that any help in this situation was needed. I see you decided to join in, Ishtar, Freya said, shifting her gaze from the battle to the arriving goddess. Ishtar, what's with the sudden generosity? Loki asked suspiciously, narrowing her eyes. This is my city too, and I don't want to see it destroyed, Ishtar replied calmly, ignoring the questions. Maybe tell us the truth. I don't believe you're helping out of the goodness of your heart, Loki smirked, clearly doubting her words. I just want to make up for my mistakes, Ishtar said quietly, avoiding eye contact with the goddesses. So, you're scared of the consequences and want to prove your innocence? Freya asked sarcastically, looking at Ishtar with a smile. What do you mean, scared? I just want to show that I'm not part of that group, Ishtar retorted, giving Freya a disdainful look. Ha ha ha, of course. You just don't want to end up like Indra, Loki laughed, watching Ishtar. What happened to Indra? Ishtar asked warily, eyeing Loki with suspicion. Nothing good. If you were part of all this, you'd end up just like him, Freya replied coldly, ignoring Ishtar, who was now sweating. Ishtar feverishly tried to understand what had happened to Indra, as if he were already considered a corpse. Freya stopped paying attention to Ishtar and focused on the battle. She watched every movement closely, ready to use the weapon Alex had given her if danger arose. Ishtar, seeing that Freya was no longer interested in conversation, also turned her attention to the fight. The monsters seemed to refuse to die, no matter how much they were beaten. They kept rising and continuing their attack. The weapons of her warriors only inflicted superficial wounds that didn't cause serious harm. Ishtar noticed Haruheim tirelessly cutting through monsters with her katana, moving forward. She wondered what incredible training this girl had undergone to become so strong and when she had grown the additional 2 tails. As she assessed the situation, Ishtar realized she hadn't seen one of the key participants in the battle. Her search yielded no results, neither the young man himself nor any members of his familia were on the battlefield. Ishtar wondered where the young man who had threatened her yesterday and kidnapped some of her people had disappeared to. "Where is your lover, Freya?" Ishtar asked, turning to her. "He's in the dungeon," Freya replied evenly. "And while such a battle is going on here, he's just having fun in the dungeon?" Ishtar asked skeptically, raising an eyebrow. "He's doing the same thing we are here, but his situation is much more dangerous. The monsters there are apparently far stronger," Freya answered, trying to hide her anxiety. She was worried about Alex. "Aren't you afraid he might stay there?" Ishtar pressed, seeking more information. "He's stronger than you can imagine. For him, this battle in the dungeon is nothing," Loki interjected, completely confident in Alex's strength. "Oh. And just how strong is he?" Ishtar tried to glean hints from Loki's words. "If you were on the enemy side, you'd already know how strong he is." Freya slowly raised her eyes to Ishtar, and they reflected an endless void similar to black holes. That gaze made Ishtar shudder. "That doesn't explain anything," Ishtar mumbled, trying not to look into those eerie eyes. "Even if it weren't for Alex, you'd still face a fate similar to Thanatos'," Freya added, and her eyes returned to normal. Loki, watching their conversation, shuddered at Freya's gaze and vowed to stay away from her and not irritate her unnecessarily in the future. Ishtar once again realized why Freya and Alex complemented each other so well. They were bound by a mad love. Ishtar wanted to ask Freya more questions but feared angering her, worrying that Freya might drive a knife into her heart. Deciding it was better not to risk it, Ishtar fell silent. "And anyway, why are you here? Aren't you and Freya enemies? And now you're sitting here and even talking to her without disgust. Your face doesn't look like you've swallowed something unpleasant," Loki teased, noticing Ishtar's face darken from her words. "What's that supposed to mean, Loki?" Ishtar asked with a grim expression. "Just that. You'd never approach Freya so closely or speak to her without a look of disgust on your face," Loki said, ignoring Ishtar's anger. "Well, yesterday her lover scolded me and nearly killed me. It made me re-evaluate my life," Ishtar admitted after a moment of reflection. "Hey, I'd say you're lucky. Otherwise, you'd have ended up like Thanatos," Loki said with a cheerful smile. "And what happened to Thanatos since he disappeared and no one could find him?" Ishtar asked, eyeing Loki suspiciously. "Well, Loki traced her finger across her throat, indicating what had happened to Thanatos. "Then why didn't anyone say he had returned to the heavens?" Ishtar continued, eyeing the smiling Loki with suspicion. "Because he will never return to the heavens. And if you spread this, you won't be seen there either," Freya answered for Loki. "But how can he be capable of such a thing?" Ishtar asked, her voice trembling with the revelation. "You don't need to know that. It's best if you forget everything you just heard," Freya said without even looking at Ishtar. Ishtar frowned at Freya's words. Although she hadn't learned much, what she did learn sent a cold sweat down her spine. How could a mortal kill a god permanently? Ishtar pondered various possibilities and even considered that Alex might be a demigod capable of such feats. But demigods had not been born in this world for a long time. The descendants of the gods had long since died, and their legacy had become so insignificant that it was hardly worth mentioning. Even Otter, a devoted follower of Freya, inherited only a tiny fraction of divine power from his ancestor, but it was enough to make him the strongest adventurer at present. Freya paid no attention to Ishtar, who was lost in her thoughts. She patiently waited for Dionysus to make his final move, either by summoning the strongest monster or appearing himself. As Freya observed the battle, the number of monsters gradually decreased due to the unity of the 3 families. When only a few monsters remained and everyone thought the battle was nearing its end, the ground beneath them began to tremble slightly. Something enormous was trying to break free from beneath the earth. The adventurers took combat positions, anticipating the emergence of a monster from below. The tension grew with each tremor. Everyone awaited the appearance of the beast to defeat it. When the shaking stopped, relief washed over everyone, but it was short-lived. From beneath the earth, a massive 10-headed hydra suddenly emerged. It looked grotesque, with terrifying eyes scattered randomly across its body, constantly rotating and surveying everything around. The hydra roared as it surfaced, announcing its presence and displaying its power. Each of its heads roared, creating powerful gusts of wind that nearly knocked the adventurers off their feet. The goddesses frowned, realizing that this was not a monster their children could handle. Following the Hydra's emergence, even more monsters rose from the ground, howling in unison to assert their superiority. Freya, get the weapon Alex gave you. Hurry. Loki shouted, urging Freya, who was frozen in shock at the sight of the monster. Right now, Freya replied, pulling out the black box. What's that? Ishtar asked, staring intently at the box in Freya's hands. A weapon, Freya replied calmly, opening the box to reveal a strange sphere with intertwining runes inside. Freya, hurry up. There are more and more monsters, and the Hydra will start attacking soon. Loki continued to urge her as Freya took out a fist-sized sphere. Alan, quickly warn everyone to fall back and throw the sphere directly at the Hydra, Freya commanded, handing the sphere to Alan, who nodded immediately and ran towards the group of adventurers. As soon as Alan took off running, Freya clenched her fists, hoping that the weapon Alex had given her could destroy the Hydra and thin out the ranks of the monsters surrounding it. Alan raced towards the adventurers, eager to deliver Freya's orders as quickly as possible. Everyone fall back immediately. Alan shouted from the roof of a building. Why should we fall back when we haven't even killed the Hydra yet? Finn asked in confusion, not understanding why Alan had given such an order. That's an order from the goddesses, everyone retreat. Alan continued to shout, urging the adventurers, who quickly began to run in the opposite direction from the Hydra. I hope your invention helps in our situation, Alan said, clutching the sphere in his hand. He threw it at the Hydra. The sphere seemed to move in slow motion, and Alan's heart raced, hoping the weapon wouldn't fail. When the sphere hit the Hydra's scales, there was a soft sound, like glass striking something solid. Everyone held their breath in anticipation. The sphere slightly bounced off the scales, and then suddenly erupted into a brilliant flash of light that blinded everyone around. The adventurers closed their eyes, trying to shield themselves from the blinding light. Following the flash was a shockwave that swept through the city like an unstoppable force of nature, clearing everything in its path but not destroying, rather purifying the space. When the intense light faded and they opened their eyes, they were met with an incredible sight. Where the monsters had been, only their skeletons remained, frozen in the poses they had once held when they were alive. This is simply incredible, Loki murmured, rubbing her eyes and addressing everyone. Hey, are you listening? She called out to Freya, who stood with a smile on her face, gazing into the distance. Why are you smiling? Loki asked, watching Freya closely. I just felt something, Freya replied, without elaborating. And where's the culprit behind all this now? Loki asked, looking around. Maybe he's already escaped. Finn suggested, glancing at his goddess. As the adventurers whispered among themselves, trying to comprehend what had happened, no one could believe their eyes. The massive Hydra and numerous monsters had been incinerated by a simple sphere. Some pinched themselves to make sure it wasn't a dream, while others slapped their cheeks, trying to wake up. When everyone realized it was real, joy swept over them. They embraced each other, celebrating their victory over such a threat without casualties. But despite the victory, the two goddesses remained displeased, as the mastermind behind it all had likely already fled. While Freya pondered where Dionysus might have hidden, Alan appeared, dragging a strange man in tattered clothes. Freya-sama, I found a suspicious person trying to escape, Alan said, throwing the men at Freya's feet. Well, hello there, Dionysus, Freya said, looking at the blonde man lying before her. Her words shocked the jubilant adventurers. What does this mean, Freya? Why has your child captured me? Dionysus asked with slight anger. Don't you know? Or should I explain the reason myself? Freya replied with a cold smirk, staring at Dionysus, who froze at her words. I don't understand what you're talking about. I was just passing by, and then I was dragged here. Dionysus began to defend himself, denying everything. Well, if you say so. But don't worry, someone else will talk to you. For now, I ask you to stay. Freya smiled, but her smile was frighteningly kind. Why should I stay? Dionysus asked, noticing the indifference on Freya's face. Don't chatter needlessly, Dionysus. Soon you'll meet your friend, Indra, Freya said, completely ignoring his words. What does Indra have to do with me? Dionysus continued, pretending to be innocent. Directly. You're part of the group that included Indra, Thanatos, Erebus, and Nyx. Or do you really think your friends just disappeared for no reason? Her voice held a threat, and Dionysus's expression changed from a smile to an arrogant smirk. So that's where those two failures went. It looks like you've prepared well, Dionysus sneered, no longer hiding his true nature. And now, are you going to take me to Uranus? He asked, as if he didn't care about the impending punishment. Oh no, Dionysus. You're going somewhere entirely different. As my dear one said, you will undergo rehabilitation to become a full-fledged member of society, Freya said, resting her hand on her cheek as she observed Dionysus, who clearly didn't understand what she was talking about. All right, Loki, it's your turn, Freya waved her hand. Take this, bastard. Loki yelled, hitting Dionysus on the head with the golden box. "I don't think that's how it's used," Ishtar remarked, looking at Dionysus with blood flowing from his head and Loki standing over him with a bloodied box. "Does it matter?" "It worked. And if we take him to Alex's workshop, he definitely won't escape from there," Loki shrugged indifferently, wiping the blood off the box. The adventurers standing aside watched the scene in complete shock. First, Alan had brought the men who turned out to be a god, then that god tried to justify himself, and finally revealed his true nature. And to top it off, Loki hit him on the head with a box, breaking it against his divine head. The members of Loki's family collectively sighed in exhaustion and looked away, understanding that their goddess had once again handled things poorly. Other adventurers could only look at them with sympathy, regretting that they had such a goddess. To be continued. Chapter 58, The Capture of the Group of Losers. Alex watched as the battle in the city came to an end, a slight smile forming on his face. One problem was solved, now he just needed to gather information on Erebus, and then he could finally put an end to this circus of villains trying to sow chaos in the world. However, a thought flashed through his mind: would he be able to travel freely after dealing with this bunch of losers? After all, another enemy was lurking in the shadows. An inner voice kept telling him that things wouldn't end so easily. Ever since he learned that someone was hiding in the shadows and aiding this group, paranoia had been gnawing at him, as if that inner voice was constantly saying, "Be ready, the situation is too suspicious." No matter how hard he tried to shake off these thoughts, he continued to prepare, not wanting to become like those heroes who rely solely on the so-called power of friendship. Alex broke off his musings, focusing his gaze on Nyx, who was stunned by the news that Dionysus had also failed. However, she was more concerned with her own well-being than the fate of someone who turned out to be a loser. "So, Nyx, are you ready to talk? Or should I wait a bit longer for you to gather your thoughts?" Alex asked, looking at her while her gaze remained unfocused. "Hey, are you listening to me?" he repeated, starting to poke Nyx with a stick as she continued to silently stare at the ceiling. His actions puzzled the entire group. They couldn't help but wonder where he got the stick and why he was poking Nyx with it, as if afraid to touch something dirty. "You know, it's not very polite to poke a girl with a stick," Nyx said irritably, feeling the touch. "You're a girl. Are you sure about that?" Alex asked suspiciously, glancing at her chest, which was as flat as a runway. "Let me go, and I'll show you," Nyx snapped back, her eyes flashing with a murderous glare. "Sorry, but no. You're the one who got yourself into this situation," Alex shrugged. The group stood there in bewilderment, not understanding how a conversation about villainous plans had devolved into a discussion about Nyx's gender. But one of the girls, instead of being shocked by the whole situation, started getting angry at Nyx, who clearly would have liked to strip in front of Alex if she weren't tied up. "How dare you, shameless hussy? Have you no shame?" Hestia shouted, pointing at Nyx. "And what's the problem? So what if I show him a little? Isn't it in any guy's nature to always want to sneak a peek at a naked girl?" Nyx asked calmly, completely ignoring Hestia's anger. Her gaze was fixed on Alex, whose expression remained indifferent, as if he didn't understand what was going on. "First of all, don't compare me to others," Alex replied with a heavy sigh. "I'm not interested in your body. And secondly, even if you were running around naked here, I'd still hit you." The girls in the group just laughed at his words. "What is that supposed to mean? Don't you want to spend an unforgettable night with a goddess?" Nyx continued, trying to seduce him. How about, no? You don't attract me at all," Alex said, looking at her as if she were a complete idiot. "Why? I'm a goddess. Any mortal would do anything to spend a night with a goddess. I know I'm not as beautiful as Freya, but still, I am a goddess." Nyx protested, her face showing desperation. "It's not about whether you attract me or not. The point is, because of you, I've lost my peaceful life. Instead of enjoying adventures, I have to stay up at night and prepare countermeasures against you idiots," Alex replied, his tired gaze piercing Nyx as if with knives. She had never encountered a situation like this before. "What are you talking about? So what if we caused a little chaos? What's the big deal?" Nyx asked, which only heightened Alex's irritation. "A little chaos? Do you even realize that you were ready to sacrifice many adventurers for your chaos?" Alex responded in an irritated tone. "Sacrifice? Wouldn't they have just died?" Nyx asked, sounding uncertain. Nyx's words made Alex think. Could it be that she truly didn't understand what creature was sealed within the crystal and that if their plan had succeeded, the world would have been threatened by something no one could stop? Looking into Nyx's eyes, Alex realized that she didn't know the true purpose of the crystal or the consequences of her actions. The entire group noticed how Alex fell into thought after Nyx's words and understood that the situation was much more complicated than it seemed. "Alex, did you figure something out?" Hermes asked, observing him, as he too noticed that Nyx didn't know the reason for her tasks. I have some suspicions, but I'm not certain, Alex replied, continuing to watch Nix closely, who appeared confused. Didn't you know what kind of creature was sealed in the crystal you used for the Guardian? Alex asked, hoping to see even the slightest change in her expression. What crystal? I didn't have anything. I was just supposed to observe and spread fear among the people, Nix said, clearly not understanding what he was talking about. Like this one, Alex said, pulling out the crystal he had collected. When Nix saw the crystal, she instinctively tried to crawl away from it. The crystal looked ominous, evoking a strong sense of dread in her. Terrifying eyes and mouths with sharp teeth appeared on its surface. Alex realized that Nix was either truly unaware or an excellent actress. Those who hadn't seen the crystal before were horrified and stepped back, feeling an unknown fear. You're either an outstanding actress, or Erebus planned to eliminate witnesses, Alex remarked, closely observing Nix's reaction. What do you mean by eliminate witnesses? Hermes asked, looking at Alex. Exactly that. Either Nix was also part of the plan for the Guardian's development, Alex replied, continuing to watch her reaction. And what part of the plan could she have been? Asfi asked, hesitant to approach closer while Alex held the crystal. Do you remember what I said about the soul? Alex asked, putting the crystal away and looking at Asfi, who nodded. If the soul of a mortal is like a small sun, then imagine what would happen if a god were sacrificed, Alex said, his words causing gasps of realization within the group. And now think about what would have happened if Nix had been sacrificed with her concept of darkness and night, he added, making the group ponder. Nix, hearing their conversation, began to tense up, trying to understand what they were talking about. Alex's words made everyone think, and as they pondered, it became increasingly clear that the situation could have turned catastrophic, especially if the Guardian had absorbed the soul of a god. Nix, realizing what they were discussing, understood that she herself was meant to be the sacrifice. You're lying. He wouldn't have done that to me. Nix screamed, overcome with panic. Why would I lie to you, Nix? For what purpose? To turn you against Erebus. I could forcibly extract your memories and find him myself. You're essentially useless to me, Alex replied calmly, his words cooling the goddess's anger and making her think. I see you've calmed down. Now tell me, what is your connection to Erebus? Alex continued, observing how Nix was lost in thought. He's my brother, she said automatically, still trying to grasp the betrayal. Well, as I suspected, Alex remarked, pulling out a cigarette, but Hestia quickly smacked his hand, giving him an angry look that seemed to say, stop smoking already. You knew about this? Hermes asked, noticing Alex's expression. There were stories about you in the world I come from too, Alex answered, looking at Hermes. Nix, upon hearing this, realized that the person who had ruined their plans was from another world. Really? There were legends about us in your world too? And about me? What were they? Was I a cool god? Hermes bombarded Alex with questions, not giving him a moment's peace. Gods, shut up. Yes, there were legends about you too. There are stories about all of you in my world, Alex said, shutting Hermes up, who had gotten too close and was starting to irritate him. Alex, what legends were there about the gods in your world? Ryu asked, noticing how Alex struggled to keep his composure and not hit Hermes. In short, Hestia, Hermes, Hephaestus, Nix, and Erebus, you're all from the same pantheon, Alex said with noticeable distaste, recalling the Greek pantheon. Why do you look so disgusted when mentioning that pantheon? Asfi asked, noticing the revulsion on Alex's face. In a word, that pantheon is a bunch of rapists, Alex said, causing everyone's eyes to widen in shock. Even Hermes fell silent, looking at him in surprise. Is it really that bad? Lily asked, expressing general concern. Let's just say I've put it mildly. For example, the head of the pantheon pretended to be Rain to sleep with a girl, Alex said with a crooked smile. What do you mean, pretended to be Rain? How is that even possible? Daphne asked skeptically. I don't know how it's done, and I don't want to know, Alex replied, not wanting to delve into the discussion. Let me briefly summarize what I know, and you can draw your own conclusions, he continued, drawing the group's attention. Alex began recounting everything he remembered about the Greek pantheon, from minor events to the most significant ones mentioned in legends. He couldn't remember everything, as he had never delved deeply into the history of that collection of rapists. The more the group listened, the more they were astonished by what was written in the legends of Alex's world, from killing a father for the throne to battling the Titans. So Hephaestus is depicted as a man in your world? Hermes asked, looking at Alex, whose eye twitched noticeably. That's all you're interested in? Alex shot him an annoyed glance. What did you expect? This is the history of your world, and our world is entirely different. That doesn't mean everything was the same here, Hermes replied with a shrug. Well, you're right about that, Alex agreed, nodding. I'm more surprised at how Hestia managed to stay herself among that bunch of bastards, Lily said, looking at Hestia, who was frowning after Alex's tale. So, you went to Hestia because you knew her from the legends of your world? Daphne asked. Kind of, and kind of not, Alex replied, causing confusion among the others. What does that mean? Lily asked, staring intently at Alex. To put it simply, I knew Hestia from the legends of my world, but I wasn't looking for her because of that. I needed a home, and who better than the goddess of the hearth to provide it? Alex said, taking Hestia's hand. She smiled at his words. And what about me? Nyx asked, who had been silently listening to Alex's account. For some reason, I forgot about you, Alex replied, causing Nyx's eye to twitch. Actually, I know very little about you since I wasn't particularly interested in the legends of this pantheon. All I remember are small mentions from various sources. Some say you and Erebus are siblings, some say you are husband and wife, and some combine it all, Alex said, and with each of his words, Nyx's face grew darker. What ridiculous legends, Nyx mumbled, with black lines forming on her forehead. Well, what did you expect from a pantheon full of degenerates? Alex shrugged. All right, I think it's time to wrap this up. Freya and Loki might have already captured Dionysus, and I'll be able to speak with both of you at once, Alex said, standing up and stretching his stiff joints. But first, let's heal you, it's unpleasant to look at your bloodied nose, he added, moving towards Nyx. What are you going to do? Isn't it enough that Hestia broke my nose? Nyx asked with anxiety in her voice. It's your fault for trying to take her hostage. Be grateful that you only had your nose broken. Hestia's punch could have knocked out your front teeth, Alex said with a broad smile. Everyone looked at the seemingly harmless goddess and couldn't understand how Hestia could be capable of such things. Hermes was the most frightened, realizing how lucky he was that Hestia had shocked him rather than punched him. Everyone continued to watch Hestia, who stood innocently, kicking the floor as if nothing had happened. So let's get on with it, I'll heal you, and then we'll head to my torture chamber. Workshop, Alex said, stumbling over his words at the end, causing Nyx to start trembling. No, I'm not going anywhere. I don't want to go to your torture chamber. Nyx screamed, trying to crawl away. It's my workshop, not a torture chamber. I just misspoke a bit, Alex said, approaching Nyx. Everyone understood that Alex was deliberately trying to scare her. How can you make such a mistake? Cassandra asked, surprised by the situation. I don't know. He said the same thing when he kidnapped us to join Hestia's family, Daphne replied with a shrug. You were kidnapped to join the family? Asfi asked, surprised by their conversation. Not kidnapped, but invited, as Alex put it, Lily answered, barely containing her laughter. As the girls discussed how Daphne and Cassandra were invited to the family, Alex had already approached Nyx, who was wriggling like a worm, trying to crawl away from him in fear of what awaited her. Alex struggled to suppress his laughter, watching the comical scene, which looked so absurd it could only be seen in a comedy manga, but now it was unfolding in real life. Nyx, stop running away. I'm not going to hurt you, unless, of course, you've done something excessive, Alex said, grabbing her by the scruff of her neck. And what do you consider excessive? Everyone has a different sense of measure, Nyx protested, trying to break free from his grip. When you tell me, I'll answer your question. For now, just don't move, Alex said, touching Nyx's forehead and healing her nose. And what will you do to me if I haven't done anything excessive? Nyx asked as she felt the pain in her nose starting to fade. I'll give you a corrective lecture, and maybe a few spankings as punishment, Alex replied with a smile. And if I've done a lot of bad things? Nyx asked cautiously, looking at his face, which still had a smile on it. You'll find out when you meet your friends, Alex said, his smile taking on a slightly deranged edge. Let me go, I don't want to go. Nyx started screaming and struggling. Alex replied calmly, casting a silent spell on her to stop hearing her cries. Alex threw Nyx over his shoulder so she couldn't run away and approached the group, which was chatting and laughing happily, looking at Daphne and Cassandra, who had sour faces. Let's head home, I'm getting tired of all this, Alex said with a slight smile. Alex, the barrier, Ryu reminded him, pointing at the barrier that was still in place. Oh right, I almost forgot, Alex replied, stamping his foot on the floor. The barrier began to slowly vanish, the runes scattered across the floor started to return to their places. From a distance, it looked like snakes slithering back into their burrows. Adventurers who were in the settlement at the time watched the scene with curiosity until they heard a loud voice informing them that they could go home and that the path to the surface was now cleared. At first, they didn't understand what it meant, but once they realized, they began to cheer and embrace each other, grateful to have survived the tough situation. While the adventurers rejoiced, Alex's group appeared near Babylon. They looked around in surprise, noticing that the city was in the same state as the dungeon, except that all the houses on the surface were protected by barriers. Nyx, experiencing the effects of teleportation, was completely disoriented and didn't understand what had just happened. Alex, sensing where Freya and Loki were, decided to go to them but, checking their location, noticed another god nearby who seemed familiar. Not wanting to waste time, Alex used teleportation again and appeared near the group of goddesses who were standing over a man with a broken head. Alex couldn't immediately tell who it was since his clothes were torn and his face covered in blood. The only thing he could discern was that the man was a blonde. The goddesses, watching the blood seep from Dionysus's head, suddenly felt someone's presence. They turned and saw Alex's group approaching him casually. Loki was the first to react. She rushed to Alex and, jumping on him, wrapped herself around him like a koala, rubbing her head against his chest. This brought a light smile to Alex's face, and he gently patted the carefree goddess on the head. As Alex approached the others, he smiled and met Freya's gaze, who greeted him with a sweet smile. Freya gracefully moved towards him, standing on her tiptoes, and, ignoring Loki who was still hanging on Alex, lightly kissed him on the lips. Everyone present, feeling embarrassed, looked away, some even grimacing at the sight. "Hey, guys, I see you did well. But why such gloomy faces?" Alex asked after the kiss, with Freya already holding his hand. Not without your help," Alan replied with a frown. "Don't worry, Alan, I'm not going to take your mother away. You can call me Dad, Alex. I'll raise you like my own son," Alex said, further irritating Alan. The group struggled to contain their laughter as they watched Alan literally fuming with anger. "You're not my father," Alan shouted, causing a burst of laughter from those who could no longer hold it in. "Don't worry, Alan, I'll be a real father to you. And I'll make a worthy man out of you," Alex continued in a righteous tone, nodding his head, which provoked another wave of laughter. "Stop teasing Alan," Freya said, lightly hitting Alex on the arm. "At least everyone is relaxed now. I show up, and suddenly everyone has such sour faces," Alex replied with a shrug. "Who's that on your shoulder?" Freya finally noticed Nyx. "Oh, that's Nyx," Alex said, pointing with his free hand at Nyx's rear. "Nyx, say hello to everyone," he added, shaking the goddess who still couldn't get over the teleportation. "As you can see, she's a bit shy, but let's not blame her, she's the goddess of the night," Alex said, causing Freya to just shake her head. "Oh, and you're here too, Ishtar," Alex noted, turning his gaze to another goddess. "Finally noticed." Ishtar replied sarcastically. "And what brought you here?" Alex asked, looking at the goddess who didn't know how to respond. "She just wanted to show that she isn't part of this group of idiots," Loki interjected, lifting her head and continuing to rub it against Alex's chest like a spoiled child. "Well, I knew she wasn't part of the group, otherwise, she'd have visited my workshop a long time ago," Alex said with a light smile, causing the adventurers to look puzzled. They didn't understand what was so special about Alex's workshop. "So, what happened here while I was in the dungeon?" Alex asked, wanting to hear the details. "Let me explain," Freya offered. Freya began to recount everything in detail, from the monster attack to the appearance of the Hydra, including how the members of their families fought, and how Alex's weapons had destroyed all the monsters. "I'm glad that what I created was useful," Alex said after hearing the story. "But I'm disappointed that I missed the Hydra," he added with a sad tone. "Couldn't you have brought the Hydra to the dungeon instead of this guardian?" Alex asked, shaking Nyx, who rolled her eyes in irritation, but Alex didn't notice. "And what happened on your end after we left?" Finn asked, looking at the group, who seemed completely unharmed. To be precise, it can be described as follows. Alex began. Alex started describing what had happened on their side, including the battle with the Guardian, which he claimed was easy. However, those who knew Alex well only rolled their eyes as they listened. What might have been easy for him could have easily ended in a fatal outcome for their group. Alex also praised the girls who fought the monsters while he distracted the Guardian, his face glowing with pride for them. He ended by telling how Hestia had knocked out Nyx, which led to astonished looks towards the goddess, who was shyly trying to hide from attention. No one could believe that such a small and kind goddess could do something like that. "I see you had fun," Freya said with a smile, looking at Alex's radiant face. "Of course, it's not every day you get to face a dungeon guardian," Alex replied, still smiling. "But who is this man on the floor?" he asked, nodding towards the bloodied man. "That's Dionysus," Ishtar answered. "If that's Dionysus, then why is blood flowing from his head?" Alex asked, noticing that everyone was trying to avoid his gaze. "I'm not going to be angry, I'm just curious." "So speak freely, it's clear from your faces that something interesting happened here," Alex said, scanning the group that continued to avoid his eyes. "Loki-sama knocked him out with a blow to the head using some golden box," Riveria answered cautiously, causing Loki to have a sad expression when she realized she had been revealed. "So the item I prepared to bind gods was used to knock out one of them?" Alex asked calmly, his eye twitching nervously. "But it worked," Loki mumbled, hiding her face in his chest. "That's true, but still, items should be used for their intended purposes," Alex said with a crooked smile, looking at Loki, who didn't dare lift her head. All right, first things first, we need to wake this idiot up and see his reaction, Alex said, carefully placing Nyx on the floor as she started squirming and detaching Loki from him. Alex approached the unconscious Dionysus, who looked like a beaten dog. He shook his head at the sight of the god. In the memories of others, Dionysus always appeared elegant and a gentleman, but now he lay on the floor with a broken head and torn clothes, like someone who had been in a bar fight. Alex crouched down next to him and healed him so that he wouldn't die from blood loss. Dionysus's eyes flew open, and he began gasping for air as if he had just been resurrected. What's going on and where am I? Dionysus asked, looking around until his gaze met the rainbow-colored eyes staring intently at him. Who are you? Dionysus began, but Alex immediately covered his mouth. Sorry, but I'm the one asking questions here, Alex said gently but firmly, covering Dionysus's mouth with his hand. How are you, Dionysus? Did you have a good time today? Alex asked with a smile, though his eyes remained cold. Oh, sorry, I forgot I covered your mouth, but it's a precaution. Your friends immediately start shouting that they're gods and spouting nonsense about how I'll regret it and other such rubbish, Alex said with a slight smirk, squeezing Dionysus's jaw, who began writhing in pain. I'm going to remove my hand now, and we'll have a nice chat. But if you think I'm going to tolerate your arrogant speeches, you're gravely mistaken. Start talking about how great a god you are and how I'll regret attacking you, and I won't hesitate to give you another concussion, Alex said, tightening his grip on Dionysus's jaw even more. Those who knew Alex but hadn't seen his methods in action felt a twinge of fear and took a few steps back. Some were surprised by his behavior but understood that pity for the enemy was out of place here. Nyx, lying on the floor and watching Alex deal with Dionysus, widened her eyes at the realization that she could have been treated the same way. Questions swirled in her mind about why Alex had not been as harsh with her. These thoughts troubled her, but one idea seemed the most plausible: perhaps Alex was interested in her despite his words in the dungeon. Nyx began to believe this possibility, completely forgetting that Alex had threatened her with punishment for her past actions. To be continued. Chapter 59, The Idiot Dionysus and Alex's Wrath. Dionysus stared into Alex's rainbow-colored eyes, which seemed devoid of any warmth. All he could see in those eyes was cold disdain, fueling his growing anger. Feeling his jaw being clenched tighter and tighter, he tried to suppress the waves of rage caused by the failure of his plan. His gaze flickered to the adventurers who were watching the scene, and his eyes filled with arrogance. How could these pathetic mortals dare to look at him, a god, with such expressions? Trying once more to summon his divine power, Dionysus realized it was blocked. His arcanum, which was supposed to serve as a shield, proved useless. Understanding that his power was suppressed, he looked at Alex with hatred, suspecting that he was the reason. But when their eyes met, a wave of fear ran through Dionysus's body. There was something hidden in those rainbow-colored eyes that he couldn't comprehend. Alex, however, calmly observed the changes in Dionysus's expression: arrogance, anger, and despair flickering across his face. Deep down, Alex wondered, what was the point of this god's actions? Was it all just to assert his divine superiority? Why do villains like Dionysus strive so hard to prove their exceptionalism? Alex simply sighed, realizing he was facing yet another idiot with primitive motives. Listen carefully, Dionysus. When I let go of your jaw, you'd better answer my questions and not spout nonsense. Got it? Alex tightened his grip, emphasizing the seriousness of his intentions. Now, before I remove my hand, Loki, give me my box. And why do you need it? Loki drawled lazily, narrowing her eyes mischievously. Loki, are you serious? Or do you just want to keep the box for yourself? Alex raised an eyebrow in surprise. Maybe, Loki shrugged playfully. Hand over the box, or I'll spank you in front of everyone, Alex threatened, pointing a finger at her. I don't mind if it's in private, Loki began to wriggle coquettishly. Ugh, pervert, Hestia said with disgust, wrinkling her nose. Shut up, shorty. Loki snapped back. Alex watched the scene unfold, unable to understand why they started arguing now. Wasn't there a crucial interrogation happening in the middle of the street, in front of everyone? Tired of yet another pointless squabble, Alex sighed again and turned his attention to how Hestia and Loki were pulling at each other's cheeks, exchanging insults. Someone on the side was already taking bets on who would win, and even Alex was tempted to place a wager. However, he decided it would be rude to the girls he had relationships with. All right, you'll have time to fight later, Alex said, raising his voice to distract the two goddesses from their latest clash. We have more important matters at hand. She started it, the goddesses said simultaneously, pointing fingers at each other. If you want to fight, go home and have your duel in the arena as usual, Alex added with a tired look. His words only elicited disappointed grumbles from those who had placed bets. Even the girls from Hestia's familia had managed to bet on the fight. I'll talk to you both at home, he added quietly, turning to them, causing them to guiltily avert their eyes. The goddesses' battle ceased, but they still glared at each other with a clear desire to continue. Alex could only sigh in exhaustion. Wasn't there a hostage here who was trying to escape? If he hadn't been restraining Dionysus, the god would have long since bolted, leaving nothing but a cloud of dust behind. Feeling another attempt by Dionysus to break free, Alex tightened his grip on the god's jaw even more, forcing him to stop resisting. Dionysus heard a crack in his mouth and thought that with such force, he might have lost a tooth. "All right, Loki, hand over the box. I just want to ask him a couple of questions before taking him for his procedure," Alex said in a tired voice, reaching out to the goddess. "Boo, you're such a bore," Loki grumbled as she started rummaging through her bag, pulling out a pile of empty alcohol bottles. "Loki-sama, were you drinking again during the battle?" Riveria, who had remained calm, asked, causing Loki to start fidgeting nervously. "No. How could I? I'm an exemplary goddess." Loki defended herself with obvious nervousness, but her voice betrayed her unease, and under Riveria's piercing gaze, she began to lose her composure even more. "Ah, here it is." Loki hastily handed the box over to Alex, hoping Riveria would stop looking at her that way. "Here you go, my sweet," Loki said, passing the box, prompting Alex to look at her with suspicion. "Sweet? Since when do you call me that?" Alex asked in surprise, noticing how Loki fidgeted under Riveria's gaze. "It's nothing, my sweet," Loki brushed it off. "Well, if you say so, but maybe you should call me something else," Alex replied, feeling a shiver run down his spine at the nickname. "What's wrong with that nickname?" Loki asked, noticing Alex's grimace as if he had tasted something sour. "No offense, but it sounds pretty unpleasant," Alex responded, looking at Loki, who tilted her head to the side, clearly not understanding what he meant. "Then what should I call you? Cupcake, pie, or maybe my honey bun?" Loki teased with a smirk, listing off options that only made Alex's grimace deepen. "Loki, there's no need to come up with nicknames for me. Just call me as usual. I won't change my opinion of you, no matter how strange your habits are, so it's better to just be yourself," Alex said with a kind smile, looking at Loki. "So, you don't mind that I drink?" Loki asked, peering into his eyes. "Everyone has their bad habits, don't worry about it," Alex calmly replied, still smiling kindly at her. Loki smiled proudly, knowing that Riveria, who had gripped her staff in disapproval, clearly didn't approve of her carefree behavior. Alex took the box and, after weighing it a little in his hand, understood why Loki had managed to knock out Dionysus with it. Though the box was of ordinary size and easily fit in his hand, it was heavy enough to bring down the arrogant god. Tossing it up a couple of times, Alex turned his gaze to Dionysus, who was still glaring at him with anger and arrogance clearly readable in his eyes. Alex knew that Dionysus would likely start spouting his divine nonsense again, but that only amused him. He was curious how Loki had managed to take down this overconfident fool with a simple box. "Sorry for the delay, Dionysus. I got a little distracted," Alex said, turning to the god, who continued to look at him with hatred. "You understand that family comes first, so I hope you won't be too mad at my inattention. That's beyond you, right?" These words, spoken with a kind smile, elicited approving nods from his familia. However, Alex added a sarcastic note at the end, only fueling Dionysus's rage, causing him to try to speak again. "Now let's talk peacefully. When I remove my hand, you'll stay quiet and answer the questions, and everything will be fine," Alex said, tightening his grip on Dionysus's jaw to remind him of the situation he was in. "So, the simplest and dumbest question, why are you doing all this?" Alex asked, looking at Dionysus, who seemed to have calmed down a bit. When Alex removed his hand, Dionysus began to rub his cheeks, trying to ease the unpleasant sensation. "Why should I answer to a dog of the gods who carries out their orders?" Dionysus replied arrogantly, looking at Alex with disdain. However, Alex just smiled, having expected such a response. "Sorry, but I'm not a dog, I'm a kitty." "Look," Alex said, pointing to his head where a pair of cat ears had suddenly appeared, and behind him, a tail slowly swayed from side to side. The group watching the conversation between Dionysus and Alex listened intently, trying not to miss a single word. When they heard Dionysus's arrogant words, some of them scowled, while others became angry, ready to pounce on the god and beat him. This anger was especially strong among the goddesses who were romantically involved with Alex. Their rage reached its peak. However, when they saw cat ears and a tail appear on Alex, the male members of the group were bewildered, while the females couldn't believe their eyes. The goddesses who had been ready to fight Dionysus just moments before were now flustered and blushing from embarrassment. "Hey, shorty, am I dreaming?" Loki asked, not taking her eyes off the smiling Alex. "Shut up, flat-chested." "I see the same thing you do," Hestia snapped, wiping the drool from her mouth. "He looks so cute with those ears," Freya said, resting her hand on her cheek and gazing dreamily at Alex. Alan, observing this, only grimaced. Didn't he also have ears and a tail? What was the difference? Why was this guy getting such attention from Freya, while he didn't? I knew he could do something like this, but I've never seen him in such a grown-up form, Lily added, wiping blood from her nose. Captain looks so beautiful with those ears, Bella said with flushed cheeks. I wonder if he can turn into an elf, Ryu mused, keeping her eyes fixed on Alex's tail, which slowly swayed in the air. It gives me strange feelings, Asfi admitted, feeling something start to flow from her nose as she watched Alex. Perhaps, Riveria replied calmly, though internally she really wanted to approach and pet those cat ears. I'm curious if he can make me have ears like that, Tiona giggled, imagining the various pranks she could pull with Alex. Cute, Ace said quietly, pondering whether to ask Alex to give her a pair of cat ears. Humph, showing off again, Betta muttered, turning away. The male members of the group merely shook their heads, choosing not to comment on the situation, fearing for their lives. I wonder if he can do that to gods as well. Hermes pondered, stroking his chin, attracting the attention of the goddesses, whose eyes suddenly lit up. While the group discussed Alex's new appearance, the man himself continued to smile at Dionysus, further irritating him. Alex knew that the god had run out of arguments. Well, Naya, have you shut up, Naya? Alex asked, tilting his head to the side, deliberately irritating the god. It changes nothing. You are still a dog of the gods, carrying out their orders, Dionysus replied arrogantly. Not true, Naya, I'm doing this of my own volition, Naya, Alex answered, continuing to add Naya at the end of each sentence, which only further enraged the god. The point, Naya, is that you idiots, Naya, are ruining my peaceful life, Naya, Alex continued, not forgetting to annoy Dionysus. If you hadn't interfered with our plans, we would have already completed what we were born for, Dionysus replied, gritting his teeth in anger. Oh, you're so angry, Naya. Who gave you the right to think you're superior to others? Alex asked, losing his playful tone. You're a fucking bastard, thinking you're above others just because you're born a god. Maybe I should show you where your real place is, Alex said, grabbing Dionysus by the head and starting to squeeze, causing the god to desperately try to loosen Alex's grip by clutching his hand. Alex tightened his grip on Dionysus's head, wanting to crush it like a ripe watermelon, but he restrained himself, knowing that the god still had many more fun moments ahead in Alex's workshop. Dionysus felt the grip on his head growing tighter and did everything he could to prevent his skull from cracking, but the harder he tried, the stronger Alex's grip became. You should understand, Dionysus, that no one will protect you, neither that bastard Erebus, nor even Uranus, who will just send you back to the divine realm, Alex said calmly, releasing Dionysus's head. You realize your life is literally in my hands right now, and I decide when you live and when you die, he continued, looking at Dionysus, who was breathing heavily after having his head nearly crushed. How dare you speak to me like that? I am a god. You, pitiful mortal, should worship me. Dionysus shouted, completely losing his mind, blinded by rage and arrogance. You're not a god. You just think too highly of yourself. You're a pathetic god of wine, a mere creature who thinks it deserves more than it actually does, Alex replied contemptuously, ignoring Dionysus's hysteria. People like you should grovel before me. Crawl like worms. Pitiful mortals who can be crushed with a single finger. Dionysus screamed, trying to unleash all his fury. And those fucking gods who consort with these insignificant mortals, playing family games with them, they are even more disgusting. How can a god play family with these swine, he continued to scream. And Freya? That pathetic slut who fell for a mortal bastard like you, thinking she's better than others and ignoring the gods who truly deserve to stand beside her. Dionysus said with hatred, pointing at Freya, whose face remained calm despite all the insults. How dare you insult Lady Freya? Alan shouted, drawing his weapon. Alan, shut up, Alex said calmly, stopping him. Dionysus didn't stop, continuing to insult everyone he pointed at. He called Hestia a vile recluse, insulted Loki as a drunkard who harassed her family members. Nyx also fell under his wrath, he called her a useless fool who failed to die in the dungeon as was destined. Listening to this, Nyx was furious and wanted to attack Dionysus to tear his mouth off, but she realized he knew about Erebus's plan to sacrifice his sister. Alex remained outwardly calm, though everyone knew this was a worrying sign. The girls who knew him best couldn't understand why he wasn't angry. Usually, he would have already beaten Dionysus just for insulting Freya. And Dionysus had insulted everyone Alex considered family. Are you finished shouting? Alex asked calmly, looking at the enraged Dionysus. How dare you interrupt me? Dionysus exploded again, pointing a finger at Alex. I can afford to do a lot of things. And now you'll find out, Alex said, grabbing the finger Dionysus was pointing at him. You know, before I came here, I had issues with anger and irritability, not to mention a tendency for self-destruction, Alex began, squeezing Dionysus's finger. But everything changed when I found friends and family in this city, especially when those I loved came into my life. The anger that had always been boiling within me began to subside, and the urge for self-destruction gradually disappeared. All my thoughts are now occupied with caring for those around me, Alex continued, breaking Dionysus's finger, causing him to scream in pain. But when you came and started destroying my peaceful life, I thought, to hell with you, I'll deal with you and continue living in peace. Do you understand what I'm saying? Alex asked, watching as Dionysus clutched his broken finger and cried out in pain. When I killed Thanatos and turned Indra into a vegetable, I thought they deserved it for all they had done. I only lost control once, when I found out what Apollo wanted to do with Hestia. And since then, I've tried to keep myself in check, Alex said, looming over Dionysus. Have you deluded yourself into thinking you're a righteous hero trying to fix me by telling your pathetic story? I don't care about you and your story, mortal, Dionysus hissed through gritted teeth, holding his broken finger. You're right, I'm not a hero and never aspired to be one. I know that villains can change, that's true. But who said I'd give you a chance to do so? Alex replied, grabbing Dionysus by the collar and lifting him, staring into the god's eyes. At that moment, instead of anger, Dionysus felt fear, realizing that something terrible awaited him. And now everyone turn away or you can leave, Alex said, turning his head toward the onlookers. Hearing Alex's words, the group was confused, not understanding why he said that. But some realized he simply didn't want them to see what would happen to Dionysus and asked everyone to turn away. What are you going to do? Hestia asked nervously, trying to approach Alex, but Freya stopped her, shaking her head. Hestia, it's not the time to interfere, Freya said softly, holding her shoulder. What do you mean, Freya? Why are you stopping me? Hestia asked, looking into her eyes. Alex needs to let out all his pent-up anger, otherwise, it will only get worse later, Freya replied with a hint of concern in her voice, understanding how long Alex had been holding back. Hestia, Freya is right. I don't want to see him like this either, but he needs to deal with it himself. We can only support him later, Loki added in a serious tone. But why? Can't we help Alex so he doesn't end up like last time? Hestia asked, still trying to approach him. He managed on his own last time too. We just need to wait, Loki said, shaking her head. Hestia, we need to support him, but he must handle his anger on his own. If he loses control, the consequences could be terrible. You've known him the longest, you should understand what he's really like, Freya said, pointing to Alex, who was holding Dionysus by the collar and looking in their direction. He's kind and caring, but a bit naive. I don't want his anger to consume him, Hestia said sadly. Everything will be fine. He's just angry that this idiot insulted us. Alex is expressing our collective anger, though he might go a bit overboard, Freya tried to reassure her. Are you lying? Hestia asked with doubt, looking at Freya, who was smiling and trying to calm her. I'm sure Alex will be okay. You know he has people he cares about. That's why he won't let his anger take over completely, Freya assured her. I hope so, Hestia said quietly, looking at Alex's face, which showed an angry expression. And what happened last time? Hermes asked, wanting details from the goddesses who were present during the previous battle. Go away, Hermes, this isn't about you right now, Loki said sharply, dismissing him. How rude, Hermes muttered, stepping aside and continuing to watch Alex. The girls who knew Alex watched the situation with anxiety, seeing how he had become completely enraged. They feared that in his fit of anger, he might do something irreversible. But hope that everything would turn out all right still lingered in their hearts. He's angry again, Lily said with a panicked expression. I think this time it will be okay, Tiona said cautiously, observing Alex. It will be fine, Ace said confidently, believing in him. Maybe we should try to help him. Ryu suggested, unwilling to leave Alex alone at such a moment. It won't work, Cassandra shook her head. Why not? Riveria asked, looking at Cassandra. Last time, he only managed to cope after beating those who insulted him. In this situation, we would only make things worse if we don't let him vent his anger, Daphne replied. So, there's nothing we can do to help the captain? Bella asked, looking at the girls who were pondering her words. Don't worry, Bella, he'll be all right. He'll just get a bit angry, beat Dionysus, and then we'll go back home, Lily said reassuringly, recalling Alex's previous outburst of anger. And what happened last time? Asphai asked, not having been as interested in the details as Hermes and thus not knowing many details about the battle against Apollo's family. Well, it didn't end very well, Lily replied with a crooked smile, causing Asphai to raise an eyebrow in confusion. Alex noticed that no one had turned away or left, as he had asked. His anger subsided for a moment, and he was bewildered, why wasn't anyone leaving or turning away? But since no one wished to follow his request, he had another way. Alex created a barrier around himself that prevented anyone from peeking through. Once the barrier was completed, he turned back to Dionysus, and his rage flared up anew. Alex didn't care about being insulted, he was used to that. But he could not contain his anger when someone insulted those dear to him. Now it's just you and me, Alex said coldly, looking at Dionysus. What's going to happen to you now is just a small part of what awaits you in the future, he continued, releasing Dionysus, who collapsed to the floor. Fear and bewilderment were evident in his eyes. Grind your teeth tightly so they don't fall out, Alex added, striking Dionysus in the face with a box he had taken from Loki. How dare you? Dionysus managed to squeeze out after the first blow. Oh, I dare, Alex replied, hitting him in the face with the box again. This time, a crunch was heard, Dionysus's nose was likely broken. Alex continued to strike, showing no restraint. He didn't want to kill Dionysus, but he wasn't planning to stop either. Each blow inflicted agonizing pain on Dionysus, who tried to crawl away to avoid the beating. However, Alex, with a smile on his face, kept hitting him, not worrying about Dionysus dying. He could always resurrect him and start over. Are you having fun now? Alex shouted, landing a new blow on Dionysus with each word, who was desperately trying to protect himself, covering his head with his hands. Do you think covering your head will save you? Alex taunted, crouching next to the battered Dionysus, who had curled up into a fetal position. Dionysus mumbled something, but his words were too quiet to make out. What did you say? Alex asked, grabbing Dionysus by the hair and pulling him closer. Please, stop, Dionysus rasped, pleading for mercy. Oh, no, no, no. This is just the beginning. All of this is happening because you don't listen and think you can insult anyone just because you're a god, Alex shook his head. Stop, I'll tell you everything, just let me go, Dionysus groaned, desperately wanting to end his suffering. You should have thought of that earlier. Now, it's round 2, Alex said, throwing Dionysus's head back. Please, I beg you, stop, Dionysus pleaded, tears in his eyes. No, Alex replied coldly, slamming Dionysus's head into the ground with such force that it took Dionysus's breath away. Alex continued to smash Dionysus's head into the ground, aiming to turn his face into a bloody mess. With each blow, he put more force into it but used his abilities to heal Dionysus and prolong his suffering, preventing his head from bursting like a watermelon. When Alex finished beating Dionysus's head, he moved on to other parts of his body, wanting to make Dionysus experience unbearable pain and thereby calm his own rage. What happened inside the Black Dome remained a mystery. No one could see the horrors Dionysus had endured so that Alex could release his anger. When the dome disappeared, everyone saw Alex standing with a slight smile on his face and Dionysus lying on the ground, covered in blood, with limbs twisted in unnatural directions. Nyx, seeing this, was overwhelmed with panic. She decided that it was better to tell Alex everything she knew than to risk ending up like Dionysus. Alex, are you okay? Hestia asked cautiously, running up to him. Yeah, just a bit angry, Alex replied, patting Hestia on the head. This is what you call a bit? Ishtar asked with disbelief, pointing at the mutilated Dionysus. Well, it happens, Alex shrugged. And why are you still here, he asked, addressing Ishtar's group, who hadn't left yet. Just out of curiosity, Ishtar replied, trying not to look at Dionysus's mangled body. Well, as you wish, Alex said, ignoring her answer and looking at the others who were watching Dionysus, unsure if he was still alive. Now we can go home and relax. It's been a terrible day, Alex said, lighting a cigarette. I think you're right, Finn agreed, trying not to look at the disfigured god. What are you planning to do at home? Freya asked, approaching Alex, who was watching the adventurers disperse. I wouldn't mind watching a movie. I miss it, Alex replied, exhaling smoke and looking at the sky. What's a movie? Loki asked with interest. I'll explain at home, and if my idea works out, I might even show you, Alex said with a smile, hoping his plan would succeed and he could enjoy watching movies again. I'm interested too. If you don't mind, I'd like to join as well, Freya said, stepping closer. Before we leave, Loki, remove the barrier, and then we can go home, Alex said. Loki quickly retrieved the cube from her bag and deactivated it. So, Nyx, would you like to visit my workshop? Alex asked, approaching the goddess, who was lying on the ground and quickly shook her head, clearly refusing. Oh, you're silent. As they say, silence is a sign of agreement. I'm so glad you agree. Alex said with a smile, picking up Nyx and throwing her over his shoulder. Alex carried Nyx and approached Dionysus, who lay on the ground like a dead dog. He grabbed him by the hair and dragged him towards his home. Realizing they might be noticed, he instantly teleported to his workshop. Leaving the two new captives there, Alex returned for his family and immediately teleported them home to finally end this foolish adventure and relax, quenching his exhaustion. At the same time, he planned to introduce the fantasy world's people to the delights of modern cinema. To be continued. Chapter 60, Poor Nyx and Evening Movie Plans. Here, you can suggest worlds that you'd like Alex to visit, and I'll try to consider them. However, the world for the next arc is already practically chosen, though I won't reveal which one it is. Upon arriving in his workshop, Alex brought along two new friends, Nyx and the beaten Dionysus, who was still unconscious after the initial phase of his rehabilitation to become a law-abiding god. Nyx, having experienced yet another teleportation, was not as disoriented as she had been the first few times. Hanging over Alex's shoulder, she began to look around, trying to figure out where she was. Her eyes fell on a large space filled with stands displaying various weapons and items. Even though Nyx had never been interested in weapons, she was impressed by what she saw. As she continued to survey the workshop, she realized that it was more of a laboratory than a torture chamber. But suddenly, her gaze stopped on Indra, who was tied to a chair. He looked like an empty shell, drool dripping down his chin, and he was completely oblivious to everything happening around him. Realizing that her initial assessment might have been wrong, Nyx began to struggle desperately, trying to escape, but the bonds restraining her prevented any extra movement. "I told you not to struggle. What if I accidentally drop you?" Alex said, glancing at Nyx, who was thrashing on his shoulder like a fish out of water. "If you get hurt here, how will I show my hospitality if the guest I invited gets injured in my workshop?" he continued, shaking her a bit to calm her down. Nyx paused her attempts for a moment, rolled her eyes, and sighed heavily. She was clearly unimpressed by this hospitality. All her thoughts were occupied with one thing: how to escape from here. She did not want to share the fate of Dionysus and Indra, who she saw before her. One was unconscious, lying in a pool of blood with broken limbs, while the other sat in a chair, devoid of sanity. Despite her villainous past, Nyx had no desire to end up like them. She temporarily ceased her escape attempts, but deep down, she still hoped for a chance to flee, unaware that Alex's workshop could be considered one of the most secure places in Orario, if not the entire world. "Now that you've calmed down, it'll be easier to talk," Alex said, letting go of Dionysus's head and carefully setting Nyx down from his shoulder, looking her in the eyes. Nyx, though her eyes were filled with fear, stared directly at Alex, who held her at arm's length like a child. "I need to finish a few things before we can talk. So, make yourself at home," Alex added, looking into her black eyes. Nyx wanted to respond, but she couldn't. She was still under a silent spell. All she could do was roll her eyes in response to his words, which made Alex smile slightly. "Now, I just need to find a place to sit you down so you can rest a bit," Alex said, glancing around, but Nyx began to grow nervous, fearing that she was about to be subjected to new torture. Alex noticed her anxiety and only smiled, realizing that she was frightened after seeing her companion tied to a chair. Nyx probably started to think that she was going to meet the same fate. "Don't worry, if you're a good girl, nothing will happen to you," Alex said, seating her on an empty chair. Nyx tensed up, closing her eyes, expecting pain. She braced herself, waiting for the moment when she would be pierced with knives or subjected to some other form of torment. But when she felt nothing, she cautiously opened her eyes and saw Alex covering his mouth with his hand, trying to suppress laughter. Nyx could only glare at him, realizing that he was barely holding back his laughter because of her fear of pain. Alex seated Nyx on a chair and noticed how she tightly shut her eyes and tensed up as if bracing for a blow. At first, he was puzzled, not understanding why she was acting this way, but then it dawned on him: Nyx thought she was about to be tortured. Her fear made him want to laugh, but he held it in, covering his mouth with his hand, afraid of giving himself away. After all, other captives who ended up in his workshop usually started screaming before they went through a rehabilitation session. However, when Nyx relaxed and opened her eyes to look at him, Alex couldn't hold back his laughter. "PFF, ha ha ha." He barely managed to contain himself, wiping a tear from the corner of his eye. "Sorry, I couldn't help it when I saw you tense up when I sat you down." Nyx could only glare at him, her face expressing a desire to say something, but she couldn't. The silent spell was still in effect. If it weren't for that, Nyx would have undoubtedly unleashed all her anger on Alex, perhaps using the most colorful language she could remember. "All right, don't be mad," Alex said, lightly flicking her forehead. "Did you forget what I told you? If you're a good girl, nothing bad will happen to you." Alex leaned closer so their eyes met. Nyx, though annoyed by the flick, suddenly froze when she saw his iridescent eyes and relaxed slightly, realizing that, for now, she was not in any danger. "So, before I leave, do you need anything? Or will you wait until I discuss our evening plans with my family?" Alex asked, looking at Nyx, who just rolled her eyes. "Oh, sorry, I completely forgot about the spell," he added with an apologetic smile, lifting the silent spell. "Now you can speak again, but if you start talking nonsense like your friends, I'll find another way to keep you quiet." "Understood." Nyx broke out in a sweat. "Why yes, I'll behave. I promise," she replied nervously, nodding her head repeatedly. You're much better than your friends," Alex said, patting the goddess of the night on the head. Nyx was surprised but didn't resist, trying to enjoy this new sensation. She had never experienced anything like this before. People always avoided her, fearing her power and the concepts she embodied. Nyx looked at the young man who was petting her head, feeling no fear of her power or of her. Her powers usually caused discomfort to those around her, making them keep their distance. She was overwhelmed with sadness as she remembered that the only person who had been like family to her wanted to sacrifice her to some unknown being. In the end, Nyx was left completely alone, and now the person who should have been her enemy was showing her kindness. Nyx didn't know how to react. "Before I go, do you need anything?" Alex asked, stopping his hand from petting her head. He had liked her hair, it was so soft and smooth that he wanted to keep going. "I don't know if I can ask for this," Nyx murmured, a blush spreading across her pale white cheeks, betraying her embarrassment. "And what do you want?" Alex asked, looking at her with interest. Nyx started to get flustered, and Alex wondered if she really was the goddess of darkness and night. "I'm a little hungry," Nyx admitted, looking away, but at that moment, her stomach let out a loud growl, like that of a starving whale. The sound was so powerful that it echoed off the walls of the workshop. Nyx wished she could sink into the ground and return to the realm of the gods to lock herself away forever out of shame. "Ahem, no problem," Alex said in a serious tone, holding back laughter so as not to embarrass her further. "And since you've been a good prisoner, not screaming or demanding anything, I can fulfill your request." Judging by Nyx's state, she might have tried to bang her head against the table just to erase her shame, and Alex made an effort not to encourage her to do so. Alex walked over to one of the drawers he had prepared for Hestia and took out various snacks to offer Nyx and satisfy her hunger. However, he wasn't sure what Nyx's preferences were, so he decided to grab a little bit of everything so she could try different dishes. "Here, take this. And here's a drink if your throat gets dry," Alex said, approaching Nyx and placing the snacks and drink in front of her on the table. "Thank you," Nyx quietly said, too shy to meet Alex's gaze. "It's all good, don't worry, it's not a big deal for me," Alex replied, shaking his head. "If you need anything else, just say so, because I still need to go back for the others," he added, noticing how Nyx had already focused her attention on the food. Nyx tensed up upon hearing his question and didn't know how to ask what was on her mind, fearing that Alex would get angry. Alex noticed her nervousness and smiled, realizing that he had scared her. "There's no need to be afraid, just ask what you're curious about," he said, looking at Nyx, who began to cautiously look at him. "What's going to happen to me?" she asked quietly, still avoiding eye contact. "That's a rather complicated question," Alex answered, pondering. "But from what I've gathered about you so far, you're more of a silly girl than a villain. So, you might be able to avoid a bad ending," he added calmly, not wanting to give Nyx false hope. "What could I have done to deserve a bad ending?" she asked, looking at Alex, who also began to think. "It's a long story, but once you tell me what you've been up to, then you'll find out," Alex replied, not wanting to go into details and waste time. "All right," Nyx said sadly, sinking into thoughts about her actions. "If you don't need anything else, I'll be going. We'll meet again after a while, so don't even think about causing trouble," Alex said, casting a teleportation spell. See you," Nyx quietly said, managing to notice Alex nodding to her before disappearing. Left alone in the workshop, Nyx began to look around more carefully and was once again amazed at the number of different items and weapons around her. Her gaze lingered on Indra, and she breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that she had so far avoided a terrible fate. Then her eyes shifted to Dionysus, lying in a pool of blood and completely disconnected from reality. Nyx recalled that Dionysus knew about the plan to sacrifice her, and instead of feeling sadness, she felt a surge of anger, a desire to punish him for everything he had said earlier. Trying to stand up to attack Dionysus, Nyx realized she couldn't get up from the chair and sighed in frustration, though the anger in her eyes had not yet faded. But as the anger gradually subsided, she was overcome with sadness. The one she considered her family and brother had tried to sacrifice her to an unknown being. Nyx looked up at the workshop ceiling, and a tear rolled down her cheek. She realized she was completely alone. In the past, everyone avoided her because of her power, and only Erebus had been kind to her, caring about her well-being. She tried to remember when he started to change and how she fell under his influence, but she couldn't, as it was so long ago and too much time had passed to change anything. Meanwhile, Alex returned to Deadless Street, completely unaware of what was happening with Nyx. Even if he had known, he could only pity her, understanding how hard it is to endure betrayal, especially when the one you trusted the most ultimately wanted to sacrifice you and discard you like used material. When Alex appeared, he noticed that most of the people had already left. The only ones remaining were the girls from his family, including members of the Loki familia, his sweet Elfria, and a group of goddesses, among whom were Freya, Loki, and Hestia. Apparently, Ishtar had decided that it wasn't worth staying any longer and had returned to her territory. Alex also noticed that there was no one near Freya, and he wondered where her loyal bodyguard Otter and the ever-jealous cat Alan had gone. "You're back!" Hestia exclaimed, rushing toward Alex with such force that, had he been an ordinary adventurer, she would have knocked him off his feet. "I was only gone for a couple of minutes. I settled our new friends in my workshop and came right back," Alex replied, holding Hestia in his arms as she hugged him like a koala. Did you find out anything? Freya asked, looking intently at Alex. No, I didn't ask them anything, Alex shook his head. That's not what I meant, Freya clarified, keeping her eyes on him. If you're asking if I noticed anything, then yes, Alex finally understood what Freya meant. And what did you notice? Loki inquired. To put it simply, Nyx is more of an idiot than a villain, Alex replied, wanting to light a cigarette but, considering Hestia clung to him, he just sighed. Why do you say that? Lily asked, stepping closer to him. To rephrase it, Nyx is a loner who can't get close to others because of her power and is therefore too naive to realize she's being used, Alex said, rubbing his forehead. You're not joking, are you? Daphne asked doubtfully, noticing how Alex was struggling with accumulated fatigue. Think about it. If someone told you there's a god whose powers are connected to darkness and night, how would you react? Alex asked, looking at the gathered group. They all pondered, but the goddesses already had an answer to this question. I'd probably try to avoid her, Haruheim quietly replied. There's your answer. Your worldview is already shaped, and you believe that night and darkness are bad, but that's not always the case, Alex said, capturing the group's attention. Can you elaborate? Tiona asked, and the other girls nodded in agreement. Maybe we should postpone this conversation. I still need to go back and interrogate our guests, and then I'll show you the wonders of cinema, Alex suggested, to which the girls exchanged surprised looks, not understanding what he was talking about. What is cinema? Freya asked, expressing the general curiosity. Has anyone here ever been to the theater or street performances where many actors perform? Alex asked, glancing around the group. I have, replied the girls who had attended such events. Well, cinema is something similar, but even more interesting, Alex answered, piquing their curiosity even more. Alex began explaining what movies are and what they're for, trying to make it clear and engaging for the girls. With each word, their eyes began to shine with curiosity. Alex's desire to introduce them to the wonders of cinema also grew, and a plan started forming in his mind. That's it, I've decided. I'm not going anywhere today until I see this so-called movie. Loki loudly declared, raising her hands. Loki-sama, I don't want to disappoint you, but someone needs to inform the guild about what happened here and why a barrier appeared all over the city, Reveria coolly remarked, slightly dampening Loki's enthusiasm. That's unnecessary. I've already told Auranas everything, and he agreed with our plan, Freya replied, and Loki's eyes lit up with excitement again. Well, then what are we waiting for? Everyone, let's go. Loki shouted, rushing toward Alex's house. Don't rush, Alex said, grabbing her by the scruff and lifting her to prevent her from running off. What are you doing? Loki asked, tilting her head and looking at him with curiosity. To watch a movie with company, you need snacks, food, and drinks, Alex explained. Loki immediately realized she would get a chance to drink, and a satisfied smile appeared on her face. Exactly. Now let me go, I'll go get the snacks, Loki said, clapping her hands together. Alex let her go, and she dashed over to the girls from her familia. Off to get snacks and booze. Loki shouted, leading the others away. Well, we should head out, Alex said, watching as Loki led the girls toward the shopping street. Alex teleported his group back to his home. Freya, who had never teleported before, managed it better than many, but still leaned on Alex to stay on her feet. Hephaestus, hearing the noise in the hallway, came out and saw that Alex's group had returned safe and sound. She sighed with relief, understanding that everything had turned out fine. Although the barrier surrounding the house had prevented her from going out to help, she knew Alex had set it up in case anyone decided to attack the house. However, her irritation at not being able to intervene quickly turned to relief when she saw Alex, even though he was slightly tired. Hephaestus was about to hug him for comfort but noticed a pair of cat ears on his head, leaving her momentarily stunned with surprise. We're back, Hephaestus, Alex said, raising a hand. Hey, who's touching my tail? Alex said, turning around and noticing Lily clutching his tail. I'm sorry, it was an accident, Lily said apologetically. Alex, why do you have cat ears? Hephaestus asked, coming to her senses. Oh, those, Alex pointed to the ears on his head. I made them to annoy Dionysus. Hephaestus only tiredly put her hand on her forehead, realizing that Alex was once again amusing himself by irritating others. But when she processed what he said, her gaze froze. You caught another one? Hephaestus asked, looking at Alex. Actually, two, Hestia, still clinging to him, replied, turning to Hephaestus and showing two fingers. And who else did you catch? Hephaestus continued to ask. Nyx, Alex simply replied, shrugging. And where are they? Hephaestus persisted. Already in my workshop, Alex said, carefully removing Hestia from him. She pouted, but he patted her on the head to calm her down. And how did it go? Hephaestus asked, wanting to know the details. They'll tell you everything, but I need to prepare for an important event at home, Alex said, heading toward his workshop. Hephaestus watched as Alex went to his workshop, then her gaze shifted to the other members of the group. She was concerned about what she missed while she was locked in the house, and she decided to find out what had happened. Realizing they were still standing in the hallway, Hephaestus invited everyone to move to the living room, where the family usually gathered. Entering the living room, the girls began to settle into their favorite spots. Freya sat in the chair that Alex had specially prepared for her. Next to the chair was a small table with a tea set so she could enjoy tea whenever she wanted. Lily plopped down on her favorite soft poof, which gave the feeling of floating on a cloud. It helped her relax after exhausting training sessions. Haruheim, without waiting to be asked, went to brew tea. She knew Alex loved the tea she made, and that's why she always took on this task. Hestia, as usual, began pulling out her snacks, ignoring the others. Taking out a small key from her bag, she looked around as if the cabinet contained secrets that could endanger the world. In reality, it held snacks that were not from this world, and Hestia simply had no intention of sharing them with anyone. Cassandra and Daphne settled onto one of the sofas. Cassandra, exhausted, lay down with her head resting on Daphne's lap, who rolled her eyes at her pampered friend. Cassandra had become even more temperamental since joining Hestia's familia. Bella sat next to Ryu, who took a seat at the table, slightly apart from the others. She just watched the scene unfold, finally allowing herself to relax. Meanwhile, Ryu was deep in thought about Alex's words regarding the resurrection of her friends. She knew it was a crazy and dangerous plan, and while she believed Alex could prepare for it, she didn't want to put him at risk. She was torn by conflicting emotions. On one hand, there was the person she loved, and on the other, the friends whose death still weighed heavily on her soul, though Alex's presence had slowly eased that guilt. These thoughts troubled her, and she didn't know what to choose. Seeing that everyone was settled, Hephaestus decided to find out what had actually happened in the dungeon and the city while she was locked in the house. What happened this morning? Hephaestus asked, looking closely at the group. A lot of things. Where do you want to start? Hestia replied, sitting down next to Hephaestus and beginning to eat her snacks. Let's start from the beginning. I already know about what you encountered in the dungeon last night, but what happened this morning? Hephaestus clarified, turning to Hestia, who looked completely carefree as if nothing special had happened. Well, a huge stone monster appeared, which Alex quickly dealt with, and then we came back, Hestia said as if it were a minor incident. Hephaestus's face twitched as she noticed Hestia had picked up some of Alex's less desirable traits. Hestia, what about the details? Hephaestus asked with slight irritation. What details do you want? There was just a boom, bam, and Alex defeated the Guardian, Hestia replied, gesturing with her hands to imitate the battle she had only seen from a distance. Maybe someone else could explain what happened. Hephaestus shifted her gaze to the other girls. A dungeon guardian appeared on the floor, and then it somehow mutated into something horrible and grotesque, with eyes and mouths all over its body. Then Alex fought it using his strange weapons and techniques, Lily added, providing the details Hestia had missed. While Alex was busy with the Guardian, we fought the monsters that came out after it. We didn't see exactly what Alex was doing, but according to him, he defeated it quickly and watched us fight, Daphne continued. And how did you manage to capture Nyx? Hephaestus asked, noticing that everyone looked awkwardly at Hestia, who immediately froze. Why is everyone looking at Hestia? Hephaestus asked, cautiously shifting her gaze from one to another. Hephaestus-sama, it was Hestia-sama who defeated Nyx, which allowed us to capture her, Bella answered with a hint of embarrassment. What do you mean, defeated? Hephaestus asked evenly, trying to hide her nervousness, suspecting that it was not as simple as it seemed. Hestia-sama performed a combo that Alex calls against perverts and knocked out Nyx, breaking her nose in the process, Lily explained. Hephaestus wearily leaned back on the sofa, placing her hand on her forehead. She realized that her kind friend had been significantly influenced by Alex. Oh gods, Hestia, where did my kind and carefree friend go? Hephaestus sighed, looking at the sheepish smile on Hestia's face. Sorry, Hephaestus, but you also trained with Alex. Don't you remember how he said that a girl should be able to stand up for herself? Hestia replied, giving Hephaestus an embarrassed look. Yes, I remember, but that doesn't mean you have to break the nose of someone who attacked you, Hephaestus sighed wearily. Oh, fine, I'll talk to Alex later to get him to stop spoiling you and having a bad influence on you, Hephaestus said in a stern tone, like a mother scolding her daughter. You can't do that to me. Hestia exclaimed in fear, not wanting to lose her privileges. Ignoring her protests, Hephaestus turned her gaze to Freya, who was calmly drinking tea and enjoying the peaceful family atmosphere. Freya had never regretted joining Alex, as every day was filled with joyful events, and soon she would be traveling to other worlds once Alex finished dealing with the group of misfits. She dreamed of traveling with Alex and couldn't wait for him to show her new wonders, such as movies. With every minute spent with Alex, she learned something new, and she loved it. While the girls were chatting upstairs, Alex returned to his workshop and found Nix. With tearful eyes, she sat at the table, eating snacks as if she wanted to vent all her anger on them. Alex shook his head, understanding why Nix was so angry and not blaming her. He even considered letting her go, provided she hadn't committed anything radical like killing children or other serious crimes. Nix didn't pay any attention to Alex, her focus was entirely on the food. To be continued. Chapter 61, One Step Closer to the Truth and Foolish Nix. Upon entering the workshop, Alex didn't want to disturb Nix, who was venting her anger on the snacks laid out on the table. He understood how difficult it was to realize that someone you considered close had betrayed you. There were many ways to cope with this, including the desire for revenge. But for now, Alex was in no hurry to help Nix since he didn't know how extreme her actions had been. If she hadn't done anything truly terrible, he might consider helping her release her pent-up anger. If she hasn't done anything radical, then I'll help her deal with it, Alex thought as he headed to his workbench. He approached his workspace, trying not to distract Nix from her activity. Alex was contemplating how to introduce the wonders of cinema to the residents of this fantasy world while avoiding potential problems. Opening his notebook, he began flipping through it, hoping to find something he might have jotted down earlier and forgotten about. In the process, he came across one of his projects for creating a beacon to avoid losing connection with his world. I can't navigate the multiverse like Barry Allen, so I need to be prepared in case I can't find my world during my travels, Alex pondered, forming a plan to create the beacon. When he opened that page, his paranoia intensified, signaling a looming danger. Alex's hand froze as he realized that something serious was about to happen, although he didn't yet know what it was. Previously, he thought the group of misfits just wanted to cause chaos, but now he understood that wasn't the case. Alex paused for a moment, then approached his board and erased everything that was written, starting anew with the information he had gathered after capturing nearly all the members of the group. Some details don't add up. Everything I've learned about Erebus's plans points to radical changes. And the main question is, why? Alex mused as he wrote down new details on the board. Thanatos turned out to be just a minor pawn, carrying out trivial tasks. Indra was cannon fodder, a distraction. Nix was supposed to be sacrificed to help a certain being attain godhood. Dionysus was likely collecting souls and fear emitted by people in desperate situations. But why all this? Alex pondered, trying to piece together the puzzle. What are you aiming for, Erebus? Alex thought, looking at the board and lighting a cigarette to clear his mind. Nix, hearing noise in the workshop, nervously turned around, fearing that Dionysus had woken up and wanted to do something. But when she saw that Dionysus was still lying in a pool of his own blood with broken limbs, she realized it wasn't him. Then she turned and noticed Alex, who was standing by the board and smoking. She couldn't understand why he was so tense and why he was staring at the board until she noticed the photos of her group and the notes beneath them. She began to read what was written. Nix saw a photo of Thanatos with the caption, minor pawn, and a photo of Indra with the caption, cannon fodder. Next to her own photo, she saw the caption, sacrifice, and next to Dionysus's photo, collector. All of this puzzled her, but now she understood how Alex had managed to capture them all. He knew too much about her group. Nix wanted to ask what he was doing, but decided not to interfere and enjoy the last moments of peace. Alex didn't notice that Nix was also looking at the board, but even if he had noticed, he wouldn't have cared. His main concern now was figuring out what Erebus was planning. From all the information he had, Alex knew that Erebus was a radical who believed that without sacrifices and war, humanity couldn't progress. But one day, Erebus began to change, becoming more withdrawn and distant, isolating himself from the other gods he knew. He even held the gatherings of the group of misfits less frequently. If before, his motive was chaos to advance humanity, now something entirely different was driving him. What are you planning, Erebus? Alex wondered, staring at the god's photograph. Maybe now you want more power and authority, or has madness consumed you? But if you've allied yourself with the one I suspect, you've made a terrible mistake, Erebus, and condemned this world to serious trouble, Alex thought, realizing that this was one of the most likely scenarios. Alex couldn't yet precisely determine what Erebus's motives were at the moment, but he understood that he had changed drastically. Deciding to set this problem aside for later, he chose to focus on his current tasks and prepare for any surprises that Erebus might spring. All right, Erebus, to hell with you. I'll deal with it as I go. Right now, it's important to finish what I've started, and then I'll think about it, Alex muttered, extinguishing his cigarette. Alex sighed tiredly and decided to take a break from the complex thoughts, shifting his attention to preparations for the evening's movie screening. He already had a rough idea of how to organize it, and for that, he needed several devices. First on the list was a memory crystal capable of recording memories of movies Alex had seen in the past and then projecting them onto a large screen. This would allow everyone to enjoy the viewing. With a plan formed, Alex first created the memory crystal and began testing it. He checked how the crystal recorded memories and how it then displayed them on the screen. Well, let's see how you do, he murmured, starting the projection. Fragments began to appear on the screen, and Alex squinted. Some gaps. Maybe it's because the memories are too distant, he wondered, examining the crystal. After an hour of rigorous testing, he finally managed to create a stable version. Alex recorded several movies to check and made sure everything worked smoothly. Now, the memory crystal transmitted all the scenes without interruptions or glitches. The next step was the projector, which was supposed to enhance the effect of using the crystal. Now everything works perfectly. No gaps, no interference, Alex thought with satisfaction, holding the crystal in his hand with a smile. While Alex was working on his new inventions, Nick silently watched him from the corner of the room. Her attention was drawn to the crystal, from which voices and images of people and places she had never seen appeared. She desperately wanted to get closer and see what this wonder was, but being bound to a chair by a spell, she could only resign herself to observing from afar. What is this crystal? What is it showing? Nix thought curiously, feeling an increasing desire to know the truth. Maybe if I ask, he'll tell me, she wondered, but she was afraid that his kindness didn't extend to such questions. However, she remembered that Alex had promised to be more open if she behaved well. After finishing his work on the projector, Alex decided to test it to ensure it wouldn't break down at the most inconvenient moment. Stretching after a long session of work, he got up from his chair and turned around, noticing that Nix was watching him intently. At that moment, he remembered his new friends with whom he hadn't yet had a proper conversation. Sorry, Nix, I completely forgot about you, he said with a slight smile, which made Nix tense up involuntarily. I'll check the projector now, and then we can discuss anything that interests you. What is a projector? What is it for? Nix cautiously asked, hoping not to irritate Alex. It's a device that helps project memories, Alex calmly replied, inserting the crystal into the projector. And why did you make it? She continued with interest, watching as images of battles and conversations began to appear on the wall. I want to show my family the adventures of other people. It's like a book, but you don't have to read it, just watch and listen, Alex explained, which only piqued Nix's curiosity further. She was intrigued by this invention but was afraid to ask too many questions, not wanting to anger Alex, so she decided to just observe silently. Alex carefully monitored the projector's performance, checking it from all angles, hoping to spot any flaws, but there were none. Satisfied with the result, he smiled, realizing that his idea had succeeded and that his family would enjoy the movie screening. However, when Alex realized everything had gone smoothly, a mischievous plan formed in his mind. He knew that the movies he liked weren't always suitable for family viewing, they were more for watching with friends or alone in a dark room to set the right mood. And now he couldn't wait to see his family's reaction to the movie about the dancing clown Pennywise, whom he both hated and loved. Hehehe. This is going to be fun when they see the movie about Pennywise the clown, Alex chuckled mischievously, anticipating the girls' reactions. Nix flinched at hearing that ominous laugh, and seeing his sly smile, she realized Alex was up to something. Alex finished recording the movies onto the crystals and smiled, knowing he had completed the initial stage of his work. Now it was time to talk to his new friends. Placing the crystals in a special box, he carefully put it in his bag, then turned to Nix. She flinched under his gaze and began to grow nervous, which only made Alex shake his head, noticing how timid this goddess was. Well, now we can talk a little, my new friend, Nix, Alex said, grabbing a chair and sitting down across from the goddess, who was visibly trembling with nervousness. What do you want to know? Nix cautiously asked, trying to hide her anxiety. Let's start simple. Why did you join that club of misfits? Alex asked, looking at her intently, noticing how she seemed lost in thought. I became part of the group because Erebus asked me to, Nix answered, avoiding his gaze. So, you joined just because Erebus asked you? And there were no other reasons. Alex tried to gauge if she was lying, recalling how rude and arrogant she was during the group's meetings. Yes, Nix nodded, now a little less nervous. Then why don't you like Ishtar? And why did you act differently at the meetings? Alex continued to question, observing as the goddess looked away. I saw how the other gods behaved and thought that's how it should be, so I followed their example, Nix replied, lowering her head in shame. You. I don't even know what to say. But what about Ishtar? Alex realized that Nix was much more naive than he had thought and decided to change the subject. Ishtar was always surrounded by others, constantly having admirers both in the mortal world and in the heavens, Nix answered with irritation. So, you were just jealous that she was popular and you weren't? Then why don't you hate Freya? She's popular too, Alex asked, noticing how Nix's irritation deepened. Freya and Ishtar are different. Freya looks noble and keeps her distance, while Ishtar takes advantage of it, Nix replied, not hiding her dislike. Oh, for heaven's sake. Alex wearily rubbed his temples. What? Nix didn't understand. If you didn't want to be alone, you could have joined Hestia or other goddesses who don't care about your power, Alex said tiredly. I didn't think of that for some reason, Nyx said, realizing she could have found company among kind goddesses, feeling embarrassed. Then why did you take Hestia hostage when we were in the dungeon? Alex asked, noticing Nyx tense up. I saw mortals doing that and thought it would work, Nyx replied, causing Alex to shake his head. All right, one more question. How did you meet Erebus? He asked, observing as Nyx delved into her memories. We were born together and were similar, though different. Erebus always took care of me, but after descending to the mortal world, he began to change, Nyx answered after some thought. Do you remember when he started to change? Alex asked, seeing the goddess strain to recall. Alex realized that Erebus was different in the divine realm and only began to change after descending to the mortal world. The reasons for his changes could be varied, from external influences to internal shifts that Erebus himself might not have realized. Alex now suspected that someone might be intentionally influencing Erebus, aiming to turn him into a new tool. I can't remember the exact moment, but his personality started to change drastically a few months ago, Nyx replied, shaking her head. A few months ago, you say? Alex asked, looking at her thoughtfully. Nyx's answer puzzled Alex, and he began to search for possible connections and reasons for everything that was happening. It all boiled down to one simple fact: Erebus began to change exactly when Alex appeared in this world. This could be a coincidence or part of this being's plan, Alex thought, deep in contemplation. What if this being chose this world just for games, until it sensed my presence and decided to play a bigger chess game to see how things would unfold? Alex continued to toss around possibilities in his mind. If we follow Master Ugwe's logic, there are no coincidences, then I ended up here for a reason. Maybe the old man knew something was happening here and sent me to this particular world. Alex rubbed his eyes in frustration. If the old man knew but couldn't intervene himself, it confirms that he's bound by some rule of non-interference with what he created and simply sent me to deal with it. He looked at the ceiling, trying to gather his thoughts. Well, to hell with it. I suppose I owe the old man, so I'll fix what's happening here, Alex sighed wearily, making his decision. So much for my peaceful life that lasted only a few months, he thought, clenching his fists in frustration, wishing to hit something. Nyx nervously watched Alex, who remained silent and rubbed his face in irritation. She couldn't understand why he was reacting this way and what troubled him so much. Perhaps he had realized something she hadn't and was therefore so upset. Are you okay? Nyx cautiously asked, noticing Alex take a deep breath. Not sure, Alex replied with a tired expression. It seems the problem is much more serious than I thought. Well, that's not important now. Let's wrap up our conversation quickly, and I'll go do other things, Alex said, wanting to change the subject. Are you going to kill me? Nyx asked fearfully. No, Alex replied, shaking his head. Then what are you planning to do with me? She asked cautiously. For now, nothing. Just tell me what you were doing when you descended to the mortal world and what crimes, according to you, you committed, Alex asked, staring at her intently. When I descended to the mortal world, I traveled like other gods until I returned to Orario and met Erebus again, Nyx began to explain. And what did you do during your travels? Alex asked, watching as Nyx pondered her actions. Well, I did. Nyx started to say. The more Alex listened to Nyx's tales, the more his face twitched. What she considered evil seemed entirely opposite to him. Alex became increasingly convinced that the goddess before him was a complete fool with a terrible understanding of what evil actually was. What could scaring children until they stop being afraid possibly mean? Alex thought, watching Nyx list her deeds. How can making a husband who beat his wife go gray be considered evil? And what's with the case of the criminal she drove to hysterics so that he feared his own shadow? Does she really think these are acts of wickedness? Alex lit a cigarette, not wanting to interrupt her story, but he was seething inside. He was utterly convinced that Nyx was just an idiot who didn't understand what she was doing. She thought her actions were evil, but in reality, she was helping people, albeit in her own peculiar way. She resembled a psychiatrist more than a goddess who created evil out of boredom. Well, that's it. What will happen to me now? Nyx asked cautiously, glancing at Alex, who was smoking with a crooked smile. Are you really sure you're an evil goddess? Alex asked doubtfully, wanting to hear her response. Didn't I tell you everything I did? Nyx asked, genuinely not understanding what he was getting at. Oh, why do I keep meeting such strange gods in this world? Alex muttered tiredly to himself rather than to Nyx, which only made her more confused. Everything you've done seems more like helping people rather than committing evil acts. You were just helping in your own way, Alex said, looking at her. What do you mean? Nyx asked, not understanding where he was going with this. Alex started to explain to the naive goddess what she had actually done, trying to convey the essence of her actions from the perspective of mortals. The more Nyx listened, the more she was astonished, realizing that what she thought were evil deeds didn't look like that from the perspective of ordinary people. At one point, it seemed absurd to her, and she wanted to argue, but she couldn't find the words to defend herself. Do you understand now? Alex asked, noticing how Nyx, like a fish, was opening and closing her mouth in shock. But I thought I was committing evil acts, Nyx said, bewildered. Well, that's because you're antisocial and your understanding of evil is a bit strange, to say the least, Alex said, shrugging. Nyx noticeably flinched at being called a loner again. And if you didn't lie to me, you can consider yourself pardoned, he added, looking at Nyx, who clearly felt relieved by these words. And what will happen to me next, she asked cautiously. You'll go through rehabilitation to stop living in isolation, Alex said, getting up from his chair. And how will that happen? Nyx asked with caution. You'll have to interact more with others. That way, you might find friends, though I'm not too sure about that, Alex said with a hint of doubt in his voice, understanding how difficult it is to change introverts. Maybe we can skip that. Nyx asked hopefully, clearly not wanting to interact with strangers. You'll have to go through it, at least to better understand what good and evil are, Alex said, removing Nyx's restraints. And now your friend-finding program begins, he added, heading towards the exit of the workshop. What about Dionysus? Nyx asked, pointing to the god lying on the floor. Leave him. He won't be able to escape even if he wants to. Now follow me, Alex said, opening the doors and letting her go ahead. As they climbed the stairs, Alex walked behind Nyx to ensure she didn't run away. Nyx, with a sad expression, realized she would have to interact with other people and that all the facades she had built around her personality would be useless here. She didn't know how to communicate properly because she was used to acting arrogantly, imitating other gods. At that moment, Nyx wished more than anything to return to the realm of the gods, lock herself in her home, and never come out. It seemed far better than the forthcoming interactions. Alex ascended with Nyx and went into the main hall, which was very noisy. From the sounds, Loki and Hestia were fighting again, and no one was even trying to stop them. Entering the hall, Alex saw that, as expected, Loki and Hestia were once again in a quarrel, having started a fight over something. Despite all the time spent together, they were still bickering, and everyone had long stopped trying to intervene. Even the usually stern Hephaestus had thrown up her hands in resignation. Nyx hid behind Alex in fear, not forgetting how Hestia had broken her nose, that memory was still too fresh. Hey, you two, stop it already. Alex shouted, clapping his hands to get the fighting goddess's attention. What are you fighting over this time? He asked, looking at them. Loki and Hestia stopped but continued to pull each other's cheeks. She stole my snacks, / she didn't want to share. Loki and Hestia said simultaneously, pointing fingers at each other. Hestia, why didn't you share? And Loki, how many times have I told you not to steal snacks from Hestia? If you want something, just ask, Alex said sternly, like a father reprimanding unruly children. I had very few snacks left, so I didn't want to share, Hestia replied, lowering her head. I just wanted to try them. I've never seen a flavor like that before, Loki said, looking away and whistling. What do you mean, wanted to try? You flat-chested thief. You grabbed the whole pack and devoured it like a seagull. Hestia shouted angrily, pointing at Loki. What did you say, you chesty shrimp? Want to fight again? Loki retorted challengingly, glaring at Hestia. Alex rubbed his forehead wearily, watching as the two goddesses began fighting again. All he wanted at that moment was to relax and watch a movie. But if they continued, it could drag on for a long time. Enough, you two. If you don't stop, there will be no movie for you, Alex said sternly. The goddesses immediately froze and looked at each other. Their gazes still conveyed hostility and a desire to compete, but the prospect of missing the movie was too strong an argument. Reluctantly, they agreed to a temporary truce, shaking hands like old enemies who had reached an armistice. The others could only smile wryly, knowing that this peace wouldn't last long and the war could flare up at any moment. Darling, have you prepared everything? Freya asked, sipping her tea and looking at Alex. Yes, I found a way for everyone to enjoy the viewing. Now we just need to set up the place, Alex replied, giving a thumbs up. His words caught the attention of the whole group, and everyone eagerly anticipated the upcoming viewing. Why is Nyx with you? Freya asked, a fleeting shadow passing through her eyes. This lonely goddess will be going through a socialization process to find friends, Alex explained. Nyx's face immediately contorted, she clearly wasn't thrilled about participating. You're saying Nyx hasn't done anything wrong? Hephaestus asked, watching the goddess who was hiding behind Alex like a frightened fawn. On the contrary, she's helped more than she's harmed, Alex replied, nodding. Everyone turned their attention to Nyx, who shrank even further behind his back. Darling, did you find out anything? Freya asked, clearly more interested in other information than Nyx's rehabilitation. I'll tell you later. For now, we all need to head to the training ground, Alex said, smoothly changing the subject. Freya narrowed her eyes but chose not to press further. Why the training ground? Can't we watch it here? Daphne asked in surprise. There are too many of us. Look, just from our family, there are 7 people, plus Hephaestus and Freya, 2 more. From Loki's family, there are 5 more, and don't forget about Rio. That's already 15 people, so it's better to choose a larger place, Alex explained, and everyone began to look around, counting the number of people present. You're right, Riveria said, standing up from the table. The group began to rise, grabbing snacks and drinks, and headed towards the training ground. Loki and Hestia were the first to rush off, eager to claim the best spots, but they didn't know that Alex had yet to prepare anything and would be disappointed. Once everyone had left, only Freya and Nyx remained with Alex, who clearly didn't want to leave. Freya took Alex's hand and silently looked at him. She sensed that something was troubling Alex, and his behavior revealed his unease. Alex, noticing her concern, simply shook his head, signaling that it wasn't the time to talk about it. To be continued. Chapter 62, Family Movie Night. Alex watched as the others left the hall where the family usually relaxed and spent their free time. Only Freya and Nyx remained with him, the latter unwilling to leave but still curious about watching the so-called movie. Despite this, Nyx still felt fear toward Hestia, who had recently broken her nose, so she avoided any encounter with the small goddess. Freya held Alex's hand, looking at him with concern. She noticed that the fatigue that had appeared before he went down to the workshop had only worsened, and now he looked even more exhausted. Freya wanted to understand what was causing Alex's condition and why he seemed so troubled after returning from the workshop. She squeezed his hand tighter, hoping to get his attention. Alex, feeling this, turned to her, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Is something wrong? He asked, looking at Freya. Darling, is something bothering you? She asked quietly, gazing into his eyes. Sort of, but it's rather complicated, Alex replied with a tired smile. Did you learn something that's troubling you? Freya continued, squeezing his hand even tighter. Remember how I mentioned that there are beings capable of interfering with different worlds for their own amusement? Alex asked, looking at her intently. Nyx, trying to stay unnoticed, caught the gist of their conversation, and questions began to swirl in her mind about what they were talking about and what beings Alex was referring to. Should I really be listening to this, she thought, staying in the shadows. But I'm curious about which beings he's talking about. Maybe they're the ones who influenced Erebus. Nyx pondered, glancing at Alex. Nyx's eyes followed Alex closely as he spoke with Freya. Freya fell silent for a moment, processing his words. The gears in her mind began to turn, recalling past conversations about beings from the vast multiverse. Darling, are you saying you've figured out who's behind this? She asked, looking at Alex. Nyx's words today only confirmed my suspicion. I'm almost certain who's responsible, but I still can't understand this being's motives, Alex replied, noticing how Freya was watching him closely, waiting for more details. And what did Nyx say that made you realize who's behind all this? Freya asked, turning her gaze to Nyx, who was trying to blend in with the surroundings to remain unnoticed. She mentioned that in the divine realm, Erebus was different and began to change after descending into the mortal world. But his drastic changes happened just a few months ago, Alex replied, turning to Nyx for a confirmation. Nyx, noticing Alex looking at her, quickly nodded. A few months ago, you say? Freya said thoughtfully, recalling something. That was when you arrived in Orario, she continued, looking intently at Alex. Yes, and when I arrived, I wasn't hiding my power yet. They probably noticed me, and that's when it all began, Alex replied with a wry smile. So, if you hadn't come, none of this would have happened. Nyx asked cautiously, and Freya immediately focused her gaze on her. Nyx got scared and hid behind Alex. Unfortunately, my arrival only sped up the process, Alex said, patting Nyx on the head to calm her as she still feared Freya's gaze. What are you trying to say? Freya asked, pulling Alex's hand away from Nyx. Nyx, who had been enjoying the affection, was startled and quickly hid behind Alex again, hoping Freya wouldn't see her. This being may have chosen this world as its playground, Alex tentatively suggested. So, even if you hadn't arrived, we would still have been doomed. Freya asked with concern, looking at Alex, who only smiled sadly. But why is it doing this? Nyx asked, not understanding the motives of the mysterious being. Before my arrival, its possible motive was simply entertainment, but after I appeared, I'm no longer sure of its goals, Alex said, shaking his head. You mentioned that your power is quite unique. What if this being wants to take your power? Freya suggested after some thought. Such an outcome is possible only in one case, Alex said, lost in thought about Freya's words. In what case? Nyx asked anxiously, worried about her future. It's too early to talk about it, so don't trouble yourself with unnecessary thoughts, Alex replied, flicking Nyx on the forehead. It wasn't necessary to hit me, I'm just curious and worried about my future, Nyx complained, rubbing the reddened spot. You're not planning to do anything dangerous, are you? Freya asked, squinting at Alex, who just smiled. I'll prepare something. I haven't shown my trump cards yet, so the puppet master shouldn't know what I'm capable of, Alex said with a slight smile. What worries me more is where the battle will take place if the puppet master shows up, he added, gently stroking Freya's cheek. Freya felt his touch on her cheek and, taking Alex's hand, pressed it against her cheek even more, savoring the warmth from him. Nyx, seeing this, turned away, unwilling to watch the affectionate couple. Her face twisted as if she had just eaten a lemon. Nyx also wanted such warmth and attention but would never admit it. I believe you'll manage, as many more adventures await us, Freya whispered, pressing even closer to Alex's hand. Of course, you can't escape from me, even if you wanted to, Alex replied, brushing his thumb across Freya's cheek, which reddened from his words. I should be the one saying you can't escape from me, Freya said with a smile, her eyes dark as the abyss. You're right, we'll spend a lot of time together and see many amazing things, Alex said, leaning in to kiss Freya. Freya let out a soft moan of pleasure, wrapping her arms around Alex's neck to hold him even tighter. As they shared this romantic moment, Nyx's face grew increasingly sour, as if she had been forced to drink an entire lake of lemon juice. I wish I were shown the same tenderness, Nyx thought, watching the couple with a blank stare, hiding her true feelings. I also want to hear words of love and be kissed, she continued mentally, observing them as they whispered loving words to each other. I'd rather go with everyone else than watch this couple, Nyx thought, turning away to avoid worsening her mood. As Alex and Freya's kiss ended, they rested their foreheads against each other, savoring the moment. However, the pink atmosphere around them grew increasingly intense, as if pink hearts were starting to appear in the air. Witnessing this, Nyx's mood darkened with each passing moment until she could no longer bear it. Could you two stop creating this pink atmosphere? We're not alone here, you know, she exclaimed, unable to hold back any longer. All right. You see, sometimes it's hard to stay alone and enjoy the moment. I just got carried away, Alex said, embracing Freya and pulling her closer to his chest. Freya, feeling his embrace, wrapped her arms around his waist and held him even tighter, her face glowing with happiness. No, I don't understand, Nyx replied sulkily, looking at the hugging couple. One day, you'll find someone to love, so don't worry. You just need to stop being a loner, Alex said with a slight smile, irritating Nyx even more by calling her a loner again. Humph, Nyx snorted and turned away, unwilling to continue the conversation. Alex looked at Nyx, who turned away with a frown, and just shook his head, contemplating that perhaps he should introduce her to Yun, another loner who might deserve the title of the universe's loner. Maybe they could become friends, but that's a plan for the future. For now, he needed to focus on the current matters. All right, stop sulking. Let's go watch the movie instead, Alex suggested, drawing Nyx's attention as she squinted at him with one eye. Dear, what are you going to show us? Freya asked, lifting her head and kissing Alex on the chin. A very interesting film about a clown who loves to dance, Alex replied with an inscrutable expression, hiding his true intentions. He was curious to see how the fantasy world's inhabitants would react to this clown. What's a clown? Is it some creature from another world? Freya asked, her question surprisingly close to uncovering the clown's identity, causing Alex's eyes to widen. A clown is like a jester in a king's court, Alex answered monotonously. Then why do you have that look when you talk about it? Freya continued, noticing his expression had become vacant. I just don't really like clowns, or rather, they scare me, Alex admitted, turning away. Both goddesses widened their eyes in surprise at discovering his fears. You're afraid of something? How is that even possible? Nyx exclaimed, turning her head with a shocked expression, not believing his words. Consider it a childhood trauma, so don't worry about it, Alex said, not wanting to delve into the details of his fear of clowns. A few words from the author, although I'm an adult, clowns still scare me. But I really like the movie It, and there's nothing I can do about it, even though clowns are still creepy. Both goddesses looked at Alex's embarrassed face, trying to grasp how it was possible that he was afraid of something. Freya was intrigued by why Alex was so afraid of clowns and decided to investigate. Nyx, on the other hand, observed him with suspicion, trying to peer into his soul and see his fears but couldn't as a dense fog obstructed her view of Alex's inner self. Alex didn't go into details and led both goddesses toward the training ground, reminding himself that they were already late and others were probably losing patience. He walked with Freya's hand in his, while Nyx clung to the edge of his clothing, afraid of getting lost. When they reached the door leading to the training ground, Alex opened it, expecting to see another scuffle between Hestia and Loki, but instead found everyone sitting peacefully and enjoying food. This scene reminded him that no matter how much food is brought for the movie, it's always insufficient. Alex drew the attention of the group relaxing nearby and approached them. Nyx still felt shy being among a large crowd and silently stayed close to him. Alex noticed that most of the attendees already showed impatience, only the most reserved members of the group remained calm. Why is it taking so long? Hestia asked, running up to Alex. We had a romantic moment, Freya replied with a smile, looking at Hestia, who immediately puffed up with indignation. Oh, I missed such a moment, Hestia said in a despairing voice, falling to her knees. Hestia realized she could have been in Freya's place but instead had rushed ahead. Everyone stared at her in surprise, not understanding what was happening. Loki's family expected such behavior more from Loki herself, but certainly not from Hestia. Hephaestus, seeing her friend's distressed state, decided to approach and support her. Don't worry, Hestia, you'll have your chance in the future, Hephaestus said gently, patting Hestia on the back. Right. Plus, unlike one goddess, I can sleep in bed with Alex, Hestia quickly replied, recovering her composure and looking at Freya with a sense of superiority. I think I'll stay here tonight, Freya said with a slight smile, looking at Hestia, who froze at her words. Maybe I should stay here tonight too, Loki interjected, clearly intending to stir the pot. No, you can't. I won't agree to this. Hestia exclaimed indignantly, pointing a finger at the two goddesses. Well, we'll see about that, Loki replied with a mischievous smile. Hestia started arguing fiercely with the two goddesses, who decided to spend the night at her place. Alex, being a true gentleman, chose not to get involved in the conflict and made a tactical retreat to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. If he intervened, he would inevitably be asked whether he was against them staying. There was no right answer in this situation. If he supported Hestia, he would upset Loki and Freya, but if he sided with the goddesses, he would disappoint Hestia. So it was better to stay out of it. Hephaestus noticed that Alex was leaving and followed him, not wanting to be drawn into the argument either. Nyx, who was quietly holding onto his clothes, felt his movement and instinctively followed him. Alex decided that while the goddesses were sorting out their issues, he could prepare everything for the movie. Looking for a suitable spot to set up the projector, he aimed to find a place where the image would not be distorted and everyone would be comfortable watching. What are you doing? Hephaestus asked, approaching from behind and drawing his attention. Looking for a spot to set up my little device, Alex said, showing the projector. Is this your new invention? Hephaestus asked with interest, examining the device. Something like that, Alex replied, marking a suitable spot. And how does it work? Hephaestus asked, always curious about his new inventions. It uses a memory crystal that projects an image over a large area. To simplify, Alex explained as he moved toward the setup area. Let me guess, you invented the memory crystal too? Hephaestus asked with a smile. Yes, Alex confirmed, giving her a thumbs up and a kiss on the cheek for her perceptiveness. Hephaestus no longer blushed from such closeness and simply smiled, while Nyx frowned, realizing that she might have to witness this romantic atmosphere again. But she sighed in relief when Alex didn't continue and moved on. Alex approached the spot where he intended to set up the projector and began to think about where to aim it for everyone to have a good view. He stroked his chin and considered possible options. If I project onto the wall, it might be uncomfortable if there are scenes blending with the background, Alex thought, looking at the wall. What are you thinking about? Nyx asked, observing his concentrated expression. Trying to figure out the best way to set up the projector so there are no viewing issues, Alex replied absently, continuing to ponder. Why not just create a wall suitable for projection? Hephaestus suggested. Alex paused, realizing he had missed the obvious solution. Ugh, sometimes I forget the simplest things, he said wearily, rubbing his forehead. Choosing a spot for the wall, Alex created it wide enough to resemble a movie screen. Covering the wall with a white cloth to make it look like a real cinema screen, Alex glanced at the goddesses, who were still arguing and not paying attention to him. The girls from both families noticed that Alex had created a wall and covered it with a white cloth. They approached closer, wanting to find out why he did it. Why the stone wall and white cloth? Riveria asked, examining the setup carefully. The cloth is to prevent the movie scenes from blending with the background of the wall and ruining the viewing experience, Alex explained as simply as possible. Alex was finishing the last preparations, setting up the projector. He just needed to create comfortable seating areas. He knew that theater-style seats might not be the best option due to their firmness. So he decided to check with the ladies about their seating preferences. So, ladies, before we start, what would you like to sit on? Alex asked, drawing the girls' attention, who were already inspecting the wall and the projector aimed at it. Can't we just sit on benches or on the floor? Tiona asked, expressing the general sentiment. A movie will last at least an hour and a half. And you want to sit on something hard for that long? Alex raised an eyebrow. I want a poof, one of the girls exclaimed. I'd like a comfortable chair, another suggested. I wouldn't mind a sofa, added a third. And I want to sit on someone's lap, Ace unexpectedly said, drawing the attention of everyone present, including Alex. He was slightly embarrassed hearing this from the usually reserved Ace and didn't immediately understand why she had become so bold. Ace, whose lap do you want to sit on? Alex asked, hoping he had misunderstood. Yours, Ace replied calmly, not taking her eyes off Alex. Are you sure? He asked, looking at her emotionless face. Yes, it's my wish as the winner, Ace said, blushing slightly. The girls, realizing that the opportunity to sit on Alex's lap was missed, sighed with frustration. Actually, you don't need to use your winner's right for that. You can just sit on my lap, Alex said, which made a faint smile appear on Ace's face. He began arranging the seating so that it wouldn't obstruct the projector. The girls quickly took their places, but the three goddesses continued arguing. Hestia, upset that Loki and Freya decided to stay overnight, couldn't calm down, while Loki and Freya only added fuel to the fire, stating that whether they stayed or not was not up to Hestia. Alex loudly called the goddesses, informing them that everything was ready and only they were left without seats. Hestia immediately ran to him, claiming she would sit on his lap. Alex simply pointed to Ace standing nearby, causing Hestia to grind her teeth in frustration. You shouldn't have argued while the others were choosing their seats, Alex said, patting the little goddess on the head. Then I'll sit next to you, Hestia muttered, resigned to missing her chance but not forgetting to glance at Ace, realizing that she had become a new competitor for Alex's attention. Freya requested a chair similar to the one she usually sits in and a small table. Alex created everything she asked for, adding a bottle of wine and a glass so Freya could enjoy the movie. Smiling at his attentiveness, Freya kissed him on the cheek and took her place. For Loki, he created a comfortable chair and a table similar to those used for watching football matches, with space for snacks and drinks. Once everyone was settled, Alex dimmed the lights to create the right atmosphere and started the movie. I should mention that the events in the film take place in a world very similar to mine. So you'll get an idea of what my world looks like, Alex said, further intriguing the group. Ace leaned against Alex, deciding to enjoy the movie. Hestia snuggled up to him on one side, holding his hand, while on the other side, Hephaestus did the same, focusing on the screen where the movie's opening credits were flashing. The new words were unfamiliar to the girls, but they continued to watch with interest. Alex, what is the movie about? Hestia asked quietly, drawing the attention of Ace and Hephaestus. The movie is about a clown and some children, Alex replied calmly. Who are clowns? Ace asked, turning her head. You'll find out soon, Alex said, already anticipating the girls' reactions to the clown's first appearance. The movie began with a rainy scene, showing a house unlike any building in this world. Does your world look like this? Hephaestus whispered, staring in amazement at the unusual structure. These events take place about 35 years before my time, Alex replied softly. Has the world changed a lot in that time? Hephaestus continued to ask. Not much, Alex said, focusing on the screen. Hephaestus stopped asking questions and returned to watching. The film continued, showing two children, an older brother and a younger one, with the older making a paper boat for the younger. The girls watched intently as the younger brother went outside into the heavy rain to launch his paper boat. The boy ran after it until it got stuck in a drain, where he saw a pair of yellow eyes watching him from the dark depths. Alex, what is that creature? Hestia asked anxiously, noticing the yellow eyes. You'll find out soon, Alex replied with a slight smile. All the girls began to feel nervous watching the creature, which was talking to the child. Some instinctively sensed that the clown was not as simple and harmless as it appeared. Its gaze towards the child was predatory, as if it was looking at prey. The tension mounted as the boy reached for his boat to retrieve it from the clown hiding in the drain. At the moment the child's hand was almost touching the boat, the clown's mouth distorted, and sharp teeth appeared, sinking into the boy's hand. At this moment, the most impressionable of the girls flinched. Are all clowns in your world like this? Freya asked, watching the boy trying to crawl away from the drain with a bloody hand. I said this world is similar to mine, but not identical, Alex replied, feeling Hestia gripping his hand. And who is this clown really? Loki asked, slightly opening her eyes as she watched the clown's elongated arms reaching out towards the escaping child. One could say it's a very powerful evil entity, but it follows the laws of the world it inhabits, Alex explained, simplifying his answer. The events on screen continued, the child was pulled into the drain, and the scene shifted to a school where a crowd of children hurried about their business. What is this place full of children? Hephaestus asked, not taking her eyes off the screen. It's a school. They teach children there, Alex explained. And what do they do there? Hestia asked, now somewhat calmed. That's too long to explain, so don't worry about it, Alex replied, not wanting to spend time explaining what a school is and why one needs to study there for 11 years. The girls watched as one of the children sat in the library studying the city's history, until the book started showing images of a decapitated head hanging from a tree. Then a red balloon appeared, which the boy followed into the library basement and encountered a charred headless body that chased him. Why did that headless body chase him? Tiona asked, watching with interest rather than fear. Probably to scare him, Riveria answered, already understanding the situation. The movie continued, and in one episode, an overweight boy encountered a group of bullies, one of whom decided to carve his name into the boy's stomach to torment him. Why is he doing that? It's so cruel, Hestia said, frowning. This bully is a repressed, insecure loser who tries to assert his superiority over others to hide his own worthlessness, Alex explained, watching as the boy managed to escape his pursuers. You mean he's compensating for his own patheticness in this way? Freya asked, sipping from her glass. Something like that. They'll show just how pathetic he really is later, Alex replied, observing the boy as he met his future friends. The film's tension continued to build. In one scene, a girl was in the bathroom, which became flooded with blood gushing from the sink like a fountain. The girl screamed in terror, and her father came to investigate, but he couldn't see the blood that had filled the entire bathroom. Why can't he see the blood? Nix asked, watching closely as the children reacted to what was happening. Adults can't see what this clown does, Alex explained, noting that the clown only preys on children. So, he only kidnaps children and leaves adults alone. But why? Nix continued, trying to understand the clown's motives. Children are easier to scare, and he does it with a specific purpose, Freya said, watching as the clown pursued the children. The plot gradually escalated, showing how the group of children found new friends, confronted their fears, and triumphed over the bullies who tormented them. Their friendship grew into true brotherly bonds, where each was ready to stand up for the other. In the end, they defeated the evil clown who loved to scare and devour children. So, how did you like the movie? Alex asked, watching the girls as they looked at the credits. I'm going to strangle you. Hestia screamed, unable to contain herself any longer, and lunged at Alex, with Ace sitting calmly on his lap, enjoying the movie. What's wrong? Why are you angry? Alex asked, holding Hestia's hands to prevent her from choking him. Are you seriously asking? Now I won't be able to sleep properly because of that clown. Hestia yelled, trying to bite Alex. Actually, it was interesting to watch the children overcome their fears, become braver, and defeat evil. There were moments I didn't like, but overall, it was good, Freya said, evaluating the film like a true critic. It was a bit scary because I didn't know what the clown was capable of, but I can say I'm impressed too, added Hephaestus, agreeing with Freya. It was fun. I'd watch something similar again, Loki said, smiling and sipping from her glass. You see, many people liked it, except for you and Lafia, who's looking all pale, Alex said, nodding toward the pale elf, trembling in her seat. I don't care. If I have nightmares, it will be your fault, Hestia stubbornly declared, continuing to struggle. Okay, how about we watch the next film, An Adventure 1? Alex suggested, trying to placate the enraged lowly goddess. Humph, you're still not forgiven, Hestia huffed, returning to her seat. Despite her displeasure, she took Alex's hand again, still pouting. Don't be mad. I'll put on something adventurous. I think you'll like it. There definitely won't be anything scary, Alex said, carefully lifting Ace off his lap to stand up. Alex smirked and took out a box of memory crystals to find a film that would help them relax after the horror movie. He chose an old classic film about a man with a hat and whip who loved searching for relics. Alex enjoyed this family atmosphere and wanted it to continue. Starting the new film, Alex returned to his seat, settled Ace back on his lap, and prepared to enjoy the show. To be continued. Chapter 63, An Evening of Cinema and Dionysus's Interrogation. The latest movie came to an end. Hestia, who had been on edge since the clown movie, finally calmed down, although the final scene, where faces melted after the ark was opened, still made her tense up. Alex wanted to see how people from this world would react to something like this, and he realized it was worth it. Some cringed, while others watched with interest. So, how did you like this movie? Alex asked, looking around the group. The movie was quite good, except for the unrealistic part where people started dying after opening the Arkansas. The clown movie seemed more believable, Loki replied, comparing the special effects of the two films. Well, these films were made 36 years apart, and if you compare them that way, the special effects have indeed improved and become more realistic, Alex explained, surprising everyone who listened to him. Are you saying that in your world, they've been making movies for that long? Hephaestus asked, astonished. Something like that, Alex replied, shrugging. Now, I'd like to hear your opinions on the movie, he added, eager to know what the girls thought. Darling, I don't want to upset you, but... Freya began, trying not to disappoint Alex because she saw how much he enjoyed the movie. It's okay, you can speak your mind, Alex said, anticipating some criticism. In this movie, the so-called Indiana Jones doesn't really play that significant a role, Freya continued, pointing out the details she noticed. What do you mean? Alex asked, raising an eyebrow in surprise. If you think about it, even if Indiana Jones hadn't stolen the diary with the ark's exact location, the so-called Germans would have found it anyway, taken it to the island, opened it, and died. He didn't even manage to secure the ark in a safe place, Freya explained, listing the moments that puzzled her. That's... Alex hesitated, realizing that Freya was right. Okay, I admit you're right, but the movie is still interesting, Alex said, trying to prove that the story still had its charm. I agree. The movie was entertaining, all those traps, snakes, and chases. I enjoyed it, Hephaestus chimed in, supporting him. I liked it too, although the ending was a bit creepy. Mortals, as usual, find trouble for themselves and then suffer because of it, Nyx remarked thoughtfully, leaning back on the couch. What do you think, Ace? Alex asked, nudging Ace, who had been silent throughout the movie. It was interesting, Ace replied briefly, leaning against Alex. All right, should we watch something else? Or should we get some rest? Alex suggested, noticing the tired faces of the girls, who were almost drifting off to sleep. Darling, we'll have time to watch something else another time. The girls need to rest, they've been fighting since morning and need to recover their strength, Freya said, with the other goddesses agreeing. Alex looked around and realized that many were already asleep, while some had simply closed their eyes, preparing to fall asleep soon. The small elf Lafia was already softly snoring, lying on Riveria's lap. Lily's group also sat with their eyes closed, fighting off sleep, while only Bella sat awake, watching Alex, waiting for his decision. Those who were still awake and alert also watched him closely. You're right. Ladies, if you want to stay the night, you can choose any free room or share one with others, Alex said, stretching to loosen up, as he hadn't slept in a while himself. But I'm not tired yet, Tiona complained, on the verge of tears, clearly wanting to keep watching movies. Tiona, we can watch more movies another time, Riveria said sternly, looking at Tiona, who couldn't argue. As I said, if you want to stay, you can take the free rooms or share one with others. If you want to go home, I can send you there, Alex offered, and the girls who didn't live in the house pondered, weighing the pros and cons. I'm staying for the night, it'll be fun. Tiona exclaimed excitedly, bouncing in place. I'll stay too. He, Loki giggled, diving into her fantasies, from which she began to drool. Wipe that drool off, flat-chested. Do you think I'll let you do anything in my house? Hestia said scornfully, glaring at Loki, who was lost in her daydreams. You think you can stop me, shorty? Loki snapped out of her fantasies and shot a look at Hestia. We'll see, Hestia responded, showing that she wouldn't back down in this rivalry. Alex could only shake his head, watching as the two goddesses started arguing once again. He couldn't understand why one moment they acted like friends, and the next, like sworn enemies ready for another battle. It reminded him of his old friendships with his former comrades. The battle between the flat goddess and the lowly goddess was inevitable, but before it could start, a third party, a strict red-haired goddess, intervened. Hephaestus once again began scolding Loki and Hestia for making a fuss over nothing and disturbing the others. While Hephaestus was reprimanding them, Alex decided to take apart his projector to hide it and avoid the risk of someone accidentally damaging it. After gathering all the items and cleaning up the trash left from food and drinks, the group began heading upstairs. Upon reaching the upper floor, Alex decided to find out who would stay overnight and who needed to be sent home. All the girls from Loki's familia decided to stay, including Lafia, who had woken up from the noise caused by Hestia and Loki. Only Ryo said she needed to return, as Mamma Mia might start worrying. Then I'll walk you home, if you don't mind, Alex said, looking at Ryo, who responded with a warm smile. Of course, I don't mind, Ryo replied, moving closer to Alex. Before we leave, if you need anything, speak up now, Alex said, addressing the other girls, who started to think about what they might need. I need something. Loki loudly declared, raising her hand to draw attention to herself. And what do you need? Alex asked with suspicion, raising an eyebrow. Where's your room? Loki asked, and the other girls could only shake their heads. Don't even think about it, flat-chested. Hestia shouted, not giving Alex a chance to answer. That's not for you to decide, shrimp, Loki retorted, bumping her forehead against Hestia's, and a new battle between the goddesses ignited once more. If no one needs anything else, then I'll be off, Alex said, taking Ryo's hand and heading for the exit. If you remember that you need something, ask the other girls or just wait until I get back, he added as he left the house. As they stepped outside, Alex could still hear Hestia and Loki bickering, with Hephaestus's voice once again trying to calm them down. He just smiled, realizing that this kind of family life suited him well. Even though he usually preferred silence, he enjoyed when the house came alive with these noisy moments. He could always find peace and quiet in his workshop, where he worked on his hobbies. Alex and Ryo walked down the street, holding hands, enjoying the cool evening breeze. The sun had already set, and the streets of Orario were beginning to be illuminated by the light of lanterns. The city was full of people going about their business, as if the day's events hadn't affected them at all. Perhaps the guild had managed to handle the situation and calm both the citizens and adventurers who had witnessed the day's incidents. Ryo held Alex's hand, her thoughts still lingering on what he had said in the dungeon. One part of her soul longed for her friend's return, but another part wished for them to find peace and no longer be involved in endless battles. Alex sensed that something was bothering Rio, and he wanted to know what was going on. She had seemed disconnected from the world all day, lost in her thoughts. "Rio," Alex gently called out to his beloved elf. What is it?" Rio asked, turning to him. "What's bothering you?" "You've been acting different all day," Alex said, looking at Rio, who froze at his words. "I'm still thinking about what you told me in the dungeon," she replied, looking away and gazing up at the starry sky. "About resurrecting your comrades?" Alex clarified. "Yes," Rio nodded, squeezing his hand even tighter. "And what's the problem?" Alex asked, sensing her unease. "Part of me wants them to return, but on the other hand, you said it's a crazy and dangerous idea," Rio said, looking him in the eyes. "I just don't want you to get hurt. My friends would never forgive me if you got into trouble because of me," she continued, and Alex could only sigh. "You're right, it is a bit dangerous and crazy, but if we prepare, everything will be fine," Alex said, trying to reassure her. "Still, you said it yourself, it's dangerous," Rio insisted, gripping his hand. "It's hard to call it real danger. We just need to take care of a few things before bringing your friends back," Alex said, pulling her into a hug. "And what would that be?" Rio asked, though there was still a note of disagreement in her voice. "We'll have to kill the god of time," Alex replied calmly, and Rio, who was in his embrace, immediately tensed. "What do you mean, kill the god of time?" she asked with concern, lifting her head to look at his face. "Well, not the god of time himself, but his avatar or a fragment of him." "I'm not entirely sure," Alex admitted, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. "What do you mean, not sure?" Rio seemed puzzled by his response. "Time is a very complicated thing, and the god who controls it isn't the most pleasant type. He doesn't like it when someone interferes with the natural order of time," Alex said with a crooked smile. "So, to resurrect my friends, you need to kill the god of time." Rio clarified, and Alex nodded. Her expression darkened. "Don't frown. I'm not planning to kill the god of time himself. I'll just destroy one of his avatars. The god of time exists outside of time, but at the same time, he's part of it, so his influence is also limited," Alex explained, taking her face in his hands and gently caressing her cheeks. "But it's still dangerous. The god of time could be very powerful," Rio said, hugging him tighter. "You don't need to worry about that. Your job is to decide whether your friends are worth bringing back. Everything else is my responsibility. If you can't make a decision, you can consult your goddess, Astrea. She'll help you figure it out," Alex said, kissing the top of her head. Then I'll think about it some more," Rio whispered, snuggling closer to him and listening to his heartbeat. They stood in silence, enjoying each other's embrace. Rio's thoughts became less tangled, and something inside her told her that she could trust Alex, that he wouldn't be in any danger. If only she knew that Alex had long planned to intervene in the timeline to provoke the god of time. He had set this all in motion just to get his hands on the god of time's scythe. The scythe could become an excellent weapon for future battles, and if he could learn its structure, he might be able to use its principles to create other weapons. After standing there for a while longer, Alex led Rio to her home, which was near the hostess of fertility. As Rio explained, all the waitresses lived there, and the place was a kind of dormitory for the staff. Standing in front of the dormitory, Alex and Rio looked at each other, their faces gradually drawing closer for a kiss. But their tender moment was interrupted by Mamma Mia's shout, who looked out of a window and started yelling at Alex for abducting one of her waitresses for several days. Alex pulled away from Rio and looked up at Mamma Mia, who was leaning out of the window, loudly scolding him. Without missing a beat, Alex began to justify himself, claiming that in exchange for Rio, he had sent her 3 new waitresses. However, Mamma Mia wasn't backing down and continued to yell at Alex. Their argument woke the other girls, who peeked out of their windows to watch the scene unfold. Alex presented arguments that Mia couldn't refute, and eventually, she retreated back into the room, causing Alex to flash a victorious smile. Rio just shook her head, understanding why the other girls said that Alex sometimes behaved like 2 different people. "Heh, I won," Alex said proudly, turning to Rio and giving her a thumbs up. "Sometimes you act like a child," Rio smiled, watching her boyfriend, who was clearly pleased with himself. "Do you think we're done?" Mia suddenly shouted, sticking her head out of the window again, this time brandishing a rolling pin. "Hey, we're adults. Why resort to violence?" Alex protested, eyeing the furious Mia. "You kidnapped my waitress and still dare to make excuses," Mia yelled, raising the rolling pin. "Hey, admit your defeat, Mia." "That rolling pin won't hurt me," Alex declared confidently, looking straight at her. "We'll see," Mia replied, a menacing tone in her voice. "All right, I'll go now," Alex said, ignoring the threat. "If you miss me, you can always come to my place, or better yet, just move in with me, he added, turning to Rio. I'll think about it, Rio replied, kissing Alex on the lips. Well, I'm off, Alex smiled, pulling away from Rio, and started to leave. Rio watched him walk away, but Alex didn't make it more than a few steps before the rolling pin hit the back of his head with a loud thud, bouncing off and falling to the ground. Alex just chuckled, shook his head, picked up the rolling pin, and, under Mia's watchful eye, slowly stashed it in his bag. Seeing Alex take her rolling pin only made Mia even angrier. Realizing he had truly pushed her over the edge, Alex quickly ran off with a smile on his face. Ryu and the other girls, watching the scene, couldn't help but smile, seeing how Alex and Mia interacted. Still smiling, Alex decided he would return the rolling pin to Mia later, once she'd cooled down a bit. When he got home, he noticed an unusual quietness. Neither Hestia nor Loki were making noise, which was unusual for him. Entering the living room, Alex found only Freya, who was calmly sitting in her chair, sipping tea. Quietly sneaking up behind her, Alex placed his hands on her shoulders, waiting for a reaction. He didn't notice Nyx, lying on one of the couches like a corpse, watching him. I see you're back, darling, Freya said, sensing his hands on her shoulders. You're not very lively. I was expecting a more spirited reaction, Alex said, starting to massage her shoulders. I'm a grown woman, things like that don't scare me. I've seen much in my life, Freya replied, enjoying the massage. Have you chosen a room yet? Alex asked, stopping the massage. I'll be sleeping in your room, Freya answered calmly, causing Alex to freeze and look at her in surprise. Did Hestia allow that? Alex asked, not hiding his astonishment. I won a strange game mortals call rock paper scissors, and she had no choice but to let me, Freya replied with a victorious smile. My love, I don't want to disappoint you, but I have something to finish, Alex said, taking her hand. What exactly do you need to do? Freya asked, raising an eyebrow. To start with, I need to have a nice chat with Dionysus, and maybe help Nyx let off some steam, Alex replied, lifting Freya and settling her onto his lap. Freya was initially taken aback, but then she smiled sweetly and snuggled up to him. By the way, where is that goddess of loners? Alex asked, resting his head on Freya's shoulder. There she is, Freya pointed, pressing her cheek against his head. I didn't even notice her, Alex said, looking at Nyx, who was lying on the couch like a defeated soldier. Alex didn't want to disturb Nyx just yet, so he simply enjoyed the time with his goddess of love. Freya didn't mind either and leaned against him, savoring his presence. Alex closed his eyes, trying to clear his mind of all worries, and relaxed. Feeling as though he was almost falling asleep in this peaceful atmosphere, he suddenly opened his eyes, realizing he still had unfinished business for the day. Darling, you could just rest. Your work can wait, it's not going anywhere, Freya gently remarked, seeing how abruptly he woke up. I think it's better to finish everything first and then relax, Alex replied, feeling fatigue beginning to take over. Even though he didn't need to sleep as much anymore, stress and mental strain still accumulated. Are you sure? The girls say you haven't slept for several days, Freya asked with concern. It's fine. In my old world, I sometimes stayed awake even longer handling things, Alex said with a wry smile, not wanting to admit he spent that time gaming. What were you doing? Freya asked curiously, but Alex simply looked away, unwilling to reveal his gaming marathons. I'll tell you later. For now, are you coming with me or do you prefer to rest? Alex skillfully changed the subject, and Freya just rolled her eyes. I'll come with you. I don't think you'll stay in the workshop for long, she replied, rising from his lap. Then it settled. Now, let's wake up this goddess, Alex said, getting up after Freya and heading toward Nyx. Are you alive? Alex asked, lightly poking Nyx to wake her. No, I'm not fine. Why did you leave me with these people? They talk so much and ask so many questions, Nyx began to complain, making Alex roll his eyes. Enough complaining. I came with a question, Alex said, and Nyx wearily turned her head to look at him. Don't you want to take revenge on Dionysus, he continued, noticing Nyx's immediate shift from lying to sitting up and staring at him. Why do you want to help me, she asked suspiciously, not understanding why Alex was offering her this opportunity. I'm not helping you, I'm just giving you a chance. But you'll have to wait until I've talked to Dionysus, Alex replied with a light smile, which only made Nyx frown. Fine, as you say, she agreed, getting up from the couch. Great. Then let's head to the workshop, Alex said with a smile. Alex, accompanied by the two goddesses, went to his workshop. Nyx still felt uneasy about the place, though she tried to hide it. Her slightly trembling legs betrayed her nervousness, but Alex decided not to comment, understanding that Nyx might become even more anxious. She hadn't yet seen Alex's methods of extracting information, and he didn't want to scare her prematurely. When they entered the workshop, their attention was drawn to Dionysus, who was still lying where Alex and Nyx had left him. Seeing his condition, Alex realized he had inflicted serious mental and physical trauma on the god of wine. Despite magical healing, Dionysus still hadn't recovered, which puzzled Alex. Was this god so pathetic that he couldn't withstand even a small punishment? Why isn't he coming too? Nyx asked, looking at Dionysus. Apparently, my conversation didn't sit well with him, Alex replied, looking at the bound god. And what will you do now? Freya asked, watching Alex thoughtfully stroke his chin. I think I have an item that might help, Alex said, heading towards the cabinet. What are you going to use to bring him around? Nyx asked, watching as Alex pulled an object from the cabinet. I'm going to use a memory eraser, Alex replied, holding the object above his head. That's a hammer, Nyx pointed out, indicating the item in his hand. No, it's a memory neutralizer, Alex insisted with a serious expression. But, Nyx tried to argue. No buts. It's a memory neutralizer. See, it even says so, Alex pointed to the label on the handle of the hammer. Not wanting to continue arguing with Nyx, Alex simply approached Dionysus and struck him forcefully on the back of the head with the memory neutralizer, intending to erase all his memories from the day. However, he accidentally hit too hard, causing a fatal injury to Dionysus. Blood immediately poured from the wound, but Alex quickly healed him and waited for the results. Dionysus gradually began to come to, his eyes slowly opened as he started to look around, trying to understand where he was and why he wasn't at home. He was supposed to be following Erebus's plan in the morning, creating chaos in the city while Nyx, busy with developing the Guardian, was to be sacrificed to strengthen the Guardian. When Dionysus tried to say something, he was horrified to find that he had lost his voice and couldn't even move. Seeing Nyx standing next to Freya, he froze, realizing the situation was much more complicated than he had anticipated. His first thought was that Nyx had betrayed them, revealing all their accomplices who had already disappeared, and now it was his turn. Dionysus tried to escape, but was distracted by a voice nearby. Glad to see you're back with us, Alex said, drawing Dionysus's attention. I'll tell you right away, you can't speak because I'm not interested in hearing any rants about how great you are and how I'll regret this. Your friends behaved inappropriately, and their end was rather pitiful. Approaching Indra's body, Alex continued, here's even your friend Indra. Say hello to him, he said, taking Indra's hand and waving it toward Dionysus. Seeing Indra's condition, Dionysus realized that the situation was much worse than he had imagined. He had heard about other participants disappearing but didn't know what had happened to them. Now, seeing the mutilated Indra, Dionysus desperately tried to free himself again. Don't bother, you're not getting away, Alex said calmly, approaching Dionysus. We'll have a little chat, and then you'll go through a rehabilitation process for all the things you said about my goddesses. Dionysus flinched at the word rehabilitation, and he began to tremble. Something inside him told him that nothing good awaited him. But what puzzled him even more was that he didn't remember saying anything about the goddesses and didn't even understand which goddesses were being referred to. You probably don't remember, given your surprised look, Alex observed, seeing Dionysus's eyes widen in confusion. I erased your memory, so you've forgotten everything that happened today. To put it simply, you've already attacked Arario, suffered a defeat, and now you're sitting here in front of me. Dionysus tried to recall anything from the day, but everything was shrouded in fog, causing only a headache. Don't strain yourself. All you need to worry about now is being a good prisoner and answering questions. If you don't want to cooperate, you'll end up like your buddy Indra and Thanatos, Alex said, approaching Indra. Let me show you what awaits you if you refuse to talk. Alex extended his hand, and his fingers began to burn with a pale black flame. The gods in the room shuddered in fear at the sight of the flame. Smiling, Alex swiftly struck Indra in the stomach and clenched his fist. A crackling sound filled the room, and when Alex removed his hand, the gods watched as Indra's body began to disintegrate into ashes. Nyx flinched and turned away, mentally thanking all the possible gods that she wasn't in his place. Freya watched with interest, slightly narrowing her eyes as she noticed that Indra's soul was completely destroyed. Seeing the fate of his accomplice, Dionysus began to thrash about in terror, trying to escape. As you can see, if you scream loudly, you'll end up like Indra, with complete erasure, Alex said, taking a chair and sitting down opposite Dionysus, who looked at him with fear. Now, let's talk. What is Erebus planning? Alex managed to extract all the available information from Dionysus but didn't delve into his memory just yet, as he wanted to give Nyx a chance to vent her anger. When Nyx finally calmed down after beating Dionysus with a stick provided by Alex, he was further convinced that even goddesses could be cruel and vengeful. After receiving all the necessary memories from Dionysus, Alex realized that he needed to accelerate his plans, as Erebus was up to something in the dungeon, and Dionysus's last encounter with him had been a week ago. This meant Erebus was planning something significant and dangerous. To be continued. A few words from the author. Nearly 4,000 people have added this fanfic to their collection, and over 8,000 people view it every day. Who are all of you, and where did you come from? I'm most interested in whether this is normal for a new author. Chapter 64, The End of the Losers Group or How to Propose to a Goddess. Alex sat in front of Dionysus, who was still in shock from what he had just witnessed. Right before his eyes, a god had died, not just died, but disappeared forever, with no chance of being reborn in the heavens. Indra had met the fate of total erasure, everything that made him who he was no longer existed. All that remained of Indra were the memories in the minds of those who knew him. Alex observed Dionysus, whose gaze was fixed on the spot where Indra had been just moments ago. He couldn't tear his eyes away, as if hoping that it had all just been a nightmare. I see you're surprised, or rather, frightened, and that's causing your thoughts to become muddled, Alex said, watching as Dionysus ignored everything he was saying. Let me explain something to you. I think you'll find it interesting, Alex added, rising from his seat. He walked over to a drawing board, turned it so the blank side faced Dionysus, and set it up so that he had a clear view. I'm not sure if you knew this, but when gods descend into the mortal world, they acquire a physical form, Alex began, watching as Dionysus's gaze slowly shifted to the board. What are you trying to say? Freya asked, noticing that Alex had something in mind. My dear Freya, I'll explain everything in a moment, Alex replied with a smile. But what exactly are you trying to tell him? Nyx interjected, eyeing Alex warily. Nyx, can you wait? Or do you only get brave when there aren't others around? Alex asked, raising an eyebrow, to which Nyx merely huffed and turned away. Ah, where was I? Alex mused as he lit a cigarette. You were talking about the physical form, Freya reminded him, noticing that Alex was starting to get tired and a bit distracted. Yes, that's right. So, when a god descends to the mortal world, their body becomes physical, like any humans, only much more resilient, Alex continued, noting that Dionysus was now looking at him instead of the board. And you're probably wondering why I'm telling you this. It's simple, in the world I come from, people have advanced so much in extracting information that it would surprise anyone, Alex said, exhaling smoke right into Dionysus's face. And the most interesting thing is that those from whom information was extracted usually remain alive, although with some minor health issues, he added with a smirk. But I've always wondered, what would happen if you threw a god into the sun or out into space? Maybe you'll be the first volunteer. Alex's words caused a whirlwind of thoughts in Dionysus's mind. He couldn't understand what the mortal in front of him was talking about or why he wasn't just starting to ask questions. Dionysus was confident that he could endure any torture and had no intention of revealing Erebus's plans. Let me make it clear, I'm going to get the information from you one way or another. It's just that if I choose the simpler method, you'll end up like Indra, or even worse, Alex said, looking down at Dionysus. Then why don't you just do it and let us all go to sleep? Nyx interrupted, not understanding why Alex was dragging things out. If I choose the simple method, Dionysus will eventually turn into a pathetic, drooling idiot. And how would you vent your anger on him then? Alex raised an eyebrow, looking at Nyx, who seemed to realize her mistake. My dear, she's somewhat right. You also need to rest, you're starting to get distracted, Freya added, noticing how fatigue was beginning to take its toll on Alex. Or is this your clever plan to lure me into bed? Alex teased, raising an eyebrow and casting a sly glance at Freya. Maybe, Freya replied with a smile. You two are flirting again. We have work to do, or have you forgotten? Nyx interjected, unwilling to tolerate the romantic atmosphere any longer. Alex looked at her and couldn't figure out what was going on in her head. One moment she was shy and withdrawn, and the next she acted like she had always been a part of this group. All right. So, where was I going with this? The human body has 206 bones, and if you break them all, it will inevitably lead to death. But there's a saying, beaten half to death. Following that logic, I can easily break half of your bones, and you'll still be alive, Alex said with a slight smile, sending a chill down Dionysus's spine. So, be a good sport, answer my questions, and nothing will happen to you, Alex continued, watching Dionysus, whose face was now covered in sweat. Dionysus sat trembling with fear. He avoided Alex's gaze, desperately trying to look anywhere but into his eyes. Do we have an agreement? Alex asked, staring intently at his interlocutor, who was on the verge of panic. Now, tell me, where is Erebus? Alex removed the silencing spell from Dionysus, and he immediately started to speak, I don't. But before he could finish, Alex recast the spell, cutting off his attempt to avoid answering. I don't need your I don't know. I want to hear what you truly know. Maybe you need a little reminder, Alex said as he took hold of Dionysus's index finger and broke it. Dionysus's scream echoed through the room, and he began to thrash about, trying to escape the painful grip. Nyx, hearing the crack of the broken finger, flinched, mentally thanking the gods that she hadn't met the same fate. She even thanked herself for not doing anything that could have led her to such a fate. That should help you remember. And if you think it will end this easily, you're gravely mistaken. The human body is amazing, it's filled with nerves that help you feel everything through touch. And if you enhance that sensation with magic, even breathing will feel like hell. So, I suggest you answer the questions honestly, or I'll have to resort to more unpleasant methods, Alex said, his cold eyes causing Dionysus to shudder involuntarily. Dionysus didn't understand most of what Alex was saying, but one thing he knew for sure, something terrible awaited him. I'll ask again, where is Erebus? Alex repeated. I haven't seen him for a whole week, Dionysus replied in a trembling voice, clearly not wanting anything more dreadful to happen to him. What did you discuss a week ago before he disappeared? Alex asked, writing down Dionysus's words on the board. He mentioned some grand plans, Dionysus quickly replied, fearing that another finger might be broken. Alex shifted his gaze to Nyx, expecting her confirmation. She understood what he wanted and nodded, confirming Dionysus's words. What was your goal on Deadless Street? Alex asked, returning his attention to Dionysus. And you'd better answer quickly, or I'll have to help you remember again. I was supposed to feed the Hydra with souls filled with fear, Dionysus blurted out, feeling Alex begin to bend his other finger. But why fear specifically? Nyx asked in confusion. Fear is one of the 7 emotional spectrums of power. It's an integral part of everything, Alex replied, glancing at Nyx, who only seemed more puzzled. Couldn't they have used another emotion? Nyx continued to ask, not understanding the reasoning behind such complexity. In such situations, fear is the easiest to evoke. After all, we just watched a movie about a clown that fed on children's fears and only devoured them when they were really scared, Freya interjected, nodding at Alex, who agreed with her words. She's right, but didn't mention that when a person dies with fear as their last emotion, it literally permeates their soul. This makes it a powerful source of energy for dark entities, Alex added, explaining the details. However, Nyx remained confused. I still don't understand, Nyx admitted with an embarrassed tone. All right, I'll simplify it. When a person dies with a dark emotion, their soul absorbs it, becoming excellent nourishment for dark beings. Alex simplified his explanation so even a 5-year-old could understand. Well, now I understand a bit, Nyx said shyly, not wanting to show how difficult the explanation was for her. Alex looked at Nyx, realizing that this stupid goddess still didn't understand his explanations. He sighed heavily, acknowledging that not everyone could be intelligent, and decided to forgive her for this, considering she had spent most of her time alone. Her only interlocutor had been Erebus, who had now descended into madness. What's the emotional spectrum of power? Nyx asked again, prompting even Freya to sigh heavily, unwilling to continue the discussion. The main emotions are rage, greed, fear, will, hope, compassion, and love. Together, they form what's called the emotional spectrum, which emerged at the moment living beings appeared in the universe. Their thoughts and feelings were strong enough to create a whole range of energy, Alex answered, studying Nyx and hoping that she understood at least something. And why these specific emotions? Nyx asked, putting Alex back in a difficult position. I don't know. Ask someone who knows more about it. I'm just saying what I know, Alex replied, clearly tired of her endless questions, which resembled those of a small child. Nyx could only hope that Alex would eventually answer her questions. She couldn't understand why he couldn't just give her a direct answer. Freya, observing this, was beginning to understand why Alex called Nyx stupid. What was the purpose of feeding the Hydra? Alex shifted the topic, turning to Dionysus. It was supposed to evolve into a new, perfect being, according to Erebus, Dionysus answered. Didn't it occur to you that the last thing the Hydra was supposed to consume might have been you? Alex asked with a raised eyebrow. No, I'm not like Nyx. My powers wouldn't have strengthened the Hydra, they would have only created an imbalance within it, Dionysus replied, hinting at Nyx. Nyx's eyes widened, and she was ready to lunge at Dionysus, but Freya gently placed a hand on her shoulder, shaking her head to indicate that it wasn't the right time. Alex, upon hearing Dionysus's answer, nodded, understanding that such an outcome was possible if the Hydra's base was indeed weak. However, once the Hydra had consumed enough souls, Dionysus would become its next victim. Erebus apparently decided to eliminate everyone connected to him. Do you know who is helping Erebus? Alex continued the interrogation. No, Dionysus replied fearfully, looking at Alex in terror, afraid of having another finger broken. Did he say anything about where he gets all these crystals from? Alex continued, observing Dionysus's reaction to gauge if he was lying. He said he created them using his power, Dionysus answered nervously. So, no mention of who is helping him, and he didn't talk about his plans to any of you. Alex began to get angry. He just told us what to do while he took care of his own business, Dionysus averted his gaze, noticing Alex's growing irritation. Alex sighed wearily and leaned back in his chair. He began to ponder what Erebus might be plotting and tried to understand what the god could want now that madness was starting to consume him. There was another possibility of what Erebus could be planning, but it would require the help of a being capable of hiding him. Alex stood up, rolled his board to the far corner of the room, and stared at it, lost in thought. Freya, noticing his tension, decided to approach and find out what troubled him and why he was so irritated. "Darling," she called softly as she moved closer. Alex mumbled, turning to her. "Did you figure something out?" Freya asked, watching as Alex continued to focus intently on the board. "Dionysus is useless. I'll wait until Nyx is done with him and then extract his memories," Alex replied calmly, turning to her. "Perhaps Erebus just wants to implement his old plans, but in a more radical way." Freya thought for a moment and suggested. Alex froze upon hearing her words, and his eyes widened as he realized he had missed the most obvious option. If Erebus wanted to cause chaos to make humanity start evolving, the only way to do it would be to become the enemy of the entire world, forcing it to unite against him. "Freya, have I ever told you how much I love you?" Alex asked with a bright smile. "Constantly," she replied with a tender smile, looking at his joyful face. "You have no idea how much I love you right now," Alex said, lifting Freya and spinning her around. "Darling, did you figure something out?" Freya asked as he continued to twirl her. When the one-eyed dragon appeared, all the adventurers united to fight against it, becoming stronger and creating more powerful weapons, Alex explained, setting Freya back down on the floor. "Yes, but they still lost. Or rather, Zeus and Hera lost," Freya reminded him, placing her hands on his cheeks. "The point is not that, but that they united and started progressing," Alex continued, and Freya began to understand where he was going with this. "Now imagine such a situation on a global scale," he said, and Freya finally realized what Erebus was planning. "You mean Erebus plans to control the dragon and thereby force the entire world to unite," she clarified, wanting to confirm her guesses. "Not control, but rather become the dragon. In many legends, dragons are stronger than gods." "Now imagine a dragon with the power of a god," Alex replied, and Freya's eyes widened with realization. "Then it will be an extremely dangerous enemy," Freya said, looking at him with concern. "Exactly, and it will force all races to unite to defeat him," Alex nodded, beginning to understand Erebus's plan. "And what will you do?" Freya asked, watching as Alex gradually relaxed. "What I always do, prepare to avoid unnecessary casualties," he replied, heading to his desk. "But not today. You need to rest," Freya said, gently taking his hand. Alex felt her touch and turned to see Freya, who was clearly indicating that she did not agree with his plans. He sighed, realizing that it would be better to deal with this with a fresh mind, and agreed with her suggestion. All that remained was to deal with Dionysus, and then he could go to bed. Alex approached Dionysus, who at that moment looked even more nervous, realizing that something awful awaited him. "I haven't received any useful information from you, so you're useless to me," Alex said, looking at Dionysus, who was growing even more anxious. "So I'm going to give Nyx the chance to unleash her anger for everything you've said to her," Alex continued, pointing to Nyx, who had approached Dionysus. "But what should I hit him with?" Nyx asked, looking at Alex. "Just look around. My workshop is literally filled with various items that can help you with that," Alex said, gesturing to the numerous weapon racks. "But if you don't want to kill him, just beat him up, I have something special," Alex added with a sly smile, like an experienced salesman. "And what might that be?" Nyx asked, looking at him. "Follow me, my young Padawan, I'll show you everything you need to vent your anger," Alex replied with a wide grin as he headed towards a cabinet labeled, "For Idiots." Nyx followed Alex, scrutinizing the cabinet with the label. She raised an eyebrow, puzzled as to why it was named that. It hadn't occurred to her that this cabinet was filled with various items intended to deal with troublesome individuals. Alex opened the cabinet, revealing items Nyx had never seen before: clubs, strange black gloves with lightning symbols, an unusual staff with runes, and many other assorted objects. "Choose whatever you want," Alex said, stepping aside. "All this weaponry is non-lethal but can cause a lot of pain. What would you recommend for a fragile girl like me?" Nyx asked with an innocent smile. I think this staff would suit you. It's lightweight and even with minimal effort, it has a significant impact." Alex handed the staff to Nyx, who immediately felt how light it was. Freya watched from the side, shaking her head. She understood that Nyx had easily fallen under Alex's influence, and if this wasn't stopped, she might end up emulating his behavior. With a smile on her face, Nyx approached Dionysus, who, gripped by fear, was unsuccessfully trying to escape. She delivered the first blow with the staff to his abdomen, and Dionysus curled up in pain. Nyx felt something dark awakening within her but ignored it and continued to fiercely beat Dionysus. His screams were muffled. Alex had cast a silent spell to block out his cries. Alex observed the scene, shuddering at how terrifying women could be, especially when seeking revenge. Freya shot him a dry look, understanding that he had once again swayed another person to his side. All the girls who had even a little contact with Alex or trained under his guidance became more ruthless towards their enemies. When Nyx finally stopped beating Dionysus, she was breathing heavily, covered in sweat, but her face shone with a satisfied smile for having vented her anger. Alex shook his head as he watched her. If Erebus had been in Dionysus's place, he would probably have ended up the same way. Familial love quickly fades when someone tries to sacrifice you to a strange entity. I see you feel better, Alex said, wiping the sweat from Nyx's forehead. Yes, but it was very exhausting, she replied in a tired tone. Then you'll also have to go through self-defense training like the other goddesses, Alex remarked with a smile, causing Nyx to flinch. I'll think about it, she said, turning away to hide her nervousness. Don't worry, I won't be harsh. You can ask the other goddesses about the training tomorrow morning, they'll tell you how it goes, Alex assured her. He's right, Freya interjected, it's not difficult, just needs following the schedule and minor requirements, she added, glancing at Dionysus, who had lost consciousness from the pain. I'll think about it, Nyx replied, deciding to ask the other goddesses in the morning, but she still avoided interacting with Hestia out of fear. Since you're done, we can head to rest. By the way, Nyx, which room are you sleeping in? Alex asked, looking at the tired goddess. With a girl named Haruheim. She offered me a room herself, Nyx replied, glancing at Alex, who simply smiled. Haruheim is a nice girl, I think you'll get along. Your personalities are similar. You could call it a mission to find your first friend, Alex said with a warm smile, hoping that Nyx and Haruheim would get along. What do you mean similar? Nyx protested, not understanding why Alex said that. You both are a bit foolish, Alex answered with a light laugh. I'm not talking to you anymore, Nyx declared, turning away in annoyance. Alex teased her a little more by calling her foolish, then turned his attention to Dionysus, who was unconscious and sitting there. He pondered what to do with him next. Alex decided not to waste any more time and simply kill him. But first, he needed to extract his memories. Alex extracted Dionysus's memories and shook his head in disappointment. As expected, Dionysus proved to be utterly useless. All he did was try to prove that gods shouldn't interact with mortals, and that mortals should crawl at their feet like in the old days. Alex sighed, realizing he was dealing with another god who saw himself as superior, took matters into his own hands, and failed. Freya asked what Alex had learned from Dionysus's memories. He explained Dionysus's goals, and Freya also shook her head, realizing how absurd his plan was. Even she understood that not all gods wanted mortals to fear them and grovel before them. Nyx merely scowled, not offering any comments. After killing Dionysus, Alex and the two goddesses went upstairs to finally rest. Alex showed Nyx where Haruheim's room was so she wouldn't get lost. Then he and Freya went to his room to go to bed. Alex entered the room, quickly changed into his night clothes, and collapsed onto the couch like a corpse. Turning onto his back, he closed his eyes, ready to finally rest. Freya, with a gentle smile, took out her nightgown from her bag and began changing. It was a special transparent dress, as if she had prepared for this moment in advance. Approaching Alex, who was already lying on the bed, Freya quietly climbed onto him and lay on top of him, pressing her body against his. Alex felt Freya lying on him and, without opening his eyes, simply embraced her, enjoying the warmth of her body. Freya, feeling his embrace, pressed even closer to him. She brought her face close to his to kiss him and make him open his eyes. Alex felt the tender, warm touch on his lips and opened his eyes, meeting her beautiful violet eyes. You wanted me to rest, didn't you? Alex said, raising an eyebrow after the kiss. Yes, but I didn't say how you would rest, Freya replied with a sweet smile and initiated another kiss. Alex and Freya continued kissing, forgetting everything that was happening around them. All worries faded into the background, they were focused only on each other. After the kiss, Freya laid her head on his chest to listen to his heartbeat, and she enjoyed what she heard. Alex's heart was beating quickly, signaling that he felt the same way she did. Dear, what do you think lies ahead for us? Freya asked, lifting her head and gazing into his eyes. I don't know what the future holds for us, but I know one thing, we will be together, Alex replied with a gentle smile. That sounds like a marriage proposal, Freya said with a light laugh. You could say that. I'm not the most romantic person, Alex admitted, causing Freya's eyes to widen. She wanted to make sure she hadn't misheard. Are you proposing to me? She asked in surprise, looking at Alex, who awkwardly looked away. I told you I'm not the most romantic person, but I did prepare something for you, Alex said, pulling a small box from his pocket. Really? Freya said in amazement. Yes. Freya, I can't say many romantic words, but I want you to always be by my side. Will you stay with me forever? Alex asked, opening the box to reveal its contents. Inside was a silver ring with a purple gem resembling Freya's eyes. Freya was taken aback by the sudden proposal, but seeing Alex's hopeful gaze, she quickly made up her mind and beamed a bright smile, lighting up the dark room where they were. Yes, I agree, she said, extending her hand. Now you definitely won't run away from me, Alex said, slipping the ring onto her finger. Those are my words. For we have eternity together, Freya replied, leaping onto him and continuing to shower him with kisses. What happened next is hard to put into words. But the next morning, Alex descended into the dining hall with a bright smile on his face, while Freya was practically glowing with happiness, showcasing her superiority over the other goddesses. They didn't yet understand what had happened, but upon seeing the ring on her finger, their gazes instantly turned to Alex. He choked under their intense scrutiny, realizing there was no escaping. Accepting his fate as a man, Alex informed the girls that he had prepared rings for them as well, they just needed to wait for a special moment. Only then did everyone relax and start having breakfast. Only Hestia sulked because she wasn't the first to receive a ring. To be continued. I'll say right away that I won't be writing scenes in the bedroom or elsewhere because I feel uncomfortable even just reading them. I apologize to those who were expecting lemons. If you want something like that, it's better to watch a video with such content, it's much more interesting. Chapter 65, Erebus finally makes his move. Waking up early in the morning, Alex felt warmth in his arms, and memories of the passionate night spent with Freya immediately surfaced in his mind. Some moments even made him blush with embarrassment, as they had exchanged some rather intimate words that no one else should ever hear. He looked at Freya, who was sleeping in his arms, resembling a little kitten with a sweet smile on her face. Alex gently kissed her forehead and closed his eyes, wanting to savor this peaceful morning. Freya felt the kiss but didn't wake up. She simply let out a cute hum and nuzzled her nose into his neck, rubbing against it slightly. Then she hugged Alex even tighter, wanting to be closer to feel his warmth. Alex, feeling her embrace tighten, carefully pulled Freya closer to make her more comfortable and rested his chin on her head. Lost in his thoughts, he began to ponder how to counter Erebus when he starts acting. If his theory is correct, Erebus is now on the lowest floor of the dungeon, trying to merge with the dragon. It's possible that someone even helped him capture the dragon to ensure a safe merger. Alex was curious whether weapons against dragons work the same way in this world as in others or if things are different here. While Alex was thinking about plans to counter Erebus, Freya woke up. Opening her eyes slightly, she saw that her nose was buried in Alex's neck. The smile on her face widened as she realized that the past night wasn't just a dream. Remembering the words of love Alex whispered to her during their lovemaking, Freya snuggled up to him even more. Not knowing if Alex was awake, she began to gently nuzzle his neck with her nose, trying to get his attention. When Alex didn't respond, Freya decided to kiss his neck to wake him up. You're awake?" Alex asked, feeling the warmth of her lips on his neck. "Good morning, darling," Freya replied, kissing him on the lips and initiating a new session of kisses. They began kissing, and at some point, Freya was already sitting on top of him, passionately caressing his lips and running her fingers through his hair. Alex held her waist tighter, pulling her closer. "A great start to the day," he said, looking at Freya, who was sitting on him after a passionate kiss. "Every morning will be like this now, darling," Freya said in a sweet tone, making Alex feel like this sweetness would last him all day. "That's nice to know," Alex replied, sitting up and positioning Freya so she would be comfortable. Freya felt that Alex wanted to get up and tried to keep him lying down, but she quickly remembered that Alex was strong enough to do as he pleased. Her worries vanished when he simply sat up, placing her on his lap. Wrapping her arms around Alex's neck, Freya pressed her face to his neck and began gently nuzzling him with her nose. "You're behaving like a mischievous kitten," Alex said, stroking her long hair that cascaded down her perfect back like a waterfall. "For you, I'll be anything you want, darling," Freya replied, gently kissing his neck, causing Alex to feel a pleasant tickle. Alex continued to stroke her hair, enjoying the moment and not wanting it to end. Freya, noticing the peaceful smile on his face, couldn't resist and kissed his neck again, delighted when he slightly shivered. "How should I call you now? Darling, husband, or maybe you want me to call you hubby?" Freya whispered, pressing even closer to him. "You can call me whatever you like, my dear Freya," Alex replied, gently kissing the top of her head. "Then I'll keep calling you darling," Freya said, lifting her head and looking at him with a smile. "Of course, you're practically my wife now, or are you still just my fiancé?" Alex pondered, realizing that he had recently proposed but wasn't sure what she considered herself to be. "Why such an uncertain tone?" Freya asked, her eyes darkening slightly as she looked at him. "I just don't know if you want a wedding or if you already consider yourself my wife," Alex replied. Hearing his words, Freya's eyes returned to normal, and she placed a finger on her chin, deep in thought. Alex watched Freya closely, noticing the struggle within her as she weighed the pros and cons. Finally, she reached a decision and turned to Alex. "I'm not against considering myself already your wife, but I wouldn't mind a wedding either," Freya said after a short deliberation. "But we'll have to wait for the wedding, we still have a lot to do," Alex replied in an apologetic tone. "You're right. And you haven't proposed to the other girls yet," Freya said, glancing at the ring on her finger. "You'll also have to explain it to them, or else they'll give you a fun time," she continued with a sweet smile. "Maybe they won't notice," Alex suggested, a crooked smile appearing on his face. You think they won't see the ring on my finger? Freya asked, showing off her hand with the ring that was too noticeable to ignore. I hope they won't notice it right away so I can hide in the workshop, Alex said with a crooked smile. Freya looked at her future husband and involuntarily shook her head, observing his carefree attitude. Once again, she was convinced that it seemed like two personalities lived within him, one childish and goofy, the other thoughtful and serious. But this was exactly what she liked about Alex, otherwise, she would never have agreed to become his wife. Freya leaned against him, recalling how it all began. At first, she was simply intrigued by the guy whose soul she couldn't see. Then her curiosity grew into a desire to learn more about him, and eventually, she became his fiancée. However, all these details didn't matter to Freya. She eagerly anticipated future adventures with Alex and hoped they would have children to whom she could tell stories about what their father was like in his youth. What are you thinking about? Alex asked, looking at Freya, who was smiling like a child in his arms. About our future and our children, Freya replied, lifting her head and gently taking his cheeks in her hands. I wonder what they'll be like, Alex said thoughtfully, a silly smile appearing on his face. He began imagining a little girl who looked like Freya, calling him Daddy in a sweet voice. This thought firmly took root in his mind, and he made a promise to himself, if he had such a cute daughter, he would spoil her as much as possible. Freya, noticing his silly smile, realized that he was already dreaming about their future daughter and how he would spoil her. I won't let you spoil our child too much, Freya said, guessing Alex's thoughts from the expression on his face. Why not? Every father wants to spoil his daughter, Alex replied with slight surprise, tilting his head to the side. Because she'll end up just like you, causing trouble everywhere, Freya said, narrowing her eyes. I don't cause trouble, Alex objected, looking at her with an innocent expression. Should I remind you about your cult? Freya asked, raising an eyebrow and looking at him with a hint of mockery. Alex froze for a moment at her words but then sighed. I haven't done any raids in a long time. The last time we attacked was the Soma Familia, and after that, I haven't done anything else. Well, except for beating up adventurers who harassed girls, he said in a serious tone. And you did it in the guise of a cult member, Freya noted, looking at him dryly. How do you know about that? Alex was surprised, not understanding how she could have found out. The girls let it slip during one of our family gatherings, Freya replied with a slight smile, causing Alex to look away. Why don't I remember that? Where was I at the time? Alex asked, trying to recall when the girls might have spilled the secret and why no one had told him about it. You were in the workshop, working on your projects, Freya explained, continuing to look at him with a slight reproach. Alex started to think hard about when he might have missed a family evening, and suddenly it dawned on him. He remembered an evening a month ago when an idea came to him, and he ran off to the workshop to finish the project he had started. I think I remember. It was when I was working on the dark crystal detection project for the future, he said when he finally realized what she was referring to. Yes, that evening, Freya confirmed, and her gaze unsettled Alex, making him turn away again. Well, it happens, Alex said with a slight embarrassment. It won't work next time, Freya stated firmly, leaving no room for argument. From now on, you'll rest when needed and work only during designated times. You're already starting to act like a real strict wife, Alex noted, hugging Freya tighter. Otherwise, you'd never leave your workshop, she replied, accepting his embrace with a soft smile. The couple embraced in silence, broken only by their steady breathing. The atmosphere around them was so peaceful that it could make any lonely person envious. But no one was watching them, so they simply enjoyed each other's company, forgetting about everything else. I think we should head downstairs. The others might start getting suspicious and barge into the room, and we're not exactly presentable right now, Alex said, gesturing to their naked bodies. Let them wait, Freya replied, unwilling to let go of their embrace. We'll have more time to cuddle. But for now, let's go to the bathroom, Alex said, lifting Freya in a princess carry. Freya let out a soft squeal of surprise, wrapped her arms around his neck, and smiled at the gesture. Alex carried her to the bathroom to freshen up and wash away the traces of their wild night. They showered together, helping each other. Alex carefully washed Freya's hair, treating it as if it were a fragile and precious treasure that required gentle care. After they finished showering, Alex gently dried Freya's hair and combed it, which delighted her. She savored every moment, enjoying his attention. When Alex was done, Freya wanted to help him with his hair. Darling, let me help you now, she offered, picking up a comb. No need, it dries quickly on its own, Alex replied, brushing his hair back. You look even better with this hairstyle, Freya said, admiring him from all angles. I just pushed my hair back, I don't think it changes my appearance that much, Alex replied with a smile, noticing her intense gaze. You don't usually do that, and it really does change your style, Freya said, standing in front of him and gently kissing him. Well, if you say so. Now, let's go have breakfast, Alex said, taking her hand and heading downstairs. When they descended into the dining hall, where everyone was already gathered and talking at the table, the couple drew attention. Some people ate silently, focused on their plates, while others were engaged in lively conversation, but when Alex and Freya appeared, all eyes turned to them. A bright smile beamed on Alex's face, while Freya looked as if she were glowing from within, her skin appearing soft and radiant. "Good morning. How did you sleep in the new place?" Alex asked, sitting down in an available spot. Haruheim immediately placed a cup of coffee in front of him and smiled sweetly before returning to her seat. "Quite well," Riveria answered for everyone. "I'm glad to hear that," Alex replied, taking a sip of his coffee. "Why did you come down so late?" Loki asked, narrowing her eyes. "Did you indulge in inappropriate activities early this morning?" she continued with a mischievous smile. Alex, who was drinking coffee at that moment, choked and stared at Loki. Some of those gathered even dropped their utensils, and everyone turned their attention to Alex, who was coughing while Freya patted his back to help. "What are you saying early in the morning?" Alex exclaimed, stopping his coughing. "Who knows what you were up to?" Loki replied with a smile, shrugging her shoulders. "Right. You talk too much, Loki," Hephaestus said, looking at Loki, who immediately turned away and began to whistle, trying to hide her smile. As Freya patted Alex's back, trying to ease his cough, all eyes were on Loki, who had turned away and started whistling. The gazes of the assembled moved from Loki to Alex, whose face was clearly displeased with her comments. This continued until Freya removed her hand from Alex's back. At that moment, everyone's attention shifted to her hand, where a silver ring with a purple stone gleamed. It was as if everyone's brains had short-circuited. Even Loki, who had been trying not to look at Alex, turned around and, seeing the ring on Freya's finger, widened her eyes in disbelief. "Freya, where did you get that ring? And why is it on that finger?" Hestia asked nervously, pointing at her hand. "This ring?" Freya asked with a smile, showing it to everyone, and in response, there was an immediate synchronized nod. "Oh, this. Alex proposed to me last night," Freya said, placing her hand on her cheek and smiling sweetly. At that moment, Alex realized he was in trouble, as the girls had noticed the ring on Freya's hand. He did what all the girls at the table shouted, and only Nyx covered her ears from the sudden noise, looking at Alex with suspicion, not understanding when he had managed to do that. Alex immediately realized it was time to run, but all his movements were being watched. He waited for a moment when everyone would be distracted to quietly slip away to his workshop. And when he thought that moment had arrived, he began to slowly rise from his seat, trying to remain unnoticed, but his attempt was futile. He was spotted immediately. "Don't you even think about running away?" Hestia yelled, pointing at him. "Damn," Alex cursed, forced to return to his seat. "When did you propose to Freya? And why wasn't it me?" Hestia asked sternly, crossing her arms over her chest. "It was spontaneous, and I don't regret proposing to her," Alex replied firmly, looking directly at Hestia, who only scowled further. Meanwhile, Freya's smile grew even brighter. "I was the first, you should have proposed to me first and then to the others," Hestia said, revealing the true reason for her displeasure. "Hestia, your thoughts are too obvious," Hephaestus interjected, though she was also unhappy that Freya received a proposal first. If there were to be a sequence, Freya should have been last. "It just happened," Alex said with a slight shrug. "So, when will you propose to me?" Hestia asked, squinting. "To propose to a girl, you need the right atmosphere and mood that won't influence her answer," Alex replied with a slight smile. "And before any of you start asking questions, I want to say that I prepared rings for everyone. We just need to wait for the right moment," he added, and Hestia reluctantly returned to her seat, still puffing her cheeks in frustration that the proposal wasn't hers first. "And what about us?" Lily asked, hinting at the girls interested in Alex. "First, you need to grow up a bit," he replied, looking at them. "At our age, we can already get married," Tiona declared, staring intently at Alex, who only sighed heavily. "Then my answer is the same as for the goddesses," he said, returning to his breakfast. Everyone resumed eating, occasionally glancing at Alex and imagining how he would propose to them. Freya sat at the table, enjoying her breakfast, and every movement showcased her ring, prompting the girls to think about creating the right atmosphere for their proposals. Alex tried not to pay attention to these glances, but he knew he couldn't avoid it forever and would have to find the time to propose to the others at the right moment. A week passed with some changes. Alex proposed to Hestia at the spot where they first kissed. He proposed to Hephaestus in her workshop, kneeling like a true gentleman. Loki's case was a bit unconventional. One night, she attacked Alex while he was asleep. The rest was predictable. In the morning, Loki received her ring with a silly grin and ran off to boast to the others. One significant event was Freya moving in with Alex after his proposal. As expected, one certain catboy was quite displeased with this and could only watch resentfully from the sidelines. Seeing that Freya had moved in, Loki didn't waste any time and showed up at Alex's place in the evening with her belongings, mostly consisting of bottles of alcohol. Alex proposed to Rio right in the middle of her work when he came to the restaurant to return the rolling pin that Mia had thrown at him. When Alex proposed to Rio, another girl appeared, demanding her own ring, to which Alex calmly replied that the time had not yet come. In honor of the occasion, Mia threw a party at the restaurant, but Alex had to foot the bill. A lot happened during that week. Alex was pleased with the events but remained vigilant at all times. He spent all his free time in his workshop, preparing for the impending battle with the entity that was lurking, waiting for its moment. Alex prepared many things that could come in handy in the fight and patiently waited for Erebus to make his move. One important preparation was altering the runes on the 18th floor. If Erebus was indeed hiding there, he needed to be locked in so he couldn't leave the dungeon and threaten the peaceful inhabitants. Alex planned to fight him in a place where Erebus couldn't maneuver freely. This continued throughout the week until one morning when an earthquake shook all of Orario. Alex, who was asleep at the time, immediately woke up, feeling the ground beneath him tremble. A small object on the nightstand glowed brightly, signaling the event. Alex got up, grabbed the small plaque, and smiled, realizing that his guess was correct. Erebus was indeed hiding in the dungeon, blending in with the dragon. At that moment, the blanket next to Alex shifted, and red hair peeked out from underneath it. So it's begun, Alex muttered to himself, looking at the small plaque in his hands. What's going on this morning? Came a sleepy voice from under the blanket. It seems our friend Erebus has made his move, Alex said, looking towards the voice. Has he decided to show up? Loki asked, emerging from under the blanket and looking at Alex in surprise. Most likely. This thing shows that the runes I set up on the 18th floor have been activated, Alex said, tossing the small plaque in his hand. So what do we do now? Loki asked, fully waking up. Exactly what we planned. While I fight Erebus, the rest of you will handle the monsters that might appear, Alex said, stretching. Alex stretched, got up from the couch, and began dressing, preparing to go downstairs to talk to the others. Loki quickly dressed and followed him. As they descended the stairs, Alex noticed that the girls were already fully geared up, which pleasantly surprised him. They reacted faster than he had expected. Looks like everyone's ready, Alex said, coming down the stairs. What's going on? Hestia asked in a sleepy tone, still not fully grasping what had happened. Our old friend has decided to make an appearance, Alex said, standing before everyone. These words resonated with the group. The girls, already dressed in their battle gear, tightened their grips on their weapons, realizing they were about to face the final villain. Hestia, who had been sleepily rubbing her eyes, suddenly widened them, understanding that the day had come when Erebus decided to reveal himself. Dear, what's the plan? Freya asked, looking intently at Alex, who had changed into his Virgilius outfit, preparing for the battle with Erebus. He hadn't worn this outfit in a long time but decided it was worth it for the final showdown with one of the main villains. He even swept his hair back for a more dramatic effect. We'll follow the plan, activate the barrier, and while I fight Erebus, you will deal with the monsters that escape from the dungeon, Alex said, summoning Yamato into his hand. Are you sure you'll win? Hestia asked anxiously, looking at Alex. I've been preparing all week, creating various gadgets in case someone tries to interfere with my battle with Erebus. I hope the one hiding behind the scenes will retreat, Alex said, heading towards the exit. And one more thing, ladies, he added, turning to the group of girls. Don't even think about dying. With those words, Alex led his group forward, heading towards Babylon. Along the way, they encountered worried citizens, confused about what was happening with the dungeon and why there had been an earthquake. When Alex's group reached the square near Babylon, they saw that it was already filled with adventurers anxiously watching as the massive tower shook with every tremor. Clear the way. Alex shouted, pushing through the crowd of adventurers blocking their path. Hearing his shout, the adventurers were about to respond roughly, but when they turned and saw Alex, they swallowed their words and began to part like the sea before him. Soon, Alex's group reached the entrance to Babylon, where Freya's and Loki's family members were already standing with serious faces, closely watching the trembling tower. When they heard the approaching footsteps, everyone turned and saw Alex's group drawing near. He stopped before them to explain the plan. As soon as I enter the dungeon, activate the barrier. And try to clear the square of people to avoid the panic and crush that might occur when the monsters break out, Alex said, addressing his group. We won't let you down, Finn responded on behalf of Loki's family. I won't let them through, Otter added in a serious tone. We'll give it our all, Lily said, with the other girls nodding in determination. Satisfied that everyone was serious, Alex nodded and, with a determined expression, headed towards the dungeon entrance. As he approached the entrance, a shout came from behind him, and he turned around. Be careful. Hestia shouted, waving her hand in farewell. You take care too, my little goddess, Alex said with a smile, before turning back and continuing on his way. Hestia, watching as Alex entered Babylon, clenched her hands over her chest, praying for his safety. On her hand sparkled a silver ring with a blue stone, reminiscent of the sky. Hephaestus approached her friend, placed a hand on her shoulder, and nodded to show her concern. For a moment, her gaze lingered on the ring on her own hand, which was similar to Hestia's ring but with a red stone reminiscent of her eyes. Be careful, Hephaestus thought, watching the retreating figure of Alex. Alex approached the entrance to the dungeon and looked down, lost in memories. He recalled the very first moment he stepped into the dungeon, carving his way through 10 floors. He remembered his first victory over the Goliath and the place where he met his little companion Lily, who was then a tearful girl afraid to stand up to her tormentors. Now, she had become strong enough to defeat a Goliath on her own. A smile passed across Alex's face as he remembered all the events and people he had encountered on this adventure. These memories were precious to him, as they reflected his journey and achievements in this world. But the sudden earthquake reminded him of the present danger. Stones began to fall from the ceiling. Alex snapped back to reality, interrupting his reflections. Taking a determined step forward, he leaped down into the dungeon, ready to face the enemies that awaited him inside. To be continued. Chapter 66, the beginning of the battle against the abomination. Alex landed on the first floor of the dungeon and took a deep breath, gathering his thoughts and focusing on the upcoming battle. He paused for a moment, then slowly made his way deeper into the floor. His steps were cautious and unhurried, his gaze scanning the surroundings to ensure no adventurers had risked staying in such a dangerous place. As he walked along the wall, Alex ran his hand over it, recalling all the adventures he had experienced with his friends and family. His thoughts were centered on the past when he suddenly felt a strange vibration under his fingers. Alex stopped and concentrated, trying to understand what this sensation was. He directed a flow of mana into the wall, and his eyes widened in surprise as a sarcastic smile appeared on his face. So that's how you accelerated the fusion process, Erebus, Alex muttered, sensing the changes in the dungeon. A clever move, using the dungeon's own mana as a catalyst. Alex clenched the wall, and it began to crumble as if it were made of brittle material. Deciding to check how serious the situation was, he directed an even more powerful flow of mana into the dungeon's walls. However, to his surprise, the flow only reached the 20th floor before it bounced back, as if encountering an invisible barrier. This didn't sit well with Alex. Up to the 20th floor, there was no trace of mana in the dungeon walls, which usually permeated the entire space. What's going on here? Alex wondered and decided to continue forward to investigate. He wasn't worried that Erebus would reach the surface since he had set up a barrier that should keep him contained below the 18th floor. But as Alex delved deeper into the dungeon, the situation worsened, the earthquakes intensified, and the intervals between them shortened. Alex continued walking, keeping his hand on the wall, sending out new pulses of mana, but found nothing. It seemed as if there had never been any mana in the walls. Perhaps he's taken control of the dungeon core, and now it's fueling his new body instead of the dungeon, Alex mused, quickening his pace. But why can't the pulse go past the 20th floor? That's strange. When he sent an even more powerful flow of mana downward through the dungeon, something unexpected happened. The flow encountered an invisible barrier that seemed to resist but eventually broke through. Alex felt his mana enter an empty space, as if into a vacant room, where it simply dissipated. This is very strange, Alex thought, growing more alert. I'd better hurry. Alex stopped wasting time investigating and hurried to the 18th floor, where the barrier was set. As he approached the 18th floor, the earthquakes grew stronger. Finally, when Alex arrived, he carefully inspected the barrier but found no flaws. This meant that Erebus hadn't yet reached this level. Now I need to focus before the battle and try not to destroy everything around, Alex thought, lighting a cigarette to clear his mind and fully prepare for the upcoming fight. He stood in silence, listening to the sounds within the dungeon, trying to pinpoint where Erebus was now. Judging by the noises, Erebus was forcing his way through the floors, causing the intense earthquakes. Alex realized that after merging with the dragon, Erebus had become significantly stronger and probably more cumbersome, given the noise his actions were causing. Alex stood on a ledge, calmly smoking, watching the center of the floor as he awaited Erebus's arrival. The earthquakes grew stronger, and Alex knew the confrontation was inevitable. So, you're already here, he thought, jumping down into the center of the 18th floor. Alex carefully watched his steps, trying to sense Erebus's presence, which felt unnatural. The sensation was sticky and repulsive, like a murky swamp in a foggy forest. When Nyx had said she and Erebus were alike, Alex expected to feel something similar to her energy, but now he sensed something entirely opposite, disgusting and hostile, contradicting life itself. Deciding not to delay his preparations, Alex summoned Beowulf. Attack is the best defense, Alex thought, pulling his hand back and clenching his fist, gathering energy for a strike. He focused and waited for Erebus to approach, preparing to strike and shatter the floor of the level. The wait was short. Alex felt the first impact against the floor, causing cracks to spread throughout the level, but they quickly closed due to the barrier he had set up in advance. Alex removed the barrier beneath him to allow himself to strike, and at that moment, a wide crack formed right under his feet, and he fell through. The first thing he saw after the fall was a gigantic, grotesque figure so immense it was impossible to view it fully. But Alex did not hesitate, he unleashed a fully charged blow towards the figure. "Surprise, motherfucker!" Alex shouted, his strike creating a powerful shockwave that made the entire dungeon tremble. The blow sent the enormous figure downward, destroying everything in its path. Alex propelled himself through the air to follow up with another attack. "Here's another one for you, asshole," Alex said, delivering a powerful kick to the monster's body. The impact caused another shockwave, causing the dungeon walls to start collapsing. Meanwhile, on the surface, a group of adventurers watched as Babylon shook with every tremor coming from the dungeon below. Members of Alex's group anxiously observed, waiting for the right moment to activate the barrier. "Freya, do you know what's going on?" A stern but aged voice came from behind the group. "Urun, what brings you here?" Freya asked, turning around to see the chief god approaching them. Urun, dressed in his familiar black cloak with a hood and white robe fastened with a simple leather belt, came closer. Freya was surprised by his arrival, knowing he was usually occupied with containing the dungeon to prevent monsters from breaking through to the surface. "Aren't you supposed to be dealing with containing the dungeon to prevent events like this?" she asked, looking at Urun who had approached closer. "This morning, I lost connection with the dungeon and can no longer control it," Urun replied, looking at Freya, who simply nodded in response. Urun looked around and saw members of Freya's, Loki's, and even Hestia's families gathered in front of the Babylon entrance. "I should be asking you, what are your families doing here at such a time?" Urun said, directing his gaze at Freya. "I'm waiting," she replied curtly, continuing to watch the changes in the dungeon. "And what are you waiting for?" Urun inquired, noting the trembling of Babylon. "When he starts making a move," Freya answered, not taking her eyes off Babylon. "So, that kid is already in the thick of it, as usual," Urun said, narrowing his eyes. He remembered the mortal he had met during the war game, who had attacked Apollo without a shadow of fear or doubt, even with other gods and adventurers around. Urun did not know why he had not punished that mortal and decided to talk to him, but something told him that this person meant no harm to anyone in the city. Urun looked back at Babylon, feeling a wave of anxiety. He thought that the dragon sealed at the bottom of the dungeon might have somehow escaped. He did not like this thought. Urun turned to Freya, deciding to get more details from her. "Do you know what's happening there?" he asked, standing next to Freya. "No, but we'll need help from the guild." Freya shook her head in denial. "What kind of help is needed?" Urun asked, looking at Freya with concern. "We need everyone to leave the square to avoid getting in the way if monsters appear," Freya replied, watching Urun, who appeared deep in thought. "Are you going to activate your husband's barrier again?" Urun asked, stroking his chin. "How do you know he's my husband?" Freya asked, raising an eyebrow in surprise. "Haha, just because I spend most of my time in the prayer room doesn't mean I don't hear the rumors." "By the way, congratulations," Urun said with a smile, which made Freya smile as well. Freya glanced at the ring on her finger, gently caressing it, her eyes glowing with warmth. Urun, watching her, couldn't help but marvel at how much she had changed since this mortal had come into her life. "But you still haven't answered me," Urun said, pulling Freya from her thoughts. "Yes, I'm going to activate the barrier when everything starts," she replied calmly, meeting Urun's gaze. Alex believes monsters might appear when he engages in battle. He thinks monsters might escape from the dungeon. Urun asked thoughtfully, realizing that it was indeed possible. "Most likely," Freya nodded. "That's why I'm asking for help from the guild to clear everyone out of the square so they don't get in the way if monsters appear. Do you think these adventurers might interfere?" Urun asked, looking around at the crowded square. "I expect monsters similar to those on Deadless Street to appear. These people would be easy prey for them," Freya answered, not taking her eyes off Babylon. Urun looked at Freya, amazed by her concern for strangers. The old Freya would never have paid them any attention, and now she was clearly trying to avoid unnecessary casualties. "You've changed, Freya," Urun commented. "How?" she asked with interest. "Become kinder, one might say," he replied. "I'm doing it only because my dear doesn't want unnecessary casualties." Freya dismissed his comment with a light smile, which only made Urun smirk slightly without commenting further. Urun turned to his assistant, a man in a black cloak and mask that concealed his face. He instructed him to get the guild to clear the square. The assistant, somewhat surprised by the order, inquired about the reasons. Upon hearing about the potential appearance of monsters similar to those on Deadless Street, he set off to carry out the order without further questions. Urun watched the assistant leave, then turned back to Babylon, observing the tower shaking from the impacts. Time seemed to slow down, each second stretching into eternity. The noise in the square gradually subsided until it was completely empty. Only the muffled sounds of tremors from the dungeon remained. "Freya, the square is empty. When are you going to activate the barrier?" Urun asked, noticing her nervously clutching a small black box. Freya was about to reply when she was interrupted by a powerful jolt, much stronger than the previous ones. The earthquakes came one after another, as if someone were striking them. Now, she replied briefly, activating the barrier that enveloped all the buildings in Orario. Urun looked around in surprise. Until now, he had only heard of the barrier from his assistant's reports. Attention everyone, stay alert. Monsters may appear at any moment, Freya addressed her group. I hope your husband can handle it, Freya, Urun said with a frown. He will, Hestia interjected, having heard Urun's words. Turning his gaze to Hestia, Urun noticed a similar ring on her finger and was pleasantly surprised to learn that she too had bound her fate to the same mortal. Without saying another word, Urun continued to silently observe Babylon. Meanwhile, Alex continued to strike the enormous monster, sending it lower and destroying each floor they broke through. Every time the monster's fall slowed, Alex would hit with renewed force, helping it overcome the next obstacle. Can't you just fall to the bottom of the dungeon? Alex thought irritably as he delivered another blow. Each of his strikes inflicted serious damage on the monster, causing it to roar loudly. But no matter how hard Alex hit, the monster's wounds healed almost instantly. This bastard is too resilient, Alex thought, watching as another wound healed from his punch. This went on for a while until Alex noticed they had reached a vast chamber that was vastly different from the previous dungeon levels. It seemed specially designed for the giant monster that resided here. Alex landed another blow, accelerating the monster's fall. When the monster finally hit the floor, Alex heard a dull thud signaling they had reached the bottom of the dungeon. With one more powerful strike, Alex leaped to a safe distance and began to carefully observe the monster. As the creature recovered from the fall, Alex saw a colossal dragon, about 40 meters long with a wingspan of 70 meters. It was the largest monster Alex had ever seen in this world. The dragon rose from its impact point, spread its wings, and roared loudly, presenting itself to Alex in all its terrifying glory. The creature looked like something dark and grotesque, as if it had crawled out of the darkest nightmares of mankind. Its body had no scales, instead, it was covered in bones that served as a sort of armor. When the dragon lowered its head to look at its attacker, Alex noticed its eyes were unusual. One eye was normal, yellow with a vertical slit like all dragons. The other eye looked sinister, as if thousands of eyes had fused together, eternally interlocking. The dragon's body seemed to be made of some substance resembling mud and slime but strong enough to withstand blows. Its limbs were deformed, as if additional body parts had been attached to make it even more horrifying. What a disgusting dragon, Alex thought, observing the monster that was hard to even call a dragon. The dragon ceased its roar and focused its gaze on the one responsible for its current predicament. Its eyes narrowed as it recognized Alex. Yu, the dragon howled loudly, and its roar created a powerful wind that swept across the chamber. Alex stood calmly in place, unmoved, coldly observing the dragon that roared in his direction. So, Erebus didn't lose all his sanity after turning into this, Alex thought, examining the abomination before him. The dragon's voice was filled with immense resentment mixed with madness. It's all your fault. You're to blame for everything, the dragon roared. What am I to blame for? Alex asked calmly, and the dragon, hearing his words, only grew more enraged. If it weren't for you, I would have already carried out my plans, the dragon roared, and madness began to appear in its eyes, becoming harder to contain. It's not my fault you're an idiot with a stupid plan you couldn't execute properly, Alex replied loudly enough for the dragon to hear. You're to blame, to blame, to blame, the dragon shouted, completely losing its sanity and descending into madness. Alex watched as the dragon repeatedly yelled the same word and roared loudly. He realized that Erebus had fully transformed into a mindless monster, driven only by a desire to destroy and cause chaos. Didn't he know that you shouldn't trust someone who gives you power as if it were candy from a pocket? It looks like we won't be having a conversation anymore, Alex thought, staring into the dragon's mad eyes, whose golden scara was beginning to change, resembling the other eye. The dragon roared loudly and lowered its head. Black energy began to pool in its mouth, resembling flame but with something far more sinister. Alex squinted, realizing he'd better avoid such a strike. The dragon expelled a stream of black energy toward Alex. He instantly took a stance to draw his sword and cleave through the energy stream directed at him. As the energy dissipated, Alex noticed it hit the wall and immediately caught a foul stench of decay mixed with other disgusting odors. He turned and saw the wall starting to melt, turning into something revolting and vile, repelling just by its appearance. And how am I supposed to kill you? Alex muttered quietly, examining the monstrosity in dragon form. Alex used one of his skills and appeared above the dragon in an instant, delivering a swift horizontal slash, intending to cut the monster in half. The blade of his sword sliced through the dragon's flesh, cutting its body in two. However, its instant regeneration quickly rejoined the two halves. That's just unfair, such rapid regeneration, Alex grumbled, teleporting to another spot to continue observing the dragon, which was still roaring and firing energy projectiles in all directions. Alex wanted to test how much damage this abomination could withstand, so he took a stance and drew his sword in the blink of an eye. The sound of space being cut reverberated through the chamber, and lines began to appear around the dragon and on its body, like cuts on glass. Soon, there was a characteristic sound of shattering glass, and the dragon broke apart into pieces, falling silent. But in an instant, it had reformed to its peak condition and, roaring, charged at Alex with even greater speed. "You're to blame," the dragon continued to roar, repeating the same accusation. "You've said that already," Alex replied calmly, teleporting to the ceiling and watching as the dragon crashed into the wall with a thunderous impact. The collision with the wall caused a massive crack that reached the ceiling, with large stones beginning to fall. Alex, standing upside down on the ceiling, watched the dragon turn toward him and start charging a new attack. It seems it hasn't reached full strength yet. It looks like it's going through an adaptation process, Alex thought, observing the dragon preparing an attack in his direction. In an instant, Alex appeared beneath the dragon and delivered a powerful kick to its jaw, forcing its mouth to close before it could unleash its energy charge. The dragon felt its mouth snap shut but was unable to abort the attack. The energy exploded inside its body, tearing its innards apart and scattering them across the chamber. These remnants, like living organisms, began to crawl back toward what could still be called a dragon. Alex closely watched the dragon as it tore itself apart, searching for weak spots. His attention was drawn to a sphere inside the dragon's chest, standing out sharply among the other body parts. "So this is the dungeon's heart," Alex thought, examining the massive orb filled with a colossal amount of mana. "Let's see how weakened you get if I rip this out of your body," Alex said, moving toward the recovering dragon. Sensing danger, the dragon turned its distorted, mutilated mouth toward Alex, but its attacks couldn't stop him. Alex dodged each energy charge, getting closer and closer. When Alex was almost at the heart of the dungeon, he felt a threat and instantly teleported to a safe distance. Just in time, the dragon's body erupted with purple energy, spreading in all directions like a shockwave. Alex quickly created a barrier in front of him to shield himself, but the energy still obstructed his view. When the view cleared, a new dragon faced him, larger and stronger than the previous version. Apparently, in this extreme situation, the creature had undergone another evolution. The dragon was now twice as large, and its bony armor had darkened and thickened, fitting even tighter around its body. The dragons had now had additional eyes that spun erratically, as if each one were living its own life. The dragon began to resemble the monsters from Lovecraft stories. Black miasma oozed from its body, mixed with purple streams, creating an even more sinister appearance. At that moment, Alex felt like lighting a cigarette and hugging one of his goddesses. The monstrosity before him had become stronger, which meant the battle was going to drag on. "Well, fuck," Alex thought, lighting a cigarette and looking at the new dragon. "I could really use a nap right now," he said, releasing a puff of smoke and watching as the dragon slowly absorbed the miasma seeping from its body. "Looks like it'll take some effort to kill you," Alex said, tossing the cigarette butt aside and preparing for battle. "Alright then, round 2. Let's see how much more you can take or if you manage another evolution before I finish you off," he added, removing his barrier and heading towards the dragon. Alex lunged forward, aiming to strike first while the dragon was still recovering from its evolution. The monster's numerous eyes were unfocused at that moment, helplessly scanning the space and failing to notice Alex closing in. To be continued. Chapter 67, Battle Against the Dragon's Second Phase. Alex immediately charged at the dragon, which had taken on a new appearance after its evolution. The dragon, still not fully accustomed to its new powers, was disoriented, its numerous eyes spun wildly, unable to focus on Alex. This gave Alex an advantage. He leaped to the dragon's head level, preparing to deliver a devastating blow aimed at its neck. However, just as Alex raised his sword for the strike, all the dragon's eyes suddenly focused on him. The dragon sharply retracted its head, avoiding a decapitation, and the sound of slicing air accompanied the miss. Alex was surprised that the dragon managed to react and dodge, although the sword still left a small cut on its neck, from which black, tar-like blood began to ooze. Teleporting to a safe distance, Alex watched with interest as the wound on the dragon's neck healed instantly, and the blood flowed back in reverse, as if rewinding. He squinted, realizing that the dragon had become significantly stronger, gained better instincts, and was now able to react to attacks that were previously fatal to it. Interesting, it managed to dodge but still took damage. It seems the evolution not only increased its strength but also improved its instincts. It looks like there's a struggle inside the dragon, and possibly 3 entities merging, Alex pondered, bringing a cigarette to his lips and observing the energy flows within the creature. He understood that the dragon was gradually realizing its power. The immense amount of energy inside its body suggested the possibility of another evolution that could further enhance it. Alex concluded that the dragon's strength had increased approximately 10-fold compared to its previous stage. However, he did not rush to reveal his trump cards, knowing that the battle might be observed, and any lapse in vigilance could lead to an attack from a lurking enemy. Its regeneration has become even more absurd. I wonder what it's capable of now. Alex continued to ponder as he watched the dragon. Meanwhile, the dragon, regaining clarity of mind, inspected its massive claws as if not fully comprehending what had happened. Its aura flickered between flames and then extinguished, reminiscent of a character skill test in a game. Suddenly, its numerous eyes fixed on Alex, who stood at a distance, observing the creature's actions. The dragon opened its mouth and let out a powerful roar, sending a sonic shockwave that destroyed everything in its path. When the dust settled, the area where Alex had stood was completely destroyed, littered with debris from the walls and ceiling. But Alex was nowhere to be seen. The dragon began to search around until it heard a voice from above. Do you realize it's impolite to interrupt when someone is thinking? Alex stood on the dragon's head, and all the eyes instantly turned to him. Up close, your face looks even more revolting, Alex continued, lifting his foot. Sensing something amiss, the dragon started violently shaking its head, trying to throw him off. It's too late. Seismic step, Alex muttered, and his foot began to glow, ready to deliver a crushing blow. When the dragon heard Alex's words and felt his foot descend on its head, it fully experienced what it meant to be crushed by an entire mountain. Alex used a combination of weight and gravity magic to intensify the pressure, aiming to crush the dragon's head. With a dull thud, it struck the ground and began to sink into it under the unbearable weight. Alex wanted to test how much the dragon could endure and continued to increase the pressure, making its head sink deeper. Your body has become tougher than before, Alex noted, watching as the dragon sank into the ground under the immense weight. If you used to resemble slime, now you look like a skeleton with muscles swapped around, he added, lifting his foot once more and bringing it down with force. After the second strike, the dragon's limbs, resisting the pressure, made a cracking sound, like breaking bones. Alex increased the pressure, and the cracking grew more pronounced as the bones finally broke under the force. If you want, you can tell me when to stop, Alex said, looking into the dragon's mad and furious eyes, which never left his figure. The dragon let out a low growl filled with rage. Alex merely smirked and increased the pressure even more, breaking the dragon's limbs completely, which now emitted a repulsive cracking sound. Even though your body has become tougher and you have gained more strength, you still can't resist when the weight of your body keeps increasing. In the end, you are just killing yourself, Alex coldly remarked, looking down at the dragon. Alex prepared to deliver another blow to maximize the effect of his magic and completely destroy the dragon's body when he noticed that energy was beginning to accumulate strangely in the creature's head. He thought the dragon was preparing to unleash another stream of flames. But his assumption was wrong, the energy was not being directed to its mouth but was gathering in the numerous eyes focused on Alex. Suddenly, the dragon's eyes began to fire lasers, destroying everything around. From a distance, it resembled a disco, but much more destructive. Lasers obliterated walls, and anything caught in their path melted and crumbled into dust. You're a dragon. What the hell are you doing shooting lasers from your eyes? Alex exclaimed, standing on a wall that was unaffected by the lasers. The dragon ignored Alex's shout and quickly recovered. Its previously broken and twisted limbs healed immediately, becoming even stronger than before. Accumulating energy in its mouth, the dragon shot it as plasma towards Alex, who instantly teleported to a place where the dragon couldn't see him. Alex watched as the plasma destroyed walls, realizing that the dragon was getting stronger with every second. It seems this monstrosity keeps evolving right before our eyes, Alex thought, standing on the ceiling directly above the dragon. He noticed that the dragon's limbs had become denser after recovery. I only remember one creature that shot lasers from its eyes, and it's definitely not from this genre, he mused, recalling a creature from a game he once played. Although, if you look closely, they are somewhat similar. Since I remembered, I'll have to note this down and visit that world if I get the chance, Alex thought to himself and refocused on the dragon. The dragon continued to spew plasma, destroying walls, ceiling, and floor. The areas where molten lava flowed were covered in black miasmas, which rose like steam above the lava streams. Alex squinted at the mist settling on the floor. I wonder what this black mist is, Alex muttered, tossing the first object he found from his pocket to test its properties. But when he realized what he had thrown, he just sighed wearily. That was my last candy, he thought sadly, watching as the candy touched the floor in slow motion, its wrapper melting along with it and turning into slime. So, this mist has a strong corrosive effect, Alex noted, stroking his chin and sitting on the ceiling where he stood. As Alex analyzed the situation with the dragon, it suddenly stopped spewing plasma from its mouth and froze. Its numerous eyes feverishly darted around, trying to locate the target. No corner escaped its gaze. The dragon's attention was drawn to an object that fell from the ceiling to the floor and instantly melted. All the dragon's eyes immediately focused on the spot where the object fell, and it finally noticed Alex, crouching on the ceiling and observing it. As soon as the dragon saw its target, it began to accumulate plasma in its mouth again, preparing to attack. Alex noticed that he had been spotted and could only click his tongue in irritation, realizing he had lost his last candy and revealed his position. But as the dragon began concentrating its power for a shot, Alex instantly appeared above its head, ready to strike. Do you think it will work a second time? Alex smirked, kicking the dragon's head with such force that it immediately dropped downward, causing the plasma charge it had been accumulating to fire directly at his feet, beginning to melt the ground. I let you fire to see what you're capable of. Don't get too conceited about it, Alex said, jumping back and, turning around, struck the dragon in the side with all his might, sending it crashing into the nearest wall. The dragon, hitting the wall, lost its concentration, and its eyes began to move erratically, as if each had gained its own consciousness. It shook its head, trying to regain composure, and soon its eyes refocused on Alex, who stood on a stone platform he had created to avoid contact with the ground. Alex watched as the dragon quickly recovered and noticed a small detail. When the dragon lost concentration, the other eyes on its head began to move erratically, which might mean a struggle for dominance within its body was ongoing. I wonder what's happening to Erebus's soul now, Alex thought, noticing that the energy, which had been chaotic after the impact, had normalized and was beginning to merge with the dark part once again. Recovering, the dragon redirected its plasma stream at Alex. This time, it didn't accumulate energy but released it instantly, as if it no longer required time. The plasma stream was smaller, but its destructive power remained the same. The plasma raced across the floor towards Alex, rising like a directed laser. Alex immediately leaped aside, avoiding the stream, and pushed off from the air platforms he had created. Where the plasma had passed, explosions began to occur, like a chain reaction. He's getting stronger and better at controlling his power. He used to need to accumulate energy for a strike, but now he can do it continuously, Alex thought, dodging another attack from the dragon. Alex ran along the wall, evading the plasma stream that pursued him like an inevitable leech. As he fled, energy began accumulating in the dragon's body, heading towards its head. Alex noticed out of the corner of his eye that the dragon's eyes began to shine again, and its face twisted. Not again. Alex shouted, continuing to run from the plasma. You're a dragon, not a disco ball, he yelled, watching as energy accumulated in the dragon's eyes. The dragon ignored Alex's shouts. As the energy reached its peak, plasma streams burst from all its eyes, aiming directly at Alex. Thousands of beams covered every possible escape route. Realizing the attack was imminent, Alex grimaced and used teleportation to appear directly beneath the dragon's belly. Once there, he glanced at the wall hit by the plasma, and his expression turned vacant. Does this dragon have no other attacks? Alex thought, lighting a cigarette and ignoring his location. Aren't dragons supposed to combine physical strength with magic, he wondered, releasing rings of smoke. How to kill it so it doesn't evolve any further? Alex pondered as a drop of viscous black liquid fell right in front of him. Alex looked up, and what he saw made his mouth twist into a grimace and his eye twitch. A massive mouth, full of thousands of sharp teeth, opened above him, dripping with black, tar-like liquid. Instead of a tongue, the mouth contained tentacles, writhing chaotically in search of a target. Are you fucking kidding me? Alex exhaled, staring at the enormous mouth stretching along the dragon's entire body. The tentacles writhing inside the massive mouth suddenly sensed something and stopped their chaotic movements, beginning to tremble in anticipation of food. In the next moment, they surged towards Alex, eager to grasp and devour him. Alex deftly dodged the numerous tentacles, which left behind trails of black liquid that corroded everything they touched. He tried to avoid getting hit by these deadly appendages to protect his clothes. At that moment, unpleasant memories of a genre he loathed resurfaced, and the sight of these tentacles only heightened his disgust, making him shudder at the thought of his possible fate. Oh no, you definitely won't catch me. I taste terrible, Alex quipped, dodging the tentacles. As he finished his cigarette, he threw it directly into the dragon's mouth. Try this for flavor, Alex said, unleashing a stream of flames after the cigarette that immediately engulfed the dragon's mouth. You haven't tasted anything this spicy. The dragon's mouth blackened, turning into charcoal, but even the scorched parts began to heal quickly, and teeth reappeared in place. Sensing the damage, the dragon roared loudly and swung its tail underneath its belly, hoping to hit Alex, who had dared to set it on fire. Alex, focused on the attack, suddenly felt a powerful tug behind him and saw the approaching tail. He managed to bring up Yamato to block the strike, but the force of the hit sent him flying at such speed that he broke the sound barrier. Alex crashed into the wall, leaving a crater with himself in the center. Shaking off the dust, Alex continued to observe the dragon, which was undergoing strange changes. What's happening with this laser dragon now, he thought, looking at the dragon, which had reared up on its hind legs, exposing a mouth on its belly. Inside the mouth, besides the teeth and tentacles, a massive eye appeared, glowing with madness. Alex stared blankly at the scene, unable to comprehend what genre he had ended up in. Since when did I enter Resident Evil, he thought, gazing at the eye in the dragon's mouth. Well, since you've exposed your weak spot, let me strike it. A bow made of black flames appeared in Alex's hands. He drew the string, and a fiery arrow began to form. Alex shot the arrow at the enormous eye, and it immediately struck the target, enveloping the entire body of the dragon in flames. The dragon roared in pain, crashing against the walls and floor, trying to extinguish the fire, but to no avail. Realizing it couldn't handle the flames, the dragon's wings folded around itself like a cocoon, attempting to shield it from further attacks. Alex squinted, realizing that something was happening to the dragon's body again. Taking advantage of the moment, he cast a spell to clear all the black mist that had risen high enough to obstruct the fight. As the mist dissipated, Alex saw the destroyed floor, covered in massive boulders and solidified lava from the dragon's attacks. Pushing off the wall, Alex moved toward the dragon, which had sheltered itself with its wings. But as he approached, a massive mouth emerged from behind the wings, ready to swallow him. Alex instantly leaped up, finding himself directly above the dragon's head as it extended out of its cocoon. While Alex was in the air, the dragon's tail, which had acquired a sharp tip during its changes, shot towards him, intending to impale him. Just as the tail was about to pierce Alex, he managed to hit only an afterimage, while he himself was already at the base of the tail, ready to cut it off. "This is for trying to turn me into a donut twice," Alex said, delivering a powerful blow to sever the dragon's tail. The dragon felt its tail being cut off and, letting out a deafening roar, began to thrash wildly against the ground and walls, trying to vent its fury and destroy Alex. "Hey, I'm right here!" Alex shouted, drawing the dragon's attention, which was raging with fury over the loss of its tail. "This is just the beginning. I'm going to cut you up so you can't regenerate," he added, leaping towards the dragon. Alex continued his movement, sheathing Yamato and preparing for the next attack. The dragon, seeing his approach, let out a furious roar but chose not to use its plasma beam this time. Instead, it swung its massive paw, intending to crush the elusive opponent. Alex accelerated as he saw the dragon's paw coming towards him. At the last moment, when the paw was about to strike him, he stopped right in front of it, and the paw slammed into the ground. Taking a combat stance for a lightning-fast attack, Alex vanished in the next instant and reappeared behind the dragon, putting his sword back into its sheath. The dragon turned its head towards him, ready to roar, but small wounds began to appear on its body, which instantly expanded into massive gaping wounds, from which black blood poured, flooding its body and the ground beneath it. The dragon's body crashed heavily to the ground, unable to remain standing due to the numerous wounds. Alex turned around and prepared to deliver another series of strikes, making sure the dragon wouldn't have time to regenerate the damage. If the damage keeps accumulating, it won't be able to recover quickly and will deplete its strength faster. Then it won't be able to undergo another evolution, Alex thought, watching as the dragon's regeneration slowed down. "Now let's see how quickly you can regenerate your limbs this time," Alex said, drawing his sword and delivering a powerful horizontal slash. Sensing danger, the dragon managed to move away in time but still lost one of its paws, which fell to the ground with a thud. At the same moment, tentacles began to grow from the severed paw, writhing towards the dragon as if it had gained its own consciousness. Alex continued to strike with his sword while the dragon desperately tried to dodge, but its body was still covered in new wounds, worsening its condition. While Alex was focused on the attack, he didn't notice the unattended dragon's paw mutating into a grotesque creature covered with numerous glowing eyes and mouths making incomprehensible murmuring sounds. Noticing this abomination, Alex shifted his attention from the dragon to the strange creature, slowly approaching him as if trying to sneak up. "What the hell are you?" Alex muttered, looking at the vile creature. The creature, as if sensing that it had been noticed, suddenly lunged towards Alex, trying to engulf him. "Not gonna happen. I'm not some magical girl, that won't work on me," Alex said, striking forward with his hand, destroying the creature. The creature exploded into tiny fragments, scattering its remains around. "And now, just to be sure," Alex said, sending a wave of fire across the ground to incinerate the remains of the grotesque creature. While Alex was distracted by the strange creature, the dragon seized the opportunity, flapping its wings to create a powerful gust of wind and soaring upwards, trying to leave the area and not waste any more time on the strange man fighting it. With each flap of its wings, the dragon gained height faster. Alex felt the gust of wind and saw the dragon rising through a hole in the ceiling, heading towards the surface. He frowned, realizing that something was wrong. "Hey, aren't you a big, scary dragon meant to kill everything you see and instill terror just by your presence?" Alex shouted, catching up to the dragon. "Come back here and fight me like a proper dragon," he continued, following it. "You're supposed to scare me before you eat me." Alex noticed that the dragon wasn't responding to him and continued to flee, which made him frown. Using his teleportation, he instantly appeared on the ceiling of the 19th floor, separated by a barrier from the 18th. Standing on the ceiling, Alex watched as the dragon's body grew larger as it approached him. He took position, preparing for a powerful lunge, and waited for the right moment. "You shouldn't have run away," Alex said coldly, watching the approaching dragon. What was Guy's technique again? Ah yes, night butterfly technique. With those words, he made a powerful lunge, so swift that it shattered the entire 19th floor. Enveloped in the aura of a crimson dragon, Alex slammed into the dragon, driving it downward through the dungeon. The impact was so forceful that it warped the very fabric of space, sending the dragon back into the depths of the dungeon. To an outside observer, it might have seemed like a massive crimson dragon was literally breaking through the dungeon, aiming to reach its bottom. To maximize the damage, Alex used a spell to increase the weight and gravity around the dragon during its fall. When they reached the bottom floor, the impact was so strong that it destroyed several floors above, expanding the space. Alex jumped aside, waiting for the dust to settle to assess the dragon's condition. Lighting a cigarette, he calmly waited for the dust to clear. To be continued. Chapter 68, the end of the battle with the dragon and the death of Ereb. After slamming the dragon into the dungeon's bottom with maximum force, Alex leaped back as far as possible and lit a cigarette, waiting for a reaction from his defeated opponent. Pressing the lit cigarette to his lips, Alex took a deep drag and glanced at the dragon's crash site. However, no sounds came from that area, as if nothing had fallen there at all. Alex looked around, assessing the destruction caused by his attack. "Well, that's what I expected from a secret technique," he remarked, eyeing the debris around him. "Good thing I did this in the dungeon. If that kind of strike had hit the surface, the entire city would have been wiped out," Alex added, raising his eyes to the ceiling, which was no longer there, revealing a massive hole extending far upward. Shifting his gaze back to the crash site, Alex listened intently, trying to discern what had happened to the dragon. The silence around him was broken only by the sound of falling stones and the smoldering of the cigarette in his mouth. The dust from the dragon's fall refused to settle, making it impossible to see what was happening at the epicenter. Despite this, Alex remained vigilant, awaiting the dragon's next move. "Hey, are you alive down there?" he shouted towards the cloud of dust. "If you're alive, just roar so I can hit you again." Alex called out again when he heard no response. When there was still no reaction, he frowned, puzzled by the dragon's lack of movement and sound. Before, no matter how much damage the dragon took, it always roared and thrashed about, but now it was completely silent. This made Alex wonder, was this dragon really that weak, or had the combination of the secret technique with gravity magic had such a lethal effect on it? Is it really dead? Alex thought, tossing away the cigarette butt. "I need to check," he decided, heading toward the dragon's crash site. Moving slowly forward, Alex used magic to disperse the dust that stubbornly refused to settle. As he approached the center of the enormous hall, he noticed a crater far exceeding the dragon's size. Walking up to the edge, he peered down but couldn't make out the dragon's silhouette due to the lingering dust. "Hey, are you alive down there?" Alex shouted, standing at the crater's edge. "Are you really so weak that you couldn't survive that hit?" he added, but again received no response. Clearing away the last of the dust, Alex saw only a mass of flesh, mixed with bones and covered in black blood. The dragon's remains showed no signs of life, and even the echoes of its energy were gone. In this mess of flesh, there was nothing that resembled a living creature. Alex tried to sense even the faintest trace of energy, but his efforts ended in disappointment. Even the chaotic energy flows that had previously roiled within the dragon's body were now completely absent. "Hey, get up," he shouted, kicking a stone toward the dragon's mush. The stone fell into the dragon's remains and disappeared, covered in black blood. Alex grimaced in disappointment. The dragon seemed to be truly dead. "I spent so much time preparing, and you ended up dying so easily," Alex complained, crouching down and staring into the crater. He continued to search the dragon's mush, hoping to see some sign of life, but it was all in vain. Rubbing his brow, Alex straightened up, realizing that the battle was over and there was no reason to stay here any longer. "Well, since you're really dead, I'm out of here," he muttered, walking away from the crater. "That means I'll have more time to watch movies," Alex thought with a smile, pulling out a new cigarette. As Alex pondered how he would spend the rest of the day, he brought the lighter to his cigarette, ready to light it. But at that very moment, a pillar of light, shimmering with violet and black hues, shot up into the sky behind him. Alex's hand froze near his mouth, and his eye twitched in annoyance. The battle was clearly not over yet. The energy emanating from the center of the crater far exceeded the dragon's power up to this point. "Not again," Alex muttered, turning to look at the black and violet pillar of light rising towards the dungeon ceiling. "I should have just burned the remains and gone home. But no, I decided to play with the corpse, shout at it, and throw rocks." Alex mentally berated himself, watching the unfolding scene with a blank expression. A vein bulged on his forehead out of anger. He had been looking forward to going home, relaxing, and starting to plan his travels to other worlds. But this situation was beginning to irritate him. What started as fun was now just exhausting. Alex tried to count how many times he should have already killed this creature in the form of a dragon and sighed wearily, realizing he was to blame for what was happening. And what kind of evolution is this Pokemon dragon going through now? "This is the third time during our fight," Alex mumbled, watching the pillar of light that refused to die down. He pondered how the dragon's evolution was occurring, absent-mindedly stroking his chin, trying to piece everything together. If in the first stage it was like a liquid, that could be called the body formation phase. In the second stage, it grew muscles and bones, the beginning of an organism. And in the third, will it develop skin and gain full control over its body? Become even stronger? Alex speculated, running various scenarios through his mind. He observed the pillar of light, wondering what form the dragon would take after what seemed like its final evolution. It was logical to assume that after each stage, it became more resilient. The pillar of light began to gradually shrink, becoming more transparent. I used to think you should never let an enemy grow stronger, but now I'm curious to see what comes of this, Alex thought, watching as the energy slowly dissipated. I wonder if it'll resemble Lovecraftian monsters or something out of Bloodborne. Or maybe something entirely new, he muttered, seeing the pillar of light nearly disappear. When the pillar vanished, Alex moved towards the crater to get a glimpse of the dragon's new form and satisfy his curiosity. I wonder what you've turned into, he asked aloud, approaching the edge of the crater and peering down. But what he saw left him frustrated. Instead of seeing a new monstrous form, he found a violet cocoon where the dragon's remains had been. What the hell? What was all that light show for? Couldn't you have just taken your new form right away? Alex shouted in irritation, kicking a rock towards the cocoon. Rubbing his eyes, still annoyed, Alex continued to throw rocks at the cocoon, waiting for some kind of reaction. Doesn't the enemy usually reveal their new form to the hero after a light show like that, he thought, but the cocoon remained silent and motionless. Seeing nothing happening, Alex began to wonder. Could this cocoon be empty? Like a box with nothing inside, he mused, stopping his stone throwing and crouching down, never taking his eyes off the strange formation. If nothing changes, I'll just destroy it and go home, he decided, already preparing to use force. Great plan. Alex smiled, anticipating the end of this boring, drawn-out battle. But just as he raised his hand, ready to destroy the cocoon, it suddenly began to crack. The cracks slowly spread from top to bottom, covering the entire surface. The cocoon was crumbling, and a large chunk fell to the floor, raising a cloud of dust. Alex was about to disperse the dust when suddenly, a figure burst out of the cocoon at incredible speed, making it impossible to make out. What the hell is this? Alex thought in surprise, realizing that the dragon still hadn't said its final word. Alex looked around, trying to spot anyone or anything that had left the cocoon. What is this? Alex began, but he was interrupted by a gust of wind rapidly approaching him. A dark figure suddenly darted from the right side, attacking with frenzied speed. Alex reacted instantly, dodging the blow. The creature's strike was so powerful it caused a strong gust of wind and destruction around. Alex, throwing his head back, saw a black, scaled fist fly past his face as if in slow motion. The impact kicked up dust, making it impossible to see who had attacked. All he could see was a hand raised in front of his face. You know, it's rude to attack without warning the opponent, Alex said, grabbing the creature's hand. And now you'll face the consequences, he added, squeezing the hand so tightly that the crunch of scales and bones was audible. He held the creature's hand firmly, not letting it escape. Then Alex kicked the creature with such force that its hand remained in his grasp. The blow was so strong that the creature crashed into the wall, and the dust that was kicked up scattered in all directions. Alex glanced at the detached humanoid scaled hand and gave it a slight shake. It looks like this dragon Pokemon has shrunk and taken on a more human form, Alex thought, examining the hand. Shifting his gaze to the creature he had sent crashing into the wall, Alex decided to see what had become of it. Now let's see what you look like, he said, heading towards the impact site. Looking at the hole in the wall, Alex heard no sounds or signs of movement and frowned. Could it be so weak that it died from one blow? Or did I overdo it, he thought with a wry smile. While Alex pondered whether he might have accidentally killed the final stage of the dragon, a hand appeared from the wall, human-sized but covered in scales. Following it, a head with a pair of black dragon horns and long black hair emerged. The face appeared pale, visible through the swaying hair. As the creature fully emerged from the wall, Alex was able to see it clearly. The dragon's new form resembled a tall, pale man with long black hair and a pair of horns on his head. His eyes were an unusual color, like the night sky illuminated by the northern lights, with a dragon's pupil in the center. He stood over 2 meters tall, with skin covered in scales in some places, and a line resembling a bone castle running down the center of his torso. The remaining hand was completely covered in scales with sharp claws on the fingers, and black, tar-like blood oozed from the spot where Alex had torn off the previous hand. Below the man's waist was a dark mass emitting miasmas. This new form surprised Alex, who had expected the dragon to assume a final, gigantic form but ended up taking a humanoid shape. Alex and the creature, now in humanoid form, stared at each other, unblinking. Their silent duel did not last long. The creature shifted its gaze to its severed hand in Alex's possession, then to the spot where it used to be, and frowned. Alex was unsure what was going on in the creature's mind and decided to probe its thoughts, curious about how developed it had become. Hey, it looks like this is yours. Want me to return your hand? Alex shouted, waving the detached hand in front of the creature. The creature watched the movement of its hand, held by Alex, without taking its eyes off it. An idea flickered through Alex's mind on how to use this to his advantage. Now catch this, as a kind gesture I'm returning it to you, Alex shouted, throwing the severed hand toward the creature. The creature focused its gaze on the severed hand that Alex threw, not noticing as Alex disappeared at the same moment. When it reached out with its healthy hand to catch its lost limb, Alex suddenly appeared right in front of it, already poised for attack. You shouldn't get distracted by your opponent in a situation like this, Alex said, and with a powerful strike to the head, he drove the severed hand directly into the creature's face, sending it flying across the hall. Its mind is like that of a newborn baby, Alex voiced his thoughts aloud, watching where the creature flew. He kept a close watch on the spot where it had crashed. When the dust settled, Alex saw the creature devouring its own hand. Once it finished, a new, seemingly stronger hand grew in place of the severed one. Alex frowned, realizing the creature was getting stronger by the second. Deciding it was best to make it expend all its energy on regeneration rather than evolution, Alex went on the offensive. Instantly appearing in front of the creature, Alex unsheathed his sword and delivered a vertical strike, aiming to cut the opponent from groin to head. But just as the blade was about to reach its target, the creature suddenly moved to the side, and Alex's sword only cut through the wall, leaving a deep mark. Narrowing his eyes, Alex adjusted his grip and immediately delivered a horizontal strike. However, despite the long mark left on the wall behind the creature itself remained unharmed. Alex frowned, unable to understand what had just happened and why his attack had failed. He leaped back, trying to make sense of the situation and understand why the strike missed. Watching the creature, which remained still, Alex pondered deeply. I hit it twice before, but those hits didn't cause significant damage, except for the severed hand. When I tried to cut it the first time, it dodged, and the second time, it stayed in place, Alex thought, keeping the creature in his line of sight. I need to figure out why the second sword strike didn't work, he said, formulating a plan. Alex approached the creature, closely observing the changes in the energy flow surrounding his opponent and how it moved within its body. But as Alex got closer, he heard a faint mumbling coming from the creature. Squinting, he listened, trying to understand what it was saying. What he heard made him frown. Who am I? The creature muttered, looking at its hands. Why was I created? It continued, trying to grasp its essence. What is my purpose? The creature said, looking at the approaching Alex. That's not my problem, Alex replied, stopping a few steps away. Then who are you? The creature asked, staring intently at him. I'm the one who's going to kill you and go home to sleep, Alex said calmly, not breaking eye contact. What is death? What is its purpose? The creature mumbled again. You'll find out soon, Alex said, and with that, he instantly closed the distance to the creature and delivered a sword strike, aiming to behead it. However, the creature managed to dodge at the last moment, and only a thin cut was left on its neck, from which black blood began to flow. The creature needed a moment to comprehend what had happened. It touched the cut on its neck, looked at its hand covered in its own blood, and emotions began to flicker in its eyes, emotions that hadn't been there before. I remembered who I am, the creature said, its voice now firm and confident. And I remember you, it exclaimed, pointing at Alex with anger in its eyes. Alex squinted, realizing that the creature before him was starting to regain its composure, and its chaotic thoughts were beginning to organize and make sense. I am Erebus, the god of eternal darkness. Ereb roared loudly, creating a shockwave with his voice. And you're the bastard who's been thwarting my plans, he said with malice. So you managed to become self-aware amidst all this chaos. I must admit, that's impressive, Alex said, beginning to clap his hands, trying to enrage Ereb so that he would lose control again and fall into madness. Your arrival ruined everything. All my plans went to ruin because of some damned mortal meddling in things that don't concern him. Ereb's voice was seething with rage directed at Alex. You're wrong about that. You messed up the moment you decided to accept help from that creature, Alex replied calmly, shaking his head and ignoring Ereb's hysteria. How could you possibly know that? Ereb asked, narrowing his eyes. Just guessed, Alex shrugged. A mortal can't know such things, Ereb said skeptically. I know more than you can imagine. Now, enough wasting time, I still need to get home, Alex said, drawing his sword and pointing it at Ereb. After speaking, Alex instantly appeared in front of Ereb, intending to strike, but Ereb reacted faster and counterattacked. Alex, noticing this, raised the sword's sheath to defend himself. Ereb's strike hit the sheath, causing Alex to take several steps back. You've grown stronger, Alex noted, shaking his hand. You will die here, mortal, and then I can carry out my plans, Ereb declared, suddenly appearing in front of Alex. Seeing his movement, Alex immediately dodged to the side, avoiding the blow. Ereb continued to attack fiercely, but each of his strikes only hit an afterimage of Alex, who was dodging with incredible speed. Alex expertly blocked and redirected Ereb's attacks, not allowing him to inflict any damage. You've gotten stronger, but you're still just as clumsy, Alex taunted, jumping to a safe distance. With my new power, you cannot escape, Ereb growled, as purple energy began to accumulate in his chest. Alex raised an eyebrow, watching the scene unfold. Ereb's chest started to open up like a giant mouth, gathering plasma inside. Alex grimaced, realizing that despite his new state, Ereb was still using old tactics. At that moment, Ereb released a column of plasma toward Alex, intending to obliterate him. The plasma column was massive and hurtled towards Alex, ready to engulf and destroy him. When the plasma struck the spot where Alex had just stood, a huge crater filled with lava and black miasmas was left behind. Ereb began relying on his enhanced senses to detect Alex's presence. Not sensing him, Ereb was about to smile, thinking he had rid himself of the enemy who had constantly thwarted him. But his joy quickly turned to disappointment when he heard an annoying voice behind him. In your previous forms, you also shot plasma at me. Maybe it's time to come up with something new. Alex stood behind Ereb, also looking at the lava-filled crater. Ereb didn't respond. Instead, he turned and kicked, which Alex dodged by crouching. Without wasting any time, Alex struck Ereb's knee, knocking him off balance. Ereb lost his footing and collapsed to the floor. Alex raised his leg, intending to crush Ereb's head. The kick landed directly on the right side of Ereb's face. You should have tried harder, Alex said, increasing the pressure with his foot, aiming to crush Ereb's head. Ereb felt the pressure on his head intensify and tried to escape. But Alex didn't give him a chance. He applied even more force, and Ereb's head burst like an overripe watermelon. Finishing with Ereb, Alex removed his foot and squinted, waiting for further actions from the remains of his body. While Alex waited to see what would happen next, a powerful energy erupted from Ereb's body, propelling him a significant distance away and creating a strong wind in the room. A new Ereb emerged before Alex, with sinister wings growing on his back, covered with numerous eyes glaring at Alex with hatred. Just because you've grown wings doesn't mean you can beat me now. Alex shouted, looking at the airborne Ereb. We'll see, mortal, Ereb replied with contempt, and the eyes on his wings began to glow, releasing streams of plasma towards Alex. Alex began to deftly dodge the plasma bursts coming at him in huge quantities. This is old news, come up with something new. Alex yelled, continuing to evade the attacks. Ereb ignored Alex's taunts, only increasing the intensity of the plasma bursts. If you want to play for real, then bring it on. Alex said, disappearing from his spot. He reappeared at a distance and summoned Chastafol, instantly revealing its true form. Let's see if you can hold him off for me for a while, Alex said, and Chastafol glowed as it assumed its new form. The true form of Chastafol, Guardian Mode, Alex declared, and a massive green stuffed bear appeared behind him, looking like a pumped-up version of a regular stuffed bear. Hold him off for a while, I need to prepare, Alex ordered, and the bear strode towards Ereb with large steps. Ereb, noticing the new opponent, couldn't react in time as the bear sent him flying with a powerful blow. Meanwhile, Alex focused on the inner power he had been restraining, so as not to destroy everything around him. Come on, you're part of me, so you should work as needed, Alex muttered, concentrating on his source. Inside him, the power, like an ocean previously calm as a sea during a calm, began to churn, preparing for action. Great, now, just like we practiced, Alex said, noticing the Guardian flying past him in a pitiful state, with severed limbs and a massive hole in its chest. Is this all you're capable of? Ereb sneered, slowly approaching Alex. You're mistaken. Everything I've used so far is meant to avoid resorting to my primary power, Alex replied, looking up at Ereb. But now, I think it's time to end our battle, he said with a smile on his face. Ereb suddenly felt a severe threat to his life and quickly approached Alex, who had a mysterious smile on his face. Everything around Ereb seemed to slow down, he saw Alex raising his crossed fingers. At that moment, Alex's words sent a chilling cold down Ereb's spine. His instincts screamed to run, but the distance between them was so small that Ereb had no chance left. Alex calmly watched as Ereb approached, showing no emotion. He crossed his index and middle fingers, raising them to his face level, and, looking at the enemy who was now ready to strike, smiled. Domain expansion, annihilation of all things, Alex said calmly, directing his gaze at Ereb. At that moment, the world around them lost its colors, everything turned black and white. Ereb froze, his hand extended toward Alex's face, remaining motionless as if the entire world had suddenly stopped. But suddenly, his hand began to vanish, slowly disintegrating into particles as if it had never existed. Ereb collapsed to the ground, as if he had hit an invisible wall. What have you done? He screamed, feeling his body weaken and disintegrate into fragments. I've destroyed your body and soul, and now you're disappearing irretrievably. That's exactly what I meant, Alex replied coldly, watching as Ereb's limbs gradually disappeared. A mortal shouldn't possess such power. Ereb whispered, feeling his life slipping away with each passing second. I never said I was a mortal. I am the Demon King from another world, Alex said, continuing to watch calmly as Ereb's body disintegrated halfway. Ereb suddenly began to laugh madly, gazing up at the ceiling. What's so funny? Alex asked with a frown, not taking his eyes off the dying enemy. Who would have thought I would be defeated by the Demon King, not the hero? Ereb whispered, looking up as if trying to see the sky. Anything to say before you go? Alex asked, observing as only half of Ereb's body remained. Tell Nyx I sincerely regret how I treated her. Ereb said weakly, looking at Alex. I will pass it on. Now farewell, God of Darkness Ereb. It was fun destroying your plans, Alex replied, watching as only Ereb's head remained. Goodbye. Perhaps things could have been different if we had met earlier. Ereb whispered one last time and disappeared completely. Alex watched the spot where Ereb had died for a while, then took a deep breath. He pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and looked up at the ceiling. Perhaps before his death, Ereb had managed to rid himself of his madness and achieve mental clarity. But it no longer mattered, he had caused much harm and even secured the support of a dark entity. Nyx might never forgive him, or she might accept his apologies and move on. Who knows? But Alex decided he would keep an eye on that foolish goddess, Nyx, for she might be left alone. Alex finished his cigarette and realized that fighting villains did not always bring joy, especially with ones like Ereb, who had simply gone astray at one fateful moment. Alex glanced once more at the place where Ereb had disappeared, and, taking a deep breath, decided it was time to return. To be continued. Chapter 69, The Beauty in the Dungeon or How to Save a Friend's Mother. Alex tiredly gazed at the shattered ceiling of the dungeon, a remnant of his battle with Erebus. Finishing his cigarette, he was about to head home when he suddenly sensed something nearby. His first thought was that the enemy lurking in the shadows had finally decided to strike. But soon, Alex realized it wasn't darkness, it was pure mana, palpable in the air. Shifting his gaze to the source of this strange sensation, he noticed a large orb of mana floating in the spot where Erebus had just been. Where did that come from, ran through his mind as he stared intently at the orb. Alex couldn't fathom how it had appeared. When Erebus disintegrated, there was nothing left. So where did this orb come from, he pondered aloud. Approaching the orb, Alex cautiously took it in his hands and began to study it closely. After a thorough inspection, he concluded that it was the dungeon's heart. If I understand this correctly, this must be the dungeon's heart. But didn't it merge with Erebus and the other part, he thought, looking at the orb now in his hands. So many questions and so few answers, Alex muttered, deciding not to dwell on why the heart had reverted to its original form. His main concern now was where to place the heart and how to restore the dungeon. After the battle with Erebus, everything below the 18th floor had been completely destroyed. What am I supposed to do with you now? Where should I put you so you can start doing your job? Alex grumbled, shaking the dungeon's heart as if it were a magical fortune-telling ball. He shook it several times, hoping for an answer, but was met with nothing but silence, which made him sigh tiredly and rub his forehead. Not that I really wanted an answer from you anyway, he muttered, glancing around. The first thing that came to mind was to restore at least part of the dungeon floor so he could get a better look around. After doing so, Alex began searching for any clues that could help him figure out how to use the dungeon's heart. And still, what to do with you? If I take you with me, how will adventurers earn money, he muttered, tossing the heart in his hands as he tried to think of a way to restore the dungeon to its former state. Suddenly, the hand tossing the mana orb froze. Alex realized he had forgotten one important detail. I need to purify you again, just in case there are any remnants of that filth that merged with Erebus, Alex said, using purification magic at full strength. The light from the spell was so bright that it illuminated a large area around him. After finishing the purification, Alex inspected the heart again for any defects or damage. Seems like everything is in order now. But where to put you, he muttered, trying to find a suitable place for the heart. Alex began sending out mana pulses to locate the right spot, slowly walking around the hall, hoping he hadn't missed anything. As he sent out another pulse, he suddenly stopped, his eyes widening in surprise. He sensed signs of life. This shocked him, as no one should have survived such a battle. Alex headed towards the source of the strange sensation. Reaching a wall that seemed unremarkable, he squinted and began examining it closely. And what's wrong with this wall? Alex muttered, carefully inspecting it, feeling that a living organism was hiding behind it. Wasting no time, he punched a hole in the wall and found himself in a spacious room filled with various items, from gold to jewelry. Alex looked around in surprise, unable to understand how this room had survived the battle and all the attacks from the dragon, who had furiously fired lasers from its eyes. Ignoring the treasure around him, Alex moved towards the source of the life signs he had sensed. As he got closer, he narrowed his eyes and began to clear away everything obstructing his view of the anomaly. Who or what was hiding here while I was fighting the dragon, he muttered to himself, pushing aside heaps of gold and various items. Finally, after removing all the obstacles, Alex found a massive crystal with a woman sealed inside, who strangely resembled someone he knew. She looks a lot like Ace, but older, he muttered, carefully examining the woman inside the crystal. Her golden hair and light armor made her almost identical to Ace, though with more mature features. Without further delay, Alex shattered the crystal encasing the woman. He caught her before she could fall and hurt herself. Alex noticed that the woman in his arms was still breathing but remained unconscious. He gently laid her down on the ground and began checking her for injuries. After a quick examination, Alex realized that her body was slightly weakened, probably because the one-eyed dragon had been feeding off her strength before it was forced to merge with Erebus. Alex healed all her injuries and waited for her to wake up. "Are you planning on waking up anytime soon?" Alex said, crouching next to the woman. He lightly poked her cheek with his finger, waiting for a reaction. The woman's eyelids fluttered slightly as if she was about to wake from a long sleep. Slowly, she opened her eyes and met a pair of rainbow-colored eyes staring at her with curiosity, or at least that's what she thought. "Who are you? And where am I?" she asked, trying to make sense of her surroundings. "Don't you remember where you are?" Alex asked, observing her confusion. "I remember fighting the dragon," the woman murmured, and suddenly her eyes widened as if she had just recalled something. "The dragon. We need to leave before it comes back." She abruptly stood up and grabbed Alex's hand, intending to lead him out of the area. "Don't worry about the dragon. It's already been dealt with," Alex said calmly, trying to reassure her. "Thank goodness," the woman whispered, but then she froze, as if she remembered something crucial. "Where's my daughter? What happened to her?" Her eyes filled with desperation, and tears began to well up, as if she had lost something very dear to her heart. "No need to cry. Maybe I can help. What's your daughter's name?" "I might know her," Alex said, trying to comfort her and verify his suspicion. "My daughter's name is Ace. I have to find her," the woman said, anxiously looking around. "If your daughter looks just like you, then she's fine," Alex replied. The woman froze, and a moment later, she was standing in front of Alex with such speed that it even surprised him. "You know my daughter? She's okay. Where is she now?" Questions poured out of her one after another, so quickly that Alex barely had time to keep up with their meaning. He looked at her with a blank expression, trying to process her words. Unconsciously, he compared the woman before him to Ace. Unlike Ace, who always kept her emotions in check, this woman wasn't shy about expressing them. Growing tired of the endless stream of questions, Alex simply covered her mouth with his hand and sighed, unable to comprehend how Ace could have such a talkative mother. "All right, that's enough. I'll answer all your questions one at a time," Alex said, keeping her mouth covered to finally silence her. "First of all, your daughter is safe and currently above ground. She's joined the Loki Familia. Now, I'm going to remove my hand, and if you have any more questions, please ask them one at a time." The woman nodded, accepting his words. "Then let me ask, who are you? And what happened to the dragon?" she asked, examining Alex from head to toe. "My name is Alex. I'm sort of a friend of your daughter. As for the dragon, it's dead," Alex replied. The woman's eyes sparkled, not because of the dragon's death, but rather at the mention of her daughter's friend. "So, my little Ace has a friend, that's so exciting," she exclaimed, placing her hands on her cheeks. "Maybe you could tell me your name?" "It's a bit awkward talking without knowing how to address you," Alex said, trying to distract her from her daydreams. "Oh, right. My name is Arya. And you probably already know my last name," she replied, waiting for Alex's reaction. "Nice to meet you," he nodded in response. "Since we've been introduced, could you tell me what happened to my daughter while I was in the dragon's clutches?" Arya asked, and Alex pondered how to answer, as he didn't know much himself. "About 1,000 years have passed since your disappearance." "I don't know everything," Alex admitted. Arya froze, unable to believe her ears. 1,000 years, she asked nervously, looking at him. "Yes, 1,000 years, Alex calmly repeated. "What has happened to my daughter all this time?" Arya mumbled, trying to process what she had heard. "She's fine, and she's not as old as you might think. She, like you, was sealed in a crystal until Loki removed the seal," Alex explained, and Arya felt relief. "I'm so glad my little girl is all right," Arya said with tears in her eyes and a smile on her face. Alex decided to comfort Arya by telling her about how Ace had lived all this time, how she had met new friends and family, and how she had strived to become stronger to save her mother. "My little angel, how you must have suffered," Arya said, hearing about Ace's life, and mentally thanked Loki's family for helping her daughter. "Not that she suffered, she just had to fend off Loki, who tried to look up her skirt," Alex mumbled without thinking, immediately realizing he had said too much. "You mean to say that the goddess was harassing my daughter?" Arya asked with narrowed eyes, and a strong wind began to rise around her. "Not that she succeeded. She was always stopped. And then I took over that job," Alex tried to calm the angry mother. I'll have a word with that goddess for harassing my daughter," Arya said with a frown. "Don't bother, she already stopped after I gave her a couple of lectures on proper behavior," Alex replied, recalling Loki, who had looked like a ghost after those lectures. "Are you lying?" Arya asked, raising an eyebrow. If you want, ask your daughter yourself when you meet her, Alex shrugged. Arya scrutinized Alex, trying to discern if he was lying, but seeing no change in his expression, she smiled. I can see from your eyes that you're telling the truth, Arya said with a smile. Alex looked at Arya and couldn't understand how her mind worked. She was like a mirror image of Ace, but with a completely different personality. He sighed wearily, realizing that he might have yet another hyperactive personality in his life, capable of making quite a commotion. Alex decided to smoke a cigarette to calm down and sort his thoughts, as the day had only just begun and so much had already happened, the battle with the dragon that had evolved like a Pokemon, and now it turned out that Ace's mother was alive. All these events were weighing heavily on him. What are you doing? What's that thing you have in your hands? Arya asked, looking at Alex, who was silently smoking and whose eyes seemed a bit tired. This is called a cigarette, it helps me relax, Alex replied, exhaling smoke through his nose. Can I try? Arya asked, moving closer and trying to take the cigarette from his hand. No, Alex said, holding the cigarette above his head so Arya couldn't reach it. But why? Arya asked, puzzled, jumping to grab the cigarette. Alex's eye twitched at Arya's childish antics. Are you sure Ace is your daughter? Alex asked with irony, watching the woman jump, trying to reach the cigarette. Of course. I carried her in my womb for a whole 9 months, Arya replied proudly, placing her hands on her hips. Why do you ask? You're so different. You seem like an adult, but you're behaving like a child who's seen something new, while Ace is your complete opposite, calm and balanced, not counting her difficulty in expressing her thoughts, Alex said, comparing the personalities of mother and daughter. Ace has always been like that, but she's still my sweet little girl, Arya said with a bright smile. Well, as you say, Alex shrugged. All right, it's time to leave. I still need to finish things here and return to the surface, Alex said, heading towards the exit. I agree. I can't wait to see my little Ace, Arya nodded, following Alex. Alex and Arya left the hidden room and found themselves back in the main hall, where the battle had recently taken place. Alex immediately began studying the dungeon's core, hoping to understand how to use it to restore the damaged dungeon. Arya, coming out behind him, looked around and her eyes widened in surprise. The walls and ceiling were completely destroyed, and the room where the dragon had once lived was almost entirely wrecked, made even bigger by the collapsed walls. When Arya looked up, her mouth fell open in astonishment. The ceiling separating the floors was simply gone, replaced by a huge hole through which other levels could be seen. What happened here to cause such destruction? Arya murmured, staring at the hole in the ceiling. Did he do all this while fighting the dragon, she wondered, looking at Alex, who was fiddling with a mysterious mana orb. But how can a person possess such power? Perhaps this is what my husband meant when he said a hero would one day appear who would meet our daughter, Arya said softly, reminiscing about her late husband. These words brought a flood of memories of her past life. If her husband hadn't faced the dragon back then, perhaps they would have had a peaceful and happy family life. But if doesn't exist. Her husband acted like a true hero, facing the inevitable disaster in the form of the dragon. Though he perished, he managed to wound the dragon, like the heroes in the fairy tales she had read to her daughter. How I wish you were here, Albert, Arya whispered, tears in her eyes. How I wish none of this had happened and we could watch our daughter grow up together, she said, wiping away her tears. Don't worry, Albert. You can rest in peace. I will make up for everything we owe our daughter, Arya said, her eyes blazing with a determined fire, as if she had made an important decision. Alex heard Arya's murmurs and, turning to her, was slightly surprised by her behavior. At first, she was shocked, then saddened by something, and then her eyes lit up with a fire, as if she had found the will to continue the fight. Alex realized that she had probably remembered her husband, who died in the battle with the dragon, but then also thought about her daughter, deciding not to give up and to continue living. Well, mothers are all like that, ready to go through fire and water for their children, Alex said quietly, nodding to himself as if he understood what Arya was thinking. All right, let's get back to this thing and figure out how to use it, he said, refocusing on the dungeon's core. Alex continued examining the dungeon's core, trying to understand how to use it. In the process, he realized that the current amount of mana in the core was clearly insufficient to power the entire dungeon. He decided to first fill the core with mana and then figure out how to apply it. Well then, let's see how much you can handle, Alex said, channeling a massive amount of mana into the core. Arya, lost in her memories of her family, felt the change in the atmosphere and turned to Alex, who was causing these changes. She saw a huge amount of mana streaming from all directions into the object Alex was holding. The flow of mana towards the core was many times more powerful than what she had felt from the dragon. In comparison, the dragon seemed like a weak flame, while the dungeon's core in Alex's hands resembled a vast firestorm burning as brightly as the sun. What is he planning? Arya wondered, watching Alex's actions. How is he able to control such an amount of mana without getting harmed in the process? She marveled, observing how a mana hurricane formed around Alex, which was being absorbed by the dungeon's core. As Arya tried to understand what Alex was doing, he finished filling the dungeon's core with mana and wiped the sweat from his brow with a satisfied smile. The core shone even brighter from the immense amount of mana it had absorbed. Hey, if Erebus had merged with such a core, his evolution would have gone faster and easier, Alex said with a smile, admiring the results of his work. While Alex was admiring his handiwork, forgetting about his companion, a voice behind him reminded him that he wasn't alone. What were you doing? And what is this thing? Arya asked, approaching Alex and looking at the dungeon's core in his hands. This is the dungeon's core. I was filling it with mana so that it would function properly, Alex replied, turning to Arya, whose eyes were filled with curiosity. Isn't the dungeon's core supposed to be inside the dungeon itself? Arya asked, tilting her head to the side. And where are we right now? Alex asked, raising an eyebrow. We're in the dungeon. Arya fell silent, realizing what she had just said, and puffed out her cheeks like a hamster, staring at Alex. That's not what I meant, she mumbled with puffed cheeks. I know, that's why I made a joke, Alex replied with a smile. But still, why is the dungeon's core in your hands? Arya inquired, still keeping her pout. An idiot tried to merge with it and ended up dying by my hand, Alex shrugged, as if it were a minor detail. Someone tried to merge with the dungeon's core. How is that even possible? Arya asked with surprise, unable to believe that such a madman existed. He was helped in that, Alex said, shifting his gaze to the dungeon's core. Arya was astonished by how Alex spoke of it as if it were something ordinary, as if the one who tried to merge with the dungeon's core was just another monster from the first floor, easily defeated and then forgotten. She tried to understand who this strange person was before her, who calmly talked about defeating a dragon and a person who tried to merge with the dungeon's core as if it were an everyday occurrence. Who committed such a crazy act, she asked, standing right in front of Alex. God Erebus. He wanted to become the enemy of the world and give mortals a chance to develop, Alex replied, looking up at Arya. You mean to say that a god tried to merge with that thing in your hands to become a villain, like in fairy tales? Arya pointed at the dungeon's core. Not just with the core, but also with the dragon. Yes, he wanted to become a villain like in children's fairy tales, Alex confirmed. Arya put her hand on her forehead, realizing that this was too much information for her. How did you defeat him? Arya asked cautiously, understanding how powerful Erebus must have been. Do you want the short version or the long one? Alex asked with a smirk. What's the difference? Arya asked with some confusion. In the number of details I'll mention, Alex explained, looking at Arya, who thoughtfully placed a finger on her chin. For now, let's go with the short version, and then you can tell me more when we get back to the surface, Arya decided, smiling. All right. At first, he was like a slimy dragon, which I cut through. Then he took on a more physical form, which I dropped from the 19th floor to the bottom of the dungeon. In the final stage, he took a humanoid form, which I simply destroyed, Alex summarized briefly. Arya's eyebrows twitched, realizing that he had skipped many details, and this version was not so much short as ultra-short. You call that the short version? I shudder to think what your long version is like, Arya said, looking at Alex with disbelief, as if he were some unknown creature. It is what it is, Alex shrugged. Arya didn't know what to make of this carefree guy before her. His words and actions indicated that this was something routine for him. What are you planning to do with this thing? Arya asked, pointing to the dungeon's core in Alex's hands. I want to figure out how to put it back into the dungeon so that it merges with it again, Alex replied. Arya also focused on the core. Isn't it supposed to be in a specific place? Arya asked, looking at Alex, who had begun rummaging through his pockets. Hold this for now, Alex said, handing the core to Arya and continuing to search his pockets. What are you looking for? Arya asked, taking the core into her hands. This, Alex said, pulling out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. It seems I've been smoking too much lately, Alex mumbled, lighting a cigarette. As Alex smoked, he focused on the dungeon's core, recalling all the manga and books he had read that mentioned dungeons, and tried to remember how they worked in those worlds. A memory surfaced of a dungeon where the core was part of the dungeon itself and required certain conditions to be extracted. This situation was similar to the current one. When Alex realized that this was a possible scenario, his eyes lit up with understanding, and he began to examine his surroundings carefully. Did you figure something out? Arya asked, watching him closely. Yeah, I've come up with a theory, and I'm going to test it, Alex said, directing mana into the floor. Alex intensified the mana impulse, which, like blood, began to flow through the dungeon floor, gathering in one place. Confirming that his assumption was correct, Alex hurried to the necessary point. Arya, noticing his movement, immediately followed him, holding the core in her hands. Where are you going? Arya asked, catching up with Alex. If my theory is correct, the core shouldn't be outside but inside the dungeon, Alex said, approaching the spot where he felt an accumulation of energy. What do you mean? Arya asked, tilting her head, not understanding his words. Imagine the dungeon as a living organism, and the core in your hands as its actual organ. Where should it be? Alex asked and waited for Arya's response. When Alex posed his question, Arya thought for a moment before finally understanding what he was driving at. You mean it should be inside, not just inside, but inside, she clarified, gesturing energetically as if trying to show what she meant. And you were right. Here's a candy for the correct answer, Alex smiled, reaching into his pocket, but his hand froze when he remembered that he had accidentally thrown away the last candy while checking the black mist coming from the dragon's breath. It looks like you won't be getting a prize because I accidentally threw away the last candy, he admitted, looking at Arya sheepishly. It's okay, we all make mistakes, Arya responded tenderly, like an older sister, and began patting him on the head, which only embarrassed him further. She even had to stand on her tiptoes to reach his head. Alex looked at her actions with a blank stare, not understanding why she was doing this. Why are you doing this? He asked, looking into her golden eyes. When Ace was upset as a child, I always comforted her this way, Arya explained, continuing to pat him on the head. You do realize I'm an adult, right? Alex asked with a wry smile. It's okay, everyone needs comfort, Arya replied with a bright smile. Alex just sighed tiredly and let her do as she pleased. Arya finally stopped patting him and looked at him with a smile, waiting for further action. Now that you've figured out where the dungeon heart should be, how do you plan to put it back? She asked. I'll just shove it back in, Alex said calmly, taking the dungeon heart from her hands. What do you mean by shove it back? Arya asked, surprised, not understanding what he was going to do. I mean it literally. Watch how it's done, Alex replied and knelt down at the spot he needed. He held the dungeon heart, which began to glow. Slowly bringing it to the right spot, he started to gently press it, and the heart began to sink into the ground, merging with it. As soon as Alex finished the process, the dungeon started to tremble, like an old mechanism that had been restarted and was ready to work. Arya watched in astonishment. This day had turned out to be full of unexpected events. Alex closely monitored the flow of mana that surged upward, filling the walls of the dungeon. If you looked closely, you could see the ceiling slowly, but surely, beginning to restore itself. Well, now my work is done, Alex said, dusting off his hands as if after a hard day's work. Arya was still looking at the ceiling, not responding, completely absorbed in her thoughts. Hey, are you here? Alex snapped his fingers in front of her face. Yes, I'm here, just surprised by everything that happened, Arya replied, turning to him. It can definitely be called an extraordinary event, Alex agreed, watching as the dungeon gradually recovered. Now we can go back. Are you ready to meet your daughter? He asked, noticing the spark of anticipation in Arya's eyes. Of course, I haven't seen her for 1,000 years, Arya joked, causing a smile to appear on Alex's face. Then hold on tight, Alex said, extending his hand to Arya. She raised an eyebrow in surprise but took his hand. What's this for? She asked. So you don't fall after the teleportation, Alex explained, and Arya's eyes widened. Wait, what? She began, but her words were interrupted by a bright light that engulfed them along with Alex. As Alex and Arya left the last floor of the dungeon, the once noisy place regained its silence and calm. The only sounds were the slowly recovering walls and ceiling. To be continued. Chapter 70, the mother-daughter reunion and the arrival of the main villain. Alex and Arya appeared at the entrance to the dungeon. After experiencing her first teleportation, Arya understood why Alex had asked her to hold his hand. The feeling that overwhelmed her was reminiscent of the nausea she felt when she was pregnant with Ace. One hand clung to Alex, while the other covered her mouth as she tried to suppress the urge to vomit. Alex observed Arya's reaction, puzzled by how she could feel nauseous after not eating for 1,000 years. Perhaps her body had been in a state of hibernation and was now beginning to recover. How are you feeling? Alex asked, gently rubbing her back in an attempt to ease her discomfort. I'm fine. I think, Arya replied, trying to pull herself together. Everyone's first experience with teleportation is like this, though your daughter handled it better than you, Alex said, trying to cheer her up. Of course, she's my daughter, Arya responded proudly, but then nausea struck her again, and she covered her mouth with her hand. Alex just shook his head, watching her actions. He couldn't help but compare her to Ace. As he continued to rub her back, he noticed it wasn't helping much. Do you want me to carry you so we don't waste time? Alex offered, still rubbing her back. You want to carry me like a princess rescued by a brave hero from an evil dragon? Arya smiled. Sorry, but I was already married and have a daughter, so I can't be your princess. Alex almost sighed at this. He just wanted to pick her up like a sack of potatoes and move on without wasting any more time. For heaven's sake, just get on my back so we can go, Alex said wearily, crouching down in front of Arya so she could climb onto his back. So now you've decided to be a noble steed. Arya smirked as she leaned onto his back and wrapped her arms around his neck. Alex stood up and started walking forward. I'm suddenly tempted to take you back to where I brought you from, Alex said with mild irritation. You wouldn't abandon such a delicate girl like me back in the dragon's lair, would you? Arya asked playfully, tightening her grip around his neck. The dragon's gone, and you could have returned on your own with your powers, Alex replied, feeling her grip tighten. But I've been asleep for so long. How could I quickly regain my strength? Arya said, resting her head on top of his to see where they were going. When I pulled you out of the crystal, I fully restored your body and damaged foundation. Everything the dragon took from you, I returned, Alex said. Arya's mouth opened in surprise, unable to comprehend how that was possible. The dragon had been draining her power for 1,000 years, and it should have taken a long time to restore it. How is that even possible? She asked, peering over his shoulder to look into his eyes. So it didn't surprise you that I killed a dragon that was much stronger than it was 1,000 years ago, and that I literally filled the dungeon's heart with a massive amount of mana? Alex asked, turning his head to meet her golden eyes. That's different, Arya replied, trying to justify her words. To me, it's the same, Alex said, turning his head forward again. How can it be the same? Fighting and healing someone whose powers were drained for 1,000 years are not the same, Arya argued, shaking him slightly. If you're feeling better, maybe you can walk. Alex suggested, ignoring her shake. No, Arya flatly refused and tightened her arms around his neck again. Alex just shook his head and continued on his way. A funny thought crossed his mind, what if Ace were like Arya? He imagined how it would drive him crazy, especially if Ace were influenced by Tiona. Then he'd definitely have to run away somewhere, taking Hestia with him. What scared him even more was the thought of Ace becoming like Loki. Oh my god, thank you for not letting that happen, Alex mentally prayed, thanking all the gods that Ace had avoided the influence of those troublesome individuals. Noticing the crooked smile on Alex's face and his silence, Arya wondered what could have caused such an expression. What are you thinking about? She whispered, interrupting his thoughts. About how lucky it is that Ace didn't pick up any bad traits from her friends and family, Alex responded automatically. Arya's eyes narrowed as she thought Alex was implying something about her. Are you suggesting that my daughter could have picked up bad habits from me? Arya said with a squint. Who knows, Alex replied, leaving her speechless. Realizing that Arya had gone quiet, lost in thought, Alex continued on his way. He could already see the exit from Babylon, but the silence around them made him uneasy. Expecting to hear the sounds of battle or at least some movement, he quickened his pace to find out what had happened while he was busy fighting the dragon. As he got closer, Alex noticed that the barrier was active, which calmed him a bit, but the tension remained. Is something bothering you? Arya asked, noticing the tension on his face. When I went to fight the dragon, I thought there might be an attack on the surface as well. So I'm a little worried, Alex admitted as they approached the exit. Everything will be fine, Arya tried to reassure him. I hope so, Alex sighed. Stepping out of Babylon, Alex expected to see signs of battle, but the scene before him made his brow twitch. Instead of battle scars, he saw a large group of people cheerfully relaxing as if they had come for a picnic. Alex turned his head and saw the goddesses sitting at a table, drinking tea with snacks. They even brought a table, Alex thought, feeling his irritation grow. His gaze shifted to the groups of adventurers from different familias, chatting and laughing as if there were no danger around them. Alex stood there, his expression growing darker. He understood that sometimes it was necessary to relax, but not in a situation like this. His hand slowly reached for the secret pocket where he kept his punishment items. However, just as he was about to pull out a stick, he squinted and decided to find a better moment for revenge. You said there was supposed to be an attack on the surface. Why are they relaxing and resting? I don't even see any signs of a battle, Arya whispered, glancing around in search of her daughter. Looks like I was wrong. But they still broke the main rule, Alex replied, thinking about how to ruin the mood. What rule? Arya asked cautiously, noticing Alex's grim expression. They must always remain vigilant, he answered seriously. What surprises me more is that they didn't even notice us coming out and continue to go about their business, Arya said, glancing at the groups of people. Exactly, Alex nodded, surveying the scene and noticing that no one was paying attention to the entrance to Babylon. And now, the most enjoyable part of this situation, Alex said, a wide smile spreading across his face. What exactly? Arya asked nervously, feeling a chill from his smile. You'll see, Alex replied with a smirk. He decided to ruin their fun. While he had been spending time fighting the dragon and restoring the dungeon, the others, who were supposed to be prepared for an attack, were sitting around and relaxing. Alex spread his arms out, preparing to clap loudly, and took a deep breath to amplify his voice. Constant vigilance. Alex shouted, enhancing his voice with mana, and clapped his hands with such force that a shockwave spread across the entire field. Alex loudly called out to everyone, then clapped his hands with such force that it created a powerful shockwave. The sudden noise made everyone who had been relaxing and chatting with friends cover their ears, stand up, and take a few steps back. Some even lost their balance and almost fell. Even those who managed to cover their ears were stunned by the sharp gust of wind. The goddesses, who had been peacefully drinking tea, dropped their cups in fright, spilling their drinks on themselves. Who's shouting? Because of that, I spilled the expensive alcohol I barely managed to get from Alex. Loki exclaimed in annoyance, looking at her alcohol-stained clothes. You're yelling like you're the only one who got splashed. And since when did Alex buy you anything? Hestia frowned, glaring at Loki with discontent. When we went on a date, Loki replied with a smirk, not taking her eyes off Hestia. Ladies, I think we have bigger problems than spilled drinks, Freya interjected, pointing toward the entrance of Babylon. Who's there? Loki turned her head in the indicated direction, and upon seeing who was standing at the entrance, she felt cold sweat on her forehead. This isn't good. What is it, flat-chested? Hestia asked, following Loki's gaze, and then froze in place as well. He's not angry, is he? She asked nervously, noticing the grim expression on Alex's face. Ask him yourself, Hephaestus replied dryly, noticing that Alex looked extremely displeased. Her hands were slightly sweaty from anxiety. Freya, maybe you could do something. Loki appealed to Freya, who continued to sit with a slight smile on her face. In a situation like this, everyone is on their own. We may call ourselves a family, but right now, everyone has to take care of themselves, Freya calmly responded as she rose from her chair and headed toward Alex. Hephaestus, maybe you could help. Hestia asked hopefully, clearly not wanting to listen to another long lecture. Sorry, Hestia, but I could use some help myself. Hephaestus replied, realizing that she too had given into the overall relaxation while Alex was fighting in the dungeon. Maybe we should hide until his anger subsides. Loki suggested, glancing around at the other goddesses. I don't think that will help, Hephaestus quietly said, then stood up and followed Freya. While the goddesses searched for a way to avoid Alex's wrath, a group of adventurers nervously watched his grim face, unsure of what to do. When the earthquake stopped, they assumed the battle was over and let their guard down, forgetting the main rule that Alex had constantly reminded them of. The girls from Hestia's familia were especially scared, knowing that Alex had repeatedly emphasized this during every training session. What do you think will happen to us? Lily timidly asked, not daring to approach Alex. A long lecture, Daphne answered gloomily, avoiding Alex's gaze. Maybe we can find some excuse. Cassandra suggested, hoping to avoid yet another lecture. Then he might come up with another punishment for us, Lily pointed out, realizing their options were limited. And what punishment could be worse than a lecture? Haruheim asked, looking at the girls, who were deep in thought. Maybe he'll ban us from watching movies, Bella suggested uncertainly. No, I'd rather sit through the lecture than be deprived of movies. I haven't even finished the series Alex recorded, Daphne declared firmly, remembering how much she enjoyed one of the shows from Alex's world. I want to finish my series too. It's just getting to the good part, Cassandra agreed, nodding. Girls. Don't you have any shame? Lily exclaimed, pointing at them accusingly. What did you expect? You're just like us, Daphne retorted, looking at Lily. I think it's better to sit through the lecture, Haruheim sighed. So, what should we do? Wait for him to call us or go to him ourselves? Lily asked. Wait, his attention is being distracted right now, Daphne replied, pointing at Freya, who was walking toward Alex. On the other side of the clearing, the members of Loki's familia were also nervous, realizing what was about to happen. This is definitely not a good sign, Tiona said, glancing at Alex. We're the ones who got ourselves into this situation, and we need to be ready for the consequences, Riveria remarked sensibly. And you're not scared of what Alex might do? Tiona asked incredulously, casting a sideways glance at Riveria. No, it'll just be another lecture and a small punishment, like always, Riveria replied. Ace, do you have anything to say? Tiona asked the silent girl, who hadn't taken her eyes off Alex. At that moment, Ace felt something very familiar emanating from Alex, a feeling she had long forgotten. It seemed so close and dear, as if she had finally found what she had been searching for. She continued to stare intently at Alex, trying to understand why this sensation felt so familiar. Ace, are you listening? Tiona said, nudging her in the side, pulling her out of her thoughts. We'll have to accept the punishment, Ace replied monotonously. Not you too, Tiona groaned, realizing that there was no way to avoid a bad outcome. Maybe you could help, Lafia. Tiona asked, turning to the frightened elf. I'm sorry, Tiona-san, but I'm also scared of what awaits us, Lafia nervously replied, gripping her staff tightly. Accept your fate, and maybe he'll forgive you sooner, Riveria said, looking at Tiona, who considered that this might be a reasonable decision. Perhaps, Riveria continued, completely dashing Tiona's hopes. In the end, Tiona fell into despair, understanding that luck was not on her side today. Or maybe he'll forgive us sooner, Riveria added, pointing at Freya, who was confidently approaching Alex. After Alex had drawn everyone's attention with his loud clap, he began to carefully observe those who were looking at him. Everyone he met eyes with quickly averted their gaze in embarrassment. Alex noticed the group of goddesses watching him anxiously. Only Freya and Hephaestus remained calm, while Loki and Hestia were noticeably nervous. Arya, who had quietly slipped off his back, remained hidden, deciding to simply observe the events for now. Why did you do that? Arya asked, not revealing herself. I just wanted to disrupt their peace, Alex honestly admitted, without turning to her. Why? Arya continued to ask questions, lightly tugging on the hem of his clothing. Because while I was fighting that dragon Pokemon, they were just relaxing here, Alex revealed the true reason. What are Pokemon? Arya asked with curiosity, like a child. They're cute little monsters that kids collect. They're more like pets, Alex briefly explained, not wanting to go into detail. Kids catch monsters and bring them home. How do their parents even allow that? It's dangerous, Arya protested, starting to delve into her worries. Alex didn't want to continue the conversation, knowing that the explanation could take a lot of time. At that moment, he was waiting to see who would dare to approach him first. Finally, he noticed that Freya stood up and slowly made her way toward him with a slight smile on her face. I'm glad you're all right, dear, Freya said as she approached Alex, wrapping her arms around him as if inhaling his scent. Are you trying to distract me? Alex asked, raising an eyebrow, but he still hugged her back. No, I was just worried about you. When you started fighting, I thought Babylon was going to collapse, Freya replied, looking up at Alex with eyes full of tenderness. Then why are you all relaxing here like it's a picnic? Alex asked, feeling his anger gradually dissipate in Freya's presence. When you started fighting, we expected monsters to appear, but nothing happened. Then there was a strong tremor, and we thought you had already finished and were just dealing with the aftermath, Freya said, pressing herself against his chest. Then why hasn't the barrier been removed? Alex asked suspiciously, raising an eyebrow. We were waiting for you to return, Hephaestus replied, stepping closer to him. Freya stepped aside, and Hephaestus immediately embraced Alex, pressing herself against his chest. She listened to his heartbeat, which had a calming effect on her, and snuggled even closer. Seeing how tenderly Hephaestus was behaving, Alex sighed, realizing that he couldn't stay angry with them for long. He hugged her back tightly, burying his nose in her hair. Dear, I don't want to interrupt you, Freya suddenly said, looking at something behind Alex. Embarrassed, Alex raised his head and looked at Freya, who was pointing at something behind him. Hephaestus also turned around, raising an eyebrow in confusion, and, following Freya's gaze, saw a girl who looked very familiar to her. But who is that behind you? Freya asked with mild surprise. Alex turned around and locked eyes with Arya, who had been silently observing the situation until now. She looked embarrassed as she glanced at Freya and Hephaestus, who were now examining her with interest. Would you believe me if I said I saved her in the dungeon? Alex asked, looking at Freya. Freya raised an eyebrow, shifting her gaze from Arya to Alex, who looked slightly embarrassed by the situation. How could you have saved someone in such a dangerous place? Hephaestus asked, lifting her head to meet his gaze. It's a long story, but to sum it up, her name is Arya. 1,000 years ago, a dragon kidnapped her to absorb her power. I happened to find her in the dungeon after the battle, Alex explained. Freya and Hephaestus exchanged surprised glances. Freya, studying Arya carefully, understood why the dragon had wanted to absorb her power. Arya was a powerful wind spirit, but what surprised Freya the most was how she had managed to survive such a dangerous battle. She looks very much like. Hephaestus began, squinting. Yeah, she's Ace's mother, Alex confirmed, causing Hephaestus's eyes to widen in surprise as she looked at Arya, noticing even more similarities between them, except for one, unlike the always serious Ace, Arya was smiling. It's incredible that she managed to survive for so long, Hephaestus said, still amazed that Arya had lived for so long despite the dragon feeding on her power. Her body was in a state of hibernation, which allowed her to survive, Alex explained, dispelling the goddess's doubts. It can be assumed that the dragon used her as an energy source, Freya said thoughtfully, coming to the most logical conclusion. And this could be the reason for the defeat of the Zeus and Hera families? Hephaestus asked, turning to Freya. If the dragon fed on her power for so many years, then yes, it explains their defeat, Freya confirmed, glancing at Arya, who was watching the conversation with embarrassment, not understanding what was being discussed. While Alex and the two goddesses were talking, everyone else watched them with tension, afraid to make a sound. They decided to stay as quiet as possible until Alex's anger subsided, hoping to find out later what had happened in the dungeon. No one noticed Arya standing behind Alex. Summoning her courage, Hestia decided to approach. What are you talking about? She asked cautiously. We're discussing your careless attitude toward this situation, Alex replied, looking at the approaching Hestia. Hestia immediately lowered her head, feeling ashamed and unable to meet his eyes. Sorry, she whispered in a guilty tone. Everything is fine, but you'll have to attend a lecture, Alex said with a smile. Hestia initially beamed with joy, but her expression quickly changed to a frown as she realized what he meant. I know I acted wrong. I won't do it again, she promised, taking Alex's hand and looking at him with sad eyes. I'll think about it, Alex replied, trying not to look into her tear-filled blue eyes. But he couldn't resist her gaze and gave in. All right, I'll forgive you this time, Alex said. Hestia immediately jumped with joy and hugged him like a koala, showering his face with kisses. Who taught you to do this, Hestia? Alex asked, feeling her affection. I don't understand what you're talking about, Hestia replied, stopping and resting her chin on his shoulder. At that moment, she noticed Arya standing behind Alex. Where did you find this girl? She asked, leaning back slightly to look into Alex's eyes. Dear, instead of explaining to everyone separately, it would be better to tell everyone at once, Freya suggested, seeing that Alex was about to explain who Arya was again. Explain what? Loki asked, deciding to approach when she realized Alex was no longer angry. Have you decided to join in too, my dear Loki? Alex asked, raising an eyebrow at Loki, who gave a sheepish smile. You're not angry anymore and won't scold me? Loki asked, squinting her eyes and smiling. We'll talk about it later, Alex said, narrowing his eyes. Arya, watching the scene, felt very embarrassed, especially because of Hestia's actions, showering Alex's face with kisses. Are all these women goddesses? And are they all in relationships with Alex? Arya wondered, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Or are they much closer than just being in relationships? She continued, noticing the matching rings on the goddess's fingers. Arya was trying to make sense of what was happening when she heard the name of one of the goddesses. A flash of anger swept over her as she remembered that this goddess, according to Alex, had harassed her daughter. In an instant, Arya rushed out from behind Alex and pointed a finger at Loki. Are you the one who harassed my daughter? Arya shouted, pointing at Loki, who initially couldn't understand what was going on. But when Loki looked closely at Arya, her eyes widened in realization of whom this woman resembled. Loki stood frozen in confusion, not knowing what to say. Arya's shout drew everyone's attention. Only one girl's eyes widened in shock before she burst into tears. Mom! Ace cried out and ran toward Arya. Everyone around stared in astonishment at Ace and the woman, realizing their remarkable resemblance. Hearing the voice, Arya turned and saw the young girl, recognizing her as her little daughter. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she rushed toward Ace. Ace, my sunshine! Arya cried out with tears in her eyes as she embraced her daughter. Mother and daughter, reunited after a long separation, hugged tightly, their faces glowing with smiles and tears of joy streaming down their cheeks. Mom! Ace whispered, hugging Arya. Everything is all right, my sunshine, I'm here, Arya said softly, stroking her daughter's back, who was unable to hold back her tears. You must have been through so much, Arya continued, comforting Ace. It's okay, Mom. I'm just glad you're alive, Ace replied, a rare smile appearing on her face. As mother and daughter embraced, everyone present couldn't hold back their tears of joy for Ace. Hestia, in tears, wiped them away with her hands. This is so touching, Hestia said, accepting a handkerchief that Alex handed her. I'm so happy for Ace that she found her mother, Hephaestus said, wiping away tears. They really look alike, yet they're so different, Loki remarked, observing the mother and daughter. Don't ruin the mood, flat-chested, Hestia snapped. What did you say, lowly granny? Loki retorted, turning to Hestia. You two, stop arguing, at least in this situation, Hephaestus intervened, preventing the goddesses from starting another fight. You did a good deed, dear, Freya said, still in Alex's embrace. Alex merely nodded, watching Arya and Ace. He continued to smile until he sensed impending danger. His smile froze on his face. Everyone, get out! Alex shouted, pushing the goddesses to a safe distance. Everyone turned to Alex, whose face had taken on a serious expression. I came only for you, a sinister voice echoed from behind Alex. The voice was so horrifying it sent shivers down everyone's spines and struck them with terror, as if they had heard the voice of the most dreadful creature. From a portal that opened behind Alex, a tentacle emerged and instantly wrapped around him. Damn it! Alex cursed, realizing he had been trapped. He had broken a rule he always followed. Before Alex could react, he was pulled into the portal. The last thing he heard was the cries of his family and the sound of them running towards him before the portal snapped shut. To be continued.